On the fork in the road to Yonglu village, the villagers were already waiting about 10 yards from the intersection, bending over and watching for a long time. When they heard the sound of wheels and scattered footsteps nearby, everyone became slightly restless. Old Village head Yang Qingkue quickly told the villagers behind him to stay calm, so as not to alert the people from Fubao village. That woman had warned them not to run into the people from Fubao village, or she would be driven out of the village. People came with good intentions to pass on news, and it wouldn't be right for her to become the target of blame. After waiting for about a stick of incense, it seemed the people from Fubao village had already gone about 20 or 30 yards away. The old village head then led the villagers to follow at a distance that was hard to notice. Not all the people of Yonglu village believed the news that the enemy army was about to attack the city. Only part of the group had escaped. Some were probably still peacefully sleeping in warm beds. They didn't know that the home they longed for would soon become a grave that buried their entire family. The rocking cart was like a cradle, and with two brothers cuddling her warmly, Yu Jiu Tian slept peacefully. When she yawned and opened her eyes, it was already dawn, and she could see about a yard away. Seeing Yu Jiu Tian wake up, Jiang Fenghua immediately reached out to gently rub her little head for comfort. The two small braids, which had been crooked, relaxed a bit, but she could only stubbornly let her hair hang down, trembling slightly with her head. "Grandma, Uncle Zheng is ahead." Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Yu Jiu Tian sat up straight, pointed at the nearby carriage, and happily shouted. Jiang Fenghua and Yu Chuanzhong looked ahead together. Zheng Jun was leading his horse and looking over, waving vigorously at them. Yu Chuanzhong stepped forward quickly to meet Zheng Jun. The people behind didn't understand what was happening and thought something was wrong up front. They gritted their teeth and hurried to keep up, afraid of falling behind. They had already traveled about 10 miles, and many villagers were exhausted. The children helping carry things had small hands turning blue and purple, and their little feet had blisters. They were tired and sore. They begged the adults to stop and rest, but the group's pace kept getting faster. Everyone couldn't help but cry. But as the adults shouted urgent, stern commands, the crying turned into quiet sobs. Fortunately, after a few more steps, the group slowed down and stopped. The people in front saw that the Yu family was being helped by important people, so they relaxed and took a break. Those behind, unable to see what was happening, quickly adjusted their clothes during the pause. They threw away what they didn't need and left what they could. Though reluctant, they did it more decisively than before. Many children finally relaxed their grip, and their belongings were transferred onto the adult shoulders. Zheng Jun pulled the cart forward. Before it stopped, Xia Danmei and Zheng's mother leaned out, ready to get off. He hurried to help his mother and wife down. Jiang Fenghua also stepped forward quickly to help. "Jiang's sister-in-law, I really appreciate you agreeing to take us three, me, my mother, and my wife. I don't know how to thank you. If there's anything you can help with on the way, just tell us." Before she even stood steady, Zheng's mother held Jiang Fenghua's hands tightly, full of gratitude. Jiang Fenghua patted her hands gently to comfort her. "Sister, Jun is a brave man protecting our people from enemies. It's only right that we look after his family. If you hadn't told us the news early, our whole village might have fallen into danger. Everyone in the village will remember your kindness. We should be the ones thanking you." She raised her voice a little, making sure everyone up front knew Zheng's mother's status. Zhou Chongsheng and Grandma Zhang stepped forward to agree. "You're like our village's benefactors, right? Don't worry, sister. From now on, you're part of our village. We'll all look after you." In Mother Zheng's eyes, tears welled up as she choked with emotion. "Thank you all so much." Zheng Jun respectfully bowed to Jiang Fenghua and Zhou Chongsheng, sincerely saying, "My family has been entrusted to you, so I have no more worries. I don't know how to thank you for your great kindness. If I am lucky enough to survive, I will find a way to repay you all." As he finished speaking, Xia Danmei finally couldn't hold back her tears and softly cried. Mother Zheng silently wiped her tears. No matter life or death, the family was always together, but when soldiers had to part, no one knew if they would meet again. How could that not be sad? Zhou Chongsheng and the villagers ahead felt heavy-hearted and a bit sad. The autumn wind blowing past carried a faint salty scent of farewell. Uncle Zheng, you will definitely defeat the enemy. Tianbao is still waiting for you to bring back some bean cakes to fill her stomach. Yuzhou Tian sniffed and held back her tears, speaking softly to Zhengjun. Yes, Tianbao is a lucky and prosperous child. She always speaks the truth. We're waiting for your return to the capital. When you come back victorious, Big Brother will hold a big feast to celebrate. Yu Chuanzhong rubbed his sore nose and said cheerfully, his bright voice easing everyone's sadness. Everyone nodded and encouraged him. Looking at the common people fleeing their hometown with their families, Zheng Jun's eyes filled with determination. For his family, for the people of Xiaoyu, even if he only had a little strength left, he would kill more enemies. Uncle Zheng, come here. Tianbao has a secret to tell you. Taking advantage of the quieter voices, Yuzhou Tian quickly sat up from the quilt, waving her little hands excitedly toward Zhengjun. Zhengjun smiled and stepped forward quickly, leaning in to listen. Yuzhou Tian babbled in his ear for a while, then took out a cloth bag and handed it to him. She said seriously, Uncle Zheng, this is from Uncle Wu. Inside is a small note with instructions for each medicine. You must read it carefully when you get back. Zhengjun touched the bottles and jars inside the cloth bag, feeling moved. He gently ruffled Yuzhou Tian's little head and nodded. Then, in the faint night, he deeply hugged Yu Chuanli, who looked confused, and said sincerely, Thank you, little one. After speaking, worried about delaying everyone's journey, he mounted his horse without hesitation and rode off quickly. See you again. A gust of autumn wind carried Zhengjun's words far away, dispersing Yuzhou Tian's small worries completely. She clenched her small fist, determined that they would meet again someday. After a brief pause, Zhang Fenghua quickly called everyone to set off again. Zheng's carriage was fast, so it naturally led the way at the front. Since leaving the Yu family, Zhengjun had been asking around and finally bought this outdated carriage from a steward of a noble family. The carriage was over 10 years old, with peeling paint, a worn-out body, and an old horse. But it only cost half a tael of silver, practically given as a favor to Zhengjun. Even though it was old and broken, it was still the most enviable thing among everyone. It kept out the wind and rain and saved effort, making it a perfect mobile home on the run. Without Zhengjun, Xia Danmei was the pillar of the Zheng family. Now she sat at the front of the carriage, took a deep breath to calm herself, and nervously tugged the reins. As the carriage moved slowly forward, her face, once full of fear, gradually became calmer. Jian Shuiqiu's eyes sparkled with resilience. Her man protected Xiaoyu and everyone else, so she had to carry her small family too. When dawn broke, the group had traveled another 10 miles. At first, their formation was still tight, but as exhaustion set in, the long line began to stretch and break apart. The children initially still had the strength to cry loudly, but now they were all exhausted, being dragged along by the equally tired adults. Looking at the endless official road ahead, everyone's mental preparations from last night were crumbling. They were heading east toward the capital, a journey of over 1,000 miles. Walking, even if smooth, would take months. This was only the first step of a long journey, and it was already so difficult. Even if they reached the capital, the family would have no house, land, or food. How could they survive? Jiang Fenghua looked back as they walked, taking in everyone's condition. His face showed some complexity, but he didn't slow down at all. In the face of survival, no one could help much. The most important things were the strength of the head of the family and the unity and mutual support among family members. Big sister, slow down a bit. There's a problem. Zhou Chongsheng and a village man hurried forward. In this world, only her mother cares about her life and death. Jiang Fenghua slowed down her steps and told Xia Danmei to walk more slowly, but she didn't stop. Brother Zhou, what happened? The village chief's family followed behind the Yu family. She knew that the village man, Zhao Tiexiong, had been pestering Zhou Chongsheng for almost an incense stick's time. Zhou Chongsheng was probably fed up, so he finally called her to stop. Everyone had been holding on this long, just by willpower. Unless it was a life-or-death matter, they couldn't stop discussing small issues. If they did, it would be hard to keep the whole group moving. Zhou Chongsheng looked at Zhao Tiexiong with a bad expression. Zhao Tiexiong scratched his head awkwardly. "Aunt Jiang, can we rest here for a while? My wife is having her period, and she's in so much pain she can't stand it." Yu Chuanzhong and Su Xianyang exchanged a look, both showing complicated and speechless expressions. This Zhao Tiexiong was famous for loving his wife, but his wife was also known for being lazy and fond of eating. When a woman is having her period, she does feel uncomfortable and restless. Others might really be unable to walk. But Zhao Tiexiong's wife was probably just pretending. However, Zhang Fenghua remained calm and didn't argue with Zhao Tiexiong. She looked back as they walked. Behind the Zhang family was the Li family with a heavily pregnant daughter-in-law. She was already sweating and leaning on her waist, biting her teeth and following along with shaky steps. Zhao Tiexiong looked over and immediately felt guilty. Fortunately, Zhang Fenghua pointed to an open space at the foot of the mountain about a mile away. She raised her voice and called out, "Everyone is holding on. We can't rest on the official road. When we reach the foot of the mountain ahead, we'll rest for half an hour before moving on." They had traveled nearly 30 miles, and everyone was exhausted. The 3 or 4 pregnant women in the village were probably at their limit. They definitely needed to rest. The people ahead were overjoyed and passed the news to the end of the line. Looking at the distant mountain foot, everyone's tired eyes showed some hope. With a goal and a bit of energy under their feet, they pushed on. When they finally reached the foot of the mountain, everyone sighed in relief and hurried to find a place to rest. The carts and ox-drawn wagons stopped by the side of the road. Zhang Fenghua and Su Xianyang took a few grandchildren to find an open space. Yu Chuanzhong quickly helped Xia Danmei untie the horses and tied them to a tree. The brothers took off their burdens and eagerly looked around for some grass to feed the horses. Zhang's son also followed along, helping his family's oxen to settle their stomachs. Mother Zheng, watching over her daughter-in-law feeding the horses at the cart's entrance, saw the Yu family treating their matters as if they were her own, and her eyes shimmered with emotion. Just as she was about to call out a thank you to Yu's brothers from afar, 2 small flatbreads were handed to her. "Girl, I don't know if you've brought any dry food, but have some now to fill your stomach. We still have a long way to go, dozens of miles." Zhang Fenghua gently spoke to Yu Jutian, who was nibbling on the bread, with a kind tone. Mother Zheng quickly jumped down from the cart, touched and moved, politely refusing. "Sister-in-law Jiang, we have some dry food prepared. Please share some with your brothers. They are the backbone of the family, and they shouldn't go hungry." She then hurriedly took out a cloth bag of dry food, pretending to be casual, and let Zhang Fenghua see. Sure enough, inside, besides the flatbreads, there were also quite a few plain steamed buns. Mother Zheng eagerly stuffed one into Jutian's hand and also gave Zhang Fenghua a few. "Sister-in-law, try my cooking. It's cooled down now, but it's still soft and tasty. If we keep going, it might get hard." Zhang Fenghua happily accepted, quickly passing her own bread to Mother Zheng. "Good, good. Knowing you have dry food makes me feel at ease. You should also try our family's fully craftsmanship." Soon, Grandma Zhang also came over, eyeing the food with envy. The 3 women, feeling like old friends, shared and praised each other's dry food, chatting happily. The laughter of the elderly women seemed to lift everyone's gloomy mood. People began comforting each other, taking out their own dry food and water bags. Although everyone had eaten well that morning, the long journey was exhausting, and almost everyone felt hungry again. It was unrealistic to cook a fresh meal in half an hour. Fortunately, most families had prepared flatbreads in advance. Now, everyone gathered together, tearing off a piece to quickly fill their stomachs. Some, who didn't plan ahead or were too lazy, could only watch others eat with longing. At this moment, Zhao Yumei and Hu Xinyue quietly huddled in a corner unnoticed. Zhao Yumei chewed on her hard bread while drinking water, not paying attention to Hu Xinyue, who kept swallowing saliva nervously. Hu Xinyue hadn't eaten for 2 meals and was already so hungry her eyes sparkled with gold. From afar, she watched Yu Tian holding food in her hands. She desperately wanted to rush over and take it, but in reality, she could only weakly lie on the basket, unable to even call out to her mother. Perhaps she had eaten enough. Zhao Yumei casually threw the remaining small pieces of bread into the basket, not even glancing at Hu Xinhua. She then hugged her knees and lowered her head to take a nap. Hu Xinhua ignored the hard, dry bread and swallowed it in a few bites. Although she wasn't full, it made her feel grateful and respectful toward Zhao Yumei. In this world, besides her own mother, no one cared about her life or death. Yu Tian took a bite of bread on her left and a bite of plain steamed bun on her right. The colorful mountain mist in her eyes rippled and shifted, and she happily nodded her little head. Her fear of fleeing was gone now. But she understood clearly that her current relaxed mood was entirely due to her family silently bearing unseen hardships. She also wanted to do something for her family. When the adults weren't paying attention, she tiptoed to the horses and cattle, quietly spilling water onto the grass so they could quench their thirst while eating. She also secretly refilled the water bags used by the adults. While Yu Qianzhong wasn't paying attention, she took a few bags of grain into her space to help her eldest uncle relax a little. A few of her uncle's baskets were also slightly adjusted. After finishing all this, Yu Tian felt ashamed and sighed, thankful for her golden finger. Without it, her small body would just be eating without enough energy, which would be a great torment for her soul. Aunt Zhang. Look, there are also refugees over there. Zhang Dali hurried over anxiously. The three women turned their heads in surprise and looked in the direction he pointed. About 50 yards away, a group of villagers was sitting along the side of the official road, seemingly taking a break. Everyone from the village also stood up and looked over, and suddenly, the atmosphere exploded with questions. Could it be that the enemy army has already attacked? Otherwise, why are so many people fleeing in this direction? Yes, it looks like the whole village has escaped. Maybe someone leaked the news early or the enemy is coming. What should we do? Should we leave quickly? Zhao Yumei looked up at the sound, her eyes flickering for a moment. Instead of showing worry, she smiled slightly and continued to nap. Because they were far apart, everyone couldn't see clearly which village the people belonged to, but among those familiar figures, Yu Tian recognized them immediately. She quickly lowered Jiang Fenghua's body and said, "Grandmother, these are villagers from Yanglu village. The person at the front with a cane is the village chief." Hearing this, Jiang Fenghua frowned slightly. With her words, she also realized the situation. She had been worried that the enemy might have already reached the city, but if these are from Yanglu village, it makes sense. Everyone stay calm. It's probably not the enemy army that has taken over Huzhou city. The people at the back are likely from Yanglu village. It's probably because our fifth brother went to inform Granny Ma and was noticed by some villagers, so he escaped quickly. But just to be safe, everyone should pack up. We're preparing to leave. This time, we plan to travel until dusk, then find a hidden place to set up camp and rest for the night. During the journey, we will stop 3 times to rest, but there's no time to cook. It's best to keep dry food and water bottles within easy reach, so everyone can replenish their energy whenever needed. Jiang Fenghua quickly moved to the middle of the crowd, calming and explaining the next steps. Zhou Changsheng also nodded repeatedly. Don't just stand there, start packing quickly. I'll remind everyone, leave unnecessary things behind to avoid being burdened. After speaking, he led his family to tidy up. Those who had prepared dry food felt more at ease and hurried to pack according to the advice, even sacrificing some items to leave behind. "Aunt Jiang, what should we do? We didn't have time to prepare dry food. We have to travel so far, and we probably won't make it until dusk." Those without dry food became very anxious and crowded around Jiang Fenghua. Zhu Cuihua felt even more secretly pleased. With Grandma Jiang acting as the villain, they could just enjoy the benefits without worry. People with enough food instinctively held their grain bags tighter. It's not that they are stingy, but the current situation forces them. Being too kind would mean their families go hungry, and no one wants that. Grandma Jiang usually seems fair and reasonable, but now she's acting like a big boss, really thinking she's the village chief. The Yu brothers paused their work. They didn't want to offend most villagers just to help a few people, but they knew their mother well. If Grandma Jiang didn't have a plan, she wouldn't easily agree to help these few. All right, those with extra dry food, share some with them. But it won't be free. They have to trade 2 jin of grain for 1 baked bun. Jiang Fenghua's eyes were clear, and a faint smile played on her lips. Her first words made everyone who had prepared food feel angry, but her last words suddenly made them stop.
What?
1 baked bun for 2 jin of grain? 1 jin of flour can make 5 or 6 buns. Trading 2 jin of grain for 1 bun is a good deal. More profit than loss. Some villagers with plenty of food spoke up. Okay, if that's the case, I can trade 2 or 3 buns for them. Zhu Cuihua was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, Aunt Jiang, are you just joking with us? Trading 2 jin of grain for 1 bun is clearly cheating us. Exactly, we're all villagers. How can you do this? At worst, we lend them the grain, and when we arrive at our destination, we make the buns and return them. This isn't helping, it's just robbing us. Others without food agreed with Iron Yang's wife, their faces turning from happy to angry. Jiang Fenghua immediately became cold and stern. I advise you all, if you're not fully awake, go back to Fubao village and keep sleeping. Dream about how to get the best deal. But now, we're on the run. This isn't the time to stay comfortably in Fubao village. Everyone learned about the escape at the same time. If others can prepare dry food, why can't you? Are you missing an arm? Or a leg? Or has the big pot at home been turned into a mouse nest? If you just touch your lips, you want to borrow? Then I will ask each of you for 10 jin of rice. Once our village is settled and we have fields for planting and harvesting in autumn, I will pay you back. Is that okay? We are all just escaping to save our lives. Today is today, and tomorrow is tomorrow. Don't think about delaying repayment until the next moment. We must settle this now. The method has been explained. You all decide carefully whether you want to exchange or not. After speaking, the old lady immediately turned around and waved her hand at the Yu brothers. Hurry up and finish packing, then set out. The brothers responded confidently and quickly sped up their work. They were all determined not to let anything slow their progress, whether it was catching horses or carrying things. Yu Jiutian was also squeezed between her 2 older brothers, with Jiang Fenghua holding her under her arms. The old lady was about to pull her hand back, but unexpectedly, the little girl tightly hugged her arm and refused to let go. Her big eyes, already naturally wide, now looked full of admiration, shining brightly like stars splashing across the sky. Manhwa. Yu Jiutian kissed the old lady's hand several times, then couldn't help but nuzzle her cheek against her, saying, Grandma is amazing. Grandma is my role model. She was the best little mouthpiece for sweetness. Really? Such a clear-minded and wise elder. Yu Jiutian's admiration for her was like a never-ending river. At just 3.5 years old, her words couldn't express everything, but her small body and gestures showed her feelings perfectly. Her exaggerated and adorable look made everyone smile and also agree, praising Jiang Fenghua for her careful planning. No one who works hard and is honest is ever underestimated, and no one who tries to cheat or be lazy is tolerated. Zheng's mother and daughter-in-law also couldn't help but look at Jiang Fenghua with new respect, feeling more secure. Following such a decisive head of the family, even if enemies appeared, they could still find a way to survive. The young couple borrowing food looked anxious, quickly whispered to each other, then exchanged their grain for bread and hurried to catch up with the group. Zhu Cuihua looked at Jiang Fenghua with resentment, stomping her foot and muttering, The village chief just gives a chicken feather and thinks he's a big official. Not far away, Zhao Yumei looked in Zhu Cuihua's direction, a hint of scheming flashing in her eyes. Village chief, the people from Fubao village are leaving again. They must have discovered us. The villagers from Yonglu were just catching their breath when sharp-eyed people saw the people from Fubao village leaving the foot of the mountain. They quickly stood up in a panic. The old village chief looked out and sighed, saying, If they found us, so what? The official road isn't theirs. We can leave openly and honestly, Once it gets dark, they'll find a place to camp. Everyone, pack up quickly. We need to follow them. Village chief, we've already traveled nearly 30 miles. The young people are fine, but the elderly and children at home really can't walk anymore. Can we rest for a bit? Yes, let's rest for a little while. Many villagers complained. They had just sat down and caught their breath when they had to get up again. No one could stand it. The old village chief looked at the distant Fubao villagers and then at the tired elders and children. He couldn't bear to see them struggle, so he gave in. Let's rest for a while, then continue. No. Only the people from Fubao know where they can find safety. If we lose them, we'll be like headless chickens. Every family has elders and children. I'm also getting old, and my granddaughter is only 5. We're all holding on. Village chief, you can't let a few people delay us. Lai Ho Hot, though exhausted herself, stood up and spoke against it. Then she quickly whispered to the old village chief, adding details and persuading him. The old village chief hesitated for a while, then finally decided to keep chasing after Fubao village. Suddenly, voices of criticism arose from the crowd, cursing Lai Ho Hot. Usually lazy, Chao's family was so active today. If they weren't up to something bad, then the sun must be rising from the west. Everyone was worried about being left behind alone, so they cursed and slowly started moving with the group. Although it was late autumn, the midday sun was still quite hot. They kept moving without stopping, and everyone was sweating. To consider the elderly, pregnant women, and children in the group, Jiang Fenghua deliberately slowed Yu Chuanzhong's pace to the slowest, just a little faster than a casual walk after a meal. At first, they could go a bit slower, but they couldn't stop easily. Because they would need to do this every day, and their bodies had to build endurance quickly. Mom, when will we arrive? Tai Dan's legs hurt so much. Good son, there are enemies behind us. We must keep moving forward to stay alive. Sniff. Dad, second sister really can't walk anymore. She wants to go home. Why are you crying? Do you think I'm not tired? Don't bother me. If you can walk, keep going. If you can't, then go back by yourself. Head of the family, I'm too heavy. I really can't carry on. Wife, you're hanging on my arm while walking. We can't fall behind. Son, you go ahead alone.
Don't worry about Mom.
I'm too old to be of much use. I don't want to hold you back. Mom, don't say that now. I won't leave you behind. I'll carry some things in the basket and you can carry me. Crying, scolding, making decisions, sounds never stopping. As the village chief and the backbone of the group, Zhou Chongsheng initially kept turning back to encourage everyone. But after a while, probably exhausted, he stopped responding to anything he heard. Yu Jiutian kept watching Jiang Fenghua closely. At first, the old lady was fine, but now she was leaning on the cart for support, her steps getting heavier. Just now, Mother Zheng had opened the curtain of the cart several times, inviting her to sit and rest, saying there was room for one more. But the old lady had politely refused with a smile. Yu Jiutian understood that the old lady was worried that if she agreed, it might set a precedent, and others would soon ask the Zheng family for help with their elderly and weak. The Zheng family was outsiders. If villagers asked for help, accepting one request might mean accepting all, which could offend others. Refusing could also cause trouble. In any case, whatever she did, she would be in trouble with everyone. Yu Jiutian's eyes flickered, and she carefully stood up. Little sister, what are you doing? Be careful not to fall. Nearby, Jia Xing quickly grabbed Yu Jiutian's small hand. The children's noise made Jiang Fenghua snap back to her senses. She instinctively reached out to try to make Yu Jiutian sit down. Tianbao, what are you doing? That's dangerous. Sit properly. Yu Jiutian clung to her grandmother's hand, unwillingly twisting her small body, pouting sadly. Grandma, Tianbao's bottom hurts. Tianbao wants to get down and walk. If the people behind hear this, they will probably want to scold her. But if she doesn't say it, the old lady definitely won't let her get off to walk. Her goal of letting the old lady rest in the car won't be achieved. The family members, not understanding the situation, started to cheer. I also want to get off and walk. My bottom is sore too. When a few children moved, Yu Chuanzhong's hand on the cart handle wobbled. He loudly said, Mother, Let them get off and walk a bit. You get in the car and rest. Zhang Fenghua was worried about affecting Yu Chuanzhong's pulling of the cart, so she and Su Xunyang carefully helped the children down one by one. Grandma, your eldest brother wants you to rest in the car. As soon as the little girl with short legs stepped down, Yu Jiutian pushed Zhang Fenghua toward the car. Sweetie, Grandma isn't tired. You and your big brother can get in so he can rest a little. Zhang Fenghua looked at Yu Chuanzhong's sweaty back and shook her head with concern. Mother, my son has endless strength. You and I can both pull. Come on, get in. Yu Chuanzhong said this while testing his strength. He simply used one hand to hold the handle, and the ox cart moved steadily, without any shaking. Old lady, I'm already tired of walking. Since you're so strong, I won't hold back anymore. Before Zhang Fenghua could get on, Granny Ma quickly stepped forward, placed the medicine box in the middle of the cart, and sat down on the ox cart with a quick move, leaning back on the quilt and sighing comfortably. Kind children make people envious. Yu Chuanzhong quickly steadied the front of the cart with both hands and turned to smile. Mother, if you don't get in and help me keep balance, pulling this will be even harder. Su Xunyang and a few brothers also hurriedly encouraged her. Zhang Fenghua had no choice but to quickly get on the cart. Only then did Yu Jiutian relax and happily walk over to stand evenly with Yu Chuanzhong, chatting lively with him. Big brother, really, you're stronger than the big yellow ox at Aunt Zhang's house. Big brother, if you compare your speed with Aunt Zhang's old yellow ox, you'll definitely win. Sweetie believes in you a lot. The little girl tilted her chubby face and looked at Yu Chuanzhong, raising her eyebrows playfully, making people smile. After walking so long, even the strongest person would get tired. She couldn't pull the cart for her big brother, but chatting to cheer him up and pass the time was still fine. Sure enough, Yu Chuanzhong was stunned for a moment, then shook his shoulders and laughed.
What?
In your eyes, my brother-in-law is just like a cow or horse.
Haha.
If you compare him like that, my brother-in-law won't be happy at all. Haha. Grandma Ma and Zhang Fenghua enjoyed the simple pleasure of rocking in the chair for a while. Ha ha ha. Big brother, Tian Bao and I think the same. I think I can beat you. Haha, third brother, you're underestimating our big brother's strength. If Mother hadn't worried about everyone walking slowly and deliberately held back the big brother, old Ma in front might not have been his match. Behind them, Yu Quanan and his brothers also chuckled and teased the big brother a little, following Tianbao's words. As their words fell, laughter from behind also rang out one after another. Soon, the people behind started asking what had happened up front. The small joy of the Yu family quickly spread through everyone's chatter. Tianbao sighed, her round, soft face suddenly turning into a little bitter melon. Huh? Being as hardworking as the big yellow cow and big horse isn't a good thing? Is it better to be like a pig, just eating and not working to be liked? Oh, I see now, Tianbao. No wonder everyone likes Tianbao. It turns out that being like a little pig, just eating and not working, makes you more lovable. After saying this, the little girl looked at Yu Chuanzhong as if she suddenly understood something, with a proud, sneaky smile on her face. Her big eyes were full of comfort for Yu Chuanzhong. Ha ha ha, the brothers almost burst out laughing like geese. Even Zhang Fenghua and the usually serious Grandma Ma couldn't help but giggle. Isn't she a clever girl? Why does she look so proud of herself for getting caught up in her own joke? Has her little brain been filled with herbal medicine? Perhaps the brief happiness made everyone forget themselves. Yu Chuanzhong unconsciously quickened his steps. The villagers behind hurriedly gathered their strength and chased after them for a moment. Those nearby could hear everything clearly and only thought that the Yu family was in a good mood, without any other thoughts. But little did they know, the Yu family's gratitude for the villagers' help had long been worn down by exhaustion. Some of the people behind, hearing the joyful laughter of the Yu family, felt jealous and their eyes burned with envy. People's legs really can't compare to wheels. Relying on their ox cart, they drag everyone along, working hard all day to keep up with them. If it weren't for the village chief still following behind them, they might have thought that the elderly woman from their family was actually the village chief. It's quite rare. Suddenly, a sharp, sarcastic female voice came from the crowd. The voice was loud enough to be heard clearly from 10 yards in front and behind. Without turning around, everyone recognized who it was. It was Zhu Tsuehua, Zhao Tiexiong's wife. Immediately, all the other noisy voices fell silent. Each person looked at the Yu family with complicated eyes. In the end, the Yu family only shared a piece of news. They didn't bring any real benefit to the village. There are nearly 200 people in the village. Why should they all listen to an elderly woman in her 50s? This idea had already started to grow quietly in many hearts. Zhu Tsuehua's words were like fertilizer in a dung pit, smelly, but helping the seedlings grow quickly. Yu Chuanzhong has a hot temper. When he heard Zhu Tsuehua's sarcastic tone, he instinctively stopped walking. Big brother, focus on the road. Jiang Fenghua calmly reminded him as soon as his son stopped. Yu Chuanzhong felt sorry for his mother. He pouted and quickened his steps. Yu Jiutian's short legs hurried faster. Uncle, slow down. Tian, can't keep up. Her soft, milky voice eased Yu Chuanzhong's anger. Worried about Tian falling, he steadied his pace. Yu Jiutian glanced at Jiang Fenghua. Her grandmother's dignified face showed no emotion. Zhao Tiexiong's wife, don't speak so harshly. The Yu family has some experience in escaping. It's better to listen to them than to run around blindly. What experience? Following the official roads all the way, even a blind person could find their way to the capital. I see now they just want to take advantage of our crisis to show off. If enemies really come, what help can they give us? A sensible woman couldn't help but defend the Yu family. Unexpectedly, Zhu Tsuehua, who responded, became even more arrogant. It's all because Jiang Fenghua, this foolish wife, keeps coming up with bad ideas. She's reluctant to exchange 2 jin of grain for bread, and she's been starving all the way. She wanted to stop and cook food, but she didn't dare to be alone. After being advised, she realized that she must get others to resist the Yu family together to make the whole group stop. The Yu family hadn't moved yet, but Grandma Zhang suddenly felt very angry. She drank a few sips of water from her water bag, cleared her throat, and loudly retorted, "Your legs are on your own body, but no one is forcing you to stay with the group. It's better to leave the team alone than to spread confusion with fancy words. At least that shows some courage. Bah, such a tricky person, wasting her water for nothing. Aunt Zhang, everyone knows you have a good relationship with the Yu family and always speak for them. But I am speaking honestly. We don't mind, after all, there are only 2 people at home. Sister Chun Tao, and others are pregnant. Aunt Li's legs and feet are not good. If we keep rushing like this and something happens, will the Yu family take responsibility?" Zhu Tsuehua changed her expression, pretending to think of everyone's safety. "Boss, stop for a moment." Jiang Fenghua finally called for a halt. When Yu Chuanzhong stopped steadily, she jumped down from the cart. Seeing the slow stop of the group, Zhu Tsuehua felt happy and couldn't hide her pride, her eyes shining with confidence. This trick really works. Jiang Fenghua went to Zhou Changsheng and whispered something. His face immediately turned very ugly. "Please, everyone, gather together." With his shout, people started moving closer. Yu Jiutian clung to Jiang Fenghua's leg, trying to stand on tiptoe to see who was causing trouble, but her height only allowed her to see a mass of legs. Feeling the sudden serious pressure from Jiang Fenghua, she suppressed her curiosity and obediently held tight to the old lady's clothes. Suddenly, Yu Jiutian felt light, and her view crossed over the crowd's heads. In the next moment, she found herself sitting on Yu Chuanzhong's shoulders. Quickly, she hugged his head and said, "Thank you, uncle." Her soft voice was sweet, like adding 2 spoons of sugar, warming Yu Chuanzhong's heart. After speaking, Yu Jiutian's big eyes immediately locked onto Zhu Tsuehua in the crowd. Sure enough, her voice was sharp and unpleasant, and she looked mean. The young girl looked at Jiang Fenghua with anticipation, clenched her fists excitedly, and almost shouted her support from her heart. "Grandma, crush the troublemaker completely, don't hold back." "Aunt Jiang, I am young and impulsive, so my words may be harsh, but I am also trying to be fair and think of everyone. You already told everyone to rest a bit earlier, So why do you need my advice now? Zhu Tsuehua pushed her way to the front with Zhao Tiexiong, her tone full of pride and confidence that couldn't be hidden. She was afraid others wouldn't notice that her effort to make them rest was her achievement. I have nothing more to say, just ask. How many people share Zhu Tsuehua's thoughts? Jiang Fenghua didn't even look at Zhu Tsuehua. She went straight to the point. Her voice was strong and steady, like a drum hitting everyone's hearts. Though everyone seemed calm on the outside, inside they were struggling and making tough choices. No matter what others think, our family will follow you's lead. As soon as Jiang Fenghua finished speaking, Grandma Zhang quickly and clearly expressed her opinion. Although Zhou Changsheng looked unhappy, he also followed suit, saying, "The village meeting was very clear. My attitude won't change. If you run away now, whether you accept me as your village head is up to you. But once you do, you must follow my lead. Keep your thoughts to yourself."
Wow, that was impressive, so satisfying.
No wonder Grandma's close friends are so clear about everything, speaking confidently and precisely. Yu Jiutian, small and excited, bounced happily. Yu Chuanzhong, worried she might fall, held her tightly under her arms with both hands. The little girl felt safe and became even more lively. Then, over a dozen family leaders spoke up one after another, all saying they would follow the Yu family with a single word. Later, everything fell into complete silence. Without giving much time for thought, Jiang Fenghua spoke directly again. "If you stay silent, I will assume you share Zhu Tsuehua's opinion. The Yu family has already told everyone the news, repaying the kindness of being taken in by Fubao village. The road ahead is long, and we have different plans. Since everyone is suspicious of us, the Yu family isn't generous enough to be silent and tolerant. From now on, we will part ways here. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you." After speaking, Jiang Fenghua glared at Zhu Tsuehua, who looked shocked, and then slapped her face. Zhao Tiexiong saw his wife being hit and instinctively stepped forward to defend her. The Yu brothers also moved in, frowning and blocking his shoulders. "Try to make a move and see what happens." Although Yu Chuanzhong couldn't free his hands this time, his four brothers joined in, showing strong determination. Zhao Tiexiong shrank back, not daring to act. Jiang Fenghua smiled slightly. "Why are you so excited?" "This is just my way of thanking your wife. If we were traveling alone today, we would have already covered 5 more miles. But because of the villagers' feelings, I can only hold back my impatience and walk slowly. It's really thanks to your wife. If she hadn't caused this fuss, we would feel guilty, leaving the villagers behind to travel alone. I can't imitate your wife's sharp words, so I can only respond with a slap." After saying that, Jiang Fenghua turned around with a smile and told the loyal villagers following the Yu family, "Although we've traveled 30 miles, the enemy's horses are only an hour behind. Taking one more step forward can help us get further away. Find a good place to rest so everyone can relax and regain strength. Let's go. Even if we walk slowly, we can still cover 10 more miles before dark." The old lady was talking while busy. She reached out and pulled Yu Jiutian over, ready to put her into the ox cart with the blankets. Yu Jiutian took the chance to kiss Jiang Fenghua on both cheeks. "Grandma is amazing. Little Tian loves Grandma so much." Jiang Fenghua was delighted by the girl's affection and admiration. She gently pinched her small nose. "You're paying close attention. Have you learned anything?" Yu Jiutian's little head almost nodded off. She pouted her face, raised her small hand, and playfully slapped the air. "Grandma, is little Tian enough to be considered awesome? Ha ha ha. Oh, indeed, Grandma's good grandson is even more impressive than Grandma. From now on, anyone who dares to bully our Yu family women will have to watch out." Jiang Fenghua couldn't stop laughing at the girl's teasing, and her brothers and the others around also enjoyed the fun. Ma Papa had already taken her medicine box and gotten off the cart. Watching her young disciple, who used to be timid and easily frightened by the Chow family, now shining with confidence and hope, her strong eyes filled with anticipation. The quiet stone, always following behind the Yu family cart, couldn't take her eyes off the little girl. A gentle smile of affection appeared on her face. The young girl was like a hidden pearl, and the Yu family was like a cloth wiping away dust. One day, she would grow into the most dazzling person. After the crowd thinned, Jiang Fenghua reorganized the team. The Zheng family's carriage led the way, followed by Yu Quanan and his brothers, with others squeezed in the middle. She and her eldest son's family stayed at the back to keep watch on the front. As the team moved slowly, Jiang Fenghua began counting the people ahead. There were 3 families of pregnant women, 2 of which were with the Yu family. Aunt Li and her son, who had difficulty walking, were also among them. About 50 people in total from more than 10 families. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the neighboring Huang family's grandmother and grandson. They had been behind the crowd earlier and hadn't shown any intention of joining that group, but now they quietly appeared in her team. Truly unpredictable. Seeing the Yu family's team had really left, the remaining 100 people suddenly panicked. Zhu Tsuehua, though a bit uneasy, relied on the large number of people and quickly grew bolder. Let them go. With so many of us, what's there to be afraid of? Her stomach started to rumble, so she told Zhao Taijun to unload the basket. Let's rest here for a while, cook some food, then set off. As soon as she spoke, many people suddenly remembered something. They realized this woman wanted everyone to stay and cook, filling their stomachs. Many began to regret it. Seeing the Yu team still nearby, they hurriedly dragged the elderly and children to catch up. Compared to following the Yu family, which was tiring but more reliable, following Zhu Tsuehua, who was selfish, felt much less secure. Zhao Yumei cast a dark glance at Zhu Tsuehua and, taking advantage of the chaos, hurried to catch up. Hey, what are you doing? The Yu family just announced they're leaving. Even if you go up, they won't care about you anymore. Seeing most of the people leaving, Zhu Tsuehua was so angry she stomped her feet. Jiang Fenghua walked at the back and naturally heard the noise behind her. Just as she was about to turn around, a commotion suddenly came from the front of the line. Yu Chuanli hurried to the end and said, "Ma'am, a group of people on horseback is coming. It looks like bandits." Jiang Fenghua's eyelids twitched. She quickly climbed onto the cart and looked ahead. Sure enough, on the main road, more than 10 fine horses galloped toward them. Although she couldn't see clearly who was riding, the fierce and aggressive charge made her heart race. Jiang Fenghua quickly surveyed the surroundings. To the left was a steep mountain wall, and to the right was a wild field overgrown with weeds. At this distance, the people ahead must have already seen them. It was too late to run. "Everyone, gather quickly," Jiang Fenghua shouted urgently. The people in front hurriedly moved toward her. "Shitu, Xionyang, take the 3 little ones and hide over there in the weeds. Hurry, everyone, unload your belongings into the haystacks by the roadside. Quickly. Women, take the children and hide in the haystacks. Big brother, you and your brothers, grab your tools and weapons." Although the old lady spoke quickly, her face remained calm and steady. She organized everything in an orderly manner. Despite their panic, everyone instinctively followed Jiang Fenghua's instructions and moved quickly. Women covered their crying children and ducked into the grass. Men, though scared, led by Yu Chuanzhong, each grabbed their tools, knives, rolling pins, hoes, and shovels, all ready to fight. The people behind, hearing about the bandits, were terrified. Regardless of gender, they instinctively fled into the wilderness, dropping food, chickens, and belongings along the way. But this time, no one cared about their possessions. Even if they are bandits, there are only about 10 of them. Men, grab your tools and stand up to fight for your family's survival. Don't hide like women. If you do, no one will escape. Yu Chuanzhong shouted loudly at the crowd fleeing in all directions, as he kept his eyes on the approaching horses. But all the men pretended not to hear, wishing they could dig underground with their families and dared not come out to fight the bandits. The men on the main road were also very scared. They clenched their belongings tightly and tried hard not to run away. Yu Chuanzhong is right. At this moment, if they run away, no one at home will survive. Jiang Fenghua sneered as he looked at the men in the haystack. "Now you come out. 2 of you fight 1 bandit. Maybe you still have a chance to survive, but you insist on hiding like turtles. When the bandits finish killing everyone in front of us, do you think you can escape?" Zhou Changsheng, holding angrily shouted at the haystack, "Even if it's for your wives and children, you should stand up and fight." Finally, a few men moved slightly and timidly stepped out of the haystack. The herd of horses hadn't moved forward yet. Dust kicked up by their hooves blew toward them, along with a faint smell of blood. As the front horse snorted and reared, the herd stopped about 2 zhang away from Yu Chuanzhong and his group. Leading them was a big, bald man with a muscular build. His neck tattoo extended to behind his ears, and he carried a big sword, staring directly at Yu Chuanzhong. His bloodthirsty gaze was even more frightening than the blood on his sword. Yu Chuanzhong tightened his grip on his axe, showing signs of readiness. His eyes were fearless, not avoiding the other's gaze. Behind him, the villagers looked much less calm. Their legs trembled, and their hands holding tools shook. Their faces and clothing clearly showed they were bandits. They had to summon all their courage just to stop themselves from running away. Well, second in command, I didn't expect to meet such a big fat sheep on the way. With so much grain, the brothers in the village can have a good winter. This trip out was really lucky. After we go back, the boss will definitely reward us well. The bandits behind the bald man looked like wolves seeing prey. Without being told, they dismounted quickly. They eagerly poked and examined the loaded ox cart with their big swords, their eyes full of greed. Seeing baskets lined up by the roadside haystack, they waved their swords and shouted excitedly. None of the bandits paid attention to the trembling villagers. Through the grass, Yu Jiutian watched everything clearly. Her small body couldn't help but tremble with fear. Stone noticed the little girl's fear and immediately protected her by holding her tightly in his arms. He gently squeezed her small hand and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, little one. Brother Stone will protect you." The boy's arms weren't very strong, but they made Yu Jiutian feel a little calmer. She kept her big eyes wide open, staring at Jiang Fenghua. The old lady got off the cart, didn't hide, but took a sickle from the ox cart and stood behind the villagers. The old lady looked around, her eyes full of concern and determination. Tears suddenly filled Yu Jiutian's big eyes. She was facing not the bullying Chao family or the treacherous Zhao Yumei, but ruthless bandits who kill without mercy. They could attack at any moment. This wasn't a scene from a movie, where heroes suddenly appear to save the day. Even if she had an adult body, she would still be as small as an ant in front of the bandits and couldn't help her family at all. Feeling helpless and hopeless, like a plastic bag tightening around her heart, making it hard to breathe. Stone frowned and watched the bandits carefully. He kept gently squeezing her small hand, saying, "Don't be afraid, little one. Brother Stone is here, so don't be scared." He quietly reached into his pocket and grabbed some small stones. Right now, Yu Jiutian's mind was focused on Jiang Fenghua and Yu Chuanzhong. She didn't notice that Stone's eyes had become clear and sharp, no longer foolish.
Ah!
Second boss, look at these villagers. They want to fight us to the death. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Someone's head is now blood for our big sword. The bandits looked at their prey and then turned their attention to Yu Chuanzhong and his group, all laughing wildly. A bearded man covered in blood pulled a fainted woman off his horse and quickly cut her with a knife. In an instant, her head, splattered with blood, rolled to the feet of Yu Chuanzhong's group. Ah! The villagers screamed in fear and fell backward. Even Yu Chuanzhong couldn't help but take a few steps back in shock. Ha ha ha.
See?
That scared them so much they peed their pants. Such foolish ants. I won't let you see more. And I won't let you challenge our mighty blades. The thick-bearded man threw the woman's headless body onto the roadside like trash, then casually wiped the blood on his face. He looked like a demon from the haystack. Muffled crying sounds of different voices could be heard. There were men's, women's, and children's voices, all fragile and scared, causing some to faint from fear. The scene in front of her reminded Jiang Fenghua of a brutal experience from a few years ago, and suddenly, bloody images flooded her mind. Her stomach churned, her face turned pale, and she forced herself to breathe deeply to stay calm. Yu Chuanzhong clenched his teeth and bowed to the bandit leader. "We dare not show off in front of you brave men. We only use these tools for self-defense. just trying to survive. If you think you can threaten me, you're wrong, the bearded man said, as if he found the idea hilarious. Without hesitation, he swung his big sword at Yu Chuanzhong's face. Yu Chuanzhong's pupils shrank sharply. He dodged to the side just in time, the sword narrowly missing his nose. He took a deep breath, grabbed the bearded man's sword hand with one hand, and kicked him hard with one leg. The bearded man fell to the ground with a loud crash. Not daring to delay, Yu Chuanzhong quickly took the big sword from the bearded man, twisted his hand behind his back, and pressed his knee against his back. The sword was instantly at the man's neck. The air suddenly became eerily quiet. The four Yu brothers stepped forward, drawing their weapons and standing guard around their older brother. Huang Jia Ahong, who had been behind Yu Chuanzhong, saw this with a quick flash of surprise in his eyes, then quickly masked it with a dark expression. The villagers were stunned by Yu Chuanzhong's boldness and skill. This scene gave them some courage, and they scrambled to stand up, raising their weapons to defend themselves again. The people hiding in the haystack also instinctively stretched their necks, hoping for a change. When the bearded man swung his big sword, Yu Jiutian's heart almost stopped. After Yu Chuanzhong subdued the bearded man, her heart started pounding again, as if a switch had been suddenly turned on, making her dizzy and disoriented. The bandits looked at each other in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe what had just happened, still in shock. The bald leader, who had been on horseback, sneered wickedly, then dismounted and walked over. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him right now. As long as you let us go, I will definitely not harm his life." Yu Chuanzhong stared closely at the bald leader and quickly made a firm statement. To strengthen his bargaining position, he tightened his grip on the big knife in his hand. His words did not stop the bald leader. Instead, the leader showed a wicked smile and, without hesitation, raised his big knife to cut directly toward Yu Chuanzhong's vital point. "I hate being threatened the most in my life." The four brothers just wanted to protect their older brother with their bodies, but unexpectedly, the bald leader's big knife suddenly clanged to the ground, withdrawing his hand in pain. At the same time, Yu Chuanzhong raised his knife and slashed at the bald leader. The remaining four brothers coordinated perfectly, holding down the bearded man trying to get up. Yu Chuanzhong held his vegetable knife again, pressing it against his neck. The bald leader's shoulder was cut deep, and blood sprayed out instantly. In pain and anger, he clenched Yu Chuanzhong's hand holding the knife and shouted behind him, "What are you hesitating for? Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." Suddenly, the mountain bandits snapped out of their shock, showing fierce and murderous expressions. They swung their big knives and charged forward. "Today, if they die, we die. If we run, we die. We are many. Maybe we can fight for a chance to survive," Zhang Fenghua shouted as she raised her sickle with a determined face, rushing forward. A bandit swung his big knife and directly knocked her sickle to the ground. The bandit then raised his big knife toward the old lady. At that moment, Shirtu loosened his grip, and Yu Jiutian's small figure suddenly darted out, crying loudly, "Grandma." Shirtu's pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly chased after her. Seeing their mother in danger, the three brothers who had been holding down the bearded man rushed forward, shielding her, one grabbing his head, another wrapping his legs, fighting fiercely with the bandits. Just before the bearded man got up, Yu Quanren clenched his silver teeth and fiercely drove the vegetable knife into his neck, deep enough to see the bone. Blood splattered all over his face. The bearded man immediately lost his breath.
"Ah,
"I'll fight you all." Ignoring the trembling of his hand holding the knife, Yu Quanren swung his knife toward the bandit near Zhang Fenghua. The vegetable knife cut deeply into the bandit's head, killing him instantly. The brothers narrowly saved their mother. Just as they relaxed and steadied themselves, a bandit secretly raised his knife to attack their backs. A small figure quickly stepped in front of the bandit's knife to block it. Zhang Fenghua recognized the person and immediately looked panicked and distressed. "Sweetheart, stay back," as he shouted. The elderly lady desperately rushed forward. She saw a clear liquid shoot out from Sweetheart's hand toward the bandits, followed by a cloud of white powder being thrown.
ah."
"It hurts so much," The bandit let out a sharp scream. His skin and flesh visibly rotted away, and he fell backward with a thud, eyes rolling, and quickly lost consciousness. Jiang Fenghua wanted to reach out and hold Yu Jiutian, but the little girl was grabbed by another approaching bandit by the neck. The bandit cursed and raised his knife, ready to cut her in half. The elderly lady went crazy with worry. She grabbed a large knife nearby, intending to chase after the bandits, but was immediately blocked by several others. Yu family's brothers tried to rescue their mother, but arrived too late. Fortunately, a Hong stepped forward and blocked the bandit's big knife, saving her. Suddenly, a group of people engaged in a fierce fight. When Jiang Fenghua was pushed aside by his son, he looked toward Yu Jiutian. Shi Tu had already snatched Yu Jiutian from the bandit's grasp. The little girl threw more water at the bandits, who screamed and covered their eyes, then chased after her, shouting, "You wicked girl! I won't rest until I kill you today." The villagers had never seen such a brutal fight and were terrified, running in all directions. Only Zhang's two sons and a few brave men resisted the bandits stubbornly. But the bandits were skilled fighters, and they were already furious, having been thoroughly provoked by the Yu family. Several men retreated, covered in blood. Fortunately, Yu Chuanzhong quickly killed the bandit leader with a sword, then rushed over, allowing a few people to escape narrowly. Shi Tu held Yu Jiutian and kept dodging, but he couldn't shake the relentless bandits. His thin back was cut in several places by their blades. Yu Jiutian, anxious, kept spraying powder at the bandits, but she was held tightly by Shi Tu and couldn't aim properly. "Brother Shi Tu, let me down quickly." Just as she shouted, her body suddenly leapt into the air. In the next moment, she sat sideways on a tall, sturdy horse, with Shi Tu following closely behind as he turned to mount the horse. He pulled the reins, and the horse started running. The bandit's sword slashed at the horse's rear, causing it to neigh in pain. It reared and galloped away quickly, pulling far ahead of the bandits. "Little brat, if I catch you, I will tear you apart." The bandit was blinded in one eye by a young girl and was filled with murderous rage. He quickly mounted his horse and chased after her. "Sweet baby, sweet baby." Jiang Fenghua, seeing this, wildly swung a large knife, attacking the bandit. When the young girl was suddenly chased out of sight, the brothers grew anxious and fought fiercely, their eyes red with anger. Usually too timid to even kill chickens, the weak young man was now fighting like his life depended on it. The bandit was pushed to the edge of a cliff and finally was badly injured by a broken kitchen knife and sickle, his face unrecognizable. "Boss, take me to chase after Sweet Baby." Seeing only two bandits left and surrounded, Jiang Fenghua, staggering, grabbed Yu Chuanzhong and started to run. Without hesitation, Yu Chuanzhong helped his mother onto a horse, grabbed the reins, and headed in the direction where Yu Jiutian was fleeing. "Sweet baby, Brother Shi Tu will hide you behind a rock for now. When I distract the bandits, I'll come back to find you." After entering a winding canyon and temporarily losing sight of the bandits, Shi Tu quickly looked around the environment, frowned, and gently told the little girl in his arms. He quickly dismounted, carefully examined the surroundings, and then gently placed Yu Jiutian into a tall grass cover, ruffling her messy hair. He anxiously comforted her. "Be good, sweet baby. Don't run around. Brother Shi Tu will come back for you soon." The calm and steady demeanor of the young boy surprised Yu Jiutian. She instinctively reached out and grabbed his sleeve in worry, but he hurriedly shook off her small hand, mounted his horse, and galloped away. After a few yards, Shi Tu turned his head to look at Yu Jiutian, his worried gaze fixed on her, then sped off. That last look from the boy felt like a piece of flesh being torn from her heart, empty and suffocating. She reached out her tiny hand, choking on her tears, trying to call out, but was startled back to reality by the sound of approaching hooves. She quickly covered her mouth and hid in the grass. Along with the bandits' curses, the sound of hooves passed through the grass and gradually faded away. Yu Jiutian crouched in the grass, unable to calm down. "Be good, sweet baby. Don't run around. Brother Shi Tu will come back for you soon." She obediently sat still in the grass, her big eyes fixed on the direction where the boy had fled, her vision gradually blurring. Sweet Bao behaved well and didn't run away. She was waiting patiently for Brother Shertu to return. Sweet Bao, when you hear me, just respond to your uncle. After a while, the sound of hooves came again, along with the old woman's heartbreaking cries and the man's mournful voice. The small body hidden in the grass finally moved after being still for a long time. Yu Tian wiped her tears with the back of her hand and quickly stepped out of the grass, standing by the roadside. From afar, Jiang Fenghua immediately saw the familiar small figure. Tears burst out and were blown away by the wind as she saw her. It's Sweet Bao. Big brother, Sweet Bao is over there. Yu Chuanzhong looked in the direction she pointed, and in surprise, he raised his hand and struck the horse's side hard. The horse neighed loudly and rushed toward the small figure like an arrow. Before the horse stopped, Yu Chuanzhong slipped down and easily helped Jiang Fenghua down from the horse. Yu Tian took a few steps forward, but was quickly embraced in a warm hug. Sweet Bao, are you hurt anywhere? Huh, you scared Grandma so much, do you know that? Why didn't you hide properly? The old lady, tears streaming down her face, checked Sweet Bao from head to toe. Her usually steady voice trembled uncontrollably. Yu Tian reached out to wipe her tears, but it seemed impossible to dry them all. Grandma, don't cry. Sweet Bao is fine. She's fine. Seeing that the child was unharmed, the old lady suddenly relaxed and sat down heavily on the ground. Then, as if remembering something, she slapped Yu Tian twice on the buttocks. You brave girl. You didn't listen. The slaps were heavy, but most of the force landed on Jiang Fenghua's arm, which was holding Yu Tian. Her choking voice expressed her fear and relief. Yu Tian hugged Grandma's neck and softly sobbed, Grandma, Sweet Bao was wrong. I should be punished. Her small body was like an ant. Going out again wouldn't help much, would it? Although she had defeated a mountain bandit, she put herself in danger and caused her family to worry. And she even made Brother Shertu get hurt. Mother, as long as Sweet Bao is safe, that's enough. Don't scare the children anymore. Seeing Yu Tian's tear-streaked face, Yu Chuanzhong's heart ached deeply. Jiang Fenghua took a deep breath, trying to relax her tense emotions. Then she suddenly remembered something and asked eagerly, Sweet Bao, where is Shertu? Yu Tian looked toward the direction where Shertu had gone. The end of the official road was empty. Brother Stone put Tian Bao down halfway and rode away to distract the mountain bandits. He said, Let Tian Bao wait here. I will come back to find her soon. Yu Tian repeated what Brother Stone told her. Her little head drooped to her chest. Tian Bao must wait here for Brother Stone. If he can't find her, he'll be worried. Jiang Fenghua and Yu Chuanzhong looked at each other with complicated expressions. Brother Stone is only about 10 years old. If the bandits catch him, the consequences. Mother, you and Tian Bao walk back slowly. I will go find Brother Stone. The mother and son quickly made a silent agreement. Yu Chuanzhong stood up quickly, mounted his horse urgently, and rode away in a cloud of dust. Jiang Fenghua watched her son leave, then looked down at Yu Tian. Tian Bao, elder brother will bring Brother Stone back. Let's go home first, okay? Seeing the sad and helpless look on the little girl's face, she hesitated but still spoke. Uncles are all injured. Uncle De Yong is badly hurt too. The fifth brother is also covered in wounds, and Granny Ma is unsure if she can handle everything alone. Tian Bao is needed ahead. Yu Tian's big eyes flickered. She turned her head, looked in the direction Yu Chuanzhong had gone, and in the next second, she held a cool object in her hand. Jiang Fenghua watched her curiously as she ran to the grass where they had hidden earlier. She struggled to pull at the grass roots and carefully hid something inside. All right, Grandma, let's go back and help the master save people. Yu Tian took Grandma's hand, her voice soft but serious. Jiang Fenghua nodded, crouched down to prepare to carry Yu Tian, but in the next moment, she suddenly fell forward and fainted. The sudden situation startled Yu Tian. She quickly checked Grandma's pulse to see what was wrong. After a moment, her furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Carefully, she turned Grandma over and laid her flat. Grandma is healthy and strong. She fainted due to extreme stress and shock. Yu Tian carefully examined her. Besides a one-finger-long scratch on her left arm, there were no other injuries. She finally relaxed. With no one else around, Yu Tian confidently took out medical tools from her space. She cleaned the wound, stitched it up, and used silver needles carefully to wake her. Everything was prepared. She carefully placed Jiang Fenghua's head on her lap and gently stroked the messy hair of the elderly lady, quietly waiting for her to wake up. She watched the grandmother's furrowed brows remain tight even in deep sleep, and her mind flashed with images of mountain bandits cutting off the heads of beautiful women. She couldn't help shivering and instinctively hugged the grandmother tightly, pressing her face against her cheek. Feeling her grandmother's warmth and steady breathing, she gradually calmed down. Yu Tian had seen many corpses of doctors, was used to seeing internal organs in jars, and was familiar with bloody surgical scenes. They had become part of her daily life. But she was still terrified by these ruthless mountain bandits. The evil deeds of the Chao family and Zhao Yumei seemed insignificant compared to these slaughters. They cut off heads as casually as killing chickens or ducks. This was because the world was in endless war, gradually falling into ruin, with no one caring about the lives of ordinary people, making human lives as cheap as grass. At her grandmother's age, she should be living peacefully, surrounded by children and grandchildren, but instead, she was once again fleeing in uncertain life and death situations. At this moment, Yu Tian deeply longed for the peaceful and stable China. Only when Xiaoyu also became a strong and peaceful country, like China, could she be a carefree child under her grandmother's care. Her small hand unconsciously patted her grandmother's cheek gently. Her big eyes filled with determination. "Grandma, this day will come."
Mom.
"Little treasure." A distant shout brought the girl back to her senses. She suddenly lifted her head and responded crisply. "Third uncle. Fourth uncle. Little treasure and grandma are here." The sound of rapidly approaching hooves grew louder. Yu Quanan and Yu Chuanyi saw the situation of the old and young and quickly dismounted, rushing over anxiously. "Little treasure, what happened to grandma?" Yu Quanan hurriedly hugged Jiang Fenghua into his arms, his eyes full of worry. Yu Chuanyi also picked up the girl and gently patted her back to comfort her. These successive dangerous events must have scared little treasure badly. "Uncle, don't worry. Grandma is fine now. She will wake up soon." Yu Tian quickly reassured her two uncles, her big eyes still checking whether third uncle was hurt. Fortunately, although Yu Quanan had many bloodstains on his clothes, they were not torn, indicating he was uninjured. She slipped down from Yu Chuanyi and walked around him. "Fourth uncle, you are hurt," Yu Tian couldn't help but exclaim. There were 2 wounds on Yu Chuanyi's back, each about 4 or 5 inches long, bleeding slowly. Yu Chuanyi felt a warm feeling inside. This little injury is nothing serious. Surviving the knife attack by bandits was already lucky. A few minor wounds were not a big deal. "No, if the blood stops flowing, you'll be gone." "Fourth uncle, you must sit down quickly." Yu Tian was worried and hurried to help Yu Chuanyi sit down. "Sweetie, second uncle and fifth uncle are more seriously hurt. Several villagers are also unconscious." Although the little girl was small, Yu Chuanyi inexplicably saw her as the main hope for saving everyone. He quickly explained the situation ahead. Yu Quanan also nodded in agreement. "Then fourth uncle should listen to Sweetie. Don't waste time. Sit down quickly." The little girl, Nana, jumped up anxiously. Her small face looked fierce but adorable, with no real threat. But Yu Chuanyi obediently sat down. Yu Tian let out a sigh of relief and said to Yu Quanan, "Third uncle, hurry and wake up grandma." She knew that soon Jiang Fenghua would wake up. But if fourth uncle could distract third uncle's attention, she could act more freely. As Yu Quanan turned around, the little girl had a bottle of medicinal powder in her hand. She skillfully peeled back Yu Chuanyi's clothes to reveal the wound and quickly sprinkled the powder on it. In the urgent situation, stopping the bleeding was the priority. They would sew the wound later when they had time. After applying the powder, Yu Tian quickly moved to Yu Chuanyi's front, opened her mouth wide and said, "Fourth uncle." When Yu Chuanli opened his mouth, she swiftly put a pill inside. An elderly woman nearby also woke up. Without hesitation, everyone hurriedly mounted their horses and rushed forward. Neither of the brothers had ridden a horse before, but they pushed to the limit to avoid falling off, racing back as fast as possible. At a distance, Yu Jiutian heard the heartbreaking crying. "Master, you absolutely can't leave us. Your wife and daughter. Granny Ma, please come and see our master. He's about to die. Granny Ma, please save my son first. His bleeding can't be stopped. Fifth brother, look at my arm. Does it look like it's about to break?" As he dismounted and approached, the scene was chaotic. Grandma Ma was giving injections to unconscious Yu Chuanxiao to stop the bleeding. Yu Chuanli had a large wound on his shoulder, and perhaps due to heavy blood loss, his face was very pale, but he was still bravely helping Zhang Daong with injections to stop the bleeding. Behind them, several injured men lay scattered on the ground. The families of the injured knelt down, crying and begging for help to save their loved ones first. Yu Chuanli responded weakly, "Everyone, don't worry. Brother Daong and my second brother are the most seriously hurt. We need to stop the bleeding quickly. We can only prioritize now and treat others later. Doctors also have their own concerns. First, their own family members are in critical condition, and second, they cannot care for all the injured at once." As he finished speaking, the crying grew louder again. Every family of the injured felt worry and despair, but they could only accept what was happening. Some people who weren't fighting helped press on wounds to stop bleeding, others comforted the injured's families, and some cared for crying children. Most stayed by the injured's side with feelings of guilt, but a few were busy collecting their own food and belongings. Some even took advantage of the chaos to secretly steal others' things and hide them in their clothes. In times of disaster, human nature shows its true colors. "Uncle Fifth, open your mouth quickly." Yu Jiutian ran straight to Yu Chuanli, reaching out to feed him a bottle of blood repair liquid disguised with a cloth. Yu Chuanli saw Tianbao and, with a slightly surprised and pale face, eagerly drank the liquid without hesitation. "Yu family's Tianbao is back. Yu family's Tianbao has returned." Seeing the little one from the Yu family return, as if feeding some medicine to Yu Chuanli, the injured family members all shouted excitedly. For a moment, the appearance of Yu family's Tianbao made everyone feel more reassured than Grandma Ma and Yu Chuanli. Everyone believed that Yu Tianbao was the reincarnation of a little fairy doctor, and they all hoped for some miracle to happen. Grandma Ma's eyes flickered with surprise, and she nodded in amazement. Although the girl was young, she understood that saving the healer first was the best way to save more people. At the same time, she was curious about where the girl's medicine liquid came from. Yu Chuanli was very shocked. Just a moment ago, he was weak and exhausted from blood loss. After taking the medicine, he quickly felt his body start to recover and regain strength. It was truly amazing. After feeding Yu Chuanli, Yu Jiutian hurried to give medicine to their semi-conscious second uncle. Next was Zhang Daong. With more strength, Yu Chuanli's needle technique improved quickly. He soon stopped the bleeding for Zhang Daong and moved on to the next seriously injured person. "Master, the hemostatic medicine you gave to Tianbao works very well. Luckily, Tianbao always carries it in her small pouch. I didn't expect it to be so useful today. There's still more than half a bottle left. You said you only brewed one bottle, which is very precious. Can Tianbao use it to help these uncles?" Yu Jiutian spoke while blinking big eyes at Granny Ma, sending a message. Granny Ma was surprised by her clever little disciple. She quickly suppressed her doubts and cooperated with Yu Jiutian, saying, "What your master gave you is yours. You can decide for yourself." "Okay, master. You're the best doctor in the world." Having received approval, Yu Jiutian hurriedly carried the medicine to the injured and carefully fed them. Their family members quickly helped to lift the wounded. Everyone's face showed hope, and they stared intently at the little girl who was carefully giving medicine. "Thank you, Granny Ma."
"Thank you, Tianbao."
Grateful tears choked with emotion as they expressed their thanks. At this moment, the three healers looked like saviors in their eyes. Everyone held deep respect in their hearts. No one looked down on Yu Jiutian because of her young age. Instead, in the eyes of the injured families, she looked more and more like a little fairy. Jiang Fenghua, Yu Quanan, and Yu Chuanyi also hurried to help. The medicine and injections quickly stabilized the several patients who had lost too much blood.
Ah,
Master, I'm in so much pain. It hurts so much. Fifth brother, Granny Ma, help. My wife is bleeding. Just as Yu Jiutian and the others relaxed, a cry came from a pile of grass not far away. All three felt their hearts sink. It must be a woman in labor who was frightened and about to give birth early. Granny Ma quickly carried her medicine box to check the situation. After taking her pulse, she confirmed it. This woman was not only in early labor, but also having a difficult birth. The unborn baby showed signs of suffocation, and the bleeding clearly indicated that there would be heavy bleeding during delivery. Your wife has been rushing all day. The baby is already in distress and suffocating. Now there's also heavy bleeding. I only have a 2 in 10 chance of saving one. Even though she is skilled in medicine, with these symptoms and the poor environment, saving even one is very difficult. Zhao Yongfu and his parents suddenly collapsed, all sitting on the ground. Save the baby, save my grandson. Almost instantly, Zhao's mother knelt beside Granny Ma, holding her hand firmly and pleading. No, mother, we must save Gui Rong. The baby can be born again, but Gui Rong only has one life. Zhao Yongfu suddenly straightened up and stared at his mother in disbelief. In this situation, who knows if she can still give birth in the future? Granny Ma coldly interrupted Zhao's mother. The baby has been in there so long. Once born, it might be a bit slow, and on the run, without a mother or milk. Are you sure you can keep this tiny life? Zhao's wife looked pale with despair but spoke firmly. Granny Ma, please save my child. Granny Ma curled her lips, not bothering to argue further with the family. Instead, she ordered to disperse the curious onlookers. Women giving birth should stay away. As she spoke, she tore open Zhao's wife's pants. The Zhao family quickly moved to clear the crowd. Looking at Zhao's wife's condition, Granny Ma's brow furrowed even tighter. Her pelvis was so narrow and weak that she had no more than a 2 in 10 chance. Seeing Granny Ma's expression, everyone from the Zhao family was anxious. Zhao Yongfu held his wife's hand, tears falling uncontrollably. Sweetie, come take a look. Out of instinct, Granny Ma asked her young apprentice nearby. Although Yu Jiutian didn't take the pulse, she clearly saw the condition of the pregnant woman. Her small eyebrows knitted tightly, but she nodded at Granny Ma. Zhao Yongfu watched both of them closely. When the young girl nodded, he was shocked and found it hard to believe, but he saw her as a last hope. Sweetie, please, you must save Sister Gui Rong. He then bowed deeply to Yu Jiutian. The onlookers nearby gasped in surprise. This young fool was not asking Granny Ma but was bowing to a young girl. Even for a medical genius, what can be done with such a small problem? Is it really possible to hope she can perform some kind of magical healing? Uncle Yongfu, stop kowtowing to Tianbao. You should stay outside and keep everyone away from Tianbao and the master. The master will find a way to save Sister Guerong and the baby. Yu Jiutian was afraid her small body might be harmed, so she quickly moved away from Zhao Yongfu's kowtow and hurriedly spoke. Hearing this, Zhao Yongfu quickly stood up and, with his parents, formed a protective triangle around the bushes. Jiang Fenghua saw this and hurried over, frowning with concern for his granddaughter. Tianbao, Yu Jiutian held the old lady's hand and made her bend down. She tiptoed close and whispered urgently. The old lady's eyes nearly popped out in shock, her head buzzing. She thought she must have misheard. Grandma, there's no time. Yu Jiutian looked back at Yongfu's wife and hurriedly urged Jiang Fenghua. The old lady took a deep breath, forced herself to stay calm, and asked everyone to donate some quilts to help with the emergency. Except for a few who hesitated, everyone else brought their quilts. They called on Grandma Zhang and her 2 sons, along with the Zhao family, and used the bushes where Yongfu's wife was lying as the center to create a temporary private space with quilts. What are they trying to do? Who knows? Maybe they're worried Yongfu's wife will catch a cold. Quiet whispers spread through the crowd. Everyone was very curious and wondered what the old lady and her disciples were planning. Not only them, even Grandma Ma looked confused by Yu Jiotian's expression. She lowered her voice and asked, Tianbao, what are you planning to do? Yu Jiotian's big eyes flickered. Then she quickly steadied herself and whispered, Master, I don't know why, but I keep seeing images of a cesarean to save the baby. Should we try it? Grandma Ma stared in disbelief, almost blurted out. A cesarean? That's a dangerous and cruel method used only in urgent situations when the family desperately wants to save their bloodline, often at the expense of the mother's life. Tianbao, how could you think of such a cruel method? The survival of the adult is more important than the unborn child right now. Grandma Ma finally showed a cold face to her young disciple. Master, after the baby is taken out, the stomach can be sewn up. The adult won't be harmed, but if the bleeding can't be stopped, Sister Guirong's might be lost. Yu Jiotian hurried over to Sister Guirong, feeling her pulse with a small hand, while her other hand lifted her clothes to reveal her large belly. She was thinking about how to save Sister Guirong's. As soon as Yu Jiotian's hand touched her belly, Madame Yong Fu fainted from fright.
Madame Ma.
It's not like sewing clothes, cutting such a big hole in the belly, and just sewing it up to survive. Even with a lifetime of medical experience, she had never heard of such a thing. The situation was urgent. Yu Jiotian could only pretend not to see Madame Ma's shock. She loudly shouted, Master, please come quickly to save her. If we wait any longer, the baby will be in real danger. She struggled to pull Madame Ma's medicine box closer and opened it. Madame Ma forced herself to stay calm, swallowing hard, and moved closer. Yu Jiotian's voice suddenly became very soft. Only two people could hear. Master, whatever frightening scenes you see later, please hold back from asking about Tianbao. Tianbao will explain everything to you later. Madame Ma nodded hard, feeling like she was going crazy. She was letting this little girl, who was not even as tall as her leg, do whatever she wanted. But her serious, big eyes made her feel no suspicion when they looked into each other. Master, Tianbao needs you to give Sister Guirong acupuncture, something that will make her not feel pain, even if her flesh is cut. Yu Jiotian carefully positioned Sister Yongfu, lowering her voice even more. Although there was anesthesia, she wouldn't use modern methods to replace traditional ones in this world. Madame Ma's mind was in chaos. Her hands, however, moved automatically to give the injections. She kept glancing at the little girl's actions. The girl was lying on her medicine box, half her body inside, struggling to take out an object. Madame Ma's needle-pressing hand froze. When did that long clamp with a cotton ball attached appear in her medicine box? After disinfecting the large area of Sister Yongfu's belly, Yu Jiotian felt exhausted. Looking at her short arms and hands, she was anxious, wishing she could physically stretch them longer. Fearing that the small body wouldn't last until the end of the surgery, she clenched her teeth and searched the medicine box for a bottle of some tonic, gulping it down quickly.
Grandmama. Grandmama.
Waiting for the anesthesia to take effect, Yu Jiotian used forceps to mercilessly pinch the most painful part of the person's body. After seeing that the daughter-in-law of Yongfu was unconscious, she then took out various types of surgical knives, gauze, and other medical supplies from the box one after another. Master, please help Tianbao hold this bag. Yu Jiotian checked the blood, connected the transfusion bag, and whispered softly. Grandma Ma looked at the deep red liquid inside the unfamiliar bag, trembling as she stood up and raised it high. Then she saw the little girl skillfully using a delicate knife to cut open Yongfu's belly layer by layer, expertly wiping the bleeding wound with gauze, carefully opening the belly, and painstakingly pulling out the baby wrapped in the fetal membranes. Such a bloody scene was enough to make even adults feel scared, but the small bundle, no bigger than Yongfu's belly, was completely unaffected, immersed in saving the person. The incredible scene before her made Grandma Ma's mind buzz, losing all ability to think. As she watched the little girl move, she felt her entire lifetime of expressions couldn't compare to the richness of this moment. Master, sweat is flowing into Tianbao's eyes. Yu Jiotian blinked at the sweat beads on her eyelashes, shaking her head trying to brush away the sweat, but to no avail. She could only softly ask her master for help. Grandma Ma suddenly snapped back to her senses, hurriedly took out a handkerchief and roughly wiped the little girl's face. Her normally soft and cute face now showed extreme seriousness. Looking at the little girl's face, Grandma Ma seemed to suddenly see a highly skilled and steady soul. Then she looked at the small body that had just reached her thigh, and she shook her head wildly to deny her own thoughts. Seeing the small boy in front of her with a pale face and no sound, Yujio Tian's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Suctioning amniotic fluid, reviving, providing oxygen. The small body was not much bigger than a newborn, and some movements were very difficult. Yujio Tian's clothes were soaked and sticky, clinging together like she had just been pulled out of water. Master, give the baby a hard tap on the sole of his foot. Make him cry. Yujio Tian carefully brought the baby's foot to Grandma Ma's view. There was nothing she could do. Her short fingers were too weak to hurt the baby. Grandma Ma understood Yujio Tian's purpose and quickly followed the plan.
Wow.
Wow. The fragile cry of the baby, like a kitten's meow, made everyone's hearts tighten. Zhao's mother and son couldn't help but turn their heads. Fortunately, Grandma Ma stepped ahead and blocked Yongfu's wife and Yujio Tian, who was holding the baby. She shouted coldly, "If you want the adults to survive, just bear it and don't look back." The baby was born safely. Hearing that his wife was still alive, Zhao Yongfu's legs trembled with excitement. He quickly told his parents not to look back, to avoid disturbing Grandma Ma. Zhao's mother wanted to see her little grandson, but held back her urge. Instead, she asked eagerly, "Sweet girl, is Sister Gui Rong's little brother or sister?" Grandma Ma snorted coldly. "As you wish." Zhao's mother was stunned at first, then burst into joy.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Yujio Tian's big eyes flickered lightly. She felt a bit sad for Yongfu's wife, but understood that this was normal in ancient times. The Yu family, who valued her so much, was her great blessing. Seeing the baby's vital signs stable, she carefully wrapped him and placed him in the grass. Then she began to sew up Yongfu's wife. Fortunately, the bleeding wasn't heavy, and she was given blood in time, so there was no need to remove the. Normally, sewing up after a cesarean is a simple task. But working with this small body alone, fighting against time, was even more exhausting than her medical exam practicals. What should have taken an incense stick's time took her an entire hour. After tying the last knot, she hurriedly stuffed the foreign objects into her medical box. Her vision blurred, and she collapsed backward. Grandma Ma cried out and caught the falling girl, her eyes full of deep concern. As she shouted, Zhang Fenghua ran over, catching the soaked girl in his arms. He looked at Grandma Ma with confusion. "Grandma Ma, what happened to Sweet Girl?" "She saved Sweet Girl, but her body is too small and weak." The huge rescue process probably exhausted her energy. Grandma Ma's voice was very low. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Fenghua's face suddenly turned very grim. Looking down at the child whose hair and sweat are sticking to her face, her heart aches so much it feels like it's about to break. "Sweetheart, it's all Grandma's fault." If she had known that saving someone would drain the child's strength, Zhang Fenghua wouldn't have let her go to help, even if it meant being scolded. Maybe she heard the old lady's voice and sensed her feelings. Yujio Tian struggled to open her eyes. "Grandma, don't worry.
I'm fine.
I'm just tired. A good sleep will fix it." Grandma, hold on to Tian tightly. "She needs to sleep peacefully in your arms." After saying that, Yujio Tian shifted into a more comfortable position and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep.
But
she saved 2 lives. And the reward for the space trade skyrocketed to 20,000. It turns out that helping directly brings bigger rewards. In her dreams, Yujio Tian smiled softly. Her innocent smile made Zhang Fenghua feel very complicated. Seeing the crowd gather around, she quickly wiped away her tears and carried Yujio Tian over to the Yu family. Xiaonyang, quickly find some clean clothes for Tian. Before she could get close, everyone from the Yu family gathered around her, looking at her with confusion and concern as they saw Yujio Tian in her arms. Su Xiaonyang immediately ran to the cart to find clothes for Yujio Tian when she heard the old lady's words.
Mother, is Tian Tian okay? Yes, she's fine. She's just exhausted from helping. Did Tian Tian really save the mother and son of Yongfu's family? Yes, they are safe now. But I won't let Tian Tian do such dangerous rescues again. The brothers looked at their pale little niece's face and the sweat on her forehead, exchanging complicated glances. They silently agreed with their mother's decision. Other people's safety isn't more important than Tian Tian's health. Grandmama, thank you for saving our eldest grandson and daughter-in-law. At this moment, Grandma Zhao had already picked up her grandson, her face full of wrinkles showing her excitement. The silver needle was removed, and Yongfu's wife woke up. Zhao Yongfu held her hand, tears in his eyes, whispering comforting words. Grandma Ma paid no attention to Zhao's thanks. She focused entirely on her medicine box, turning it upside down. Finally, she sat on the ground in a daze, lost in thought. The items the young disciple brought out suddenly disappeared, as if everything I saw just now was an illusion. However, I clearly remember every action and every object used by the young disciple. Everything was real and flawless. Through the crowd, Granny Ma looked toward the Yu family from afar. This young disciple seems to have some kind of special talent. Although she is small, she can perform selfless acts to save others. Granny Ma is very sure that even if they dig 3 feet into the ground in Xiaoyu country, they wouldn't find a doctor with such excellent medical ethics and skills. Yu Tian might even surpass her own expectations. In that moment, Granny Ma firmly believed she must always stay close to the young girl, whether at the ends of the earth or in peaceful times, to help her grow into someone capable of shaking the medical system of Xiaoyu. Did she really save him? That's incredible. Granny Ma is truly amazing, but Granny Ma just said she only had a 20% chance to save him. Now that the mother and child are safe, it seems she was being modest. The villagers saw that Yongfu's wife, though weaker than most new mothers, was able to speak and move clearly, indicating her health was stable. Everyone widened their eyes in amazement, praising Granny Ma's medical skills. Yongfu's wife felt a dull pain in her abdomen. Remembering what Granny Ma and Yu Tian had said, she couldn't help but look at Granny Ma and ask, "Granny Ma, did you really cut open my belly to take out the baby? Will I die?" Just now, Zhao Mu had shown her the baby. The tiny bundles softened her heart. She wanted to live, to raise her child, and to shelter him from the storm. Yongfu's wife's words sounded like a thunderclap, exploding with sparks in the crowd. Cut open her belly to take out the baby. Can Yongfu's wife still survive? Yes, such a big baby. How large was the cut? How can she live? Is Yongfu's wife now near death? Without hesitation, Zhao Yongfu lifted her wife's clothes. Everyone stretched their necks to see a fresh scar about wide on her lower abdomen, with neat black stitches silently confirming that a cesarean section had indeed been performed. Yongfu's daughter-in-law noticed everyone's curious looks and shyly covered her belly. Her fingers gently stroked her wound, and she looked at Grandma Ma with fear and anticipation, as if waiting for her judgment. Just take good care of yourself, and you might live another 20 or 30 years, Grandma Ma said calmly while packing her medical kit. Sweet Bao Girl didn't say whether Yongfu's daughter-in-law could live, but she had just checked her pulse herself and knew she was no different from ordinary people. Still, she was cautious in her words to be safe. Yongfu's daughter-in-law's heart sank back into her stomach. She couldn't help but smile happily. That's wonderful. As long as I live until my child is grown, I will be happy.
Thank you, Grandmama.
Thank you so much. Grandmama, you're truly like a living doctor from ancient times. Performing a risky cesarean and still keeping both mother and baby safe. No one in Xiaoyu country is more skilled than you, someone praised. Yes, yes. We are so lucky to have followed Grandmama and escaped together, others agreed. Aunt Zhao, your family is really lucky. To meet such a divine doctor like Grandmama, it's like kneeling and kowtowing is not enough, they said with admiration. Everyone sighed and praised her. At this moment, in their hearts, Grandma Ma was like a goddess. Aunt Zhao quickly held her child and pulled her husband and son to kneel and prepare to kowtow to Grandma Ma. You should thank Sweet Bao Girl. The method was her idea, and she told me the right way to position the baby. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to save the mother and child, she said. She was so frightened by the bloody scene that she kept crying, but she never left. After the mother and baby were safe, she fainted from exhaustion. You all are alive today thanks to her. Grandma Ma was praised by everyone, but she didn't feel happy. The little girl had done her best to save 2 lives, yet no one even said a kind word to her. Because she was only 3 years old, no one believed she had such great skill. Even she herself, to protect her, couldn't fully admit that she had done it herself. It's really unfair to her young apprentice.
What?
The method was actually thought up by Sweet Bao. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Although they were doubtful, Grandma Ma wouldn't lie. Sweet Bao's background was mysterious, so they believed it was true. Although Grandma Ma shared half of the credit with Yu Tian, everyone kept praising her. Your daughter-in-law worked very hard to give your family a grandson. You should treat her well, or all her efforts will be in vain. Grandma Ma felt uncomfortable with everyone's praise. She directly carried her medical box to see her young apprentice, and before leaving, she sternly reminded Mother Zhao. Mother Zhao was very happy and kept agreeing. She also took her son to visit Yu's family, thanking Jiang Fenghua's family and the sleeping Yu Tian sincerely. Only then did she go back to take care of her daughter-in-law. Yu Tian woke up suddenly because she dreamed of her second uncle's large wound rotting and oozing pus, leaving a terrible scar she would never forget. What's wrong, little treasure? Jiang Fenghua's face immediately became tense when she felt her little one jump and move suddenly in her arms. Seeing that she seemed to be having a nightmare, she gently patted the child's back. Hearing the old lady's voice, the Yu brothers quickly gathered around. Several big hands reached out, gently rubbing the little girl's head in a line, all full of love and care. Sweetheart, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Yu Chuanli immediately checked her pulse, frowning seriously with a neat brow. He checked her pulse 5 times and her breathing 10 times during her half-hour sleep. Because the little girl was sleeping very deeply, Jiang Fenghua and her daughter-in-law wiped her sweat and changed her clothes without her moving a finger. They were worried she might be in a coma. Yu Tian was exhausted and suddenly woke up feeling dazed. She quickly shook her head and said, "Sweetheart is fine." Her innocent and obedient look softened everyone's hearts. They all sighed in relief. Jiang Fenghua's heart finally settled. She immediately exchanged a look with her daughter-in-law, Su Xunyang. Su Xunyang nodded knowingly, turned around, and brought a bowl of hot millet and sweet potato porridge to her. She said, "Little treasure, are you hungry? Look, your aunt made your favorite millet and sweet potato porridge." The sweet aroma of the porridge, along with the steam, wafted into her nose, making Yu Tian's stomach rumble loudly in response. But the little Ly swallowed her saliva and asked hurriedly, "Where's second uncle?" Everyone in the Yu family felt their hearts soften at her words. The little girl was clearly very hungry, and a delicious porridge was brought to her. However, instead of immediately filling her stomach, she cared about her family. Such a well-behaved girl made her family love her dearly and want to protect her. "Sweetheart, second uncle is here." A weak voice came from the side. The girl's big eyes widened as she quickly slipped down from Jiang Fenghua. Yu Chuanxiao was lying on a makeshift bed made by the family members. His body was on a thick mattress with straw underneath. Although simple, it was soft and comfortable. But the burning pain in his back made him restless and uneasy. Seeing the girl run toward him, Yu Chuanxiao quickly relaxed his furrowed brow from the pain and managed a faint smile. "Sweetheart, second uncle is fine. You should eat your food quickly and fill your little belly." Yu Tian looked at her pale uncle's face covered in sweat and knew how much he was suffering. Her big eyes turned moist. "Does uncle hurt a lot?"
Don't hold it in.
"Boys can cry too." She moved closer to check her uncle's wound. His thin back had a knife wound from his shoulder blade down to the middle of his spine. The bloody, jagged wound made Yu Tian's tears fall. It's all my fault for falling asleep and letting Uncle suffer so much pain. Boo-hoo. She wished her body was stronger. Yu Chuanxiao looked at the sad, tearful girl and felt both happiness and sadness. He quickly reached out and held her small hand, wanting to comfort her. But when he did, he accidentally pulled at his back wound, and the pain twisted his handsome face. Yu Jiutian hurriedly knelt down and gently patted Yu Chuanzhong's head with her small hands. Uncle, bear with it. With sweetheart here, it won't hurt for long. The family members nearby heard that the girl's words might ease Yu Chuanxiao's pain, and all showed happy expressions. Old Lady Zhang, who was close by, also looked over. Seeing her son suffering from the same pain, she felt heartbroken. Her words made her hope grow stronger, but she held back from going over. She kept her eyes on the family situation, patiently waiting for the right moment. Grandma Ma was sitting on a box of medicine, munching on bread. When she saw the girl wave at her, she called out, "Master, come help second uncle." She quickly stuffed the last piece of bread into her mouth and hurried over with the medical box. Jiang Fenghua quietly glanced around and told the children to keep Sweet Bao and Yu Chuanxia protected. Now about 100 people were resting in place. Each family found a spot to gather around the fire and cook. Although everyone was busy, since Sweet Bao woke up, all eyes kept glancing over. Right now, Yu's family was the focus of everyone's attention. This brutal fight had made everyone see Yu's family's strength. Yu's family was small but had 3 people who knew medicine. Not only was Grandma Jiang brave and decisive, but her sons were also outstanding. Eldest son Yu Chuanzhong had single-handedly killed 5 or 6 bandits. The other sons, though not as skilled or strong as the eldest, had natural courage and great teamwork, which all the men present admired. Even the only daughter-in-law shouldn't be underestimated. She couldn't fight, but she didn't panic or lose her composure like other women. She carefully looked after the 2 children from start to finish. After the fight ended, she busily took care of the family's meals, making sure everything was well organized. This family had her as their guide through the journey, giving them hope for the uncertain future. Sweet Bao woke up first and immediately cared for her family, which made many villagers envy their own children who only stared at their food and wished they could trade places with Grandma Jiang to have Sweet Bao back. "Master, 5th uncle, come a little closer." Yu Jiutian waved her small hands at Granny Ma and Yu Chuanli. Both were startled and moved closer. Granny Ma's eyes sparkled brightly, but Yu Chuanli looked a bit confused. The others in Yu's family also wondered. What was the little girl trying to do? Granny Ma, usually so serious and proud, now looked like a student eager to learn. Everyone was curious but dared not ask. They just watched the 3 young people in front of them. Jiang Fenghua understood. The girl was probably going to treat her second uncle. She quickly grabbed Yu Jiutian, handed her the warm porridge, and said seriously, "Drink the porridge first, or Grandma won't let you treat him." Although she felt sad for her son, she was more worried about the little girl having any accidents. Yu Jiutian saw her concern through the serious face of the old lady and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, Grandma. Tianbao listens to you. Tianbao will drink now." After saying that, she picked up her porridge bowl and started drinking eagerly. "It's so sweet, so tasty. Auntie makes the best food. Yum." The little girl was very satisfied and occasionally stuck out her small tongue to lick the sweet rice grains on her lips, making soft sounds of enjoyment. This made Jiang Fenghua's serious expression break into a smile, and a happy look appeared at the corner of his eyes. Su Xunyang and her brothers also looked happy, and even Yu Chuanxiao seemed to forget her pain for a moment. Seeing the little girl finish more than half a bowl of porridge in one go, Jiang Fenghua finally relaxed. With a full stomach, she felt stronger and less worried about her health. She quickly whispered to Grandma Ma, "Master, it's your turn to give the second uncle an acupuncture treatment." Grandma Ma didn't hesitate and immediately leaned down to do as told. Yu Chuanli was delighted, using his eyes, mind, and mouth to remember Grandma Ma's acupuncture method, while secretly feeling grateful to his little niece. Thanks to Tianbao, he could now learn the skills openly and honestly. "Master, I used to do this sewing work often when I was little." "You're so good, you'll learn it after just one look."
Fifth uncle, you're a bit slow. Pay close attention, okay? Yujio Tian said as she pulled out Grandma Ma's medical box and started rummaging through it, burying herself inside. Yu Chuanli. Tianbao, do you realize that your innocent words might make fifth uncle feel embarrassed? Seeing Yu Chuanli's expression, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Grandma Ma's gaze drifted into the air, trying not to look at the clumsy hiding of the little girl. Now she understood. Her medical box was just an ordinary box in her hands, but in the little girl's hands, it became a treasure chest. No one knew what strange things might come out of it next. Yu Chuanli only managed to memorize Grandma Ma's acupuncture points when he was stunned by what he saw next. The little dumpling held a strange curved needle she had never seen before, and with effort but skill, she carefully threaded it through the end of her second brother's wound. The torn skin was instantly pulled together with black stitches. Master, Uncle Fifth, sweet treasure can only do and not speak. You can see for yourselves. This is how I tie the knots. Did you learn it? Sweet treasure, try again. Look, like this, then like that. There, it's done. Yujio Tian moved slowly and carefully, sewing while occasionally tilting her head to remind the two adults. After practicing a cesarean section, her small hands were more agile than before. Now, sewing wounds was much easier for her. Since it was her own second uncle, she was very careful, so the stitches were very neat. Compared to Yu Chuanli's wide-eyed shock, Grandma Ma was full of excitement, constantly comparing the movements with her small hands. The rest of the Yu family didn't need to say anything. They were all speechless. Jia Jiaxing was so scared that they covered their eyes and ran away. My sister is so scary. I must never upset her in the future. Otherwise, will she also use those scary needles to sew up their flesh? Jiang Fenghua's eyes were complicated, like a tangled ball of yarn. He was both proud and amazed at his granddaughter's skill, secretly watching Grandma Ma, worried she might think Sweet Treasure was a monster. Seeing that Grandma Ma only looked serious and excited, without any other emotion, he felt a little relieved. Sweet Treasure, where did you get these things? Grandma Ma looked at the delicate curved needle and the unusual thread in the little girl's hand. She started feeling curious and deliberately looked at Yujio Tian with a meaningful expression. Yujio Tian's eyelids twitched. Her big eyes quickly looked around, then she showed a confused look to Grandma Ma. Master, these are all your things. They've been in the medicine box all along. Did you forget? Grandma Ma was pleased inside but kept a calm face. Oh, I'm getting forgetful as I get older. Here, give them to me. I'll put them away myself, so next time you need them, it'll be easier to find. Before she finished speaking, she took the items from Yujio Tian's hands and slowly turned around. In a place where the little girl couldn't see, her face showed a hint of sneaky joy. Yujio Tian? Something feels a bit off. Her gaze fell on Yu Chuanli, and she thought. Uncle Fifth's eyes seemed to be glued to Uncle Second's back, almost falling into the wound. He looked completely not very smart. She shook her little head and opened Yu Chuanli's mouth. Fifth uncle, it's your turn to help second uncle put on medicine. Yu Chuanli's hand grew cold as he took a long pair of tweezers with a cotton swab attached. Seeing the finely crafted tool, he swallowed hard and swallowed some saliva. Under the simple words of Tian Bao, he quickly understood the idea of disinfecting and excitedly began his first practical experience. Tian Bao, does fifth uncle look like he's learning? Is fifth uncle very smart? Yu Chuanli gently rolled the wound with a cotton ball dipped in medicine, while excitedly raising his eyebrows at Tian Bao. Yu Jiutian. Then, with big, fluttering eyes, she gently touched his head. Softly, like coaxing a child, she said, Second uncle, after taking this medicine, the pain will only be a little left. Yu Chuanxiao's heart softened, and he opened his mouth to eat the small medicine from the little girl's palm. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could feel the wound being pulled at just now, and he could sense how careful and cautious her soft little hands were. Having such a little niece, what more could he ask for? Tian Bao, are you tired? Zhang Fenghua had been watching Yu Jiutian closely.
Seeing that the treatment seemed to be over, he hurriedly stepped forward with concern, but unexpectedly, his daughter-in-law beat him to it. Yu Jiutian just let out a sigh of relief, but her small hand was tightly held. She turned around and fell into Su Xianyang's gentle yet excited eyes. Tian Bao, do you like the little coat and small floral jacket that Auntie made for you? Yu Jiutian was stunned, instinctively lowering her head to look at her clothes. Although they were made of plain cotton fabric, the cut was especially delicate. Most importantly, there was exquisite embroidery on both sides of the pockets. Two lively little white rabbits, holding morning glories, were embroidered on the front, facing each other and blowing small trumpet flowers through the fabric. This clever design made the whole outfit come alive, full of innocent charm and playful fun. This exquisite design amazed Yu Jiutian for a long time. She even thought that if her Annie had been born in modern times, she would definitely be an outstanding fashion designer. Like it, Tian Bao loves it very much. Touching the little rabbit, Yu Jiutian's big eyes filled again with the amazement she felt when she first saw it. She chirped happily, "Auntie is so wonderful. Other children are jealous that Tian Bao has such pretty clothes." Su Xianyang became even more excited. "That's great. Do you want to learn embroidery from Auntie? I will teach you all my skills, and soon you'll be able to embroider even better than me." She had just seen that the little girl, only 3.5 years old, could hold a needle with clips more steadily than with her hands, and her stitching was smooth and precise. It was rare to see such talent in embroidery. Yu Jiutian. In her past life, her grandmother was a master of Su embroidery and wanted her to carry on this tradition. But she was the type of person who would accidentally herself every time she tried to embroider, wasting thread and making mistakes. She absolutely did not want to learn embroidery. Yu Jiutian reached out her small hands to hold Su Xianyang's delicate face, tilting her head to show her adorable dimples. "Auntie, Tian Bao is so tired. My tummy is hungry again, and I want to eat rice." "Huh? You're hungry again?" Su Xianyang's eyes showed anticipation. She quickly stood up. "All right, Annie will go get some porridge for you now." Her little stomach was more important. There would be plenty of time to learn embroidery later. Jiang Fenghua finally saw her chance and gently picked up Yu Jiutian, pinching her little nose. He lowered his voice with a teasing tone. "Your ideas are getting bigger. Have you forgotten the promise you made with Grandma?" Yu Jiutian quickly shook her head and raised a finger to signal silence. I won't forget. Grandma, don't worry. Master won't think I'm a monster. Tian Bao is still too young. She can only tell her master and fifth uncle what's in her head. With them around, Tian Bao won't have to do chores anymore. Otherwise, she might get tired and fall over, making Grandma worry. The little girl's serious and clever look made the old lady's worries disappear completely. Instead, she felt a proud, spoiled happiness that couldn't be hidden. Her good girl was only 3.5 years old. Even children 10 or 12 might not be as smart and sensible as her. Yu Jiutian's big eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. She had tried to downplay her intelligence, but she couldn't hide the fact that she was seen as a prodigy. This made her think about those postmodern genius children who are hard to understand. Could it be that some heroic figures, in their reincarnation, drank fake mangpa soup? When Su Xianyang brought a full bowl of sweet potato porridge, Yu Jiutian sniffed the sweet aroma and couldn't help but hiccup happily. Under her older sister-in-law's loving gaze, Yu Jiutian bravely took small sips of the rice porridge. "Girl, can Sweetie and Grandma Ma come to see Diyong? He seems to have a fever." Grandma Zong wanted to wait until Yu Jiutian finished the porridge before coming over, but when she saw her son start to speak nonsense and look drowsy, she couldn't hold back. She hurried over to ask Jiang Fenghua for help. Seeing her chance to distract everyone, Yu Jiutian quickly grabbed Mrs. Zhang's hand. "Let's go, Grandma Zhang. We need to check on him." Before leaving, Yu Jiutian called out to Grandma Ma, who was studying a bent needle. "Master, come quickly. Uncle De Yong has a fever." Grandma Zhang looked at Jiang Fenghua gratefully and hurried to her son's side with the little girl. Grandma Ma quickly grabbed her medical box and followed. Yu Chuanli also tied his bandage quickly and hurried after them. De Yong's wound wasn't as big as Yu Chuanxiao's, but because it had been exposed longer, there were signs of infection. Once they were at Zhang's house, they had just stabilized when several family members of the injured came over. "Sweetie, go check on Brother Huzi. He's been in so much pain, he can't stand it. Grandma Ma, our head of the family, is also starting to have a fever. Please help us check him too. Fifth brother, Grandma Ma, and Sweetie are here. Can you help check on my son first?" Everyone was focused on Yu's family. Although they kept their distance and didn't see or hear much, once Yu's family moved away, they could clearly see that Yu Chuanxiao, who had been in terrible pain earlier, was now lying down and looking much calmer. Yu Tian looked at Grandmama. At times like this, it's best for the master to take charge, as she's more authoritative. Grandmama's face was cold as she said, "Everyone go back and wait. We will examine each person carefully based on the severity of their injuries." Sure enough, her words reassured and dispersed the crowd. Everyone stepped back. "I don't like others staring while I treat the wounds." Grandmama also told the Zhang family to stay back a bit. Finally, her gaze fell on Yu Jiutian, signaling that she could begin. Yu Jiutian blinked her big eyes and said, "Master, you can start sewing now. Little Treasure and Uncle Fifth can learn how to sew again. Can Little Treasure and Uncle Fifth practice sewing on the patient later?" she asked.
Grandmama.
She came? She only watched once. The injured patient and their family members. From Yu Jiutian's words, it seemed she wanted to sew up the injured skin with a needle and thread. That was too unbelievable. Just thinking about it made her feel chills. Fortunately, everyone's shock was greater than Grandmama's, giving her time to calm her mind. Looking at the terrifying wounds and the cold gleam of the needles, then at Yu Jiutian's eager eyes, she started to feel nervous. But proud as she was, how could she admit fear in front of her young apprentice? Otherwise, how could she teach her properly in the future? Outsiders didn't know the storm inside Grandma Ma's heart. They whispered about the unusual ways of treating wounds they saw today, full of admiration and anticipation. The more they didn't understand, the more they believed Grandma Ma and her team were skilled. They thought that if difficult injuries appeared later, they would find a way to heal them. Grandma Ma secretly clenched her teeth, quickly recalling Yu Jiutian's steps for treating wounds, and started to move her hands. Yu Jiutian hurriedly held out a small porcelain bottle of disinfectant to her. Yu Chuanli was even more excited and took a step closer. The people in the distance also stretched their necks, hoping to see more. "Come and give the anesthesia shot," Grandma Ma said. She found Yu Chuanli's excited expression a bit obvious and handed him the silver needle pack. Seeing Yu Chuanli's stiff expression, Grandma Ma felt a rush of satisfaction. No way was she going to let herself be nervous alone. Under the young girl's watchful eyes, Yu Chuanli had to bravely take the silver needle and begin the careful process together. Half an hour later, Grandma Ma adjusted her damp, torn clothing and looked at her not-so-perfect work. She let out a long breath and looked at Yu Jiutian with nervous anticipation, like a student waiting for a teacher's comment. The little girl shook her head at the wound, and Grandma Ma's heart immediately tightened. In the next moment, Yu Jiutian tiptoed and whispered into Grandma Ma's ear, "Master, you're so skilled that it might make Uncle Wu feel a bit pressured." Grandma Ma was surprised. Her usually drooping lips suddenly curved into a smile, and her eyes unconsciously looked at her work. Just the first time, and she already learned quite a bit from the girl. She really had some skill. Yu Chuanli still heard the girl's quiet words and forced a determined smile, trying to show he was proud. As the sky darkened, the old and young, big and small, began to work together quickly. There were 5 injured people needing stitches. Grandma Ma took care of 3 of them who had slightly more serious wounds. The remaining 2, with minor injuries, were left for Yu Chuanli to practice on. Yu Jiutian couldn't show off in front of everyone, so she officially became Yu Chuanli's little helper, handing him supplies, wiping sweat, and occasionally whispering advice in his ear. Although Yu Chuanli was inexperienced, he was very careful. His first small wound was stitched unevenly, but each one after that was better than the last. To become a good doctor, one needs endless practice. By nightfall, seeing they hadn't finished, Jiang Fenghua asked his sons to make torches to light their way. Many people started helping to hold and light the torches. The old lady watched silently, feeling a mix of emotions, some complex, some bitter. She believed that now, without her saying a word, everyone would follow Yu's family and run away. But a disaster had made people see each other clearly. The situation ahead wouldn't be easier than today. While they could walk on the same road, their hearts would drift further apart. People tend to gather with those like themselves. On this escape, everyone should form their own groups. When all the injured were taken care of, it was already dark. Every family lit a bonfire, preparing to stay overnight. Dozens of bonfires, big and small, burned through the endless night, creating a small bright space for everyone. Everyone took turns approaching the injured to see the skillful sewing done by Granny Ma and Yu Chuanli. Seeing the wounds, which were once bloody and torn, now neatly stitched up, everyone's spirits visibly improved. Their eyes were filled with surprise and respect. All the injuries are taken care of. Just take your medicine on time, and after 7 days, remove the stitches. You'll be fine, Granny Ma said loudly as she packed up her medical kit. Everyone felt a big relief. Meeting bandits in the mountains, although each person involved was hurt in some way, no one lost their life. They also received good treatment, which was the greatest luck. But I must say, even on the run, I won't forget to charge for my services. I am very tired now, so after I rest, I will come back to settle the bill, Granny Ma added, speaking firmly. As everyone was feeling mixed emotions, Granny Ma quickly added a few more words. The families of those treated felt a heavy weight in their hearts. It was well known that Granny Ma charged 3 silver coins per treatment. On the run, who had that much silver? Even if they sold all their food, it might not be enough to pay. Haha, so they still have to pay for treatment. No wonder Granny Ma and the others are so eager, someone said. I'm glad I didn't foolishly fight the bandits. If I had been hurt, I wouldn't be appreciated either, another added. Exactly. Those people were just being foolish. Now they're hurt, and tomorrow when we travel, we'll be short of workers and their families will suffer too, someone else said. When Granny Ma spoke, it was like pouring water into a hot oil pan. Sparks of discussion flew everywhere. Those who risked their lives to help everyone suddenly became the targets of mockery and criticism. You're too harsh. If it weren't for them risking their lives, we might all be dead under the bandits' knives. Instead of helping, you're mocking them. That's just heartless. Yes, they're just cowards now, sneaking around while others risk everything. They deserve to be caught by the bandits. Some sensible people couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for the injured. But this only stirred up more trouble. You all can say nice words, but didn't you also scare everyone just now? Becoming and still wanting to act noble? Bah, exactly. The injured person didn't say a single word of complaint. So, who are you to criticize us? Just talking big and pretending to be good people? Dream on. Several women who stood up to defend the injured, along with those mocking, each rose from their own campfire. The two sides faced each other, tension rising. Among the mockers, Zhu Cuihua was the most rude and lively, jumping around happily. If you have the guts, pay their medical bills. That one sentence silenced the defending side. Everyone on Zhu Cuihua's side immediately felt proud.
See?
Anyone can say nice words, but once interests are involved, everyone becomes a coward. They didn't contribute money or pay for treatment, but they were sincere. They wouldn't just talk fancy words like these people. We don't have money, but we're willing to give half of our grain to pay for their treatment. After a moment of silence, a young woman spoke loudly, serious and firm in her gaze. Her husband was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, I may not have the courage to fight bandits, but I will do what I can. We will give half of our food, and tomorrow I will help carry things for an injured person. Their family also agreed repeatedly. The bright campfire reflected their faces. Jiang Fenghua and Grandma Ma exchanged glances, clearly seeing which families were willing to help. It was Lu Dalong's family, the most cautious and careful in the village. The whole family was honest and afraid of trouble, but Dalong's wife was more confident and decisive. With Lu's family leading, several other families also discussed and decided to contribute grain and effort. Although each family gave different amounts, in this difficult situation, their sincerity was truly admirable. The families of the injured, who had been mocked for rushing forward recklessly, now felt tears welling up in their eyes. Thank you, everyone, for giving grain and effort for my son. Even though you didn't fight the bandits, you're all kind-hearted. At least you're not like those scoundrels who bite the hand that feeds them, only causing trouble. When Grandma Zhang said the last words, her eyes seemed to want to pierce through Zhu Tsuehua and the others with anger. Her son almost lost his life. These people, even if they are silent and selfish, are still better than now. But they are eager to step on others to make themselves look better, which is simply shameless. We didn't ask you to go. It was your son who volunteered to be at the front, wanting to be in the spotlight. Don't blame others for talking. Zhu Tsuehua shivered from being looked at, but afraid of losing face, she forced herself to retort again. Old Lady Zhang's eyes reddened, and she suddenly rushed forward. Smack! 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 Before Zhu Tsuehua could react, Old Lady Zhang pounced on her, pinning her to the ground, and in an instant, she received several heavy slaps. Zhao Tiexiong instinctively tried to help his wife, but was held down tightly by Old Man Zhang and De Li Zhang behind her. De Li Zhang's fists were full of anger, and at this moment, he vented all his fury on Zhao Tiexiong. No one stepped forward. No one dared to stop a mother driven mad by anger. No one dared to interfere with the man who had fought bandits. Moreover, other injured family members also stood up fiercely, ready to turn against anyone who dared to come and argue with the Zhang family, as if they would become the next Zhu Tsuehua. Zhu Tsuehua and Zhao Tiexiong were beaten so badly that they couldn't even make a sound. Be careful not to hurt your own hands. De Yong is waiting for you to take care of him. Zhang Fenghua had already led the Yu family members to the Zhang family, timely pulling back the hysterical old Lady Zhang. The Yu brothers also held back the Zhang father and son. After venting their anger, old Lady Zhang's eyes filled with tears. She choked and said to her old sister, De Yong at least protected them from the bandits. If it weren't for your fifth son, he would be dead by now. How can they say such cold-blooded things? They don't deserve to live. Jiang Fenghua embraced her old sister, patting her gently. Yu Jiutian also held onto old Lady Zhang's leg, saying softly, Grandma Zhang, don't cry. Don't listen to those bad people. They must be jealous that Uncle De Yong is braver. The little girl's soft voice and simple words immediately uncovered many people's shameful secrets. Grandma Zhang's choking voice stopped, and her heart felt a little lighter. She reached out and gently picked up Yu Jiutian. Once she could reach, Yu Jiutian quickly stretched out her small hands carefully to wipe away Grandma Zhang's tears. Grandma Zhang, be good. We shouldn't waste time on bad people. Grandma Zhang's heart melted completely from her sincere comfort. She reached out and wiped her tears fiercely, then nodded. Yes, Grandma Zhang listens to our sweet girl. We won't bother with those bad folks. Yu Jiutian smiled, showing her little tiger teeth. She leaned forward and touched foreheads with Grandma Zhang. Grandma Zhang is so wonderful. The Zhang family watched the little girl cheer up Grandma Zhang, feeling touched. They secretly decided to treat this adorable girl as their own granddaughter and love her dearly. Jiang Fenghua and the Yu family looked at Yu Jiutian with mixed feelings, feeling both proud and relieved. She is truly our good girl. The scene fell silent. No one dared to speak or comment anymore. Seeing Grandma Zhang calm down, Jiang Fenghua's gaze shifted from her face to the group of people who had mocked the injured. His expression turned cold. I hope that when you find yourselves in desperate situations in the future, you won't regret your foolishness today. Everyone who was looked at by him felt a shiver and had a bad premonition. Then, Grandma Zhang looked at the injured and the villagers who had helped them. Her face softened instantly. Today, everyone was hurt for the sake of everyone. With Granny Ma's permission, I won't charge you for treatment. Keep your worries aside. We will take full responsibility for your injuries. Her words immediately eased the worries of all the injured and also slapped the faces of those who had mocked them.
Jiang Fenghua didn't pause. He raised the list in his hand. I've just discussed with the village chief. Those who are united will stay united, and those who aren't will go their separate ways. Life and death are up to you. So we've made a new list. Everyone who didn't stand by and watch today is with us. He continued, those whose names I call, gather at the Yu family's place later to discuss some matters. We will reorganize and set out again tomorrow. Suddenly, the crowd was tense but excited. Those who had been injured in the front lines were overwhelmed with emotion, tears in their eyes, feeling that their efforts were worth it. Meanwhile, those who had mocked and not helped looked stunned. Some neutral people, who hadn't spoken, felt their hearts tighten and began to regret not standing up like the Liu family. They didn't really go all out to fight, but because they spoke a few kind words for the injured and showed a good attitude, they unexpectedly gained a new chance. Zhang Changshu's family, Feng Zhiping's family, Yang Guangren's family, Jiang Fenghua didn't care what others thought and started reading the list. The families whose names were called felt like they had strong support behind them, and they felt very relieved. Including our family, there are 25 families. Each family sends a leader to discuss tomorrow's travel plans. After Jiang Fenghua finished, he took his family and went to their campfire, ignoring the stunned people around him. Soon, each family's leader stepped forward confidently to follow. What should we do? If I had known Yu's family would come like this, I should have kept my good words to myself. Yu's family is really ruthless. We came out together, but they want to exclude us. We were wrong just now. Maybe we should talk to Yu's family nicely, and there might still be hope. You're such a coward. What are you afraid of? If they leave, we follow. The main road is the only way, and we won't get lost. You're right. They won't block us from taking the official route. Seeing Yu's family gathered and discussing something, the villagers who were excluded started to panic and gathered together, trying to find confidence. Zhao Yumei's eyes flashed with a fierce look as she moved into the crowd. Yu's family discussed for over an hour before finally dispersing. As soon as they broke up, everyone started working quickly. Yu's ox cart and Zheng's horse-drawn cart led the way. Each family moved their belongings to the other side of the mountain wall along the official road, neatly lined up against the mountain. Beds and belongings were placed close together, with only a narrow path left for passage. After arranging everything, the end of the camp was about a meter from the official road. Each family moved their campfire to the middle of the pile and the road, both for warmth and to create a barrier against wild animals. Yu Jiotian sat in Jiang Fenghua's arms, blinking her big eyes and looking at the campfire. It looked like a modern street with a row of campfires resembling streetlights. It gave the people in the dark a strong sense of safety. Except for the injured, each family sent out one man. 25 families contributed 18 young and strong men, who are the future protectors of the group. They worked in groups of 4, taking turns every 2 hours to watch over everyone while they slept. Besides guarding, they also looked after the cattle and horses. In addition to Zheng's horses and Zhang's cattle, there were also horses stolen from mountain bandits. This was good news for the Yu family, because besides the horses that had been taken, there were a total of 8 horses. With these horses helping to carry things and transport people, everyone felt much easier. After everything was arranged, the elders, women, and children were encouraged to rest. 2 people stayed behind to watch over the elderly and children, while Yu Chuanren led the rest of the group to split up and work. One group went to cut grass to feed the horses for the journey tomorrow. The other group went to deal with the bandits' bodies and their belongings on the horses. 3 of the 8 horses carried sacks. Just as they were unloading the sacks, they sensed something was wrong. Some of the sacks were soft and even showed bloodstains, as if they contained people. They didn't hesitate and quickly cut open the sacks with knives. Holding torches, they shone the light inside, and all the men bent over and vomited uncontrollably. Yu Tian watched from afar, not knowing exactly what had happened, but judging by the serious expressions of the adults, it was clearly something very cruel. She instinctively hugged Jiang Fenghua tightly, her big eyes filled with complex feelings and helplessness. After a long while, the men finally recovered and hurriedly moved the bandits' bodies to one side and the sacks to another, stacking them with firewood.
Once the bandits' bodies were consumed by the flames, Yu Chuanren held a torch and approached the sacks, solemnly bowing his fist in respect. Just as he was about to set them on fire, one of the sacks suddenly rolled down with a loud noise, revealing a human head, which made him jump back several steps in shock. The men nearby were terrified, all stepping back and patting their chests. The sack moved slightly after hitting the ground and let out a faint groan. It was a woman's voice. Yu Chuanren swallowed hard, grabbed a stick, and carefully pulled back the blood-stained long hair of the woman inside, revealing a face covered in blood. Although dirty, her face still showed signs of grace and beauty. When Zhang Fenghua was carrying Yu Jiutian over, she just happened to see this scene. She quickly pressed Yu Jiutian's head against her chest, not wanting the child to see this bloody sight. Yu Quanan stepped forward to check her breathing, and instinctively looked at the old lady. "Mother, she's still alive. Then hurry and take her out of the sack. Also, carefully check the other sacks to see if there are any survivors. We must avoid accidentally burning someone alive." Zhang Fenghua's heart beat faster, and she quickly reminded everyone. It was clear these were innocent women kidnapped by bandits, meant to be taken back to their hideout for their own pleasure. Everyone hurried to open the sacks and check carefully. Yu Chuanli quickly rescued the woman from the sack and checked her pulse. There was indeed another woman inside, but she had been dead for a long time. In the remaining sacks, there were severed limbs and heads of children. All of them were 2 or 3 years old, and some were even babies wrapped in swaddling clothes. Given how cruel the bandits had just been, their plan to take these children's bodies back was chilling to think about. Yu Quanan didn't dare let the old lady and his young cousin see the brutal scene inside the sacks. He quickly sealed the sacks and set fire to them. "Mother, this girl was hit the head, and she's been tossed around and suffocated. It's a miracle she's still alive." Yu Chuanli examined her pulse, his face full of surprise. Zhang Fenghua frowned slightly. "Can she be saved?" Yu Chuanli shook his head. "Mother, I'm not sure. We need to ask Granny Ma to look at her." He glanced at his little cousin in the old lady's arms, but didn't dare say she should be treated. "Granny Ma has been tired all day. She just lay down to sleep. Waking her now might be." Zhang Fenghua looked toward the bonfire, hesitant. "Is there much hope of saving her?" "Madam, please. Save me." It was as if she heard the voice. The woman's eyes were barely open, but she desperately weakly called for help. Yu Jiutian slipped down from Zhang Fenghua's side and ran quickly toward the woman. Zhang Fenghua hurried forward 2 steps, grabbing the girl's hand and frowning. "Have you forgotten your promise to Grandma?" Yu Jiutian looked down shyly, then suddenly opened her eyes wide and whispered, "Grandma, when Tian Bao was almost burned by the sun, Tian Bao really wanted to live. She hoped someone would come to save her. Then Grandma really came to save Tian Bao. It must have been a fairy who heard Tian Bao's inner voice and sent Grandma to help. This older sister must also really want to live, too." The little girl's big eyes showed pity, but she didn't dare to act on her feelings. Zhang Fenghua's heart softened. His gaze flickered between the dying woman and his little granddaughter. "She's hurt badly, and it looks hard to treat. Do you still have the strength? Can your small body handle it?" He remembered how exhausted Yu Jiutian looked after saving Mrs. Yongfu. Yu Jiutian whispered seriously, "Grandma, Tian Bao can tell you how to treat her, and Uncle can help." The old lady sighed, but didn't stop her. Yu Jiutian quickly stepped forward, checked the woman's pulse, and felt relieved. She then explained to Yu Quanli how to treat her. "Uncle Wu, you need to clean her wounds carefully, then sew them up, give her this medicine, and take good care of her tonight. The tools are in the master's medicine box. Tian Bao will listen to Grandma and rest now." "Thank you, Uncle Wu." After speaking, she reached out her short arm to Zhang Fenghua. Zhang Fenghua finally smiled and pinched her nose gently. "Little rascal." Yu Jiutian grinned, showing her dimples and small tiger teeth. "Tian Bao isn't a rascal. Tian Bao is Grandma's good girl. Tian Bao won't make Grandma sad." The old lady scolded playfully. "That's more like it." It was clear her little granddaughter's sense of responsibility made her very happy. Seeing Zhang Fenghua's steady smile, Yu Tian's smile grew even brighter. Even if she missed out on a big deal, it wasn't a big problem. Besides, the woman wasn't seriously hurt, just a heavy that wasn't treated in time, causing an infection. The suffocation and lack of oxygen made her look dangerous, but with proper treatment, Uncle Wu could handle it easily. It was a good chance to improve Uncle Wu's emergency skills. Yu Quanli was naturally very happy. He had long wanted to see the treasures in Granny Ma's medicine box. Once things settled down, he planned to use the items inside to make his own medical kit. This patient needs stitches on his head, which is a great learning opportunity. Jiang Fenghua told his son a few words, then carried Yu Tian back to the campfire. As they reached the side of the main road, the sound of hooves came from far away, getting closer. Yu Tian's heart moved. She widened her eyes and looked toward the sound, full of hope. From the sound, there was more than one horse. So her big brother-in-law and brother Shi must be coming back. Sure enough, Yu Chuanzhong appeared riding a horse in the light. He held the reins of the horse he was riding with one hand and the reins of the horse behind him with the other. Seeing that no one was on the horse behind him, Yu Tian's hope froze in her big eyes. Yu Chuanzhong's gaze met his little niece's, and a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. He quickly dismounted from his horse. Yu Tian also hurriedly slipped down from Jiang Fenghua's side and ran towards her big brother-in-law. Her little mouth moved, but she couldn't make a sound. The horse behind them was not the red horse Brother Shi rode when they escaped, but the one the bandits chasing them were riding. Where was Brother Shi? She looked at Yu Chuanzhong, afraid to ask. Seeing the little girl like this, Yu Chuanzhong felt very sad. Big brother, what's going on? Jiang Fenghua's heart had a bad feeling. His voice was cautious and uncertain. Yu Chuanzhong shook his head at the old lady, then squatted down to be at Yu Tian's eye level, full of guilt. Tianbao, big brother-in-law, is useless. He couldn't find Brother Shi. As soon as Yu Chuanzhong spoke, tears filled Yu Tian's big eyes and then started to fall. The man in front of her, like a mountain, looked exhausted, clearly very tired. Yu Tian swallowed her choking sobs, pressed her lips into a small smile, and patted Yu Chuanzhong's head. Don't worry, big brother-in-law. Brother Shi must be hiding somewhere. Maybe when Tianbao wakes up, he'll be back. Big brother-in-law has searched for so long. He must be very tired.
Go to sleep now.
Seeing the little girl trying to comfort herself despite her pain, tears also welled up in Yu Chuanzhong's eyes. He opened his mouth but didn't dare to tell her the truth he was seeking or show what he had found. Grandpa Yu gently patted the little girl's head, speaking with certainty. He noticed something from his eldest son's expression. In front of the little girl, Jiang Fenghua didn't ask further but held Yu Tian's hand and told his son to go rest quickly. Yu Tian was very obedient. She went to bed and fell asleep soon after, softly snoring. The old lady watched the little girl for a while before she dared to sit and talk with Grandpa Yu. Unknowingly, as she turned away, the little girl lying with her back slowly opened her eyes. Grandpa Yu chased all the way to a cliff edge. He only saw a lonely horse wandering near the cliff. There were no bandits, nor stones or his horse. He dismounted and found a broken bracelet at the cliff's edge, made of common rural grass beads. It was the bracelet Stone always wore. Most of the grass beads on the string were gone, but Grandpa Yu still tied a knot and picked it up. Hearing this, Yu Tian buried her face in the bed and hid her tears and sobs. The bracelet was a gift she made for Brother Stone. After losing her mother, he helped her through the hardest times. She had nothing to give back, so clumsily, she made a bracelet with grass beads she found on the mountain. The bracelet was a bit bigger, but Stone loved it and wore it all the time. After hearing Grandpa Yu, the old lady was silent, touching what she held and sighing deeply. Stone is a loyal and good boy. He was trying to protect Tianbao. But now, we can't stay to find his body. Once things settle down, you should get a memorial tablet for him and adopt him as your own child to honor him. We must not let such a good child's soul be without a home. Grandpa Yu nodded heavily and agreed. Go to sleep now. You're truly exhausted today. Tomorrow morning, you'll have to get up early and travel again. It will be tiring. Seeing the old lady come closer, Yu Tian subtly turned over and pretended to sleep in her embrace, tears quietly slipping from her eyes, her breathing thick with nasal sounds. Jiang Fenghua noticed the little one in his arms acting strangely, sighed softly, and a trace of sadness flickered in his eyes. Poor little one. At such a young age, she already has to endure hardship and face the cruelty of life and death. Heavens, how merciless. Miss, your wounds haven't healed yet, don't rush. Yu Jiutian felt as if she had only just fallen asleep when her fifth uncle's voice woke her. She struggled to open her swollen eyes. After crying most of the night, her eyelids were stuck together. Thankfully, Su Xunyang handed over a damp cloth, and the elderly lady carefully wiped her face. While the grandmother and granddaughter were busy, a figure suddenly stumbled forward and knelt down, startling them. Looking closely, it was the woman they had rescued the night before. Her face was pale, but her eyes showed determination. She bowed deeply to them. Madam, thank you for saving my life. I, Qin Jinji, will never forget this kindness. She kept her head lowered for a long time. The elderly lady quickly reached out to help her up. Qin Jinji's body weakened, and she nearly fell into the old woman's arms. Yu Chuanli followed behind, sighing helplessly. Mother, she insisted on coming to thank you. I couldn't stop her. Jiang Fenghua nodded at her son, then turned her gaze to Qin Jinji. Her face had been cleaned by Yu Chuanli. Her cheeks were smooth, her lips slightly dry, her chin full, and her almond-shaped eyes clear and firm, filled with gratitude. She was a graceful and dignified woman. We only happened to be there and lent a hand. Miss Qin, you don't need to bow so deeply, Jiang Fenghua said gently, patting her hand with a faint smile. Yu Jiutian stared at Qin Jinji with wide eyes. She had seen many pretty girls before, but they all carried a delicate charm that men admired. This was the first time she had seen such a striking beauty, one that appealed to everyone, young and old alike. Qin Jinji shook her head and said earnestly, For you it may have been a small effort, but for me it was a life-saving grace. A bow cannot express the depth of my gratitude. I have nothing to offer now, but if I ever have the chance, I will repay this kindness with all my heart. After speaking, her gaze fell on the little girl who was staring at her. Her dry lips curved into a faint smile. Little one, thank you for helping to save your sister. Such a beautiful, polite, and kind girl is hard not to like. Yu Tian's little head nodded like a bell. No need to thank me. I'm happy that sister is safe. Qin Jinji's stubbornness softened a little. She reached out and gently brushed a strand of hair from Yu Tian's face. Although she was still faintly unconscious last night, she knew she had survived. The little girl in front of her said something very important. At first, she thought the girl was about 6 or 7 years old, but it turned out she was much younger. The little girl was fair and cute, with bright, sparkling eyes full of wisdom beyond her age, just like her sister, soft and adorable. Thinking of her sister, Qin Jinji's eyes turned red. She quickly thanked the old lady and hurried back to the makeshift grass shelter where Yu Quanli had temporarily set up for her. Jiang Fenghua noticed something was wrong and quickly signaled to Yu Quanli, telling him to follow. It was already bright outside. The adults were busy preparing breakfast around the campfire. It was their first time sleeping outdoors. Besides the confused children, no adults slept well. Compared to the well-organized arrangements on Yu's side, the villagers' situation on the other side of the road was much worse. No one was guarding the fire to gather more firewood. Even covered with blankets, many children and elders were sneezing in the morning. Many people's grain bags were messy, clearly visited by animals like weasels during the night. The road divided two worlds. On the mountainside, families were already sitting together, eating hot breakfast. On this side of the grass, they had to start a new fire, picking up scattered grains from the ground, and there were frequent sounds of scolding and arguing. The stark contrast made many people regret their choices deeply. Some were eager to move, encouraging each other to go to Yu's family to plead for help. Jiang Fenghua didn't look at the other side of the road. Seeing that everyone on his side had eaten enough, He quickly organized everyone to pack up and prepare to leave. The Zhang family had already cleared out most of the belongings from their ox cart, leaving a space for their son to lie down and rest. Yu Quanzhong also got up early, leading a group of men to cut thick branches and vines. They made simple sleds based on the injured people's heads to carry those who couldn't ride in a cart. 2 horses pulled over and hitched to the Yu family's ox cart. The cart was similar to Zhang's, half filled with goods, leaving the other half for Yu Chuanxiao to lie down and rest while healing. The remaining 6 horses were used to carry heavy items from the injured family's home. The only thing that troubled the elderly lady was Qin Jinji, who had a head injury. After sharing a meal with the Yu family, she stubbornly dragged her injured body, clenched her teeth, and helped with the work, refusing to be stopped. When everyone was ready to leave, Qin Jinji not only didn't ask to be taken along but also shrank into a corner to reduce her presence. Her stubborn yet modest attitude made Jiang Fenghua and some elders feel sorry for her. With Zheng's approval, Jiang Fenghua and Zheng's mother stepped forward and forcibly pulled Qin Jinji onto the cart. Her eyes were red, and she knelt again to bow to the 2 of them several times before carefully climbing onto the cart and curling up in the corner. Everything was prepared, and Zhou Chongsheng called out, "Brother Zhou, please wait a moment." A distant, old voice called out from behind. Everyone looked back together. About 10 yards away on the official road, people from Yonglu village were hurriedly chasing after them. People from the Yu family looked at each other in confusion. They knew that the people from Yonglu village had been chasing them, but the distance between the 2 villages was growing wider. It was impossible to catch up in less than 3 or 4 hours unless they hadn't slept and had chased all night. Could it be that they didn't sleep and were chasing overnight? Compared to the Yu family's surprise and confusion, the people from Fubao village on the other side of the official road sighed in relief. 2 sneaky figures suddenly ran quickly from the middle of Yonglu village into the crowd of Fubao villagers. Jiang Fenghua looked back and immediately recognized Lai Ho-hot at the front. Her heart twitched sharply, as if stabbed by a thorn, and she quickly withdrew her gaze. She and Zhou Chongsheng exchanged a glance. Zhou Chongsheng nodded in understanding and waved his hand behind him. "Ignore them. Let's go." Xia Danmei, at the front, immediately coordinated by shaking the reins, and the cart began to move slowly. The others behind hurriedly followed at a slower pace. Lai Ho-hot didn't expect that the Yu family wouldn't even give face to the old village head. She was instantly anxious. "Hey, wait a moment. Our village head has something important to discuss with you." But the front team had already moved more than 10 yards ahead and showed no intention of stopping. The people from Yonglu village became anxious. The most urgent concern was for the abandoned Fu Bao village residents. Unexpectedly, things did not go as planned. Everyone hurriedly started packing their belongings, afraid that the Yu family's group would get too far ahead and they wouldn't catch up. Last night, they sent 2 quick-footed villagers to inform Yonglu village behind them, hoping that the village chief of Yonglu would come and speak with Zhou Chongsheng. If Zhou Chongsheng agreed to bring the people from Yonglu village along, they could step forward, go down the stairs, and speak kindly to the Yu family. Since they are from the same village, and they had brought outsiders, there was no reason to abandon their fellow villagers. But unexpectedly, Grandma Jiang was so stubborn that she wouldn't leave any room for negotiation. Lai Ho-hot saw that the Yu family's people were ruthless and quickly urged the old village chief, "We're chasing after them tonight, not to watch the Yu family leave alone." "Don't you remember what happened last night?" The old village chief's face darkened. He would never forget the terrible scene from yesterday. A bandit passing by on the road suddenly dismounted and ruthlessly killed about 10 people from Yonglu village, not sparing even children. Although he had been in charge of the village for most of his life, he had never seen such bloody cruelty. He didn't even think about rallying the villagers to resist. He was so frightened he ran away in panic. Fortunately, after the bandit vented his anger and left, the villagers from Yonglu village were all terrified. They realized that the exhaustion from fleeing and running was nothing compared to the fear of the unknown dangers. Understanding this, they didn't even have time to bury the bodies of the dead villagers. The old village chief led the villagers forward, hoping to catch up with the Fubao village group and travel together so they would have some protection in case of trouble. They hurried so quickly that no one dared to complain about being tired. Unexpectedly, halfway, they met two people from Fubao village returning along the road. They informed everyone that the Yu family had brought over a dozen men and had wiped out the bandits. This showed the strength of the Yu family, and the villagers of Yanglu village, surprised but hopeful, decided to stay awake and chase after them all night. Now that they were so close, they had to find a way to get the Yu family to take them along. The old village chief shouted to the villagers to keep up and called out loudly, "Sister Jiang, help. Granny Ma, help. We have several elders and children who are sick and in urgent danger." There are indeed many elderly and children feeling unwell, but he exaggerated a bit. The Yu family has a son who knows medicine, and Granny Ma is also with them. Using the kindness of a healer is the best way. As they shouted, their steps didn't stop. They kept chasing the Yu family. The remaining villagers from Fubao village also hurriedly followed behind the Yanglu villagers. However, to their disappointment, the front group didn't slow down at all because of the old village chief's words. "Young sister Jiang, brother Zhou, if you are willing to stop and save a life, every household in our village will give you 10 jin of grain." The old village chief clenched his teeth and added more conditions. Although he was secretly increasing the offer, no one in the village objected. Right now, the most urgent thing is to make the Yu family stop and persuade them to wait and travel together. Although the people in front were far fewer than those behind, their horses and orderly formation made people feel trust. Sacrificing a little benefit was worth it. But the old village chief's words fell on deaf ears, with no effect at all. Everyone could only think of ways while gritting their teeth and keeping up. Seeing the determination of the Yu family, the people of Fubao village finally realized how serious the situation was. They reflected on themselves and also criticized Zhu Tsuehua and the other villagers who mocked the injured. Although Zhu Tsuehua and Zhao Tiexiong were unwilling inside, they could only endure. They had already offended the Yu family, and if they angered everyone again, they would truly be left alone to continue their journey. The Yu family's team was well-rested and well-fed, quickly leaving the others a mile behind. "Mother, in this situation, if the child really gets sick, we might really have to wait for death. Since they are willing to give grain, stopping to check won't be a loss." Su Xiaoxiang felt a bit reluctant inside and carefully looked at her mother-in-law. As a mother, she could stay calm when hearing anything, but hearing that a child was in danger made her feel upset. Yu Jiutian looked at her grandmother and then at her aunt, her big eyes flickering with light and shadow. She and her aunt shared the same feelings. Though they disliked those selfish adults, they felt sorry for the children burdened by the adults, innocent and helpless. However, after this shallow experience, she gradually understood that in front of her survival, everything else had to be put aside. Jiang Fenghua looked straight ahead, without looking away. "Xiaonyang, I know you are kind-hearted, but I want to remind you that at this moment, kindness should only be shown to our own people. In front of outsiders, keep your kindness well hidden. If they truly cared about the children and the elderly in danger, they wouldn't all risk their lives chasing after us. Instead, they would find those who are quick and unburdened to seek help." Clearly, they are pretending to be pitiful. She knew her eldest daughter-in-law's nature well. What initially moved her was Xiaonyang's hardworking and kind heart. But if kindness is used in the wrong way, it can become a double-edged sword. Su Xiaonyang's eyes flickered with shame, and she pressed her lips tightly in embarrassment. Yu Tian glanced sideways at Jiang Fenghua, feeling suddenly enlightened again. "Dan Mei, walk a little slower," Jiang Fenghua suddenly called out ahead. After walking for a while, Jiang Fenghua suddenly shouted to the front. Su Xiaonyang slightly turned her head, as if recalling something, and a sense of admiration and respect for her mother-in-law grew in her heart. The old lady was actually kinder than anyone else, but her kindness was wrapped in wisdom. Compared to her, her own naive kindness was just foolishness. After leaving Yanglu village and Fubao village about 3 miles behind, the group slowed down. They walked steadily for most of the day until a vast forest appeared before them. The forest stretched for dozens of miles, with towering peaks at both ends. Looking ahead, the straight official road seemed to have been cut by a sword, dividing the forest into two parts. When the team had just entered the forest halfway, Yu Chuanzhong suddenly waved his hand to stop. Wait a moment. Then he quickly climbed onto Zheng's carriage, standing on the roof and looking ahead. Everyone stopped and watched Yu Lao Da's sudden action, instinctively feeling there was some danger ahead. Everyone quickly retreat into the forest. After observing for a short while, Yu Chuanzhong immediately jumped down from the carriage and hurriedly told everyone to escape to the left side of the forest. No one questioned him. They all immediately rushed into the woods. At this moment, those carrying things found it easiest to run away, but the carriages and ox carts were difficult to move through the dense trees. All the items on your body should be removed first, then quickly help carry the injured person on the sled inside.
Move swiftly.
Jiang Fenghua shouted into the forest and told Su Xianyang to pull a few children to hide in the woods. As soon as she finished speaking, voices responded from the forest one after another. Soon, except for the carts and ox-drawn wagons, everyone and the animals moved deep into the forest, about several dozen meters away. Yu Chuanzhong and more than 10 men managed to drag the carts into a hidden spot using only their strength. People from Yonglu village and Fubao village, though exhausted and scattered, kept a breath and stayed about 1 or 2 miles behind the Yu family. The main road stretched straight for dozens of miles ahead, with no obstacles blocking the view. The people in front saw the Yu family fleeing into the left side of the forest. This strange scene made everyone nervous. They took a deep breath and desperately chased after them. Hurry, get into the forest first, then find the Yu family. Finally reaching the edge of the forest, the old village chief didn't hesitate. He led his people straight into the woods. The others followed closely behind, disappearing into the forest one after another. Those left behind were confused and scared. Though they were exhausted and stumbling, driven by danger, they suddenly found extra strength and ran blindly into the woods. Fortunately, there were no ox carts in the rear, only a few single-wheel carts. In less than half an hour, the last villager slipped inside. At that moment, about 100 meters from the end of the main road, a huge cloud of dust rose like fog in the sky, approaching from afar. Along with the dust, there was a loud roaring sound. Inside the forest, the thick thorns and vines made walking very difficult. Children cried, adults cursed, and frightened birds flew away in panic. Everyone, hush your children if you want to live. A man's angry shout rang out. The people from Yonglu village immediately shut their mouths and covered their children's mouths. The visitors were Yu Chuanzhong and 3 or 4 tall men. They were walking toward the forest's edge and ran into the people from Yonglu village. After their own team retreated about 50 or 60 yards into the forest, Yu Chuanzhong felt uneasy. He took a few quick, agile men and went to check the situation. Sure enough, they saw people from Yonglu village fleeing into the woods as well. It's one thing for them to run in, but they also caused a big noise, as if they were afraid danger might follow their trail. Now, if we go further inside, we'll just make more noise and easily be seen. Stay where you are, find cover, and hide. Those who can, try to calm the children to sleep. Do not make any sound, Yu Chuanzhong whispered seriously, worried that others might overhear. The 3 men scattered quickly, spreading his message to each other. Although they didn't want to get involved in the lives or deaths of these people, they shared the same forest with their own family members. If chaos broke out, it would only bring trouble to their own people. The villagers from Yonglu and Fubao village seemed to find a sense of safety, hiding in the grass nearby. The women sat on the ground, holding their children close, trying to lull them to sleep. The children were already exhausted and no longer needed coaxing. As soon as they relaxed in their parents' arms, they fell into deep sleep. Seeing this, Yu Chuanzhong let out a breath of relief and quickly led the 3 men toward the forest's edge. When they were about 3 or 4 yards from the main road outside, they found a thorny bush to hide in, sticking out only their heads. Suddenly, a loud rumbling noise and dust cloud rushed past, spreading into the forest and hitting Yu Chuanzhong and the others with a face full of dirt. They couldn't help but cough, trying to suppress it. Fortunately, the thunderous sound of hooves and heavy footsteps of a large army approached, so their coughing went unnoticed. Yu Chuanzong squinted and looked ahead. He saw about 100 fine horses galloping past, led by a brave general wearing a mask. Behind him, fully armed soldiers followed. The soldiers carried flying banners, with the character Hua clearly visible on them. The sound of hooves thundered past, with soldiers running behind them. Seeing the situation clearly, Yu Chuanzong finally relaxed. His tension eased, and the hearts of the three men also settled back into their chests. It was clear that this army belonged to Xiaoyu. Although it was their own country's army, no one dared to act rashly. They quietly hid in the grass and stayed still. After about half an hour, the end of the army finally passed by in front of them. Yu Chuanzong roughly estimated in his mind that this army had at least 20,000 soldiers. He waited quietly for another incense stick's worth of time until the rear of the army was more than 100 zhang away. Then, Yu Chuanzong stood up with 3 men and headed into the forest. Everyone in Yonglu village was frightened by the loud sound of hooves, holding their breath and not daring to make a sound. When they saw Yu Chuanzong come back, their hearts finally relaxed. The old village chief quickly stood up and hurried to Yu Chuanzong, speaking sincerely. "Young brother, I kindly ask you to take me to see my mother." Everyone looked at Yu Chuanzong nervously. Although they didn't know what had just happened, they could see that Yu's team was alert and capable of handling danger. They deeply realized their own limitations. No matter what, they had to follow Yu's family. Yu Chuanzong paused and glanced at the old village chief. He didn't agree or refuse, but simply walked straight into the forest. The old village chief was a bit embarrassed by being ignored, but the villagers behind him kept urging him on. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow Yu and the others. A few sensible villagers also quickly followed behind the old village chief. The people from Fubao village saw this and hurried to catch up. "Boss, what's going on exactly?" Zhang Fenghua asked as she stepped forward to inquire when she saw Yu and the others returning. Seeing her son's relaxed expression, her worries turned into confusion. Yu Jiutian also came over and stood beside the old lady, wrapping her short arms around her leg, tilting her head to listen. Yu Chuanzong quickly explained what he saw and guessed. "Mother, the army we just passed is from our Xiaoyu. It looks like they are heading to the front lines to support. The military banner has the character Hua on it. I hope this brave Hua family general can wipe out the enemy in one strike. This way, we won't have to keep wandering and suffering." Seeing the rushing horses' hooves, he wished he could also jump on a horse and go to the front lines with the soldiers to fight and eliminate those bloodthirsty southern barbarians, so his family could have peace again. He is now the main support of his family, carrying too many worries, and can only place his hopes on others for now. Zhang Fenghua frowned and thought for a moment. Since the reinforcements are sent by the court, it shows the front line is really tight. But no matter what, our troops are fighting back to resist the enemies, which has bought us some time to escape to the capital. Listening to the analysis of Yu's family, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Yonglu village people who followed behind Yu Chuanzong also heard everything clearly. They couldn't help but admire Yu Chuanzong's alertness and Zhang Fenghua's judgment. If what just passed wasn't the summer army but a large group of bandits, Yu's family wouldn't have warned everyone to hide in the woods. Their complete destruction would have been just a moment away. No wonder he said the elders and children were seriously ill, yet Yu's family remained unmoved. Such a careful person wouldn't fail to see through the lies and schemes involved. Thinking of this, the old village chief looked at Zhang Fenghua and felt a prickling sensation on his back. "Dear relative, chasing after you almost cost us half our lives. You're quite ruthless. The old village chief already said we have sick elders and children. How can you still be so indifferent?" While the old village chief was pondering how to speak, Lai Guohua jumped out first, loudly criticizing Zhang Fenghua with a righteous tone. Then she turned to glare at Yu Jiutian, saying, "Tianbao, come here so Grandma can hold you. Grandma missed you so much." Yu Jiutian quickly hid behind Zhang Fenghua, showing her disdain for Lai Guohua. Her words were full of accusations, but her tone was familiar and scolding, with sharp, calculating eyes and a smile that looked eager to please. It was a strange mix of feelings. Lai Guohua still wanted to pull Yu Jiutian away, but the old village chief grabbed her firmly. "Shut up and step aside. Don't disturb me while I talk about important matters." Seeing the old village chief's stern rebuke to Lai Guohua, Jiang Fenghua's eyelids twitched. She held back her urge to scold Lai Guohua immediately. Lai Guohua thought she had given the old village chief many good ideas and believed she was more clever than others. Now, being scolded by the village chief made her feel uncomfortable. She was about to argue stubbornly, but the old village chief's face darkened as he said to the villagers behind him, "Take her away from me. Don't let her interfere with my talk with Sister Jiang." The village man noticed that the old village chief's aura was different from usual and quickly followed instructions. Old village chief. Before Lai Hohot could speak, the old village chief tore a piece of his clothing and forcefully stuffed it into her mouth. Then, she looked shocked as the village man dragged her away. Yu Jiutian, sitting between Jiang Fenghua's legs, felt very comfortable watching this scene. She instinctively thought that the old village chief had successfully made the first step in talking to her grandmother. Sure enough, Jiang Fenghua finally looked directly at the old village chief. "Wait a moment." Then she turned to Zhou Chongsheng. "Brother Zhou, please come and take charge." The Yu family was just leading the way and wouldn't undermine the village chief's authority. Zhou Chongsheng nodded and came over, feeling even more respect and admiration for Jiang Fenghua. He understood that she perfectly embodied the meaning of those 3 words. Even though everyone was coming for the Yu family, Jiang Fenghua still prioritized the dignity of the village chief. Because of this, he was willing to be the spear for the Yu family. He looked calmly at the old village chief. "Brother Qian, I know what you want to say. But as you can see, our Fubao village was once quite united. However, after traveling less than 100 miles, people's hearts have already become divided. It's even more complicated with 2 villages traveling together. So I think it's better if you don't speak up." Feeling the rejection before he could even speak, Qian Jiguang's face showed a hint of awkwardness. He looked back at the villagers behind him, clenched his teeth, and bowed to Jiang Fenghua and Zhou Chongsheng. "Brother Zhou, Sister Jiang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used the illness of the elders and children as an excuse to try to make you stop. I know that the Fubao village and the Yu family are not obligated to travel with us. But I still want to ask you, please take us along. After all, with more people, we can form a strong group to scare off those who might do us harm." After speaking, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and carefully watched Jiang Fenghua and Zhou Chongsheng's expressions. Besides being honest and sincere, he really didn't know how to persuade the Yu family to bring them along. Seeing the village chief's open and earnest plea, Yu Jiutian suddenly felt a bit touched. Is this still the same indecisive, easily afraid of offending people village chief? Some people live their whole lives within their small understanding, and perhaps even in their 70s or 80s, they won't experience much growth in their thinking. However, the short journey of escape has forced a kind of passive growth that surpasses what they gained in decades before. Therefore, no matter what situation they are in, people must keep moving forward to break old ways of thinking and accept new things. Yu Jiutian tightly held Jiang Fenghua's hand, unable to resist pressing her small face close to rub against her, feeling deeply grateful to have met such a caring elder. In her past life, her family background was strong, and her family worked hard to pave a smooth path for her, so she only needed to focus on her passion for medicine, without worrying about unpleasant people or problems around her. Although she now has no moment of peace, she can learn how to conduct herself from her grandmother at any time. It seems she has understood the meaning of being given a second chance at life. Jiang Fenghua looked at Zhou Chongsheng. After Zhou nodded, she slowly said, "Our group of 10 or so people fought against the mountain bandits. In the end, the bandits were all defeated. Although everyone on our side was injured, no one lost their life. I believe someone has already told you this, right?" Qian Jiguang felt more nervous. Jiang Fenghua was indirectly telling him that having more people doesn't necessarily help. And the matter of Fubao village sending people to meet and communicate with them was indeed noticed by Jiang Fenghua. After a long silence, Qian Jiguang gave up trying to persuade and instead started to ask questions. Miss Jiang, does that mean our group is completely useless? His words caused some people behind him to exchange glances. Some smarter ones had already figured out something, but others, foolishly, thought Qian Jiguang was belittling himself and losing his dignity, pushing himself into a corner with one sentence. If he asked like that, the Yu family would naturally refuse to cooperate. Jiang Fenghua's lips curled slightly. With your words, you are useful. Her words stunned everyone, and Qian Jiguang was also a bit confused. Even Zhou Chongsheng and the others from the Yu family looked at each other, unsure of what the old lady meant. But what no one could see from their perspective was Yu Jiutian, who showed an extremely excited and happy expression. Her small hand was eager, ready to clap for Jiang Fenghua. Grandmother's way of thinking truly surpasses ordinary people. Without strong friendship as a foundation, people are less willing to give unconditionally without expecting anything in return. However, mutual help and exchange of benefits can still allow everyone to move forward together. Everyone has strength or wisdom, it's just a matter of more or less. As long as someone is willing to give their all, it is not useless. People often don't want to use their strength, and sometimes they are foolish or speak carelessly. Those who are afraid others will see them as troublemakers are not valuable themselves and often try to take others' benefits. If you have to go through hardships with such people, it's better to simply die at the hands of bandits, so you don't have to keep seeing the frustration every day. At this point, Jiang Fenghua paused and pointed to Yu Chuanzhong. Our eldest has courage and wisdom. He can be a frontline defender against danger, or go hunting to help. His value is the greatest in the team. Then she pointed to her other sons. The second and third are weak in body, but full of ideas. They can come up with many good plans and are brave enough to face danger head-on. The fourth son can tell everyone how to cook simple but tasty meals, even on the run. When faced with danger, he won't hide like a turtle. The fifth son is a healer. Even injured, he keeps helping others with medical care. Even our 3.5-year-old has contributed with his own medical skills. And there are others too. The old lady pointed to Zhou Chongsheng, the Zhang family, and the Lu family. Each of them has contributed their skills, some with strength, some with food, some with virtue. They don't just sit back and enjoy the benefits. Even though we are few in number, everyone does their part. We will overcome all difficulties and reach the capital. And what about you? What is your value? Finally, the old lady coldly asked back, is it your mouth that only knows how to hurt others, or your selfishness and fear of death? At this, the scene fell silent. The people of the Yu family looked determined and proud, grateful for the moment they stood up for themselves. Qian Ziguang and those behind him also fell silent. After reflecting on their actions, they all lowered their heads. Yu Jiutian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she really wanted to clap for her grandmother, she didn't dare to break the serious atmosphere. She could only gently tap her fingers to show her excitement and agreement. Can you cut grass for horses? Jiang Fenghua suddenly asked Qian Jiguang. Qian Jiguang was surprised but quickly replied, yes, I can. My hands and feet are a bit slow, but it's not hard for me. Gather firewood? No problem. Joining our team means working hard with your family. Will you be willing to work hard and not complain? Will you help when there's danger? That's why I said you're useful. Jiang Fenghua looked serious. Even though your value is small, you're willing to give your all to the team. That's what matters. And your attitude just now shows you've let go of your pride as village head and agree with Brother Zhou's way of handling things. You won't be upset if you have to follow our plans in the future. This change is also your value. Our team is happy to accept you. Jiang Fenghua looked at Zhou Chongsheng. Brother Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Chongsheng nodded. As long as you work hard and don't cause trouble, I won't refuse your joining. Qian Jiguang's face lit up with excitement. Great. Don't worry, I will lead my family to work hard and follow instructions, and we won't cause trouble. Village head, what should we do? The people behind Qian Jiguang were anxious, worried that he might leave them behind too. Did you hear what Sister Jiang and Brother Zhou said? As long as you follow their instructions, I believe they won't refuse to include us. Qian Jiguang looked at the others with disappointment, feeling frustrated. They had made it so clear, but some still didn't understand. I may not have much, but I can do any dirty or tiring work. The elders and children at home can gather firewood and pick wild vegetables. My wife is also good at cooking. We will control our words and actions and are willing to follow orders. And our family too. As soon as Qian Jiguang finished speaking, everyone quickly expressed their support. At first, the villagers watching from the outskirts also gathered around, listening carefully. They were afraid that if they didn't show their support, they might be abandoned. Suddenly, the forest was filled with promises. Jiang Fenghua was not in a hurry, but waited for everyone's emotions to settle down. She coldly looked around at everyone and did not immediately agree. I know some of you have truly come to understand things. Naturally, we will put aside past grudges and accept each other. But I warn those who are just pretending to go along. Listen carefully. There is no permanent acceptance here. Everyone must prove themselves to stay in the team. This is the last chance. If anyone breaks the rules, they will be removed at any time, with no chance to make up for it. Does everyone understand? Yes, we understand. Got it. Everyone responded in unison. If a few people had been secretly hoping to agree first and then speak, after hearing Jiang Fenghua's words and recalling her previous firm attitude, they quickly cleared their minds, afraid that any sign of hesitation might be noticed. Seeing this, Qian Jiguang finally felt relieved. He carefully asked Jiang Fenghua, "Since that's the case, we are now on the same side. If you have anything to say, just say it. What should we do now? This hard-won opportunity must be cherished." Jiang Fenghua shook her head. "Not so fast. I still have important things to say. Only if you agree to this can we truly become partners on the same team." Everyone's spirits lifted again. Could it be that Jiang Fenghua was planning to make a request? Jia family, Zhu Cuihua's family, Zhao Yumei's family, Wang Chulian's family. First of all, we will not accept those who cause trouble and chaos. Apart from these troublemakers, others can temporarily travel with us. But if anyone else causes trouble like them later, they will be immediately expelled from the team. Jiang Fenghua seriously made her first demand. Everyone looked at each other. They had already prepared to pay 10 jin of grain from each household. Unexpectedly, the first request from the Yu family was not that. But seeing Jiang Fenghua's expression, it seemed she had more to say, and perhaps a second request was coming. After all, earlier, Qian Ziguang had proposed a benefit exchange to make the Yu family stop causing trouble. No one would pass up a good deal that was handed to them. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and began to observe the families that had been called out. Many families who shared the same mindset as them are now glad they didn't step forward to be the leader. At this moment, except for Lai Ho-hat, who was tied to a tree, and the Chao family members and Zhu Cuihua, who had been called out, everyone looked very worried. They wanted to speak up and complain, but Jiang Fenghua was talking about important matters. They were afraid that interrupting her might offend her and ruin their chances of fixing things, so they had to stay silent and listen. Jiang Fenghua ignored everyone's mixed feelings and continued speaking. Also, since the two villages are traveling together, there will be many people and many things happening. It's normal for disagreements to happen, which can slow us down. The way Fubao village reacted when attacked by bandits is a warning. Even neighbors who have lived together for decades started to split apart. Imagine what will happen with two completely unfamiliar villages traveling together. More disagreements and conflicts are sure to come. So, to prevent this from happening again, we need to be clear about some rules and say some tough words up front. Since everyone trusts the Yu family, I will take the lead today. From now on, there will be only one village chief for both Fubao village and Yanglu village. This way, everyone will be united. I will first discuss briefly with the village chiefs of both villages, then explain the rules to everyone. To keep up with us, you probably won't get much rest tonight. Take this time to rest and prepare. In an hour, we will continue our journey. After speaking, Jiang Fenghua waved to Qian Jiguang and, along with Shou Changsheng, went to a quiet corner to discuss matters. Yu Chuanzhong quickly called out, "Everyone, rest if you need to and cook if you need to. But be careful while cooking and make the fire area bigger to prevent forest fires. Seeing that the Yu family treated everyone like their own, everyone looked happy and felt more at ease. They dispersed to do their own tasks. Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghua and the others were discussing who should be the leader. It was more like a decision had already been made rather than a real discussion. Both Zhou Chongsheng and Qian Jiguang agreed that Jiang Fenghua was the best person to be the village chief. Jiang Fenghua hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Since the two older brothers trust me, I will take on the main responsibility before we reach the capital. Once everyone is safe, I will step back. However, the most trusted people in the two villages are still the two older brothers. I will only make important decisions at critical moments, and for everything else, I still rely on the two brothers. But I must say one thing up front. No matter what happens, the three of us must stick together and treat everyone equally. Only then can the people of both villages be united. What do you two brothers think? Zhou Chongsheng and Qian Jiguang looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Earlier, Zhou Chongsheng thought Jiang Fenghua was just a bit smarter and more decisive than other women. But on this journey, he realized that Jiang Fenghua has a strong willpower, far beyond what he, as a man, could match. If they were in the comfortable Fubao village, her way of doing things might cause some dissatisfaction. But now, in this situation, her clarity and determination are exactly what they need. Once the main person in charge was decided, other matters became much easier to discuss. The first step in merging the two villages was to choose a new name. After some discussion, they decided to call it United Heart Village to remind everyone to work together every time they mention the name. Next, they faced the biggest challenge on their journey: food. At this early stage, everyone still had enough supplies. But they were more than 1,000 miles from the capital. If they kept eating up their supplies without finding more food, they might starve later, even if they avoided danger on the way. So, they needed to find ways to gather food during the journey. Our village leader can take the men hunting, and the game will be divided among the villagers. Yes, and the women can dig wild vegetables, while the elders can take the children to gather firewood. This way, they can reduce food consumption and hopefully make it to the capital. Grandma, this is the wild vegetable pancake made by Uncle C. As the three of them finished talking, Yu Tian ran over, holding a pancake carefully, and handed one to each adult, keeping one for herself. Zhou Chongsheng looked at Yu Tian with joy and couldn't help but take out his own pancake to tease her. Sweetie, Grandpa Zhou's pancake is bigger than yours. Do you want to trade with Grandpa Zhou? Yu Tian first carefully looked at the size of the two people's cakes, then at the cakes in Qian Ziguang and Jiang Fenghua's hands. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then shook her head like a rattle, saying, Tianbao doesn't dare to trade. Grandpa Zhou is willing to trade with you. Why don't you dare to trade? Zhou Chongsheng was surprised and looked confused. Not only him, but Qian Jiguang and Jiang Fenghua also looked at each other, unsure of what the little girl was thinking. Grandpa Zhou wants Tianbao to eat the big cake, because he cares for Tianbao. Tianbao should remember Grandpa Zhou's kindness. But when they are traveling later, Grandpa Zhou might not be able to carry things because he's hungry and Tianbao is small and can't help much. That would make Tianbao feel sad. So, Tianbao doesn't dare to eat. While speaking, Yu Tian quickly took a bite of her own cake, as if afraid that Zhou Chongsheng would force her to trade. Zhou Chongsheng's heart softened, and he wished he could take this little girl back to be his granddaughter. Jiang Fenghua gently pulled Yu Tian into her arms, couldn't help but kiss her soft little face, and smiled with pride at the corner of her eyes. Grandma's good girl is so sensible, much better than those who only look old but have no heart. The old lady's tone was full of pride, making Zhou Chongsheng nod repeatedly. Exactly. Many adults don't understand things as well as our Tianbao. Qian Jiguang finally had the chance to carefully observe Yu Tian, feeling amazed. The chubby, generous child in front of him was completely different from the timid, shrinking bean sprout from the Chao family before. Choosing to join the Yu family was definitely the right decision for Tianbao. Auntie, please don't leave us behind. Dear family, you can't be so cruel. We know we were wrong. Please don't abandon us. The brief moment of warmth was suddenly shattered by sharp crying. All three adult smiles disappeared instantly as they looked toward the newcomers. Zhao Yumei, carrying the weak and timid Hu Xinhua, knelt directly at Jiang Fenghua's feet. Lai Ho-hot, feeling it was too shameful to kneel with Jiang Fenghua and her peers, only had her son's family kneel, while she pretended to wipe tears. The other 5 families, excluded from the group, also knelt in a row before Jiang Fenghua and the others, tears in their eyes and pleading words on their lips. At first, when Jiang Fenghua agreed to lead everyone on the journey, they all felt very happy and proud. But soon, they also felt a bit smug. No matter how tough Jiang Fenghua was, she was still a kind woman. The reason she ignored them earlier was just to give them a warning. And it wasn't just because they were selfish or rude. Even if Jiang Fenghua was clever and sharp, could she really catch each of them one by one? But unexpectedly, she remembered every person clearly and named them out loud, removing them from the group. Jiang Fenghua had already guessed these people wouldn't give up easily. Even though she was prepared mentally, their arguing still made her ears hurt. She stood up, holding Yu Tian, and said coldly, "Even if you kneel in the dirt today, it's all useless." After saying that, she was about to leave, but Zhao Yumei tightly held onto her leg. "Auntie, Yumei has always behaved well. Please don't leave us alone." Jiang Fenghua paused and looked at her coldly. "You've been well behaved? You're the worst here. You tricked Zhu Cuihua, who is foolish, but you can't fool me. She is lazy and stupid, which is annoying, but she hasn't been kicked out of the team. But you encouraged her to cause trouble, making her stupidity worse and disturbing the harmony of the team. And now you have the nerve to say you've been well behaved?"
Bah.
Jiang Fenghua spat at Zhao Yumei and turned to walk away, without mercy. Zhao Yumei's face instantly turned pale, and her eyes flashed with crazy hatred. She instinctively reached for the sickle at her waist, ready to attack Jiang Fenghua. But as soon as she took the sickle, Zhu Cuihua rushed over and knocked her down, riding on her. Then came a series of loud slaps from Zhu Cuihua. "You wicked girl! How dare you use me as a... I'll tear your wicked mouth apart." While saying this, Zhu Cuihua tried to grab Zhao Yumei's face to tear her apart. Zhao Yumei couldn't resist and could only cover her mouth tightly, blood dripping from her hands. She looked at Lu's family and Wang's family for help, but saw that their eyes were full of anger and hatred, just like Zhu Cuihua. Hu Xinhua was knocked down and fell to the ground. She was in so much pain that tears filled her eyes, but at this moment, she ignored the pain and looked at Zhou Chongsheng, crying and begging, "Grandpa Zhou, please help my mother. Please." Zhu Cuihua's wild behavior made her very scared. If Zhao Yumei got hurt, no one would take care of her anymore. Once everyone left, she would be left alone in this wild mountain forest to fend for herself. Zhou Chongsheng actually also disliked Zhao Yumei for causing trouble, but he couldn't just watch Zhu Cuihua really hurt someone. He quickly stepped forward and pulled her away. Zhao Yumei narrowly avoided a serious injury. Meanwhile, at the Yu family's place, they were sitting around a campfire, eating warm porridge and quietly talking among themselves. "Mother, your plan is really good. Should I go hunt some wild chickens now? Just now, I thought you were calm and steady, but now you can't hold back your temper. How many miles did we just travel? If we really catch some mountain chickens, everyone will be busy eating meat. No one will think about traveling. Let's first cover 50 miles. Haha, mother, big brother is eager to show his skills. Yes, yes, with uncle here, we can enjoy some meat in the future. Dad is so mighty. Dad is really awesome." Seeing the Yu family having fun, the Zhang and Jing families, after finishing their food, also gathered around, and everyone started chatting more and more enthusiastically. All the people kept glancing at the Yu family with envy. It seemed that no matter how chaotic things got, the harmony of this family remained unbroken. All their hardships couldn't wipe the smiles off their faces. After looking at the Yu family, everyone turned to look at the people around them. Although the future was uncertain, at least now, the family was together and happy. They should, like the Yu family, find joy even in hardship. For a moment, inspired by the Yu family's example, everyone started to loosen up. Laughter and conversations filled the forest. "Aunt Lai, what should we do now?" On the other side, Several families who had been expelled from the group huddled in a corner, looking at the oldest, Lai Guohua, with worried faces. Zhao Yumei, barely alive, leaned against a tree, her eyes fixed like a venomous snake on the Yu family's side. Zhu Tsuehua looked at Zhao Yumei with hatred, wishing she could go up and hit her again. Lai Guohua was also flustered, but everyone's dependence on her made her feel a little proud inside. She coughed and said, "I know that Jiang Fenghua is not very kind, and right now they definitely won't accept us. But that's okay. Although they don't admit we're part of the same group, no one has the right to interfere with how we go or where we head. Let's all eat well first, take a short nap while they discuss, and when they set out, we'll follow closely. When they rest, we rest too. When there's danger, we hide. Once they finish their work, we come out again. Since we're not really part of their team, even if we don't fight hard, who can really say anything? Now, not only can we travel together, but someone is also working hard in front of us. We can just enjoy the benefits behind." After listening to Lai Hohot, everyone thought this made sense and agreed that Jiang is still the wiser one. This way is better. The people from Yu's side will definitely follow Jiang Fenghua's rules. They can stay with the main group, but won't be controlled. Just thinking about it makes everyone feel happy. Thinking of this, each family quickly prepared some food to fill their stomachs, then found a tree to rest and sleep peacefully. Qixing Village is a good name. Everyone works together to reach the capital city happily and united. Yes, we want everyone to arrive safely. Now that Aunt Jiang is in charge, I feel much calmer. That's right. Maybe on the way, our men can even learn hunting skills from old Yu. When the time comes, we must be diligent and leave a good impression on the Yu family. Who knows, maybe good things will happen later. Yes, we're leaving soon. Pack up quickly. It will be busy this evening. Lai Hohot and the others were awakened by lively chatter. When they opened their eyes, they saw everyone was ready to leave. They panicked and hurriedly packed their things. All packed? Then let's go. According to the route, we should reach near Zhengzhou City tonight. Jiang Fenghua watched everyone help each other move their things onto the official road, feeling a bit happy. She loudly announced the next part of the journey and the destination. Great. I didn't expect us to reach Zhengzhou City so soon. I heard that Zhengzhou City is as lively as the capital. I wonder if we will have a chance to see if it's true. Actually, we do have a chance. Zhengzhou is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the official roads are built to go through the city, so we must pass through Zhengzhou. Really? That's great. I didn't expect our escape route to also be an opportunity to see more. It's not a bad deal. Talking about the prosperity and beauty of Zhengzhou, everyone suddenly felt more energetic. The group started to move slowly. Lai Hohot and her group stayed close to the back of the line. Because there were many people, their pace was a bit slower than before, but it wasn't hard for them to keep up. They kept about 7 or 8 zhang away from the front, looking like they were traveling together without any problem. A few families couldn't help but praise Lai Hohot. Lai Hohot looked proud and happy, and she couldn't help but come up with some new clever ideas. A group of about 10 people saw Lai Hohot as the leader and praised her a lot, which made her feel very proud. They walked steadily for more than 30 li, and everything went smoothly, without any unexpected problems. Gradually, large fields that had been harvested appeared in their view. The thick stalks in the fields silently told everyone that the farmers had a big harvest this year. Yu Tian sat up straight, stretching her neck to look at the village and farmers at the end of the fields. Her eyes were full of curiosity. She had heard everyone talk about Zhengzhou and had been dreaming of it. She imagined it was a rich city, like a small Shanghai, which made her very eager to see it. "Grandma, the houses over there are so broken. We don't have houses that are that bad." Yu Tian pointed at a village not far away, her big eyes full of confusion. Jiang Fenghua looked in the direction of her little hand. There was a village with mostly thatched roofs and houses made of yellow mud bricks. They were even more rundown than the worst houses in Fu Bao village. She looked again at the dense, sturdy stalks in the fields, her expression becoming serious. Based on the number of farmers and the size of the fields, each family probably has more than 20 acres of land. The fields are abundant and the harvest is good, but it's strange that the farmers live in such poor houses. Official, we've already paid this year's taxes and grain. Why do we still have to pay more now? Official, you can't take this. It's our family's winter food. Please, sir, have mercy and leave us some way to survive. Let go now, or I won't be responsible for my knife. Not far away, at the crossroads leading to the village, a group of soldiers and villagers were pushing and pulling. The soldiers had about 5 or 6 carts pulled by mules, filled high with grain, probably weighing several thousand pounds. Men struggled to hold on, trying to keep at least one bag of grain. Women begged, elders wiped tears, and children, frightened, cried loudly behind them. It was late autumn, but the villagers still wore tattered clothes. They looked thin and gaunt, and anyone seeing them leave the village might think they were beggars. Hearing the noise, everyone looked over. Yu Jiutian also couldn't help but stand up from the carriage. Jiang Fenghua quickly reached out and pulled her back into his arms. The horse-drawn cart stopped. Xia Danmei jumped down and, frowning, approached Jiang Fenghua. Aunt Jiang, the soldiers are stealing food from the villagers. If we rush over now, we'll probably get caught in the mess. She was at the front, the first to see what was happening. Zheng Jun had served in the army for many years and often told her about the dirty things happening here. Stealing grain? Are the soldiers so bold? Doesn't the governor of Zhengzhou care? Yu Chuanzhong also came over, looking surprised. Xia Danmei snorted coldly. Without orders from above, how could the soldiers be so reckless? When a local governor steals from the people, it's common even in peaceful times. And now, with the court busy fighting enemies, they have no time to control such things. With the mountains and distance, local officials turn into treasure hunters for themselves. The governor of Huzhou was also greedy, but he only stole small amounts, not enough to harm the people's livelihood. Just as they entered Zhengzhou, they saw soldiers robbing civilians. It showed how corrupt the local officials were. Jiang Fenghua tightened his grip on Yu Jiutian, who also held her grandmother tightly. Watching the fierce fight between soldiers and villagers nearby, the grandparent and grandchild looked on with sadness. Yu was no longer a safe home for the people. They were worse than enemies. They were like shameless beasts. Yu Chuanzhong's eyes reddened as he tightly gripped his chopping knife. He moved forward uncontrollably, but Su Xunyang held him back. Father of the child.
Ah!
The soldiers are killing people. A sharp, piercing scream made the Yu family members' hearts jump. In the distance, a soldier's sword struck a tall, thin villager. The villager fell rolling into the field, and a woman cried out as she rushed to his side. Get out of the way, or I'll cut you all down one by one. The soldier waved his sword wildly at the villagers. Seeing that they had truly killed someone, the villagers screamed and ran back into the village. The soldiers spat contemptuously at the fleeing villagers and laughed loudly. These fools! The magistrate is taking your grain because he respects you, but you think you can fight us with your little swords? You can't win. Brother, is it still the usual way? Should we split the loot among ourselves and then send some to the magistrate? Several soldiers gathered around, smiling kindly and wiping blood off their swords on their clothes. Of course. Why else would we go through all this trouble? Half for us, and half for the magistrate. The leader of the soldiers enjoyed the praise from his subordinates. He swaggered as he wiped blood on his sword, and then sheathed it. The soldiers' subordinates didn't seem upset at all. Instead, they lowered their waists even more and smiled happily. Boss, look. There are so many refugees. One soldier pointed with his sword at the group from Qixin village. Although the villagers had stopped, there were too many people, and their presence was obvious. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. The leader of the soldiers looked over. From a distance, he couldn't see the soldiers' expressions clearly, but the moment he looked their way, Yu Jiutian felt like a poisonous snake was staring at her. She shivered and pressed her small face tightly against Jiang Fenghua's face, which helped calm her racing heart. Jiang Fenghua softly comforted her. Be good, little one. Don't be afraid. Grandma is here, and no matter how bad the bad guys are, we're safe. As soon as she finished speaking, the soldier leader's gaze shifted to the supplies on their ox cart, and he and his men moved closer. Seeing this, everyone became a little nervous. Jiang Fenghua turned her head, her eyes warning and soothing at the same time. Like a calming medicine, her words immediately quieted the restless crowd. After Yu Chuanzhong waved his hand behind him, more than 30 villagers immediately stepped forward, each holding a digging tool, glaring fiercely to block the supplies and women and children behind them. Jiang Fenghua handed Yu Jiutian to Yu Quanzi's arms. Before the soldiers could move forward, she stepped out to meet them. Yu Chuanzhong and a group of villagers followed closely behind. Zhou Chongsheng and Qian Ziguang exchanged a quick look and hurried to catch up. Although Jiang Fenghua is now the village head, these two grown men couldn't just let a woman face danger first every time something happened. Seeing the crowd standing firm, the villagers felt more confident. The group stretched over more than 100 yards. At the back, Lai Ho-Hot and her friends didn't know what was happening, and when they asked the last villagers, no one paid attention to them. They could only stretch their necks and look ahead, searching for hiding spots, thinking that if there was danger, they could hide quickly. The leader of the soldiers looked at the large crowd coming toward them and slowed down without reason. At first, he could tell these people were ordinary villagers. Such a big crowd clearly indicated refugees fleeing from the front lines of the war. But as they got closer, he realized something was wrong. Although these villagers weren't dressed well, they all wore proper clothes, and the two leaders had no patches on their clothes. Most importantly, these people didn't show the usual panic of ordinary villagers seeing soldiers. Instead, they gathered and moved forward confidently, with fierce and brave expressions. This didn't look like refugees at all. It seemed more like enemy soldiers bringing their families to settle in a suitable area. The soldiers slowed down, but Jiang Fenghua didn't. She quickly approached within 3 yards of the soldiers. The leader of the soldiers looked at Yu Chuanzhong, who was tall and strong, and became more cautious. His hand tightened on his sword sheath. Clearing his throat, he took on a commanding tone and asked, "Where are you from? Where are you headed?" Jiang Fenghua's tone was cool but polite. "Sir, we're from Huzhou City. Huzhou has fallen to the enemy. We plan to pass through Zhengzhou to reach the capital and seek refuge." The soldier's leader was expecting Yu Chuanzhong to answer, but instead, a woman beside him spoke. He was momentarily displeased. "I asked your leader, why is a woman speaking?" Jiang Fenghua slightly curled her lips, but didn't reply. "She is our village head." Zhou Chongsheng and Qian Ziguang spoke together to the soldiers and officers. The soldiers' leaders couldn't help but exchange glances with their subordinates, then burst into loud laughter. Are all these men castrated? To think they let an old woman be the village head. This is the first time I've heard of such a strange thing. Haraha, maybe this old woman has some special talent, or else why would so many men support her? She's a bit old, but she looks quite nice. Hearing their mother being insulted, Yu Chuanzhong quickly stepped forward. "Uncle, these people are dressed like Uncle Zheng. Are they also officials?" Suddenly, Yu Jiutian appeared from behind Jiang Fenghua, eyes wide with curiosity as she looked at the group of officials. She ran up to the soldier's leader and asked, "Uncle, are you also a grand officer?" Grand officers are so impressive. As she spoke, the little girl waddled over on her short legs, curiously grabbing the soldier's sword and examining it. "Wow, this big sword looks so powerful and cool. This uncle's sword also looks very strong. Wow, so many grand officers. How come there are so many impressive grand officers here?" Yu Chuanzhong and Jiang Fenghua watched as the little girl had already gone deep among the soldiers, boldly grabbing each soldier's sword and inspecting it. Their hearts pounded with worry. Zhou Chongsheng and the people behind him all broke out in cold sweat because they knew how much the Yu family treasured this granddaughter and how fierce these soldiers could be. One wrong move, and the little girl might be harmed. The soldiers were caught off guard by the bold little girl. They initially wanted to scare her by drawing their swords, but unexpectedly, her sweet words made them feel unexpectedly pleased. Before they could react, Yu Jiutian had already run back and reached out her small hand to Yu Chuanzhong. "Big uncle." Hug. Yu Chuanzhong quickly stepped forward, scooping her into his arms. The little girl nestled into his embrace, and his heart finally relaxed. Jiang Fenghua's clenched hand loosened, and she turned to glare fiercely at Yu Jiutian. But her gaze met the big, tearful eyes and trembling little body of the girl. The old lady suddenly seemed to recall something, and a shiver ran through her. She felt a deep chill and a lingering fear. She quickly pulled Yu Jiutian into her arms, wishing she could lock her inside her chest. Yu Jiutian buried her face in her grandmother's neck, tears of fear soaking the old lady's clothes. So this little girl is the granddaughter of this old woman. No wonder she knows how to make men happy at such a young age. Turns out she's related to that old flirt. Thud, thud, thud. A few soldiers were talking dirty while approaching Jiang Fenghua and Yu Jiutian. Yu Chuanzhong stepped forward to block his mother and niece, and others raised their hose defensively. Suddenly, all the soldiers collapsed one after another, falling in a jumbled heap. The unexpected scene made everyone step back in shock. Villagers nearby also stretched their necks to see what happened. Yu Chuanli quickly checked the soldiers' breathing. They're still alive, just fainted. Aunt Jiang, what's going on? Why did these soldiers suddenly faint? It seems that Tianbao walked around near them, and then Some guessed that Yu Jiutian was likely involved in causing the soldiers to faint, and they covered their mouths in surprise. Although it was not polite to discuss, everyone was amazed and confused about how such a small girl managed to defeat a dozen grown men. Jiang Fenghua held back her rising emotions and gently comforted her beloved Tianbao before softly scolding, "Are you trying to scare Grandma to death?" Yu Jiutian straightened her small body, her tearful eyelashes trembling.
They bullied Grandma.
Tianbao is small, but she knows they are talking bad about Grandma. Tianbao is so angry. Boo-hoo, Tianbao wants to protect Grandma. When she ran in front of the soldiers, her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. In her eyes, these men were giants, and she was just an ant. A single step from them could crush her. Grandma was her faith, and her faith was being trampled by these dirty men. She was so furious, she almost lost her mind. Jiang Fenghua's nose twitched with emotion. Her words caught in her throat, and she silently pulled Tianbao into her arms. Good girl, how can bad words be considered proper? No matter what they say, Grandma won't be sad. But if you take such risks, it will scare Grandma to death. Do you understand? Yu Jiutian nodded desperately on Jiang Fenghua's shoulder, saying, "Sweet baby won't dare anymore. Sweet baby doesn't want to scare Grandma to death." This time, she was truly brave. If she moved even a little slower, she would become the soldiers' victims. If she really disappeared, Grandma would be heartbroken. "Mom, what should we do now? We can't just let these soldiers lie here. We could leave, but that would bring disaster to them." Yu Chuanli admired his niece's courage, but also had to think practically. He pointed at the villagers approaching them. Jiang Fenghua suppressed her feelings and watched the villagers from Zhengzhou village cautiously approach, stopping about 10 yards away, looking helpless. Leading them was an old man with silver hair and a white beard. His hunched body looked like a walking skeleton. He shakily stepped forward with a cane. Jiang Fenghua quickly went to meet him, her face softening from the cold, tense expression she had when facing the soldiers. "Young lady, you. This is..." The old man looked at the soldiers on the ground with disbelief. He was cautious, wanting to ask Jiang Fenghua something but unsure how to start. Jiang Fenghua understood his question and explained, "Old uncle, we are refugees from Huzhou City. The soldiers just now were looking for us, but my child gave them some medicine, so they are unconscious for now." The old man nodded in surprise. "Are they in danger? When will they wake up?" "Because you tried to steal our grain, my 2 children starved to death. I want to kill you. Kill you." Just as Jiang Fenghua was about to make up a time, a man with red eyes ran over, kicking and hitting the soldiers on the ground in anger. One person started, and soon all the villagers joined in, venting their anger on the helpless soldiers. Among them was a woman whose husband had been injured by the soldiers. She tore off the soldier leader's hair along with his scalp. Yu Jiutian watched the villagers go crazy, her eyes filled with deep compassion and fear. Now she saw that these villagers were even more ragged than the clothes she wore in the Chow family, completely skin and bones. The children who cried loudly were small in size but big in spirit, even more so than when she first saw them. She understood their madness very well. It was born from being oppressed by a cruel life for so long, and now it burst out as intense hatred. When they saw a chance, their hatred exploded like a volcano, unstoppable. Jiang Fenghua was worried about causing someone to get hurt. He wanted to step forward to stop them, but he couldn't move his feet. This wild outburst might be the only chance they would ever have in their lives. Forget it. These soldiers really deserve to be punished. The villagers behind Jiang Fenghua gathered in front. Although they didn't know exactly what was happening, everyone had red eyes from crying. They thought they were already the most miserable people, having left their homes. But they didn't realize that the suffering in the world was even worse than they imagined. They could still eat and wear warm clothes, but the people in front of them, though at home, looked thin and weak. They suffered from hunger and cold every day and had to do heavy farm work. The old man was probably the village chief. He also hated the soldiers on the ground, but he still kept his reason. Stop fighting. If someone gets hurt or killed, the government will come after us. None of us can escape. He shakily stepped forward to pull a wild villager away. The villager waved his hand and pushed him back, causing him to fall backward. Luckily, Yu Chuanzhong quickly stepped in to catch the old man. Good young man, thank you for helping our old man. Thank you. Yu Chuanzhong helped the old man away from the crowd. An elderly woman, about the same age as the old man, held her husband and tearfully said, "Old man, you can't control him anymore. Stand back. If something happens to you, how can I live alone?" The old man patted her hand and looked helpless. No, if something happens to the soldiers, our village will be finished. Yu Jiu was feeling very guilty. He looked down and said to Jiang Fenghua, "Grandma, is Tianbao in big trouble?" He didn't want the soldiers to curse Jiang Fenghua anymore, so he smeared a quick-acting sedative on each of their hands, which could the skin, and enter the bloodstream. He took the antidote in advance, so he was fine. But the soldiers would not wake up for at least 2 hours. Jiang Fenghua looked at everything in front of him. His worried eyes suddenly became calm and firm. "No, Tianbao, you did very well. These people, although they wear official uniforms, are actually very evil. They do worse than bandits. Our mountain bandits have done the killing this time, so let's take this chance to vent our anger on these officials." Yu Jiutian originally thought that even if they killed these soldiers, it would be justified. But she was also afraid that her rash actions might harm the villagers in front of her. The old lady's words seemed to be a calming spell. Her wavering emotions suddenly settled into a confident stance. After a long while, the villagers' emotions finally calmed down. They either collapsed or lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Because of long-term hunger, they had no strength left. Even fighting back against the helpless soldiers with fists and kicks exhausted all their energy. Looking around, the soldiers on the ground were in a terrible state. They wore clothes, but there were no visible injuries. Their faces were bloody and torn, so much so that even their own family members might not recognize who was who. Under Jiang Fenghua's signal, Yu Chuanli frowned and stepped forward to check each soldier's breath. Then he shook his head with a serious expression. "They're all dead." Everyone present felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The villagers from Zhengzhou suddenly froze, then filled with endless fear. They had felt so relieved when they vented their anger earlier, but now they were full of worry. "What should we do, village chief?" Everyone looked at the old village chief. The old village chief had no solution. He could only shake his head and sigh, "We've endured for so many years. How come we can't hold on just for a little longer? If these people don't go back to report and the officials come tomorrow, we will be in trouble." Immediately, a woman sobbed and cried, "If I can't escape, I won't. I've had enough of this miserable life. Tonight, I will take my children and end it all so I won't be taken by those corrupt officials to be tortured in prison. I'll cook a big pot of plain rice. Even if I die, I want to die full. Yes, I won't choose any other way to die. I want to starve myself to death at the dining table." The villagers from Zhengzhou hugged each other and cried. The sad atmosphere was so thick that everyone in Qixing village was moved to tears. They had only heard rumors that Zhengzhou was as prosperous as the capital, but they never imagined that behind that prosperity, so many tears and suffering were hidden. Jiang Fenghua, usually calm and composed, also had red eyes. Yu Jiutian, in her arms, had already cried herself into tears. The old village chief and his wife were crying uncontrollably, but they had no solution. He looked at Jiang Fenghua with a cautious hope in his eyes and slowly knelt down in front of her. Jiang Fenghua was startled and quickly knelt on one knee to be level with the old man. After setting down Yu Jiutian, she supported his arms and said, "Big brother, what are you doing? Please get up and talk." Although the old village chief was weak, he insisted on kneeling and refused to get up. He wiped his tears and said, "Little sister, I know it's because of our village's troublemakers that this terrible disaster happened. But they are also living in great frustration. You can save all the soldiers without fighting, so you must be very capable. Please, have mercy and help us." Seeing the elderly man, who was so old yet still fighting for his villagers' survival, Jiang Fenghua felt a choking pain in her heart. But she looked at the many soldiers who were struggling with their dilemma. So many adults had been lost without reason, and it seemed impossible to hide the truth anymore. Before she could think further, all the villagers knelt behind the old village chief, forming a large group. "Auntie, please save us." Yu Jiutian, tears in her eyes, hurriedly tried to think of a way to help, but a hand pulled her aside. She looked up in surprise and saw Ah Hong from Huang's family. Ah Hong didn't say a word. He simply pulled her over to Yu Quanli. After giving Yu Jiutian a meaningful look, Ah Hong whispered to Yu Quanli, who looked confused. During the whispering, he also pointed at Yu Jiutian. Yu Jiutian's heart trembled at Ah Hong's deep gaze, feeling as if she was being seen through. She could clearly see Yu Quanli's face change in shock. After finishing his words, Ah Hong turned and disappeared into the crowd behind the villagers of Chi Xian village, looking expressionless at everything before him. Yu Quanli tried to process Ah Hong's suggestion. Then he squatted down, lowered his voice, and asked Yu Jiutian, "Tian Bao, did you show any signs of something unusual in front of Grandma Huang and Ah Hong?" Yu Jiutian was stunned. She immediately understood what her fifth uncle meant by signs. She instinctively looked in Ah Hong's direction but didn't see the boy's figure. "Fifth uncle, what do you mean by signs?" With so many people talking, it was hard to explain clearly. Yu Jiutian decided to pretend she didn't understand for now. Yu Chuanli looked at his young niece's confused expression, sighed, and with complicated feelings, took her hand and whispered to Jiang Fenghua, relaying Ah Hong's words. Jiang Fenghua's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at the crowd behind her with a serious face. "Mother, I know you share the same worry as I do, that others might discover Tianbao's secret, which could be bad for her. But if Ah Hong had any bad intentions, he wouldn't have suggested this at such a critical moment. The most urgent thing now is to quickly deal with the immediate problem." Yu Chuanli, observing the old lady's expression, quietly reminded her in a voice only they could hear. Jiang Fenghua nodded, understanding her plan. She then told the old village chief, "Big brother, the soldiers are also part of our plan. We will handle this matter. You all should quickly take the villagers home. If anyone asks, just say the soldiers never came to your village. Do you understand?" Hearing this, the old village chief wiped his tears in disbelief and asked, "Really? You have a way to solve this?" Everyone behind him fell silent, afraid to disturb their conversation. "Yes, don't worry. You all unload the grain at home and give us the mules, ox carts, and the soldiers' bodies. Just remember, no matter who asks, you must insist that the soldiers never came to the village. The officials are clever and might try to scare or trick you. You must stick to your story and not say anything else. The rest is not your concern." Jiang Fenghua was still worried and reminded him again. The old village chief looked troubled, and the people behind him remained silent. "Little sister, I hope you won't laugh at me, but after all these years, we've been bullied so much by these evil people that we've lost all courage. If the government really comes to investigate, I'm afraid." The old village chief lowered his head in helplessness, worried that just a stern look might scare the villagers to death. And with a child of the local official witnessing everything, There's no guarantee they won't slip up. The people behind him sniffled but said nothing, nodding in agreement. Jiang Fenghua frowned slightly. This was a tough problem. They could handle the bodies, but they couldn't stay behind to cover for the villagers. It seemed like they had reached a dead end. Not caring about the lives of our villagers, but worrying about outsiders who are unrelated. They are the ones who caused the trouble. We're just passing by. It's like eating radishes and not caring about anything else. When Lai Ho-hot and her group saw the procession moving slowly, they couldn't wait any longer and hurried from behind. They watched the scene for a while, and when they saw Jiang Fenghua look troubled, they naturally took the opportunity to mock her. Anyway, she wouldn't be leading them on the road anymore, so she didn't need to force herself to ask Jiang Fenghua for anything. She could say whatever she wanted. If the people from Qixin village could be persuaded to dislike Jiang Fenghua, that would be perfect. Yu Jiutian clenched her small fists, glaring at Lai Ho-hot's annoying face. She wished she could instantly become a strong adult and teach Lai Ho-hot a lesson. This old woman was really shameless. Although she had no strength now, this time she decided not to let Lai Ho-hot go. She quietly sneaked behind her and sprinkled medicinal powder on her hands and clothes. Either you go or stay behind. The Yu brothers were about to lose their temper, but unexpectedly, everyone from Qixin village spat at Lai Ho-hot like fighting. Lai Ho-hot dodged quickly, but she still got some spit on her. The villagers behind her, fearing they might get involved, hurriedly bowed their heads and hid. Lai Ho-hot was both angry and scared. Seeing her attempt to stir trouble backfire and only bring trouble to herself, she could only retreat in frustration. The villagers from Zhengzhou saw how united the people of Qixin village were in confronting the troublemakers, and they grew more respectful of Jiang Fenghua. The old village chief saw Jiang Fenghua's sincere expression, truly thinking of their safety. His face changed several times before he cautiously asked, "Big sister, you just said you came from Huzhou City fleeing. Has the enemy already attacked Huzhou City?" The group was fleeing from the south front line, and this morning, a summer army had already headed back in that direction. It was likely that the attack was close to what she guessed. Jiang Fenghua nodded without hiding anything. The old village chief's face suddenly turned serious. After thinking for a moment, he knelt again before Jiang Fenghua. "Big sister, if Zhengzhou is the city near Huzhou, once Huzhou falls, Zhengzhou will be next. Today's events mean our village will not escape disaster. It's better to prepare early and flee now." When he was about to kowtow to Jiang Fenghua firmly stopped him and said, "Big brother, doing that will shorten your little sister's life. Please, just speak normally." The old village chief looked a bit embarrassed and said, "I want to ask my little sister to help us escape. Anyway, staying here won't feed us or keep us warm. It's better to leave with a harvest grain. Don't worry, you can go your way. We'll just follow behind you and won't hold you back." Unexpectedly, the old village chief suggested they escape together. Jiang Fenghua was stunned. The villagers behind the old village chief were also surprised, their faces quickly showing signs of struggle and reluctance. Then, the men all bowed to the people of Qixin village and begged, "Please, take us away from here." The people of Qixin village felt sorry for them but hesitated because of the situation. Everyone in this village was weak and fragile. Bringing them along would be a burden, but leaving them behind made them feel guilty. "Child's father, what's wrong? Don't scare me." A sharp cry from a woman sounded. Yu Jiutian and Yu Chuanli were both startled, remembering that a villager had been injured by soldiers. The two uncles didn't dare delay and hurried over to the woman. The villager was pale and collapsed in the woman's arms, with a large wound on his shoulder, bleeding heavily. Grandmama quickly came over with a medicine box, and the three worked smoothly together. Yu Jiutian handed over medical tools, Grandmama gave acupuncture, and Yu Chuanli stitched the wound. The woman saw that they had a doctor with them, and her expression softened for a moment, then suddenly became anxious again. The injured villager, in his dazed state, instinctively resisted treatment, saying, "Don't bother with me. I can't be cured. We don't have enough money for the fee." The woman started crying again, looking anxiously at Grandmama and the others, feeling helpless. Grandmama and Yu Chuanli ignored her and continued their work. Yu Jiutian reached out her small hand and patted the woman's hand, saying, "Auntie, don't worry. The doctor and my uncle are kind-hearted. The fee is just a few handfuls of grain." A few handfuls of grain for consultation? The woman looked at the 3 or 4-year-old girl in disbelief. Not only her, but the other villagers were also shocked. When did the medical fees in Xiaoyuegua become so low? In the next moment, their shock increased 100-fold. Because they saw Yu Chuanli holding strange needles and threads, sewing the villagers' wounds just like mending clothes. The woman was so frightened, she covered her mouth. When she realized she should stop Yu Chuanli's actions, the young girl had already skillfully cut the last thread for the uncle. After quickly feeding something to the injured villager, Yu Chuanli gently placed him back into the woman's arms. Granny Ma quickly tidied up the medical box. The smooth and flowing treatment process made the villagers of Zhengzhou almost pop their eyes out. Many questions suddenly arose, tying their minds in knots. This trio of an old woman, a young girl, and a child was strange but harmonious. The old woman and Yu Chuanli were adults who knew some medical skills, which was understandable. The 3-year-old girl seemed to just hand over something and help a little, but her calm and serious attitude was even more shocking than the 2 adults. "Auntie, don't worry. In a little while, this uncle will wake up," Yu Jiutian comforted her with an old-sounding tone. Seeing the serious look on the little girl's face as she comforted her, the woman nodded blankly, feeling grateful. "Thank you. Thank you all." Although everything was beyond her imagination, their saving her husband was real. When Granny Ma and the others returned to their group, all the villagers of Zhengzhou knelt down on the ground, even pulling the children down with them. The scene was so quiet it almost felt frozen. Faced with the admiration of strangers, the people of Qixin village felt proud for the first time to be part of Yu's group. Seeing the humble villagers of Zhengzhou just trying to survive, no one dared to refuse. Maybe one day, they would also fall into such a situation and need help from others. If they were constantly met with cold indifference, how could they survive in this world? Jiang Fenghua turned around and looked at the villagers of Qixing village. The decision now concerns everyone's interests. "I can't make decisions for you. Those willing to help, raise your hands. Those unwilling, keep your hands down. The majority rules." Yu Jiutian tightly hugged the old lady's leg, feeling proud. This is her grandma, kind and principled, holding power without being selfish, knowing when to act and when to hold back. The people of Qixin village looked at each other for a moment, almost everyone raising their hands. First, they were moved by the respect shown to their rights, and second, they couldn't bear to ignore the villagers' plea for help. Seeing that everyone in Qixin village was willing to help, the villagers from Zhengzhou became very excited and began to thank the villagers by bowing. "All right, big brother, since everyone in our village is willing to lend a hand, whether you decide to escape or stay, it's your choice. If you decide to escape, pack your things quickly. We can only stay for about an hour to help. Before we start, I want to be clear. Our village has its own rules for traveling, and we won't change them for anyone, as that would be unfair to our fellow villagers. If you can keep up with us on the journey, that's great. If not, we won't wait too long for you. Whether this journey brings good or bad, you have to bear the consequences yourselves. Don't blame us for being unkind." After getting everyone's agreement, Jiang Fenghua quickly urged the old village chief to make a decision. "Thank you so much, really thank you. We may not have much ability, but we can tell right from wrong. We would never do something ungrateful. If anyone dares to complain later, I, the old man, will be the first to deal with them. Thanks again for helping us." The old village chief gratefully bowed to the crowd, leading the villagers to rush back to the village. Perhaps because he was so happy, his trembling legs suddenly felt more agile and lively. Jiang Fenghua told the villagers of Qixing village, "Everyone, leave your things where they are. Except for the injured, go help to move things, so we don't delay our pace. We will stay here to deal with the bodies." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone started to act on their own. Before long, a large group followed the Zhengzhou villagers into the village road. Everyone had left, and the injured were lying down, unable to see ahead. Lai Ho-hot and her group stayed far behind, staying cautious. Jiang Fenghua then turned to look at Yu Jiutian, thinking about what Yu Chuanli had said to her, and her heart filled with worry. Just now, Lao Wu Ahong seemed to have guessed Yu Jiutian's abilities and suggested a way to handle the bodies. It would be best if all the bodies could be secretly moved into the Zhengzhou prefect's house. Having so many bodies appear quietly and unnoticed in a well-guarded home would surely scare the Zhengzhou prefect badly. He has done many wrong things and would think it was divine punishment, never suspecting the weak villagers. Although he didn't say directly that Yu Jiutian could do this, the whole plan relies on her mysterious abilities. Jiang Fenghua finds Ahong and Aunt Huang a bit mysterious. They rarely interact with others, but seem to know all the village secrets. In the future, he will watch them closely, as long as they mean no harm to Tianbao. Good girl, do you have a way to cleanly deal with these bodies? After thinking carefully, Jiang Fenghua looks kindly at Yu Jiutian. Since villagers won't leave, they can try Ahong's method. But now, if the whole village leaves, it will be much easier to handle. Yu Jiutian confidently nods and immediately starts rummaging through Granny Ma's box. Granny Ma watches her little apprentice with a mixture of amusement and concern. After a while, Yu Jiutian finds a large bottle and hands it to Yu Chuanli. Second uncle, this water can make the bad guys disappear. Just pour it all over them and they'll be gone, but you must be very careful. If it touches your hands might rot. The little girl frowns seriously, warning Yu Chuanli. This is a strong acid solution, so it must be handled carefully. Any mistake could hurt him. Yu Chuanli looks at the special bottle he's never seen before, eyes shining like a torch. He lowers his voice and asks, Tianbao, is this the corpse-dissolving water? He has only heard of such water but never seen it. He's surprised to find so many treasures with his little niece. Yu Jiutian quickly changes into a silly, innocent look. Second uncle, what is corpse-dissolving water? Yu Chuanli. He rubs Yu Jiutian's little head and sighs inwardly. Tianbao, how can you be both so silly and so clever? Jiang Fenghua looks around and signals his sons to act quickly. Once more people arrive, it will be harder to keep everything secret. A few young men quickly rolled up their sleeves, found a spot inside, and began digging a pit. The four brothers worked together. 3 dug, while 1 removed the clothes from the bodies. By the time the pit was about 3 meters deep, a pile of clothes had already formed. All the bodies were thrown into the pit, and Yu Chuanli frowned at the small bottle of water in his hand. So many bodies. Would this tiny bottle really be enough? But Yu Chuanli had an unshakable trust in Tianbao. Without hesitation, he opened the cap and poured the water onto the bare bodies. SSSSSS. The moment the water touched the skin, it corroded a large hole, and the flesh melted into liquid, spreading through the pit. The 4 brothers froze in shock. Then they gagged in unison. Except for Yu Chuanli, the other 3 turned away, retching. Yu Chuanli himself was also nauseous, but he stared blankly at the endless stream of liquid pouring out. A whole cup of tea's time had passed, yet the bottle still wasn't empty. From a distance, Yu Jiutian watched her uncle's expressions. She couldn't help imagining the scene, and her stomach churned. It was truly them. This might even leave them with lasting nightmares. When everything was finally done, the brothers looked at Yu Jiutian with complicated expressions, questions rising in their throats. But Yu Jiutian didn't give them a chance. She blinked her big eyes with sympathy and said, "Thank you for your hard work, uncles." Then she took the bottle, ran over to the medicine box, and carefully put it back. Jiang Fenghua looked at his sons' faces and immediately understood. Whatever Tianbao had brought out must have been far too shocking. A shadow of worry clouded his expression. Following the advice of the villagers from Qixing village, the people of Zhengzhou brought almost nothing with them except food, winter clothes, and a large cooking pot. In fact, 6 mule carts from the government carried 90% of the village's grain, so each family only had to carry a small amount, keeping their loads light. After some introductions, they learned that this new village was called Xinghua Village. Forced to leave their hometown on short notice, the villagers of Xinghua village wiped away tears, turning back again and again to look at their homes. Jiang Fenghua cut off their lingering sorrow with firm words. Enough. Let's go. Today we must push past Zhengzhou City and travel 20 miles before we rest. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they quickly followed the group, moving forward slowly. The people of Xinghua village waited politely until the villagers of Qixin had gone ahead, then quietly followed behind. Coincidentally, Lai Ho-hot and her group caught up and mingled with the people from Xinghua village. Wait for me, I want to go again. Lai Ho-hot had only taken a few steps when she covered her bottom with her hand and ran toward the roadside fields. The people traveling with her looked at the old woman with curiosity. When they saw her white backside wildly spraying manure water, they quickly looked away in disgust. Lai Ho-hot's stomach hurt badly, like being stabbed, and she was about to faint from the urgency. She didn't care about her appearance anymore. However, Chao Junkai and his wife felt extremely embarrassed. They kept their heads down and followed the group, not daring to wait for Lai Ho-hot, afraid others would realize that this embarrassing old woman was their mother. Once Lai Ho-hot finished her urgent business, she looked up and saw the group had already gone 100 zhang away. She hurriedly pulled up her pants and tried to catch up, but after a few steps, her stomach started churning again. Lai Ho-hot shouted in frustration, "Wait for me." Maybe she was too forceful, and manure water spilled all over her clothes. Lai Ho-hot. After traveling about 10 more miles, she could faintly see the tall city walls of Zhengzhou. Yu Jiu's heart suddenly filled with an inexplicable sense of panic. She tugged gently on Jiang Fenghua's sleeve and whispered, "Grandma, Tianbao is jumping so fast. Tianbao is very scared." Her heart was pounding as if it might jump out of her chest, as if some huge beast was waiting ahead to swallow them. Jiang Fenghua first looked at the suddenly gloomy sky, then at Tianbao's somewhat droopy face, and frowned in thought. Then she told Xia Danmei to stop. Although Tianbao was still young, many unexplainable things had happened to her. Jiang Fenghua instinctively believed that Tianbao's warning was genuine. Moreover, after seeing the officials' behavior in Zhengzhou, she instinctively thought that the city gate there would not be as easy to pass as the one in Huzhou. Fleeing was only to stay alive, so caution was the priority. The group slowly stopped. The people behind looked a bit strange. Now that they were near Zhengzhou, Jiang Fenghua dared not speak loudly. She quietly passed her worries to Zhou Chongqing's family behind her, asking them to do the same one by one. Then Jiang Fenghua told Yu Chuanzhong, "Boss, go to the city gate and find out what's going on." Without hesitation, Yu Chuanzhong untied a horse, mounted, and rode toward the city gate of Zhengzhou. He waited at the spot for half an hour, but Yu Chuanzhong had not returned, and everyone felt a little anxious. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap shook the sky, startling the cattle, horses, and mules into loud neighs and whinnies. The crowd became restless, and the children cried loudly in fear. The group was instantly filled with panic. Thunder continued to roll, without stopping. At the same time, Jiang Fenghua tightly hugged Yu Jiutian, while Su Xunyang held her family close. The well-behaved Zheng family's little boy, Huaiyan, also let out a sharp cry. Xia Danmei and Zheng's mother, unsure what to do, hurriedly picked up little Huaiyan. "Aunt Jiang, Huaiyan has been crying nonstop. Maybe he's scared out of his wits," they asked. Yu Jiutian, trying to hide her fear of the thunder, reached out and gently held Huaiyan's small hand. Xia Danmei quickly brought the child over to Yu Jiutian. The young girl carefully pressed her ear close to Huaiyan, softly humming an unknown lullaby, while subtly feeling his pulse. His pulse was strong, quick, and vigorous. Yu Jiutian sighed in relief. Huaiyan was simply frightened by the thunder. Then she took out 2 transparent earplugs, pretending to check Huaiyan's ears, and gently inserted them. Using a sleep-inducing method she had seen in a book, she carefully stroked from Huaiyan's temple down to his chin, rhythmically and smoothly. Although Xia Danmei and Zheng's mother didn't understand what the girl was doing, they watched with tense but hopeful expressions. Jiang Fenghua, meanwhile, observed intently as the girl inserted the earplugs, her expression a mix of anticipation and complexity. Soon, Huayan's crying turned into whimpering, then he fell into a deep sleep. Yu Jiutian's eyes widened in surprise. The little book was right. The forced sleep method for babies really works. She then happily danced around, exclaiming. Tianbao lulled Huayan to sleep. Tianbao is so amazing. She was single and had never been in love, yet she managed to soothe the baby with her own hands. She felt incredibly proud. At that moment, the thunder seemed to become her background music, like a joyful drumbeat. Xia Danmei and Zheng's mother looked at the sleeping child, no longer disturbed by the thunder, their faces showing clear surprise. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law's intense gazes were fixed directly on Yu Jiutian, fueling her thoughts of convincing Grandma Jiang to let Tianbao come over as Xiao Huayan's wife in the future. Jiang Fenghua felt mixed feelings, happiness and worry. Tianbao had brought good fortune not only to the Yu family, but also to those around her. Still, she wondered if it might cause some harm to the young girl. Grandma Jiang shivered suddenly, startled by her own unfounded thoughts. She quickly hugged the little girl tighter. Clop clop. Finally, the sound of hooves reached everyone. They all stretched their necks to look. The horse was trotting quickly. Yu Chuanzhong jumped down from his horse, panting heavily as he hurried over. Mother, something big has happened up ahead. Jiang Fenghua frowned slightly. Don't rush. Take a breath and tell me. Yu Jiutian put away her cheerful smile and looked at Yu Chuanzhong nervously. The people behind also moved closer, afraid of missing any important news. The city gate is blocked by the villagers. Yu Chuanzhong slowly explained what he saw and heard. The front of Zhengzhou City is full of villagers, at least 700 or 800 people. I asked some villagers at the back, and it turns out that the city magistrate is unfairly collecting taxes. Every autumn harvest, the officials seize 9/10 of the grain, caring little for the people's lives. Villages within 50 miles outside Zhengzhou are starving to death every year. The people at the city gate are all villagers protesting. His eyes darkened with anger. These villagers are so hungry, they are just bones. Many women are crying loudly, holding the bodies of their starving children. But the guards at the city gate still brandish spears and swords, threatening the villagers. Many people were killed on the spot. Seeing this, the villagers went mad, shouting that the country doesn't protect its people. They had no choice but to pull their families and rush at the spears. That scene, everyone was heartbroken, tears welling up. Yu Chuanzhong had restrained himself with all his might, not rushing forward to fight injustice. After hearing his story, everyone fell silent. Over in Huzhou, the enemy might be slaughtering the city. Here in Zhengzhou, instead of fighting on the front lines, officials were wielding swords against their own people. In such a country, where can peace and safety be found? Yu Jiutian's eyes also shimmered with confusion, unsure how long the happy days with her family could last. Seeing everyone look sad and worried, Jiang Fenghua took a deep breath and stepped forward to comfort them. All right, everyone, don't overthink. The governor of Zhengzhou is indeed cruel, but that doesn't mean we, Xiaoyu, have no loyal officials or brave generals. Didn't we see General Hu go to the front lines today to fight the enemy? What we need to do now is to survive each day as it comes. If we don't, even if Xiaoyu's situation improves, we won't have the chance to enjoy it. Since the city gates are under riot, we can't pass through for now. First, we must find a hidden place to hide. Once the situation in Zhengzhou stabilizes, we can leave then. Her words sparked a glimmer of hope in everyone. They looked at her and asked, Village Chief, the area around us is full of mountains. Where can we hide? The old village chief of Xinghua village hesitated but then suggested, maybe we should retreat back to our village and rest there for a while. Our houses are old, but we can squeeze in and shelter from the wind and rain. No, that's not good. If the government sends troops to suppress the people, they will definitely send soldiers. If a few soldiers die in our hands, it will attract attention. The government will investigate Xinghua village. When the officials' carts are seen without soldiers, not just you, but everyone in Xiaoxian village could be treated as accomplices. Jiang Fenghua shook her head without hesitation, rejecting the old village chief's kind offer. So, what should we do? We can't just stand on the official road like this. If the soldiers find us, we'll die even faster. The crowd became anxious and restless, murmuring worriedly. Yu Tian looked around with big eyes and tugged at Jiang Fenghua's sleeve. Grandma, should we go up the mountain and find a cave to hide in? When little treasure was thrown into the mountains, Brother Stone found a cave, and we managed to get through a few days safely. Thinking of Brother Stone made Yu Tian feel a sharp pain in her heart, but she knew it wasn't the time for sadness. Jiang Fenghua looked around at the steep mountains, which were so rugged that not only ox carts and horses, but even people would find it hard to climb. Grandma, look over there. Yu Tian's eyes didn't rest. She found an entrance to the mountain with a gentler. Jiang Fenghua looked ahead. That was indeed the only way to go up the mountain. It was difficult, but there was no other choice. She quickly turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone listen to the plan. Let's go up the mountain to stay safe." Go up the mountain? How are we supposed to do that? Climbing without tools is hard enough, not to mention we have so many things with us. Forget the stuff for now. We also have injured people, pregnant women, and elderly folks. The crowd was anxious and restless. For the first time, they disagreed with Jiang Fenghua's plan. Jiang Fenghua frowned. Easy roads are dangerous, hard roads are the way to survive. If you want to live, hold your heads high and fight for it. Her firm voice made the crowd quiet down. But she didn't give them time to hesitate. She started giving orders right away. Boss, take the men and untie the animals from the trucks. Unload the food, find a hidden spot, and hide all the vehicles. Every night, send someone down the mountain to get more supplies. Brother Zhao, quickly gather all the ropes. Yu Chuanzhong hurriedly led the men to start working. Zhou Chongsheng and Qian Zhiguang also began collecting ropes. With a clear goal, the gloom and hesitation among the crowd started to fade. Everyone began to organize themselves. Jiang Fenghua carried Yu Tian and led the way to the foot of the mountain to observe the terrain. Although it was already the gentlest possible, they only saw it up close and realized it was still nearly a right angle. Climbing with bare hands was impossible, not to mention carrying things. Soon, everyone was behind Jiang Fenghua, looking worriedly at the mountain in front of them. Yu Tian mumbled, "If only there were steps on this." Actually, the steepest part of the mountain was only about 2 meters high. Beyond that was a gentle, at about 20 degrees. Walking was a bit tiring, but not impossible. If they dug a few steps, they could easily climb up. Jiang Fenghua's eyes lit up. She immediately turned to the villagers and said, "Get 2 strong men to dig out some footholds on this mountain." The men went to work right away. Several sturdy women also stepped forward with hoes. Jiang Fenghua quickly set down Yu Tian and began pointing and gesturing to show where to dig the footholds. Yu Tian saw that the old lady understood her meaning immediately. The happiness of finding a kindred spirit made her jump and bounce in place happily. The mountain is made of a mix of yellow earth and broken stones. Over many years, it has become very solid and hard to carve. A dozen women took turns working on the mountain. Finally, they carved out 7 or 8 foothold holes on a steep cliff about 1 zhang high. Meanwhile, Yu Chuanzhong's group moved all the grain carts close to one side of the mountain. The dry vines and thorny branches hanging down from the mountain formed a natural cover, hiding the grain carts tightly. To be extra careful, Yu Chuanzhong also brought men to cut more dry vines and thorns to cover the area inside. From the main road, only the plants are visible, and it's hard to see what's inside. After adding some more cover, Yu Chuanzhong's team carefully checked from every angle along the road. Only when they were sure everything was safe did they leave with peace of mind. Lai Guohua and her group peeked out from a hidden grass patch. They saw clearly where Yu Chuanzhong had hidden the grain. They looked at each other with happy, sneaky smiles. "Aunt Lai, I told you right. Following them like this is much better than mixing with them. Not only do we not have to do any work, but we also get all the benefits." Exactly. They're dealing with those soldiers up front. We just watch and don't take any risks. If the people from Qianqi village find out we're enjoying ourselves so easily, They might regret joining Yu's team, huh? They're all excited now. When they see how we're living in a few days, they might even blame Jiang Fenghua. Let them foolishly clear the way up the mountain. Then we can sneak up behind and follow, making them angry. Yes. And now that we know where they hide the grain, we can come down at night to steal some. That way, we can save our own grain and make them suspicious of us. The group whispered excitedly, their faces showing pride. Why don't you just go shout in front of Yu's family, so everyone hears? Lai Guo scolded impatiently. She was angry just thinking about how no one waited for her when she had diarrhea. They were bad enough, but even her son and daughter-in-law didn't wait for her. Now she gets angry at everyone, but she can only vent her feelings with a few words and doesn't dare to leave the group completely. A few people look at each other nervously and fall silent. They step carefully over the carved-out path, just as Yu Chuanzhong and his group pass by. Yu Chuanzhong naturally takes the lead and climbs up the mountain first. He steps carefully on the footholds, moving quickly and smoothly, looking very relaxed. Once on top, he uses a sickle to clear a path. After checking around, he smiles and says, "As long as you reach the step, inside is very stable." Everyone sees him say this and feels more confident. Yu Chuanzhong lowers the rope he had prepared earlier. With the help of the rope, the men behind him find it much easier to climb up. After about a dozen men have gone up, Yu Chuanzhong tells them to use sickles to open a path inside. He also instructs the people below to use ropes and vines to lift the livestock up. It's easy for people to climb, but the animals are not cooperative. It takes over an hour to get all the animals up. By then, the dozen or so men have cleared the way deep into the mountain. Next are the elderly and injured, then 2 pregnant women. The rest of the group climbs up much faster. In less than an incense stick's time, everyone is on the mountain. Once they step onto the ground, everyone feels relieved. The short, steep cliff blocks the unknown dangers behind it. Lai Ho-hot and the others patiently wait for over half an hour before carrying their things and heading to the mountain entrance. Look, we're about to get a good deal again. The way ahead is already cleared. Lai Ho-hot feels proud, tightening her grip on her belongings, and starts climbing up the foothold. The others happily follow in line. When Lai Ho-hot finally reaches the middle of the climb, she suddenly is blocked by a thick branch. The villagers below stare in surprise at the 2 men who suddenly appear. Lai Ho-hot barely manages to hold on and not fall. She shouts angrily, "What are you doing? This mountain isn't your property. Why can't we go up?" The villager looks at her coldly. "You can go up if you want, but find another entrance. This one was dug by us. Unless the village chief agrees, no one else can use it." After saying that, he pushes her down forcefully, without mercy. The people below quickly scattered in fear, and Lai Ho-hot was thrown to the ground along with her belongings. Seeing the 2 villagers standing like gatekeepers at the entrance and not planning to leave, everyone was a bit stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be easy to take advantage? After her son and daughter-in-law helped Lai Ho-hot up, she pointed at the villagers and scolded them for a while. But the 2 villagers ignored her and kept talking among themselves. Seeing this, everyone quietly waited until the villagers left before trying to approach again. After going up the mountain, everyone moved deeper inside, searching for a suitable cave. Following a thunderstorm with lightning, the rain finally started to fall lightly. Fortunately, the dense forest soaked up the rain through the branches, so everyone only got a little wet. "Look, this cave is so big," a village woman's excited voice spread through the forest, drawing everyone over. The rain lasted for about half an hour and almost everyone's clothes were soaked. Finally, they found a hidden cave. Yu Chuanli, holding Sweet Bao, was the most relaxed. He was hiding from the rain under a protruding rock with Su Xionyang, who was also caring for her family and others. He didn't join the others in searching for a cave. When they heard the voices, the 5 of them quickly moved toward the sound. It was indeed a large cave, with several smaller caves nearby. The main cave was beneath a large, protruding rock wall that looked like a brim, providing good shelter from wind and rain. The largest entrance could fit 7 or 8 adults at once, and the smaller caves could hold 2 or 3 adults, though they weren't sure if the inside was spacious enough. Everyone stood outside the cave, quietly waiting for Yu Chuanli and his group to check inside. After a cup of tea, Yu Chuanli and his group came out, looking happy. This big cave probably isn't an animal's den. It can be used for shelter. The cave was gourd-shaped, wider inside than outside, and could comfortably hold about 100 people if they squeezed in. Everyone's face showed joy. At last, they had a place to shelter from the wind and rain tonight. Even the smallest cave could hold a dozen people, but 2 of the caves were lined with straw, likely animal nests. Still, everyone didn't care and decided to take over the caves temporarily. Village chiefs Jiang Fenghua and Zhou Qian arranged accommodations based on the villagers' needs. The injured, the elderly, children, and pregnant women all stayed inside the innermost part of the cave. Each family could have one person stay with the injured and pregnant women inside the cave, while the other families, mainly the elderly with children, stayed outside. Everyone else lived in the outer caves. The small cave was simple, and only the strongest young men lived there. After settling in, everyone quickly cleaned the cave and laid down thick mats along the wall. Jiang Fenghua and Su Xianyang, with their 3 little ones, just happened to live near the middle of the cave. The wall here was slightly recessed, creating a private, separate space. Su Xianyang finished laying the mats when Yu Jiutian eagerly pulled her family and Jia Xing into the recess. Big brother, second brother, this is the best spot in the cave. Look, no one can see us here. Shu, little sister, speak softer so others won't notice how good this place is and try to take it from us. Shu, is it okay for Tianbao to speak so quietly? The 3 children held hands, whispering happily, their faces full of relief. Jiang Fenghua and Su Xianyang exchanged a look, feeling both happy and a little sad. Poor the 3 children, so young and already having to leave their home. Luckily, they are very sensible. Even when scared, they never cried or made trouble along the way. No matter the environment, they will try to make the children feel at home. While Su Xianyang stayed to care for the children, Jiang Fenghua found Zhou Qian and another person. The 3 of them discussed and decided that during this time in the cave, the villagers of Qixin village would cook and eat together. They would have 2 meals a day. Each family would give their share of food based on their number of people, handing it over to Su Xianyang and Yu Chuanli, who, along with their relatives, would cook for everyone. When making the decision, Jiang Fenghua weighed the pros and cons. In the end, they held a vote and the majority decided. Most people agreed to cook together, about 80 to 90%. The remaining 20% were worried that with fewer family members, their food would be less, and they might lose some by sharing. But everyone ignored these few concerns and followed Jiang Fenghua's plan. People from Xinghua village, living in the 2 small outer caves, watched the villagers of Qixin village discuss and felt curious and a bit envious. After listening carefully, the old village chief thought it made sense and quietly remembered Jiang Fenghua's words, planning to try it himself when the time was right. Tonight, it was still raining, so they could only make a simple meal to get by. The woman went out to find firewood, while the men cleared all the grass and thorny bushes at the cave entrance, enough to set up 10 cooking stoves. Su Xianyang and Yu Chuanli quickly gathered all the food and stacked it in one place, each family giving 3 days' worth of rations. The elders kept 2 people to watch the children and prevent them from leaving the cave, while the others hurried to set up the big pot. Once the women returned with firewood, they would start the fire. Although the rain was light and the wood was only damp on the surface, starting a fire was still difficult. Yu Jiutian sat on the bed, watching the elders try to create sparks with a fire drill for a long time without success. She quickly waved her small hands to call Yu Chuanli over. Yu Chuanli was worried about not being able to start the fire, but he patiently jogged over to his niece, only to have something placed in his hand. He opened his hand to see 2 white stones and a porcelain bottle. Seeing his puzzled expression, Yu Jiutian whispered in his ear, "Fourth uncle, these stones can make fire. Pour the stuff from the bottle onto the wood, then strike the stones to start a fire." It works very well. Yu Chuanli's eyes lit up. He knew about fire-starting stones, but what was inside the bottle? Soon he tested his idea. After pouring the liquid from the bottle onto the wood, A strong, pungent smell hit him, like alcohol, but much stronger. After a few strikes with the fire stones, a flame suddenly burst out. The moment the fire caught, Yu Chueni turned around and saw his niece blinking big eyes at him. He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Everyone gathered around, curious and asking how they managed to start the fire. Yu Chueni chuckled. "This is a new thing I bought recently in Huzhou City. It's called a fire-starting stone. The bottle contains my homemade wine. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Let's quickly light the other fires too. We still have to cook porridge, and it will take some time. I'm worried the children might be starving." He shifted the topic, and everyone's attention was successfully turned to eating. In the grand scheme of things, eating was the most important. Once the fire was lit, the warm, smoky atmosphere immediately filled the air. The elders temporarily forgot the dangers of the journey, busy with their tasks and quietly chatting among themselves. People from Xinghua village also came to borrow fire. Soon, the area in front of the cave was brightly lit by the fire. Although Yu Jiotian was small, she acted as the leader of the children, playing hopscotch and hide-and-seek inside the cave. Every household took out their iron pots and placed them outside to catch rainwater. They worked together happily, talking and laughing. It seemed that the sky was moved by this warm, lively scene. When the wood-gatherers returned, it suddenly rained heavily, filling each family's large pot. The peaceful and stable atmosphere inside the cave contrasted sharply with the messy scene outside. How can this be? They clearly stored food here. Could it be that we are all blind and can't see it? Lai Ho-hot and her group looked at the empty vine-covered area, all of them stunned. They had waited below for a long time. The villagers on duty changed 3 times, but they couldn't find a way to go up the mountain. Finally, when it started to rain, they thought the guards would leave. But a woman unexpectedly brought simple leaf raincoats to the villagers on duty. Meanwhile, they all got soaked in the rain. Lai Ho-hot was furious. She led her group quickly in the dark to find the grain storage vehicle in Qixin village, planning to pull out all the grain and throw it into the rain to destroy it. But when they reached the storage site, the vine was exactly the same as before, and the grain truck had disappeared without a trace. They searched along the mountain wall for a long time, but found nothing. The group could only accept their fate and find a place to shelter from the rain, huddling together for warmth. They couldn't understand what was happening. Everything seemed strangely suspicious. Thinking this way, it was as if invisible eyes in the deep night of the mountain were watching them, making their backs feel cold. The rain finally stopped after falling all night. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the trees and leaves, casting jumping spots of light on the muddy ground. It didn't dry the ground, but made the atmosphere brighter. From a distance, the trees in the deep forest were wrapped in a layer of white mist, giving a mysterious and dangerous feeling. When Yu Jiotian woke up yawning, only a group of sleeping children and injured people remained inside the cave. Perhaps they played too happily yesterday and were very tired. Yu Jiotian accidentally stepped on Xiaxing's leg. He just hummed softly, turned over, and went back to sleep. Stepping out of the cave, only a few elders were at the entrance, chopping wood and making a fire. "Sweetie, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Zhang Fenghua saw the small girl rubbing her eyes as she came out and quickly went to pick her up. Yu Jiotian hugged Zhang Fenghua's neck affectionately and nuzzled her. She reached out and touched her grandmother's arm. "Grandma, does your arm hurt?" Last night, her grandma and her aunt protected the 3 of them, one on each side, and she slept next to her grandma. Her grandma was worried about the cold and damp ground, so she held her all night. Zhang Fenghua paused slightly, then a happy smile appeared at the corner of her eyes. "Grandma doesn't hurt. Grandma feels very safe holding Tian Tian to sleep." "Oh, Grandma, why aren't Uncle and the others here?" And Grandpa Zhou, Yu Jiotian looked around with big eyes, a little confused. Uncle went out hunting before dawn, saying he wanted to catch some fresh meat for everyone. Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Zhang took a group of people to cut grass. The others are gathering firewood or digging wild vegetables. Zhang Fenghua told her all their plans carefully, not hiding anything. Yu Jiotian nodded, licking her lips. "So,
Uncle went hunting. Today, Tian will definitely get to eat some meat. Jiang Fenghua chuckled and gently pinched her nose. Little glutton. The elders nearby were amused by the girl's greedy look, but didn't want to break her hope. It's not easy to catch animals. Getting a few bird eggs was already good. The most important thing was coming back with a complete catch. Cough, cough. An elder couldn't help but cough a few times. Yu Jiotian keenly followed the sound and looked over. It's Grandma Wang from the Wang family. Thinking about how everyone got soaked in the rain yesterday, her heart tightened immediately. Last night, she seemed to hear the children coughing in their sleep. Feeling worried, she quickly slipped down from Jiang Fenghua and ran into the cave. Even if she slept deeply last night, she should be awake now. But inside the cave, none of the children moved. Seeing the girl's anxious look, Jiang Fenghua was startled and hurried after her into the cave. Big sister Jiang really cares so much for Tian. She's very calm about big things, but if Tian frowns, she panics. That's right. This girl was born into the Yu family, and she's truly lucky. Hey, who is such a well-behaved granddaughter, like sweet treasure? It's really a blessing. A few elders looked at Jiang Fenghua nervously rushing inside with the little girl and joked kindly. Aunties, come quickly and help us. Just as they spoke, Jiang Fenghua's urgent shout suddenly came from the cave. The elders paused their work, thinking of the children inside, and hurriedly dropped their tools to rush in. At this moment, the women gathering wild vegetables and the young men and women returning with their harvest arrived. Everyone carried large bundles of wild vegetables, and some had small mushrooms and little ears of corn in their pockets. Although everyone's shoes were muddy, their faces were full of happy smiles. The rain caused some trouble, but it also brought delicious gifts from nature. When they reached the cave entrance, they found no elders working, and realizing something was wrong, they immediately ran inside. Oh no, so many children have a fever. What should we do? Taidan, wake up quickly. Don't scare Grandma. Inside the cave, everything was in chaos. Yu Jiotian checked the pulse of the children in a circle. Her small, white face turned slightly red with worry. Out of 26 children, 16 had a fever, and the rest showed symptoms like coughing and runny noses. Even the families and neighbors weren't spared. Yu Jiotian suspected it was the flu, so she checked their pulses. Luckily, it wasn't. The children had been eating irregularly, sleeping outdoors, and their bodies had accumulated evil fire. Plus, they got cold after the rain yesterday, so they caught a cold. Everyone was anxious, but it was understandable. Yu Chuanli and Granny Ma had gone out with Yu Chuanzhong to find medicinal herbs. Even if someone was sent to look for help, it would take time. Sweet treasure, do you have any way to help them? Jiang Fenghua looked at his two grandsons with their faces burning red and felt heartbroken. He quietly asked Yu Jiotian, trying to hide his worry. Yu Jiotian nodded, then shook her head anxiously. Of course, she had a way, but with so many people present, she couldn't use something like a thermometer to measure each child's exact temperature. She didn't dare to give medicine without knowing for sure. She could only try to cool them down physically, but she couldn't do it alone with so many children. Jiang Fenghua knew her question was difficult, but the situation was really dangerous. If the fever wasn't treated properly, it could be very serious, mildly causing confusion or, worse, risking their lives. Something's wrong, Village Chief Jiang. Several children and elders in our village have a fever. Just as misfortune struck again, a woman from Xinghua village hurriedly ran in. As soon as she entered, she knelt beside Jiang Fenghua's legs. Village Chief Jiang, please send the doctor to help our children and elders. Soon after, the old village chief from Xinghua village was carried over by two young men. Village Chief Jiang, our old village chief has a fever and fainted. Suddenly, the cave became crowded and noisy. Jiang Fenghua's eyebrows furrowed tightly. She immediately sent the two men to call Yu Chuanzhong and his group from the forest. Then she looked at Yu Jiotian gently and said, Sweetie, don't worry. We will try to save as many as we can. If we can't, it's not your fault. Everyone's eyes quickly focused on Yu Jiotian. People from Qixin village knew that Sweetie had some special skills, but they didn't really rely on her.
After all, she was just a child under 4 years old. She probably had some talent, but without Grandma Ma and Yu Chuanli supporting her, she was like a vine struggling to stand. Although the people from Xinghua village had seen Yu Tian hand tools to Grandma Ma and Yu Chuanli before, now it was more than just handing tools. No one paid much attention to Jiang Fenghua's words. They all anxiously stretched their necks, hoping Grandma Ma and Yu Chuanli would suddenly appear outside the cave. In fact, Yu Tian had already thought of a plan, but she couldn't immediately agree to Jiang Fenghua. After all, she was just a child. Even if she wanted to help, she needed a reasonable plan. So, everyone watched as Yu Tian nervously paced back and forth on her short legs. Jiang Fenghua kept her eyes fixed on the little girl, shaking her head silently. It looked as if this little girl really had some special ability to save people. Grandma, I remember now. My master said there's a way to cool down the heat. The little girl suddenly looked up, her eyes shining brightly. But with so many boys and girls having fevers, Sweetie alone can't do it. Everyone needs to help. Jiang Fenghua's tense heart eased a little at her words. She nodded and asked, "All right, Sweetie, what do you need us to do?" Everyone frowned and looked at each other. Were they really going to follow this little girl's plan? To boil water, use a cloth to keep wiping here, here, and here. Yu Tian happily ran to the house and pointed to her forehead, neck, armpits, and groin. She added, "If the little brothers and sisters are very hot, they can use Uncle Four's alcohol to wipe these areas." Jiang Fenghua nodded repeatedly and turned to everyone, saying, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and boil water. If you're very hot, I can share some of the alcohol with you." The cave was very quiet. Su Xuanyang was worried about her son, but trusted Tianbao's ability. She quickly ran out and said, "Mom, I will go boil water now." Yu Tian knew that everyone wouldn't easily entrust so many lives to her, so she didn't feel upset. Although Jiang Fenghua understood this too, his face turned cold. Seeing Grandma's unhappiness, Yu Tian quickly held her hand and said eagerly, "Grandma, big brother and second brother might have been burning all night. Let's save them first." Since they didn't trust her, she had no choice but to save her own family first. She looked around and saw that the symptoms weren't urgent. The master and Uncle Five could come back in time to help. Jiang Fenghua's expression softened a little as he looked at Yu Tian and said gently, "Okay, let's save your big brother and second brother first. When it comes to saving people, there's no need to rush. Someone who is difficult to deal with might cause trouble." The old lady's attention shifted to her own grandson. Following Yu Tian's advice, she first undressed her grandson. Soon, Su Xuanyang also brought over half a pot of hot water. The mother and daughter took care of one child each, patiently wiping them according to Yu Tian's method. Soon, Jaha and Jiaxing slowly opened their eyes, groggy. "Grandma, it's morning. Why am I taking a bath now?" Jiaxing was stronger and sat up straight. "Mom, are you done washing?"
I'm hungry.
"I want to eat. After eating, I want to play hopscotch with my sister." Jiang Fenghua and Su Xuanyang looked at each other and showed happy smiles. They quickly reached out and touched the children. "Mom, they really aren't as hot as before." Su Xuanyang was very happy. Since the children still had energy to eat and play, it meant they were okay. Yu Tian quickly patted Jiaxing's hand and said, "Second brother, you are sick. Once you get better, Tianbao will play with you." Home Xing eagerly jumped down from Su Xuanyang and bounced twice. "Sister, second brother isn't sick. Look, second brother can still jump high. After we eat, you can play with us." Jaha also sat up straight. "Little brother, don't be silly. Sister won't lie to us. If we're sick, we should rest well." Home Xing pouted and obediently sat back in Su Xuanyang's arms. Now others started to feel uneasy. It was clear that Jaha and Home Xing's fevers had gone down. Village head Jiang. "I will take the village head back now and use the method Sister Tianbao taught to reduce his fever," said the man from Xinghua village quickly, then lowered his head and carried the unconscious village head back. People from Qixin village looked a bit embarrassed. Earlier, Jiang Fenghua was thinking of everyone. They realized they had misunderstood his kindness. "Aunt Jiang, Sister Tianbao is amazing. She used just a basin of warm water to lower the fevers of Jiahe and Hongxing. Yes, I've never heard of a doctor teaching this method. They're probably afraid that if we all use warm water to treat our illnesses without paying, they won't earn any consultation fees. Sister Tianbao is really kind. An old man broke the awkward silence first, and others quickly praised Yu Tian. Jiang Fenghua looked calm. He carefully wiped Jiahe's body. If we delay any longer, one basin of warm water might not be enough. Yu Tian quickly agreed. Yes. Using warm water to reduce the fever is only temporary. We still need medicine to cure it completely. Everyone felt nervous. They hurried to boil water and find cloths. Yu Tian went to Jiang Fenghua and asked softly, Grandma, some little brothers and sisters are very good at treating fevers. Should we lend them some wine? A few children who had a high fever listened carefully. I was confused earlier and helped people without thinking. Now that I'm awake, I won't lend things for free anymore. Remember, Tianbao, don't be a fool and help everyone for nothing. You're young, but your medical skills are good. If others don't come to you, don't rush to diagnose them. Otherwise, you might get into trouble or even be bitten back. Do you understand what Grandma said? Jiang Fenghua addressed Jiahe carefully and seriously warned Yu Tian. Yu Tian didn't think her grandmother missed anything. Her small head turned into a little rice-eating chick. Master said Tianbao is a little doctor. From now on, only those who trust Tianbao will be treated. Jiang Fenghua nodded happily. Her little granddaughter's quick understanding made her feel proud and loving. Aunt Jiang, it was our fault just now. As long as we can save the child, we will listen to whatever you say in the future. Yes, Aunt Jiang. Tianbao is only a little over 3 years old. It's normal for us to worry a bit, but we definitely didn't mean to underestimate her medical skills. When Jiang Fenghua heard this, several elders and women gathered around, quickly explaining, Aunt Jiang, please be kind and share some wine with us. Jiang Fenghua nodded. Sharing wine is fine, but not for free. Trade 5 jin of grain for it. Yu Tian held onto her grandmother's leg and cheerfully agreed. Yes, not for free. The wine was bought with Uncle Fourth's money. The old lady smiled proudly and gently rubbed Yu Tian's small head. Everyone looked at each other, knowing Jiang Fenghua was firm, so they hurriedly agreed, worried that delaying might cause more problems. After getting her grandmother's approval, Yu Tian ran quietly to mop Po's medicine box and took out a large ceramic jar. Having learned about the space's special features, she had placed some ancient containers inside the space, so taking them out wouldn't raise suspicion. With the wine in hand, everyone kept thanking her and went to help the child reduce the fever. Yu Tian quietly let out a breath of relief. As a doctor, she naturally couldn't bear to see so many children face accidents in front of her. Fortunately, her family was capable, and her grandmother was resourceful. She believed that after this, others would trust her more as a caring little girl. She looked at the busy crowd inside the cave, frowning slightly. This was a large-scale medical emergency. Luckily, it was just a cold and fever. If it had been a serious injury or emergency, even her master and Uncle Fifth might not have been able to handle everything at once. Wasn't Xiaoyu also suffering because there weren't enough doctors? If she could change Xiaoyu's medical system, maybe she could help improve the country's situation a little. Thinking of this, Yu Tian shivered. Although she couldn't help but marvel at her own arrogance, the idea of planting a seed of thought quickly sprouted in her mind. Jiang Fenghua didn't know what the little girl was thinking. He reached out and gently picked her up, glancing thoughtfully at Grandma Ma's medicine box. Village Chief Jiang, help. My child is having a fever and is convulsing. Suddenly, a young woman rushed into the big cave, almost bumping into Jiang Fenghua. Frightened, Yu Tian quickly clung to her. Jiang Fenghua skillfully dodged the hurried young woman. He frowned and said, You see, both doctors have gone out. Now only my granddaughter is here. The young woman was full of tears. Village Chief Jiang, can Dr. Tian help save my child? I can offer food in return. Yu Tian's eyes lit up. You trust Dr. Tian? She's only 3.5 years old. Dr. Tian? She hadn't heard anyone call her that in a long time. Yes, I trust her. Using your method, all the children's fevers have gone down. But my child's condition might be too serious, so I haven't seen any improvement yet. Please, Dr. Tian, go and see my child. The young woman's eyes were full of urgency, with no hesitation or doubt. Yu Jiu Tian looked at her grandmother. The old lady's face looked much better, clearly moved by the young woman's trust. She carefully asked her grandmother, "Grandma, can Dr. Tian go and see her? Maybe she really has a way." Jiang Fenghua nodded. He said to the young woman, "Dr. Tian is young, but her consultation fee can't be less. If she cures the child, you need to give 5 gene of grain. But if she doesn't, you might have to face the consequences. Helping others is important, but the words must be spoken clearly beforehand. Being bitten by a dog, Lu Dongbin definitely can't do that." The young woman's eyes flickered with a decision. In an instant, she nodded firmly. "There are no other doctors now. Even if Dr. Tian doesn't go, my child might be in danger. So, whatever the outcome, I accept it. I have no problem with the 5 gene of grain as the fee." Jiang Fenghua looked thoughtful, forgetting the crowd behind him. Those listening in quickly withdrew their heads. People who have been close to him every day are actually not as trustworthy as someone he just met 2 days ago. "All right, let's go and see." Jiang Fenghua nodded. The young woman's face lit up with joy, and she quickly turned around. "Grandma, please put Tian Bao down and help her hold the medicine box." Yu Jiu Tian was so happy, she almost lost her mind. She tidied her clothes properly and proudly followed the young woman. This was the first time since she traveled to Xiaoyu that someone had officially asked her to see a patient. Jiang Fenghua and Su Xunyang watched the little girl and couldn't help but smile. They felt proud of her. Yu Jiu Tian kept her hands behind her back and followed slowly. She wanted to look calm and trustworthy, but her short legs couldn't keep up, so she had to trot a little to catch up. Jiang Fenghua, walking behind her, couldn't help but smile at the right moment, showing her white teeth. He quickly stopped when they reached the small cave. "Wow, it's so hot." Yu Jiu Tian looked at the convulsing boy and was startled when she touched his forehead. The young woman's face tightened, almost crying. "Can he still be saved?" Yu Jiu Tian pinched herself to stay calm and quickly comforted the young woman. "Auntie, don't worry. Tian Bao can save the little brother." She quickly changed her expression, her face serious, and reached into the medicine box to take out a silver needle. The master said, "For high fever convulsions, first use Yongquan point." Her small hand reached out without hesitation to touch the boy's muddy feet, found the right acupuncture point, and inserted the needle. "Press on the Renzhong point, 3-way Chu Qi." Somehow, the young woman looked at the little girl's expression and surprisingly ignored her small size and unusual actions. Her heart eased a little, and her hands clenched nervously. People from Xinghua village stretched their necks to look and were amazed. This little girl can actually do acupuncture. Maybe she's just poking randomly? Sanzi's mother is really brave to let a little girl give her son acupuncture. What if she hurts him? A suppressed discussion started to stir in the cave, like a hidden undercurrent. The old village chief stood up and shouted, "Shut up. You used Dr. Tian Bao's method to help your son reduce the fever, didn't you? If you dare to say another word, get out." Jiang Fenghua, who was watching his granddaughter's forehead sweat, felt a little unhappy from the gossip. When he heard the old village chief's words, he almost wanted to speak, but held back. "Tian Bao, are you okay? Why are you sweating so much?" Jiang Fenghua gently wiped her sweat with concern. Yu Jiu Tian did not answer, but became more focused. She calculated the time, and then withdrew the needle. She smiled at the young woman with a small fong, saying, "Okay, Auntie, the little brother's fever has gone down. When the master comes back, he will give him some medicine to drink." The young woman's eyes lit up with joy. She touched her son's head and saw that he was much better than before. She was about to kneel and thank Tian Bao and Jiang Fenghua with a bow, when suddenly a villager from Qixin village rushed in, looking anxious. He said to Jiang Fenghua, "Annie Jiang, come out quickly and see. Something has happened." Jiang Fenghua gently wiped her little granddaughter's sweat and asked, "What's wrong? Did the people at the foot of the mountain cause trouble again?" She wasn't worried because the person who came was a young villager on duty at the mountain entrance this morning. The villager nodded with difficulty and said, "They are all kneeling in front of the cave, waiting for you." "It seems like they are all sick." Jiang Fenghua raised her eyebrows and nodded. "All right, I will go out soon. These people probably caught a cold from the rain last night." When facing illness, no one can stay calm. All bad thoughts must be pushed aside. After the villager left, there was an explosion inside the cave. "Oh my God. My child is 5 years old, but he doesn't even recognize a single character. That little girl from the Yu family is really amazing. Such a young girl is so talented. Her 2 teachers must be even more incredible. What kind of divine person have we met? Mother Suanzi is truly brave and lucky." "Mother, what's wrong with me?" Suanzi woke up, confused by the crowd's chatter. Suanzi's mother pointed excitedly at Yu Tian and said, "Child, you just had a fever and fainted. It was this little sister who saved you." Quickly, bow to her. Suanzi, about 7 or 8 years old, had a delicate face that looked pale from illness. Hearing his mother, he hurriedly knelt on the bed and bowed to Yu Tian. Yu Tian quickly reached out her small hand to stop him. "Little brother, don't kneel like that. If you want to thank Tianbao, just call her Tianbao Daifu a few more times." After saying this, she tilted her head and listened carefully, then pinched her ear. "All right, Tianbao is ready. You can call her now." Zhuanzi was momentarily stunned, then a blush appeared on her face. Her voice was hoarse, but she spoke without hesitation. "Thank you, Dr. Tianbao, for saving my life. Once I recover, I will definitely repay you." Dr. Tianbao wanted to ask Zhuanzi to do something, but she could say it directly. Zhuanzi would never refuse. The 3 sweet words from Dr. Tianbao made Yu Tian smile broadly, her big eyes narrowing happily. Her tiny teeth showed as she said, "Yes, yes, Dr. Tianbao. You just wait for the little brother to repay you. Just call him sweet baby 100 times a day and that's enough. Ha ha. This little girl is so adorable." "Exactly. Look at her proud little face. She's just too cute. Wife, hurry up and give me a daughter like her." "You wish. I only gave you 3 sons so far, and now you want a daughter? Maybe next lifetime." "Sigh, if I had a daughter as talented as her in this life, I'd feel my life was complete even after I die." Everyone looked at the little girl with admiration and affection. When they looked at their own children, they suddenly felt less interested. Seeing her granddaughter accepted and loved by everyone, Jiang Fenghua felt a warm happiness in her heart. Her eyes were full of love, watching the little girl's proud and adorable expression. After hearing the comments, Yu Tian suddenly stopped showing her pride and said seriously, "If there are boys and girls who want to learn medicine, they can also study with the master. Maybe one day, they'll be even better than Dr. Tianbao." Her words caused a moment of silence in the cave. Then suddenly, everyone erupted in excitement. "What? Our kids can learn medicine too? Really? Just dreaming. We don't have enough money to send them to study medicine." "Yeah, I heard that wealthy families spend thousands of taels to let their children learn medicine." The people in Xinghua village were initially surprised and overjoyed. But then, thinking about the high cost of studying medicine, they became realistic and quieted down. The little girl was kind-hearted, but studying medicine was not so simple. Seeing everyone's reactions, Yu Tian's confidence grew stronger. She believed many children like her, who were persistent and talented, wanted to learn. But because the cost and difficulty were so high, many talented children were lost among the crowd. Yu Tian gradually understood why heaven had allowed her to travel to Xiaoyu. Although she was young and spoke softly, her mind was full of knowledge that could change Xiaoyu's medical scene. Only when Xiaoyu and everyone else are safe and peaceful can she and her family live happily and harmoniously. Thinking of this, her big eyes sparkled brightly, her small fists clenched tightly, and her face showed determination. She was determined to persuade her master to take more apprentices so that the medical team could grow stronger. "What's wrong? Good girl? What are you thinking so seriously about?" Jiang Fenghua secretly felt surprised. His little granddaughter radiated a powerful presence that was a bit unfamiliar to him. Gentle and surprised voices brought Yu Tian back to her senses. Remembering her identity as a little girl, her energy suddenly drained away. She quickly hugged Jiang Fenghua's neck and nuzzled him. "Grandma, when you wiped my sweat just now, I didn't mean to ignore you really. I'm small, so I have to be very careful, or else my big brother will be sad if I make a mistake." "Grandma, don't worry. If I get tired, I will tell you. I'm feeling very good now." After saying this, she whispered in Jiang Fenghua's ear, "Grandma, today was really dangerous. So many people got sick, but I was the only one here. I'm really scared. If I can't save people, I would be very sad. I want to ask my master to take more apprentices so that I can have more helpers in the future and we can save many more patients. Grandma, can you help me persuade my master?" Jiang Fenghua looked at the determined look in her eyes, feeling overwhelmed inside. After a long moment, he slowly nodded. "Okay, Grandma will definitely help persuade your master." He checked the people in Xinghua village again and saw that everyone's condition was stable. Only then did Jiang Fenghua carry Yu Jiutian out. Susie's mother quickly brought out the medical box. At the big mountain cave, Lai Ho Hot and her group knelt neatly in a row, but their bodies were all crooked and weak, looking soft and powerless. Seeing Jiang Fenghua finally come out, they hurriedly gathered their strength, straightened up, and looked over. "Jiang Auntie, please help. My son has a high fever and everyone in the family caught a cold. Please, let Granny Ma and Old Five help treat him. We will do anything you ask, just please save us." A few people eagerly stepped forward to express their support for Jiang Fenghua, and some even bowed their heads to her. Lai Ho Hot was running a high fever, her whole body soft like noodles. She was being supported by her son and daughter-in-law, barely able to kneel properly. At this moment, she had lost her sharpness and cleverness, and was weakly bowing her head to Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua quickly took a few steps back to avoid her, looked around coldly, and saw only the same few households. However, she did not see Zhao Yume and her daughter. "We have 2 doctors out gathering herbs, so no one can treat you," Jiang Fenghua replied indifferently, showing no sympathy. Yu Tian looked at a woman holding a fainted child in her arms and sighed softly. For weak children, the kind of family they have determines their fate. They cannot choose their circumstances. "Aunt Jiang, we are sorry. Saving a life is more important than building a 7-story pagoda. Maybe Sweet Baby can help us take a look." A sharp-eyed village woman saw Yu Tian holding her medicine box with a sincere expression and hesitated before pleading. "Since the doctor isn't here, the Yu girl can make do for now." Jiang Fenghua ignored her and simply carried Yu Tian back to the cave. Outside, the people kneeling there were completely hopeless, crying and begging for help. At this moment, they truly understood what it meant to be abandoned by the crowd. Although they followed to Qixing village, their hearts had turned away forever. "Aunt Jiang, you're back. Brother Chuanzhong is back. Granny Ma and Brother Chuanli are also back. They even caught 2 wild boars." A young man excitedly rushed out of the forest, jumping all the way to the cave. His muddy feet just touched dry ground, and he fell flat on his back. But he didn't seem to feel any pain. He immediately got up and ran toward the cave, crashing into Jiang Fenghua and her group. "Oh, dear, Brother Qing, are you trying to run me over? What's going on? Why are you so happy?" An elderly woman was almost knocked over but was caught by someone behind her, avoiding a fall. The young man scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, Granny Wang. I was just so happy I lost control." Jiang Fenghua patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Brother Qing, take your time. Be careful not to rush, or you might not find a good wife." Qingger chuckled foolishly and tried to hide his excitement as he said, "Aunt Jiang, Zhongzhong and the others are back with a big harvest. They caught 2 wild boars, each weighing about 200 or 300 jin. Even Granny Ma and Brother Chuanli gathered a lot of herbs." He had been shouting all the way, and everyone only heard a jumble of sounds. Now that they heard the real news, their hearts felt as free as horses running on the plains, dust flying everywhere. "Really? They really caught 2 wild boars. Yes, I came back early to tell you. They will arrive soon. Look, they're coming back." Chingar turned his head and immediately saw the villagers coming through the forest. Everyone couldn't hold back anymore and rushed forward to see. Leading the group was Yu Chuanzhong, walking at the front. Behind him, a dozen men carried 2 fat wild boars, their proud expressions clear even from afar. The women tiptoed, excited, waving their hands. Should we go help them? Don't come over. The forest is muddy. Hurry and boil water to cook. We're all starving. The joyful chatter spread through the forest as the women finally snapped out of their excitement and hurriedly smiled and went to start the fire. Get down on your knees and face that way. Don't block our work. A bold woman eagerly stepped forward to greet her husband, but was nearly tripped by the kneeling people from Lai Hohat's group. She angrily kicked at them. Yeah, if you're sensible, move aside quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. At this moment, Lai Hohat's group looked very out of place. Amid everyone's scolding, they could only support each other and shrink into a small, unnoticed corner. Seeing the men carry back 2 wild boars, they felt nothing but regret. The Yu family not only had skilled fighters but also a doctor. With such strength, how could they care about their small amount of grain? Even if they offered all their supplies as payment for treatment, it probably wouldn't catch the Yu family's interest. Thinking of this, a group of people sighed in disappointment. Compared to the miserable scene in the corner, the entrance of the cave was bustling, even more lively than during the New Year. 2 large pots were busy boiling water, preparing to clean the wild boars, remove hair, and clean the internal organs. All the other large pots were filled with fragrant sweet potato porridge. A few diligent elders also kept a pot to make pancake-like snacks and stir-fried wild vegetables as side dishes. Soon, the air was filled with the smell of delicious food, making everyone's stomachs growl loudly. Grandmama and Yu Chuanli had already been led into the cave by the crowd. They checked each child's condition carefully. Both the young and old looked surprised. Every child showed signs of a fever, but none actually had a high temperature. Only a few children felt warm, but they were no longer in danger. Fortunately, before entering the cave, Jiang Fenghua had quietly told them that Yu Tian used warm water to wipe the children, helping to control their body temperature temporarily. The little girl said her master taught her this method. Whether she learned it herself or not, Grandmama understood clearly. She was even more amazed by her young apprentice's mysterious skills. But she had to protect her apprentice, so she kept her doubts inside and praised her warmly. Tianbao, the knowledge your master taught you, you used it very well. If it weren't for you using warm water to reduce the fever today, even I wouldn't be able to help now. You saved everyone's lives today. You really made your master proud. Grandmama's words made everyone feel grateful and a little scared, and they looked at little Yu Tian with admiration. It turned out that this little girl was a genius, a lucky child, and they had met her. If it weren't for my master, Tianbao would just be a kid who only eats and plays, haha. Yu Tian sighed in relief, happily dancing around. Finally, she could proudly show off her pride. Everyone smiled, not feeling annoyed by her confident attitude. If someone had such a talented granddaughter, they'd probably be so proud their tail would wag. Even adults felt this way, let alone a 3-year-old child. When they were deciding on the medicine and prescriptions, Grandmama and Yu Chuanli looked worried. So many children and elders, and the people of Xinghua village waiting nearby anxiously for treatment. Even if they didn't eat or drink today, they couldn't keep up with the busy work. Plus, although everyone had a fever, each person's body was different and their symptoms varied, so the medicines needed to be different too. With so many patients, they need several days for diagnosis, prescriptions, and medicine preparation. The key is that the illness can't be delayed, or it will become more difficult to treat. Yu Tian watched Grandma Ma and Uncle Wu look overwhelmed, and she thought the timing was right. She quickly ran in front of them, looked up, and said, "Master, why not take a few more apprentices like Tianbao?" Yu Tian's words made the cave suddenly quiet. What does this little girl mean? Grandma Ma was stunned, then stopped what she was doing. Don't you remember? When I took you as my apprentice, I said I would only take one. Why do you suddenly have this idea now? She didn't see Yu Tian as a 3-year-old child but looked at her seriously, secretly hoping for something. Yu Tian quickly nodded. Tian Bao remembers what Master said. But look, this time so many people got sick at once. If Tian Bao is a bit slow, many brothers and sisters might not be saved. Also, now that Master and Uncle Wu are making prescriptions for so many people, it would be easier if clever kids like Tian Bao could help. Then Master and Uncle wouldn't be so tired. Grandmama looked at Yu Tian steadily, a new idea beginning to form in her mind. Grandma, I think Tian Bao is right. If we had more smart and quick children like Tian Bao, we wouldn't be caught off guard in situations like today. Yu Quanli's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of many things after hearing his niece's words, and he couldn't help but start observing the boys and girls in the crowd. Seeing this, all the adults couldn't help but push their children forward, nervously hoping Yu Quanli would notice their own kids. Zhang Fenghua saw Grandmama deep in thought and spoke. This is a big matter. It's not just about one person's opinion. We need good, talented students too. More importantly, we must treat the sick and the elderly first. Alright, since you three are busy today, I'll pick a few clever children to help you. Whether to take apprentices or not can wait until the patients recover. Grandmama nodded in agreement. Alright, things are indeed complicated. You should pick a few smart and careful helpers to assist us. I will think carefully about Tianbao's ideas in the next few days. Okay, Grandma. Can Tianbao choose 2 helpers first? Yu Tian was so happy she jumped around like Super Mario. Jiang Fenghua gently pinched her nose. It's your good idea, so of course you can. Who do you want to choose? Everyone's eyes turned back to the little girl, now looking at her as if she were a small Buddha, which is not an exaggeration. Even a little connection to medicine is considered a great honor. But ordinary people find it very hard to learn medicine. Thanks to Tianbao from the Yu family, they now have a chance too. Yu Tian happily ran over to the woman holding a medical box. I choose this auntie. She then pointed at Qin Jinji. And Sister Jinji, the woman was stunned, completely caught off guard. What did the little girl just say? People from Qixin village and Xinghua village all burst into excitement.
What?
We can also choose someone who has had a baby. Does this include us from Xinghua village? Is this true? I need to go back and call my wife and child. Why didn't anyone from our Qixin village get chosen? Qin Jinji was so surprised she couldn't respond for a moment. She looked at Yu Tian in disbelief. Little sister Tianbao, I really can help. Yu Tian smiled and nodded repeatedly. Of course. Sister Jinji just joined us, but Grandma often praises you for being careful and knowing your limits. If you learn medicine, you'll be even better than Tianbao. Although they haven't known each other long, many things show that Qin Jinji is not only clever but also pure in character. When others give her a lemon, she returns a peach. Such a person learning medicine would be a blessing for the people of Xiaoyu. That's wonderful. Thank you, little sister Tianbao. Qin Jinji showed her happiest smile since her injury. She couldn't help but squat down and gently hug Yu Tian to thank her. This little girl is her benefactor, not only saving her, but also helping her achieve her lifelong dream. Yu Tian also reached out her small hand enthusiastically to respond to Qin Jinji. In the eyes filled with envy from everyone, Sister Shuangzi still looked confused and hadn't regained her senses. Soon, people from Xinghua village also came rushing in. Choose 30 people first, 10 men and 10 women. As long as they are clever and quick-witted, it doesn't matter if they are married or have children. But their age can't be over 25. I will observe everyone's performance and decide whether to accept them as apprentices. Seeing more and more people arriving, Granny Ma quickly waved at Jiang Fenghua. Take the people outside to choose. Otherwise, the air inside will become too stuffy, which isn't good for the patient's recovery. Jiang Fenghua cooperated and led everyone outside. The entrance was busy and lively, with no space left, so she had to bring the people to the entrance of Xinghua village. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pass me the medical box. Granny Ma looked at Sister Shuangzi with a helpless expression. If you don't want to do this, then just leave quickly. I will do it. Sister Shuangzi suddenly woke up, quickly knelt on one knee, placed the medical box at Granny Ma's feet, and carefully opened it, speaking to Granny Ma. Granny Ma's expression improved a little, and she focused on diagnosing and treating each patient one by one. Brother Chuanli, I'll help you. Just tell me what to do. Qin Jinji, smiling like a flower, leaned close to Yu Chuanli, her eyes full of respect. Yu Chuanli was momentarily distracted by her smile, and his ears turned slightly red. All right, then go check the children's current body temperatures and rank them according to severity. Okay, I'll go right now. Qin Jinji happily agreed, and quickly went to do as told. Yu Chuanli couldn't help but follow the girl's graceful figure with his eyes, only to be pulled back to reality by Yu Jiutian tugging at his sleeve. Their meaningful gaze met, and his ears turned bright red. He quickly focused on treating the patient in front of him. Yu Jiutian looked at her fifth uncle and then at Qin Jinji, who was carefully checking the children's temperatures. Her mouth slowly opened into a round shape. Could it be that fifth uncle like Sister Jinji? Inside the cave, everything was busy but orderly. Outside, Zhang Fenghua had also finished selecting the people. A total of 19 were chosen from Qixing village and 9 more from Xinghua village. Those who were selected were overjoyed. Although they felt nervous about the future expenses for schooling, this was their only chance to learn medicine. Almost all the families who were chosen said they would give all their supplies to let their children become apprentices. Not only because the doctor is highly respected and has a good reputation, but also because there is someone in the family who can treat illnesses, so in the future, they won't have to worry about money when seeking medical help. God, please open your eyes and save my child. He has died, and we can't go on living without him. The peaceful activity inside and outside the cave was suddenly interrupted by a loud, piercing cry. Everyone knew without looking that it was Wang Shi, the woman among Lai Hohat's group. But this time, it was not a false alarm. Wang Shi's 5-year-old son was trembling violently all over his body. Everyone's hearts tightened at once. Although Wang Shi's words were often annoying, the child was innocent. A small figure quickly ran over. Everyone's eyes followed her, and it was Yu Jiutian, with Zhang Fenghua right behind her. As soon as Yu Jiutian reached Wang Shi, she quickly shook out her silver needle bag. Her swift movements startled Wang Shi's crying into silence. She carefully laid the child down, crying softly, and watched Yu Jiutian's actions, not daring to move. She had heard everything in the cave just now. The little girl in front of her was not to be underestimated. Grandma, give Tianbao the needle. Yu Jiutian frowned slightly, then adopted her most serious expression. Lai Hohat and the others, who were feeling faint, held on tightly, watching the little girl without blinking, hope rising in their hearts. After a moment, the boy's condition stabilized. Yu Jiutian and Wang Shi both let out a sigh of relief. Only then did Yu Jiutian notice that the boy's clothes were all wet. She looked around with big eyes and saw that several adults were also soaked. This little brother is wearing wet clothes. Even if he temporarily cools down now, he will still get a fever again later. He needs dry clothes to change into. Yu Jiutian looked at Wang Shi, her eyebrows almost furrowed together. Wang Shi timidly glanced at Zhang Fenghua and whispered, "All our clothes are wet. We really don't have any dry clothes to change for the child." Yu Jiutian's face was full of concern for the boy, which made Wang Shi feel guilty, so she lowered her head. "Tianbao, you've already done your best to save him. The rest is beyond our ability." Although Zhang Fenghua also felt sorry, he didn't want to give these selfish adults any chance to take advantage. Yu Jiutian whispered, "Grandma, Tianbao listens to you. We won't save these bad people, but the little brother is innocent. Can we give this little brother a chance? Please don't think he's bad just because his parents are villains. Just like how the Chao family was bad before, but Tianbao didn't become bad because he's still young and has grandma. Grandma has taught him to be a good person. Maybe the little brother can also become a good kid someday." Sniff, sniff. "We were wrong. We really were wrong." Yu Jiutian's words made Mrs. Wang cry and feel very guilty, as if her soul was struck by lightning. She felt ashamed that she was not as wise as a 3-year-old child. "Aunt Zhang, I know we have no right to ask anything now, but Tianbao is right. Huzi was harmed because of us. He's so young. Please, save him and give him a chance to start over." We adults will accept the consequences of our wrongdoings and won't ask you to save us anymore. Mrs. Wang held the little boy's head and bowed heavily to Jiang Fenghua, hitting the ground and not getting up. The man beside her quickly followed and bowed as well. Mother. Mother. I am so cold. The little boy in Mrs. Wang's arms kept trembling, and her body shook from crying. Jiang Fenghua paused silently, then finally stood up and walked toward the cave. Just when Mrs. Wang's family was hopeless, an old lady came over holding a set of clean clothes. She silently took Huzi from Mrs. Wang's arms, carried him into the sunlight, and changed his wet clothes. After changing the clothes, she didn't look at Mrs. Wang but simply carried Huzi into the cave. Yu Tian looked at the adults briefly and quickly followed her grandma. Mrs. Wang and her husband burst into tears and kowtowed toward the cave. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Everyone watching this scene felt a bit emotional. They could only sigh silently. If I had known it would turn out like this, why did I do it in the first place? Mrs. Wang and her husband had no other requests. They helped each other up and went into the forest to find firewood. Although they caught a cold, they had to survive for the children. Seeing this, the others also gathered their strength and followed. It seems there is no hope for treatment now. We can only save ourselves, living each day as it comes. Only the Chao family remains here. Wu Zilian and Chao Xingyue have mild colds, but Lai Guohua and Chao Junkai have high fevers and can't even stand. Reluctantly, Wu Zilian pulls Chao Xingyue along with a few others to gather firewood, at least to dry their clothes. People in Qixin village gather around the big pot, eating and excitedly listening to Yu Chuanzhong and others talk about their hunting in the mountains. They haven't seen any game deep in the mountains for a long time, but on their way back, they unexpectedly caught 2 wild boars. It took a lot of effort, and 2 villagers almost got hurt by the boar's tusks, but they couldn't hide their joy at catching the prey. These 2 fat pigs are enough for the whole village to enjoy meat for several days. Some thoughtful villagers had a different idea. So, you only caught the boars when you were returning. At that time, Yu Tianbao had just woken up and was excited about eating meat. I didn't think much of it then, but now it seems that catching the boars was lucky because Tianbao wanted to eat meat. Yes, that makes sense. Everyone's eyes turned toward Yu Tian. Right now, Yu Tian is sitting face to face with Jiang Fenghua, happily eating porridge and pancakes, shaking her little head with joy. This adorable little girl melts everyone's hearts. The old idea of valuing boys over girls has been passed down for generations, but now everyone's thoughts are shifting. Having a daughter doesn't seem so bad. Families with daughters suddenly realize that their daughters, who are often dismissed or wasted on chores, are actually much more obedient and caring than their sons. They are thoughtful and hardworking. Because of Tianbao, Qixing village has started to value girls again. Girls over 6 or 7 years old have become more aware, knowing they have regained their parents' fair love. All thanks to Yu Tianbao. At first, the girls were jealous of Yu Tian, wondering why she was treated so differently as a girl. But now everyone has come to like Yu Tian. The girls chosen to be backup apprentices were eager to see Yu Tian as a sister. Without her, their only future as girls would be to marry, have children, and spend their lives doing laundry and cooking. But now they could also learn skills, and the most respected skills at that. This made them very grateful to Yu Tian, and they became more careful and serious in their work. At the city gate of Zhengzhou, the ground was covered with corpses, and starving bodies lay everywhere. Few civilians remained alive, and those who did were barely breathing. They still clung to life in front of the wooden curtain, their mouths moving as if they were speaking, but it was hard to hear. If you looked closely at their lips, you could tell they were criticizing the government of Xiaoyu for its cruelty. The city gate commander strolled in leisurely, glancing disdainfully at the struggling civilians. He ordered his soldiers, take them aside, and burn them with the bodies. It's too ugly to look at. Just as the soldiers moved to obey, a horseman rushed in with urgent hoofbeats, shouting, "Report! Huzhou City has an emergency order. Open the gates quickly." The horseman held up a military order and rode fast. The commander hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly commanded, "Quick! Open the gates." The soldiers hurriedly moved the wooden curtain aside and dragged a few old civilians who were barely alive to the pile of bodies. The gates had just opened enough for 2 horses to pass when the horsemen charged inside. The commander's eyes flickered with confusion. He quickly ordered the gates to be closed again and jumped on a horse to follow.
What?
Huzhou City has fallen? At the main hall of Zhengzhou's governor's office, a fat man holding the military report paced anxiously. In front of him, the horseman knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. "Lord Wang, please send troops immediately. All soldiers except those guarding the city gates should go to support the front lines. If the country can't hold, Zhengzhou will be next." Lord Wang paced back and forth, his eyes dark with worry. After a moment of thought, he forced a smile and said, "All right, I'll send troops now. Horsemen, please rest in the hall while you wait." The horseman shook his head seriously. "The military orders for Lord Wang have already been delivered. I must go to nearby prefectures to request reinforcements. I cannot delay. Farewell, Lord Wang." After speaking, the scout turned to leave. Lord Wang signaled to the guards on both sides. One servant, holding a stick, stepped forward and struck the back of the scout's head. The scout didn't even grunt before collapsing to the ground. The guards calmly dragged him away. Lord Wang walked a few more steps in the yard, then began instructing the steward to pack up their belongings. "Are you sure? Is that the uniform of Xiaoyu's army?" Zhang Fenghua asked the village man seriously. The village man nodded repeatedly. "Aunt Jiang, I saw the Hua family soldiers myself with brother Zhong Chuan. I can't be mistaken." Hearing this, everyone in the cave fell silent, feeling anxious and uneasy. Zhang Fenghua instinctively thought that Huzhou City must have fallen. In just 2 days, Huzhou was lost. Even if they managed to escape through Zhengzhou now, they probably won't outrun the enemy's horses. And Zhengzhou itself is a dangerous place. "Mother, what should we do now?" Yu Chuanzhong broke the silence in a low voice. Originally, they could have enjoyed a meal with meat this afternoon, and everyone was happy. But now, with the country in crisis, they didn't know if they'd survive to eat again. Everyone couldn't help but curse Xiaoyu's government and officials, as if that could ease their worries and fears.
Sniff.
"My Junior is on the front line. I don't know if he's alive or dead." Finally, Zheng's mother couldn't hold back her tears and started crying. Xia Danmei also wept as she reached out to comfort her mother-in-law. Seeing the grief-stricken faces of Zheng's family, everyone felt guilty and tried to comfort Zheng's mother. "Aunt Zheng, we're just angry at the corrupt officials. Commander Zheng isn't like that. He's a brave man and he won't be in trouble. Yes, even if he's thinking of you, he will protect himself. Don't worry too much, Aunt. Zheng's family only had this one bloodline, but they fought bravely on the front lines to defend the people of Xiaoyu. Without these soldiers, they might not even have a moment to escape now. Yet, they still spoke carelessly and biased. Does anyone like Zheng Jun in this world, who truly cares for the people? With the Hua family's army here, we will be safe." Suddenly, a clear and confident female voice softly reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and it was Qin Jinji speaking. This young girl rarely spoke all the way here. She exuded the grace of a noble lady, clearly different from them, but she was not delicate or fragile. Instead, she was very tough and hardworking. She worked just as hard as everyone else, biting her lip but never shirking any task. Everyone liked this girl very much. At this moment, her words seemed a bit random, but they made everyone feel calmer. Zhang Fenghua looked kindly at Qin Jinji. "Miss Jinji, can you tell everyone everything you know? So we can all feel at ease." Qin Jinji nodded and briefly explained what she knew. The person called Duke Dinghua, Hua Yuangang, is a legendary figure in Xiaoyu. He didn't come from a noble family. 3 years ago, he was just a small soldier sent into exile. But in just 3 years, he quickly rose from a soldier to a captain of 100 households, then a captain of 1,000, and finally became famous in a battle as a vice general. Later, He led 10,000 soldiers to recapture several cities in Xiaoyu, making the southern barbarians stop fighting for half a year. His military achievements were impressive. Since many officials in the court were good at civil affairs, but few were good at military matters, Huiyuan Gang didn't push the barbarians back to their old territory, but his achievements were still unmatched in Xiaoyu's 10 years. During the half-year ceasefire, the court summoned Huiyuan Gang back to the capital. They gave him the title of Duke Dinghua and handed over all the military tokens of Xiaoyu, except those of the Imperial Guard. They also appointed him as the Grand General of the Army and Navy. He was granted a residence, servants, and rewards of gold and silver. For a time, everyone in Xiaoyu knew about Duke Dinghua. But besides his residence, he used all the rewards as military funds. In front of the Empress Dowager and the young emperor, he openly asked all officials to donate some military funds to support the frontline battles. Of course, every donation of grain or silver was carefully recorded, with clear records of how the money was used. His actions caused turmoil in the court. Most officials accused him of trying to enrich himself. It is said that this court debate lasted from sunrise to sunset. Finally, Duke Dinghua took off his hat and feathers, made a military oath, promising that if he couldn't defeat the barbarians, he would die in shame. Only then did he secure a large sum of military funds for the soldiers. The great cause of Lord Dinghua greatly boosted the soldiers' morale and unity. When he issued the call to arms, the shouts of the soldiers could be heard throughout the entire capital. Lord Dinghua had not yet moved into his new residence in the capital when the southern barbarians suddenly returned. This time, he led 30,000 troops to fight them first. I heard that an additional 50,000 soldiers were still being organized, waiting for new weapons and armor to be ready, and would soon march south to support. Such a brave general who sacrifices himself for the people. If he can't stop the southern barbarians, then the fall of Xiaoyu is truly inevitable. Qin Jinji spoke softly, but her words vividly told the heroic deeds of Lord Dinghua. Suddenly, everyone felt reassured, as if they had eaten a calming pill. They all wanted to see the true face of Lord Dinghua. The men were especially excited, eager to join the general in fighting and to quickly bring peace to Xiaoyu. Miss Jinji, who are you really? How do you know so much about the court affairs? Yes, Miss Jinji, you can't be a daughter of some official family, right? I think so. Jinji doesn't look like a girl from the village at all. If she really were a noble daughter, she wouldn't be working hard with us every day. Such a woman is truly rare in this world. While everyone felt reassured, they also began to wonder and kept glancing at Qin Jinji, studying her from different angles. Qin Jinji's face was slightly dark, but her eyes were calm and open, without hiding anything. She knew that speaking like this would invite guesses from others, but her life was saved by the Yu family, and everyone treated her well. There was nothing to hide. But she didn't want to mention her family at all. Jinji, come over quickly and help me out. Yu Chuanli noticed Qin Jinji looked a bit down, so he called her over quickly. Look at that. Old 5U is worried about Miss Jinji. He probably has feelings for her. I think so. Jinji is so pretty. If I were a man, I'd definitely want to marry her. A few women, seeing how well Yu Chuanli and Qin Jinji worked together, couldn't help but tease them. Although it was just a joke, it made both of them blush deeply. Suddenly, they couldn't control their movements. Either they bumped into each other or touched each other. In the end, Qin Jinji had to walk away, blushing all over. Seeing this, several women covered their mouths to hide their laughter. All right, you all keep talking nonsense all day. She's a young lady, and we can't let anyone ruin her good name. Zhang Fenghua quickly interrupted the women's laughter and looked thoughtfully at his son. Yu Chuanli felt his mother's curious gaze and quickly turned away. His face was already red up to his ears. Yu Jiutian's lips curved into a smile. She thought she should help her fifth uncle. Oh no, she should help herself by gaining a kind, beautiful, and gentle aunt. Zhang Fenghua withdrew his gaze and said soothingly, everyone has heard. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Since we can't get into Zhengzhou City, we might as well stay here peacefully and watch how things develop. Fortunately, we still have enough food, and the mountains and forests are full of resources. As long as we work hard, we can be self-sufficient. Everyone should do their part, and there's no need to overthink. Living well today is the most important thing. Yu Chuanzhong was the first to respond to the old lady. Let's go and share the pork. Tonight, we'll have a good meal. Talking about eating meat made everyone happy, and they hurried out of the cave. The men divided the pork, and the elders took half a pig's meat to prepare dinner. The remaining meat was simply salted by the women and hung in a ventilated spot in the cave. The wild boar was fat with a lot of internal organs. They were originally going to throw them away, but Yu Chuanyi took some. Everyone was a bit confused. Pig offal is usually greasy and smelly, and no one would eat it if there was nothing else. What was Yu Chuanyi planning to do? Yu Chuanyi wasn't sure either, but when he thought of the recipe his niece mentioned, he couldn't help but get excited. A corner of the cave was cleared out to make a place for the elders and children to boil medicine. Older sister Tsuya, you need to add the fermented beans first, then the perilla leaves. Oh, and Tsuya, you're so great. Brother Langping, you've already sorted so many medicines so quickly? That's amazing. The chosen temporary healers were busy in an orderly manner under Yu Jiotian's supervision. Everyone admired Yu Jiotian's leadership and loved watching her with her hands behind her back, looking like a confident senior sister. When the young girl received their praise, everyone's lips curled into smiles. Grandma Ma was surrounded by her two cleverest children, a 14-year-old boy named Chen Shui and a 12-year-old girl named Hua Qing. They worked quickly and efficiently, which made Grandma Ma feel happy. When she had a moment to herself, she couldn't help but watch how these children worked. Of course, she paid the most attention to her favorite apprentice, Yu Jiotian. Despite being young, the girl had many ideas. If she could teach these children well, it would save her a lot of trouble. Grandma, what should we do? They say there are not enough medicinal herbs outside. Hua Qing came back worried after going to fetch some medicine. She told Grandma Ma that there were no more herbs to cook with. Grandma Ma frowned and asked, what herbs are missing? Hua Qing honestly replied, Jingjia and Fangfeng. We used a lot of Fangfeng this morning, and many people are sick, so we've run out now. Grandma Ma kept working but was already worried. Today, she and Yu Chuanli had gathered a lot of herbs from the mountain, but it still wasn't enough. Hua Qing, go with the other girls to find herbs where Tong Bao said. She thinks there are herbs nearby. Yu Jiotian ran in excitedly, grabbing Hua Qing's hand and pulling her outside. Hua Qing looked at her small hand and hesitated, suspicious. Tong Bao was talking about a small open space not far from the cave entrance, right at their doorstep. How could there be those two kinds of herbs there? Hua Qing, take a few people and carefully look where Tong Bao pointed. I just saw some herbs when I came back, Grandma Ma said, her eyes slightly narrowed, hiding her surprise. She was sure now. Her apprentice was a treasure. Without doubting Grandma Ma, Hua Qing quickly led 3 or 4 children toward the place Tong Bao mentioned. Grandma Ma, there are really herbs. Soon, her excited voice was heard, trembling with happiness. How many? Is it enough? Grandma Ma couldn't help but come out of the cave to ask. Hua Qing's voice was still trembling. There are so many. It seems enough, and there might be other herbs I don't recognize. Grandma Ma, can you come see for yourself? Grandma Ma looked at Yu Jiotian, but the girl widened her eyes and pretended to be innocent. Wow, Master, Tong Bao's little mouth is so clever. Grandma Ma held back her sigh and walked toward Hua Qing. I initially thought Hua Qing was exaggerating, but when she saw a fairly large herb field, she couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. The herbs grew strong and neat, as if someone had planted them there on purpose. Besides the essential herbs like Jingjia and Fangfeng, all the other medicines for treating wind cold and heat illnesses were present. It looked as if they had been grown specifically according to her prescription. Grandma Ma couldn't believe that this was just the good fortune of the young girl. She looked at Yu Jiotian with disbelief. But the young girl had already gone to Yu Chuanyi, where her uncle and cousin were happily chatting about something. Gathered all. Don't leave a single one, Grandma Ma instructed Hua Qing before returning to the cave. With the herbs collected, everyone's worries eased. Mealtime. Come and eat. With the old man's shout, everyone in Chishin village happily lined up with their bowls, full of joy and peace. People from Xinghua village smelled the aroma of meat in the air and looked on with envy, swallowing their saliva. The children drooled onto the ground, making their parents feel very sad. They hurriedly served rice and comforted the children. In the past, they only ate 2 bowls of porridge a day. Today, they knew Chishin village was making meat, so the adults deliberately prepared dry rice, worried that the children might cry from greed. The children from Xinghua village had suffered from hardship since they were young. When they smelled the meat, they ate their dry rice sensibly. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fenghua and Yu Jiutian brought over a pot of meat, inviting everyone to share. The people from Xinghua village eagerly gathered around, but when they saw what was in the pot, their faces turned unpleasant. Indeed, there was meat in the pot. Although it had been cut, it was obvious at a glance that it was pig offal, like intestines and stomach. Come, try this fresh dish. It's a new recipe our 5th brother came up with, braised offal. We left most of it at home, but this small portion should be enough for each of you to taste a few bites. It goes really well with rice. Jiang Fenghua couldn't tell that the people from Xinghua village felt uncomfortable. When Yu Chuani lifted the lid, the people from Chishin village also showed the same expression. But after tasting it, everyone went crazy with excitement.
Ahem.
Village Chief Jiang, we appreciate your kindness. We find the plain rice quite tasty too. The old village chief could see that Jiang Fenghua wasn't genuinely looking down on them or trying to insult them with pig offal. However, pig intestines are usually used to hold manure, and eating bark is actually easier to swallow. Grandpa village chief, come on, open your mouth and try it. Yu Jiutian carefully pinched a piece of marinated pig intestine and held it near the old village chief's mouth. She said seriously, Grandpa, try it. It smells so good and tastes delicious. You should try it instead of sweet treasure. After saying that, she pretended to feed herself to lure the old village chief. The old village chief was amused by the little girl and chuckled softly. When the intestine was near his nose earlier, he caught a strange smell, rich meat aroma mixed with a faint odor, but strangely tempting. It made him involuntarily start to salivate. Looking at the earnest little face, he closed his eyes, quickly bit into the intestine, and chewed a few times before swallowing. Suddenly, as he chewed, his eyes widened in surprise. Is this really pig intestine? Yu Jiutian grinned, showing her small tiger teeth. How is it? Tastes great, right? Sweet treasure didn't lie, did she? Jiang Fenghua also smiled, and the old village chief's expression was similar to that of the villagers from Chishin village. Even she found it unbelievable. Something usually disliked was actually more delicious than pork. The old village chief felt very ashamed. It's delicious, really delicious. I didn't know pig offal could be made into such tasty food. Thank you, sweet treasure girl, for thinking of Grandpa village chief. Thank you, village chief Jiang. We just didn't want to waste anything, so this was our first try. We didn't expect to find a treasure. Jiang Fenghua smiled as she placed the pot on a stone slab and called everyone over. This is for you to try. Later, we'll send some meat over. It's not much, just enough for everyone to enjoy some meat. The old village chief kept saying, Young lady, you shouldn't do that. All of this was hunted by your village with great effort. Just letting us taste these delicacies is already kind enough. We dare not ask for more meat. You're right, village chief. You've helped our village so much. We don't know how to thank you. Your village has many people. Take some home for the children to eat more. Everyone from Xinghua village agreed with the village chief. They hadn't eaten meat in many years. Seeing the village chief say it was delicious, a strong craving arose from their mouths down to their intestines. They couldn't help but swallow repeatedly, but their reason and gratitude kept their desires in check. The children's eyes were fixed on the meat in the pot, and they couldn't look away, but they didn't cry or make a fuss about wanting to eat. Although we come from 2 different provinces, meeting each other is fate. Besides, we are now neighbors in these mountains, so we should help each other. Today, pick a few quick and strong men from your group. In the future, you can join us in hunting. When we catch game, you'll have your share too. Jiang Fenghua watched their expressions and felt a bit of admiration. He smiled to comfort them. Everyone looked at each other, surprised and happy. Really? We can go hunting with you? But we don't know anything. Yes, we don't eat much normally, and we're weaker than others. If we go, we might just be a burden. Jiang Fenghua laughed. That's why I brought the meat today, to help you regain strength. It's okay if you're not very strong. Some tasks need light and quick people to do. He continued, I also have my own reasons. I don't know if enemies will attack soon. If we get caught, you'll be well-fed and strong. Then, through hunting, you can practice courage and skills. Maybe if everyone works together, we can even resist the enemies. What do you think? The people from Xinghua village were weak, but they were honest and sincere. They were worth making friends with. Okay, Aunt Jiang. I'll eat this meat. If enemies come someday, I'll be the first to rush out and protect everyone. Yes, I want to practice my strength and courage too. I don't want to be a coward who runs away and becomes a joke. Jiang Fenghua made the villagers of Xinghua village feel more at ease. Under the old village chief's guidance, everyone lined up to take some meat from the pot. The children cheered happily. We can eat meat now. We can eat meat now. Jiang Fenghua and Yu Jiutian exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Over at the big mountain cave, everyone was filled with joy. Who would have thought that even on the run, they could enjoy such delicious food? The people from both villages praised Yu Chuanyi highly, no longer mentioning that men who stayed in the kitchen were useless. Some women even teased their own men, saying that anyone who followed Yu Chuanyi was truly lucky from the inside out. If there is a daughter of the right age at home, she is even encouraged to help Yu Chuanyi, with clear intentions of making him her son-in-law, which is obvious from her expression. Jiang Fenghua saw her fourth son become more confident and bright, and she thought more about her little granddaughter. She knew well that whenever it was time to cook, Yu Chuanyi would take Sweetie away, which definitely meant there was some secret behind it.
But she didn't bother to ask.
Everyone in the Yu family was used to Sweetie's little tricks, and they all knew how to protect her. Lai Hohat and her group, besides the Chow family, Jiang Fenghua didn't truly abandon anyone in need. After they handed over all their supplies as medical fees, they still received some herbal medicine for treatment. It didn't cure everything, but it saved their lives. With the approval of the villagers in Qixing village, the group of over 10 people settled under the eaves of a cave, giving them a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Although conditions were extremely harsh compared to Qixing village, everyone was grateful. Having gone through a near-death experience, they suddenly became more aware. They became more careful in how they behaved, waking up earlier than the villagers, sleeping later, and tirelessly gathering firewood, wild vegetables, and anything edible around them. Besides feeding themselves, they also voluntarily gave a share to Qixing village. Zhu Tsuehua worked diligently every day, lowering her head to do chores. If everyone didn't know she was surprisingly lazy in the village, they might think she was someone else. This time, no one complained about hardship. When they ran out of food, they huddled in corners cooking wild vegetable soup to fill their stomachs, and no one made a sound of suffering. As for Wang's family, it was even more obvious. Their child recovered after just one night with the Yu family. The couple knelt and thanked Jiang Fenghua, even knocking their heads until they bled, and desperately went into the mountains to find mountain goods. They gave everything they found to the Yu family, except for enough to survive. Perhaps because they were eager to repay the Yu family, they hunted a few rabbits alone and gave all of them to the Yu family. Even Jiang Fenghua, who was usually firm, finally softened her attitude toward them. The old lady changed her stance, and everyone saw their change, which led to acceptance. The days passed like this for about 2 days. One morning, before dawn, Chao Huntao and Wu Tsilian knelt together in the middle of the cave. In front of them was Lai Hohat's body. The couple and their young daughter were all crying, but they dared not make a sound. Yu Chuanzhong was the first to get up. Seeing that they had been unlucky all morning, he frowned and asked what was wrong. He learned that Lai Hohat had not survived and had passed away last night. When they heard that Lai Hohat was dead, most of the people in the cave sat up straight. Especially the people from Yonglu village, who immediately gathered around. Although Lai Hohat's actions in life made everyone dislike her, and her death was her own fault, since she was from the same village and had died right in front of them, everyone felt a strange heaviness in their hearts. Yujio's heart tightened. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw Jiang Fenghua's caring gaze.
Grandma.
Yujio couldn't help but call out. Jiang Fenghua quickly hugged her and silently comforted her. Yujio reached out her small hands and hugged the old lady back. The old lady probably thought she was sad or scared, especially since she was blood-related to Chao's family. But inside, she felt no sadness at all. Every day in Chao's house, she secretly wished that the cruel old woman would trip and fall or drown in the river, so she wouldn't have to suffer as much. Yujio was just worried that others might gossip about her grandmother. They had the ability to save Lai Hohat, but chose to let her die in front of everyone. When Jiang Fenghua and Yujio came out, Chao Jun's family immediately bowed their heads to the ground, crying bitterly. Jiang auntie, my mother has died. She did many wrong things in her life, and we tried to advise her many times. But she was the head of the family and followed filial piety. We couldn't go against her wishes. So we also did many foolish things. Now that she's gone, we are no longer bound by filial piety. We can start fresh. Please, Jiang auntie, for the sake of our blood ties and for Tian Bao, accept us again. From now on, we will not let the Yu family or Qi Xian village down. After speaking, the family didn't dare to lift their heads, waiting for Jiang Fenghua's response. Everyone looked at Jiang Fenghua. Clearly, Lai Hohat was disliked by many, and privately, she and the Yu family also had some conflicts. Jiang Fenghua is now in charge, and everyone instinctively thinks she is indifferent to the Chao family, partly due to some personal grudges. Now that Lai Hohat has died, and this family is humbling themselves to apologize, perhaps the past conflicts between the two families should be let go. After all, enemies should be resolved, not kept. Since other families have already accepted them, only 3 members of the Chao family are being accepted, which is just a matter of her nodding. Either you leave on your own, or I will have someone ask you to leave, Jiang Fenghua said coldly, without any emotion or hesitation. Everyone felt a tightness in their chests. Usually, Jiang Fenghua is very kind to everyone, so they thought she might soften and let things go in this situation. But once again, Jiang Fenghua showed them what it means to be firm and unshakable. Chao Junsai's family looked up in disbelief. Aunt Jiang, I know you're very upset with the Chao family and my mother, but she's gone now. Can you give us a chance to start over? Jiang Fenghua quickly cut him off, decisively ending his hopes. Your mother is dead, but the harm she caused to Tianbao will never be erased. And you even dared to use your mother's body to negotiate with me, talking about starting anew? Everything you did to Tianbao, I am keeping a record of. Ignoring you is already me showing restraint and morality. If you keep bothering me, I don't mind getting a little blood on my hands. On the road to escape, it's normal for 2 people to die, isn't it? Her cold voice was like a frosty sword, making Chao Junsai's family shiver intensely. After a moment of stunned silence, the couple stood up weakly, hurriedly carrying Lai Hohat's body away. Yu Jiu Tian tightly hugged Jiang Fenghua's leg, her small face pressed close. Having spent so much time in Yu's family's warm nest, she had gradually let go of her pain, but she never forgot her grandmother for a moment. She even defended her grandmother fiercely in public, without caring what others thought. Such strong love made her willing to do anything for her grandmother. At the moment Yu Jiu Tian pressed close, Jiang Fenghua immediately covered her little head with her hand, warm and reassuring. The ending of the Chao family once again changed how the people of Qixing village saw Jiang Fenghua. Everyone now understood that all of Jiang Fenghua's kindness and thoughtfulness were based on the condition that others also followed moral principles. In front of her, tricks and little schemes were useless. Only honesty and sincerity could earn her respect. After the Chao family disappeared, the morning sunlight poured down, sweeping away the gloom in people's hearts. The area in front of the cave soon returned to its usual liveliness. 6 strong men from Xinghua village joined the hunting team from Qixing village, and went into the mountains. The rest of the people also began to busy themselves with different tasks. They cleaned and organized the cave again, since no one knew when they would be able to leave the mountain. Making the place more comfortable for their families was the best they could do. Fortunately, the past few days had been sunny. The mud dried up, and the damp straw also became crisp. The women went out to cut more straw and spread thick layers under each bed. This made sleeping warmer and kept out the chill from the ground. Now Yu Chuanyi had become very popular. With him leading the elderly and several women in preparing food, Su Xianyang was able to rest and sit with Jiang Fenghua, sewing while enjoying the sunshine. Except for a few frail elders and some children, everyone else had recovered well. Even the men who had been injured by knives could now walk outside to bask in the sun. Ever since Yu Chuanzhong and the hunting team brought back a wild boar, the injured men had been eager to recover quickly so they could join the hunts. But this wish was impossible. Their families would not allow it, and the 3 doctors had already been generous enough to let them go outside for fresh air. Yu Chuanxiao's days were easier than most. After the children recovered, they became too lively, so everyone asked him to act as a teacher, teaching them to read and guiding their behavior. As for payment, no one could offer anything now. But Granny Zhang suggested writing down the names of all the children who studied. Once they settled down in the future, the Yu family would be paid according to the local custom of that province. Everyone agreed happily. After all, having children study while on the run was a rare blessing. Jiang Fenghua did not refuse either. Even if survival in the future was uncertain, at least there was a record, and her own children's efforts would not be in vain. Grandma Ma has been busy these days, but luckily her clever apprentice came up with good ideas. She has been working hard and doesn't feel very tired. Now, Yu Chuanli is following Grandma Ma's instructions and has gathered all the potential medical apprentices into the big mountain cave. The young boys and girls stood in 2 rows, all looking nervous as they watched Grandma Ma and the others. At the cave entrance, many adults instinctively gathered around. Most of them were parents of the children waiting inside. Their feelings were even more excited than the children's. If their children were chosen, it would be a great honor and bring pride to their families. Yu Tian looked at the lively hope on the faces of these young people. It was like seeing herself choosing to study medicine, filled with admiration and love for this profession. Grandma Ma cleared her throat and said, "I won't talk much. You all saw that in the past few days, many people have caught colds and fevers. If we don't have enough helpers, some people won't get timely treatment and their illnesses could worsen. Today, I gathered you here to form a medical team. First, I will select some talented ones among you to be my apprentices." There was a buzz of excitement. Everyone was nervous, but hopeful. "Those whose names I call, please stand behind Sweetie," Grandma Ma said directly, calling out the names of the ones she liked. 6 children stood behind Yu Tian, 4 boys and 2 girls. The 6 children were so happy they couldn't stop smiling, whispering excitedly to each other. The other children were confused. There were 32 in total. Could only 6 be chosen? Don't worry, older brothers and sisters. The master hasn't finished choosing yet. Yu Tian quickly comforted the boys and girls to prevent them from feeling disappointed. The children's hearts calmed a little, and they kept watching Grandma Ma with hope. Not everyone is suitable to study medicine. You need to be smart and talented, patient and calm, careful in your words and actions. A small mistake could lead to misdiagnosis, harm someone's health, or even endanger lives. These past few days, everyone has shown their strengths, but Hua Qing and a few others stand out in many ways. For now, only these 6 will be apprentices. But you all have different roles to play. The children's names were not all remembered clearly, so Granny Ma simply pointed to about a dozen of them. You all work hard and are patient with patients. In the future, you will be medical assistants. Your roles are slightly different from those of doctors and nurses, but you will still learn a lot about medicine. Granny Ma spoke while glancing at Yu Tian. She had summarized these points from snippets of Yu Tian's words. Although the young girl's expressions were sometimes unclear, she had a natural talent for anything related to medicine. I can't believe how she will grow in the next 2 years. What kind of person will she become? Although I don't know exactly what medical staff do, everyone who was chosen was very happy. They all knew they could learn medicine from Granny Ma and her team. The children who were selected almost jumped with excitement. The remaining 7 or 8 teenagers looked disappointed instantly. They probably got eliminated. You all are strong and quick on your feet. You work diligently. Starting today, you are all medical assistants. You are the most important part of the medical team, Granny Ma said seriously to the rest. The 7 or 8 children looked at each other, and their mood suddenly soared from the lowest point to the highest. They weren't eliminated. They also joined the medical team. Everyone outside and inside the cave was cheering. Even if they didn't fully understand what Granny Ma meant by the medical team, they all knew that the children's connection to medicine was a good thing. Yu Tian looked at everyone's happy faces, and a small smile appeared on her lips. Learning medicine doesn't happen overnight, but once it starts, the medical environment in Xiaoyu will gradually improve. To explain what was next, Granny Ma asked everyone outside the cave to leave. After a simple summary, the boys and girls understood their roles. Medical assistants are like Yu Quan Li and Yu Tian. They learn to observe, ask, listen, and examine. They also learn to take pulses, diagnose, and understand acupuncture and medicine. As they learn, each person will specialize in a particular area within the 13 branches of medicine. Granny Ma is good at pulse diagnosis, both large and small, and she has some knowledge of other fields too. Medical staff need to learn emergency treatments, such as stopping bleeding, suturing wounds, and artificial respiration to restart the heart. These skills were explained by Yu Tian with gestures and simple words, and Granny Ma summarized and named them accordingly. The doctor is responsible for all matters related to medicinal herbs, including identifying herbs, distinguishing prescriptions, collecting and preparing herbs, and boiling decoctions to treat illnesses. Each role is clearly divided so that no one blindly learns everything. Remembering too much can prevent proper mastery. Medical apprentices not only learn medical principles, but also study literacy with Yu Xiao. While nurses and assistants don't need to learn as many characters, they must know the names of each herb. Although such large-scale illnesses may not happen again, it's always good to be prepared. Madame Ma also believes that sometimes Yu Tian's innocent words can reveal some truth. The little girl's meaning is that no matter what situation you are in, as long as there is something to learn and something to do, you won't lose hope in life. Madame Ma initially thought she might never be free again in the future, which she found somewhat frustrating. But when Yu Tian showed her 2 realistic models of human acupuncture points, one male and one female, she suddenly felt very energized. These models are much clearer than pictures in books. Madame Ma feels she has found a weakness in the little girl. In the future, she might occasionally stop her work to get a few more of her treasures, as it wouldn't be worth the effort at her age to keep pushing without gaining anything. When curious and surprised apprentices asked questions, she simply said she had found skilled craftsmen to make them, and everyone believed her. Now everyone has tasks to do, and they have turned their remote, wild lives into something like a peaceful paradise. After everyone took their roles, Yu Tian thought she could finally spend every day sticking close to her grandmother, living a simple life. But recently, her grandmother has been busy sewing and mending with her sister-in-law, paying less attention to her. When Yu Tian tried to get closer, Su Xunyang pulled her to learn embroidery, scaring her so much that she ran behind Yu Chuanyi to hide. However, before she could enjoy the delicious food made by her uncle, Madame Ma took her away to be a tool to motivate the apprentices. Madame Ma saw how quickly Yu Tian understood things and found it a bit frustrating to teach these big, slow apprentices. She pointed to 10 kinds of herbs and said, "Tian Bao, tell your junior brothers and sisters what these herbs are." Yu Tian took a bite of the dried meat her uncle had roasted for her and said with a smack, "Huang Qin, Juemingzi Medoling, tell me, what are they used for?" Huang Qin can cool the blood and calm the fetus." All the apprentices widened their eyes and perked up their ears. They thought they had been working very hard, but their master still scolded them every day for being slow and not understanding. They felt a bit upset and frustrated. Now, seeing the 3.5-year-old girl casually say the names and uses of the medicines clearly, They suddenly realized their master was right to scold them. They were curious about how Yuchio Tian's little head looked and quickly remembered what she said. With the cute little girl acting as a helper, everyone's enthusiasm increased. Learning became more effective, almost twice as fast. After a whole morning of practicing with the master, Yuchio Tian's little voice was hoarse. No matter how Granny Ma and the boys tried to cheer her up, she drooped her head and refused to say a word. Fortunately, Jiang Fenghua came to her rescue just in time. She carried her away despite everyone's reluctant looks. Back at Yu's bed, Su Xunyang took out something and held it in front of Yuchio Tian's eyes. The little girl's dull eyes suddenly lit up. In her hand was a delicate little purse. The yellow fabric was embroidered with two small rabbits fighting over a carrot, lively and adorable. Yuchio Tian immediately took it and held it close, her small hands loving the tiny rabbits on it. Wow, such a pretty little bag. Tianbao likes it so much. Thank you, Granny Xunyang. As she spoke, she suddenly kissed Su Xunyang's face fiercely with her little hands. A good bag can cure all ailments, even for little babies. Grandma came up with this idea, and she put in a lot of effort. Shouldn't you give Grandma a kiss too? Jiang Fenghua watched the happy little girl and felt her heart melt like honey. She smiled and playfully competed for affection. Yuchio Tian hurriedly smeared kisses on both sides of her face, saying, "So, Grandma and Granny Xunyang have been secretly working on this for a few days just to make a bag for Tianbao. I'm so happy." Jiang Fenghua smiled, pulled the little girl into her arms, and whispered a few secret words. Yuchio Tian's big eyes sparkled with shining stars as she tightly hugged her grandmother's neck. Grandma is so kind to little sweetie. It turns out her grandma had already noticed her secret of secretly taking things from Granny Ma's medicine box. So, she made her a small bag to help her carry things in the future. After all, Granny Ma's medicine box wouldn't always be right in front of her. Turning around, Yuchio Tian, proud of her little girl status, carried her bag like a proud little peacock and went to show off to Uncle San and Uncle Si. During their escape, they rarely had such happy and peaceful days. Everyone wanted to hold on tightly, but it was like trying to catch a newly emerged earthworm. If they held too hard, it would break. That day, the hunting team had been gone for most of the day and hadn't come back. The children were too hungry to bear, and the adults felt anxious inside. Jiang Fenghua's eyelids twitched rapidly, and she felt restless. By midday, she couldn't wait any longer. She told the elders to quickly prepare food for the children and gathered a dozen strong women to lead the search for the hunting team. Yuchio Tian hurriedly followed. Grandma, little sweetie wants to go find Uncle San too. Be good, little sweetie. There are big cats in the forest. You and Auntie should stay at home. Grandma will bring Uncle San back soon. Jiang Fenghua tried to calm her restless feelings and comforted Yuchio Tian. But Yuchio Tian held onto her clothes tightly, looking pitiful. Little sweetie doesn't want to leave Grandma. Not even for a moment. Little sweetie isn't afraid of big cats. Little sweetie has medicine powder. It can make the big cat sleepy. Grandma Ma stepped forward with her medicine box and said to Jiang Fenghua, "Take little sweetie with you. I will go with you too. If the hunting team can also help with quick treatment." Jiang Fenghua's mind suddenly flashed with the scene of her eldest son covered in blood. She nodded quickly at Grandma Ma, found a basket, and put Yuchio Tian inside. She carried her on her back and led the way. Everyone hurried to follow. Yu Chuanli also wanted to go, but Grandma Ma signaled him to stay in the cave to teach the medical apprentices and take care of the villagers there. After that, she turned around, quickly instructed a few young members of the medical team to follow, and they hurried after. They searched along faint traces for a long time. The sun was already slightly west, but they still hadn't found any sign of the hunting team. The forest grew deeper and more secluded. Occasionally, the sound of wings flapping could be heard, making everyone's nerves tighten more and more. They had gone about 10 miles deep when they finally heard voices ahead. But the sounds were only painful groans. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly ran toward the voices.
"Boss."
"Is that you?" Jiang Fenghua called out as he walked, his worry making his voice shake. Yuchio Tian also stretched her neck and looked ahead. Auntie, it's us. Please come help brother Chuanzhong. When the villagers responded, Jiang Fenghua's heart sank, and he almost staggered. Yu Jiotian's small hands gripped the basket tightly, and her eyes immediately filled with tears. Uncle, Tong Bao wants to save Uncle. Ignoring the thorns that pricked his hands, Jiang Fenghua hurriedly pushed aside obstacles and ran toward the sound. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood hit him. The terrible scene in front of them made everyone tremble with fear and feel numb. Within a few dozen meters, the grass, tree trunks, and ground were covered with wolf carcasses and bloodstains. Over 40 hunters lay scattered on the ground, some unconscious, others clutching their wounds and leaning against trees, pale and gasping. Clearly, the hunters had encountered a wolf pack and fought a fierce battle. "Where's Uncle Chuanzhong?" Yu Jiotian choked as she pointed to a grass nest. Chuanzhong, a sturdy man, was lying silently there. 2 lightly injured villagers stood nearby, clumsily bandaging his wounds. Jiang Fenghua stumbled forward. "Boss." In his panic, he didn't realize he had dropped Yu Jiotian from the basket. Yu Jiotian fell into the grass and clumsily crawled out, rushing ahead.
"Boss."
"Don't scare Mom, please, boss." Seeing his son covered in blood like a mess, tears streamed down Jiang Fenghua's face, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Chuanzhong's clothes were torn into rags, soaked with blood. Whether his own or the wolves', it was hard to tell. But the bite wound near his left shoulder, and neck was very obvious and still bleeding. His face was covered in blood, making it hard to see his complexion, but his pale lips showed he had lost a lot of blood. "Madam Jiang, we were attacked by a wolf pack." At first, everyone was very scared. Brother Zan was the only one who stood at the front and fought off half of the wolves, so 2 villagers also wept openly, still visibly shaken. Jiang Fenghua's vision blurred, and she nearly fainted. "Grandma, you can't fall down. Big Uncle needs us." Yu Jiotian struggled to support the elderly woman, desperately pinching her between the ribs to keep her awake. "Uncle, please help support Grandma." Yu Jiotian took a deep breath, trying to suppress her grief. She quickly examined the injuries on the 2 villagers, her small hands covered in blood, hurriedly pulling open their clothes. One was badly wounded, covered in deep scratches that revealed flesh and bone, with blood and torn tissue everywhere, looking terrible. Tears rolled down her face one after another. Yu Jiotian wiped them away harshly with the back of her hand, her eyes wide as she carefully assessed her uncle's injuries. She checked his carotid artery. Jiang Fenghua watched the young girl try hard to hold back her tears, her face tense like a little adult as she treated her older brother. Tears streamed down her face, and she took a deep breath to ease her chest pain. At this moment, she absolutely could not break down. Grandma Ma quickly sent 2 village women to go back and inform the medical team to come immediately. Everyone capable of helping had to be mobilized. After a simple bandage, they had to rush the hunting team back to the cave for proper treatment. Otherwise, in this deep mountain forest, the strong smell of blood would surely attract other fierce animals. Jiang Fenghua and Yu Jiotian carefully dragged Yu Chuanzhong into the bushes, hiding their figures. Grandma Ma also saw what was happening and knew her young disciple was about to do something extraordinary to save someone again. She looked around and saw no one paying attention to their unusual situation, so she relaxed her mind. "Grandma, Uncle is badly injured. Sweet baby can't save him here. I need to take Uncle to a secret place for treatment. Please wait here and don't be afraid." Yu Jiotian spoke seriously to Jiang Fenghua. "Yu Chuanzhong has lost too much blood and is in shock. He is only breathing in this environment and cannot be saved here. We can only take him back to the space where the medical equipment is better, and there is a chance to save him." Jiang Fenghua wiped her tears and asked, "Can Grandma stay with you? I can help you." She knew the little girl had a mysterious safe place. Going there wasn't to spy on her secrets, but because she was worried that the small girl couldn't control her strong older brother's body. Yu Jiotian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Grandma was the person she trusted most. There were no secrets she couldn't share. Plus, her small body really needed someone to help. Before Jiang Fenghua could react, she suddenly felt dizzy and found themselves in a strange room. The room was large and empty. The walls were as white as snow, very clean. The floor was shiny, like a mirror. In the middle was a narrow, light blue bed. Chuanzhong was lying on it. There were strange devices hanging above and around him, unlike anything she had seen before. "Grandma, come help sweet baby cut open uncle's clothes." Jiang Fenghua was still stunned. She had a cold pair of scissors in her hand. She quickly got up from the ground. Sweet baby had already climbed onto a chair and was showing Grandma how to do it. Grandma quickly wiped her tears. She carefully cut open her son's clothes, imitating the little girl. Yu Jiutian hurried to draw blood and prepare a blood bag. Her short legs ran back and forth, anxious but calm. The wounds were many. Yu Jiutian bravely poured disinfectant on them and quickly cleaned away the blood. Chuanzhong was in such deep shock that he felt no pain at all. They gave him adrenaline and 2 bags of blood. Finally, his vital signs started to improve. Seeing the little girl staring intently at the strange, buzzing devices, then relaxing her gaze, Jiang Fenghua instinctively knew that her son's life had been saved. The next step, cleaning and stitching the wounds, took several hours. Jiang Fenghua saw the little girl trembling and felt deeply worried, but she couldn't do much to help. She could only silently stand behind her, using her hands to support her waist and give her strength. After finishing the last thread, Yu Jiutian suddenly collapsed into her grandmother's arms, smiling softly. "Grandma, don't worry. Big uncle is fine now." Jiang Fenghua's eyes reddened. She wiped the sweat from the little girl's forehead with her sleeve. The grandmother and granddaughter's faces pressed close together, as if they had just survived a disaster. Yu Chuanzhong had lost too much blood. After receiving 4 bags of plasma, his vital signs stabilized completely. Before he woke up, the 3 of them returned to the bushes. Jiang Fenghua looked around dizzily. Although they had spent many hours in that magical place, in reality, everyone was still busy at the same spot, as if no time had passed outside. She suppressed her slight panic and kept all the strange and wonderful things she had seen deep in her heart. She didn't plan to ask the little girl anything. All she needed to know was that Tianbao was her family and had the ability to keep everyone safe. That was enough.
"Mom.
Am I still alive?" Yu Chuanzhong opened his eyes, his face regaining its color. In his daze, he seemed to see a dazzling white light and a strange, fairy tale-like scene, like a dream. Jiang Fenghua's eyes filled with tears again. She reached out to gently touch her eldest son's strong face, choking with emotion. "You almost were saved by Tianbao." Then she carried her small bag and went to help Granny Ma. Yu Chuanzhong looked at Jiang Fenghua with deep guilt in his eyes.
"Sorry, Mom.
"I made you worry." Jiang Fenghua's eyes were filled with tears. "How could I not worry? You're the backbone of our Yu family. If something happened to you, what would Mom do?" Yu Chuanzhong held his grandmother's hand seriously. "Mom, from now on, I will first protect my own safety when something happens. I won't be reckless or brave just to fight." Just now, when danger was near, he clearly had the chance to climb a big tree to hide, but the hunting team was in chaos. If he had hidden, he wouldn't know how many people might have died. This close call also made him realize that while friendship with neighbors is important, nothing is more important than his own life and family. When unable to do more, he must prioritize self-protection. "Is your big uncle okay now?" Grandmama's mouth was so surprised it seemed like she could fit an egg inside. She was sure that just moments ago, Yu Chuanzhong had been bleeding heavily and looked like he was about to die. Yet, in an instant, Her young disciple said, "He was fine?" Many questions and amazement swirled in her mind, but she knew now was not the time to ask. She quickly took the medicine bottle handed to her by Yu Tian and ordered the medical team to give medicine to those who had lost a lot of blood. Most villagers who fainted had lost too much blood, but everyone had been scratched or bitten by wolf claws. Even after drinking blood-replenishing medicine, they still needed to be stitched and stopped from bleeding quickly. Yu Tian hurriedly took out several sets of sewing tools from her bag and handed them to Grandma Ma, signaling the medical team to help with stitching. Seeing her small bag produce so many tools at once, Grandma Ma's spirit was once again deeply shaken. The medical team had also practiced sewing with wild boar skin over the past few days, but their skills were still not very good. Now, being pushed into action by Grandma Ma, they trembled and hesitated, afraid to start sewing. Grandma Ma was so angry she scolded them for being useless. Seeing this, Yu Tian quietly walked over to a villager and began cleaning and stitching his wound. The visual impact was more direct than words. The villager was semi-conscious, but when he saw the little girl of 3.5 holding a needle to sew his wound, he was so frightened he woke up completely. "Sweetie, I don't need stitches. My wound will heal on its own." Yu Tian smiled gently. "Uncle, be good. Sweetie will try not to hurt you." As she spoke, she had already inserted a silver needle into an acupoint. The villager was about to grimace, but surprisingly, he felt no pain. He let out a breath of relief. Once the numbness took effect, Yu Tian skillfully began sewing. Then, she secretly looked around at the wide-eyed young men and boys and said, "Big brothers and sisters, why aren't you helping to save people? These uncles are very pitiful. If they bleed too much, they will die." The courage of the young boys was not smaller than that of little Tuanzi, which was hard to believe. The boys clenched their teeth and kept squatting down to clean and sew the wounds. At first, every time the needle pierced the flesh, they winced and grimaced. After sewing several wounds, they gradually became more skilled and steady, eventually sewing the skin as if it were pigskin, without feeling anything. After about half an hour, all the seriously injured were given emergency treatment. The village's main team finally arrived. Seeing the bloody and frightening scene, everyone was so scared their legs felt weak. "Hurry up and help carry the people back. If a wild beast smells the blood and comes over, none of us will escape," but they couldn't even prepare mentally. Grandma Ma quickly told them to carry the injured. The village women who had come earlier had already made simple stretchers with thick branches and vines, following Grandma Ma's instructions, while the medical team was busy saving lives. Although time was tight, they made more than 10 stretchers, just enough to carry the seriously injured. When they heard about the wild beast, everyone shivered. They hurriedly lifted the seriously injured onto the stretchers, while family members supported the lightly injured, and they quickly headed back toward the cave. Yu Chuanzhong was in excellent health. After losing blood, he said he could stand up and walk, but at Jiang Fenghua's strong insistence, he pretended to be weak and fainted, being carried on a stretcher. One reason was that Grandma Ma felt sorry for him. Another important reason was that everyone in the hunting team knew he was badly injured and close to death. It was surprising that he was out of danger so quickly. After the injured were taken away, Jiang Fenghua told the remaining people to start moving the wolf carcasses. These were hunted with their lives, and they had to bring back every single one. They counted and were all shocked. There were 36 wolves. The smallest wolf carcass weighed about 70 or 80 jin, and the alpha wolf looked to weigh around 150 or 60 jin. More than 30 women, exhausted and sweating, carried the wolf carcasses to one place, stacking them into a mountain of wolves. Most women were strong enough to carry one wolf each, while those a bit weaker could only carry one with 2 people. All their strength was used up, and only half of the wolves had been moved. When the women stepped back a few zhang away, Jiang Fenghua and Yu Jiutian exchanged a glance. Yu Jiutian nodded knowingly. In the next moment, the mountain of wolves on the ground disappeared without a trace. The grandfather and grandson finally relaxed and quickly caught up with the main group. When they reached the cave, everyone's hearts eased. The injured were all sent back to their own caves, waiting for careful treatment from the medical team. The wolf carcasses were laid at the cave entrance, with 2 stretchers nearby, each holding a villager from the hunting team who had sadly died. One was from Xinghua village, the other from Qixin village. Soon, the families of the deceased arrived. Seeing the battered, cold bodies, the elders and wives of the villagers fainted from grief. "Mom, Dad is back. Why are you still crying?" The young children didn't realize their father was gone. They happily called out to the body, "Great. Dad said he's back, so we can have meat now." "Grandma, why isn't Dad opening his eyes? Is he sleeping?" The women and elders cried even more loudly. How could you leave us like this? Our world has fallen apart. How are we supposed to live? Oh, heavens, have mercy. Let me, who is about to be laid to rest, die in my son's place. I'm just a burden alive, but he has a wife and children to care for." Everyone couldn't help but wipe away tears. Losing a man meant most of a family's world was destroyed. They had been too simple-minded, thinking they could rely on the mountains for safety, forgetting that dangers in the mountains were just as great as outside. Jiang Fenghua stepped forward and crouched down, his eyes red as he comforted the elders. "Older sister, I know words can't heal your pain. Your child died so that everyone could have a meal. Even if others go hungry, your family won't have to suffer. People can't come back from death, so please think of your young grandson more." Others nodded in agreement. "Yes, the deceased is gone. You still have children to care for. Don't cry so much that you make yourselves sick." Their comforting words gradually eased the grief of the elders and women, who held their children and sobbed sadly. Jiang Fenghua comforted them for a while before calling some men to carry the bodies to the nearby forest for a proper burial. As long as the bodies remained, families would be in sorrow. The dead had gone to a peaceful place, and the living, even burdened with pain, had to keep living well. After helping the families return, everyone resumed their work, but a somber gloom still hung in the air. Jiang Fenghua stood at the edge of the cave, looking into the deep forest with a frown. She felt uneasy, unsure whether bringing back the wolf carcasses was a good or bad thing. The wolf meat was already smelly, and so many carcasses together made the smell overwhelming. Even people could smell it, and other wild animals in the forest might also notice. Although the place where the wolves fought was 10 miles away, if a fierce beast followed the scent of blood here, it could bring disaster to the people in the cave. But with so many wolf carcasses, they couldn't just make them disappear in front of everyone. From the distant mountains, a faint roar sounded, making Jiang Fenghua shiver. "Quick, before it gets dark, all of you, about 10 of you, go cut down vines from the nearby forest," she ordered. "And you, dig some traps around the cave. Also, go cut some thick branches and sharpen the ends." Besides the old man, Jiang Fenghua gathered everyone and hurriedly made arrangements. Although they didn't understand why she was acting this way, they saw her tense face and dared not speak much. They each went to do their tasks quickly. Yu Tian knew her grandmother was preparing for a possible night attack by wild animals. She thought hard about how she could help. Suddenly, she had an idea and a plan formed in her mind. Once her grandmother finished setting up defenses, she would reinforce them. Soon, the villagers brought back many vines. Jiang Fenghua took the vines and pulled on them to test their strength. The vines were as thick as an adult's wrist and very tough, like natural ropes. "Aunt Jiang, why are we cutting so many vines?" asked a villager, confused. "Vines can't be used as firewood or food, so what are they for?" Jiang Fenghua looked serious and said, "The smell of blood from the wolves is too strong. Tonight, fierce animals might come looking for trouble. To be safe, we need to build a wall around the cave." The villagers' faces tightened, and they couldn't help but look toward the deep forest. The hunting team was skilled, but now they were all gone. If a wild beast really came, the old, weak women and children would be helpless. "Using vines to make a wall? How do we start?" asked the villagers, looking at the soft, limp vines in their hands. They couldn't see how vines could be used to build a wall. Jiang Fenghua did not speak. Instead, she took 2 long vines and walked toward a large tree near the cave. Around the cave was a dense forest, with trees no more than about a yard apart. Jiang Fenghua tied one end of a vine to a tree trunk, then stretched the other end to another tree and tied it there. Everyone understood her plan and began to look at the trees around the cave. 4 or 5 caves were just surrounded by the forest, and it was possible to use vines to create a soft wall of trees on the inside. Outside the wall, they could dig a few traps, which would help defend the area. Seeing Jiang Fenghua's idea, everyone started working on their tasks. Some cut vines, others built the wall, and some dug traps. Before nightfall, they had built a sturdy vine wall about 2 yards high, partially enclosing the cave. They left an exit on the far right, with a pointed wooden stick and a strong vine tied into a door for easy access. Outside the wall, they dug 7 or 8 pits about a yard deep, with sharpened branches inside, covered with vines and grass. These were the traps. Once everything was ready, everyone retreated to the cave, feeling safe and secure. Sweetie, come back quickly. Jiang Fenghua saw the little girl still looking out from the wall and hurried to pull her back. In the dark night, no one noticed that a patch of plants suddenly appeared outside the trap area. This is strange. I've been using this water for a long time, but there's still so much left, someone said. Yeah, these pots don't seem to be emptying much, like an endless well, another replied. Why think so much? I wish the water would never run out. Otherwise, where would we find water in this wild mountain?
Exactly.
But we still need to save water. Without it, nothing can be done. These wild vegetables are strange. They grow so neatly, like they're in a garden. Have you seen anything like that? I've lived this long and never seen such wild vegetables. I don't know if they're poisonous. Old Wu from the Yu family said they're not poisonous. If he says so, they probably aren't. How they taste doesn't matter, just as long as they fill our stomachs. After the fire was lit, the women carefully washed the unknown wild vegetables and chatted casually about strange things. Recently, there was a lot of rain, but with so many people eating and drinking, they should have owed some money. However, it seems they haven't used much of it. Wild vegetables were picked by Yu Chuani and an elderly person from nearby forests. Not to mention her, some of these vegetables are completely new to the elders. But Yu Chuani said they could eat them, so they just trusted her. Yu Tian's ears twitched, and she shyly blinked with big eyes. Finding unknown wild vegetables in the forest could be a good excuse, but the water in the pot kept running out, which was hard to explain. It looked like she needed to think of another plan. Otherwise, her secret of adding water to the pot wouldn't stay hidden. She glanced outside the wall and suddenly had a bright idea, then let out a sigh of relief. She confidently walked over to the bubbling meat pot, sniffing greedily at the tempting, spicy aroma. The wolf meat chunks in the red broth were happily bobbing up and down. The familiar, strong hot pot smell made Yu Tian swallow half a pound of saliva. She couldn't remember the last time she smelled this hot pot base. Unexpectedly, her wish was fulfilled in this remote countryside. There were 10 pots in total. 2 were used by the elders to make sweet pancakes, and the remaining 6 red spicy broth pots, along with 2 clear broth pots, were for the elders and children to eat. Although wolf meat is nourishing, it has a gamey smell and needs strong flavors to make it taste good. With hot pot base, even the leftovers became delicious. The clear broth also had enough cooking wine, and so it wasn't too fishy. After a long day, everyone was already very hungry. After settling the injured person's meal, Yu Chuani called everyone to sit around the hot pot and eat. With a few bites, everyone's mouths were full of excitement.
Wow.
So spicy. Old 5, how did you prepare this wolf meat? It's so fragrant and chewy, so delicious. When I was handling the wolf meat earlier, I almost got overwhelmed by the smell, but now I can't smell any gamey scent. If times were peaceful, you could open a restaurant with this skill. Yeah, the clear broth is also very tasty and not fishy at all. Everyone was surprised and satisfied, praising Yu Chuani generously. The happiest were the children from the 2 villages. They used to dislike eating much meat at home, but now they had been eating meat in the cave for several days in a row. The fear of fleeing had long been replaced by happiness. Yu Chuanyi looked at his little niece, who was eating and drooling nonstop, and smiled without saying anything. After a hot pot meal, everyone started to sweat a little, feeling very comfortable. Although there were 2 layers of defenses, everyone's alertness was still more serious at night than usual. The guards changed every hour, and everyone had to stay awake at all times. Even those sleeping kept a weapon nearby for protection. Late at night, a loud, angry animal cry woke the villagers from their deep sleep. Except for the women who stayed in bed to comfort frightened children, everyone else grabbed their weapons and left the cave. The campfire lit up the cave brightly, but everyone's eyes could only see darkness. The walls were too dark to see clearly. Even with defenses, everyone couldn't help but worry. Did the beast just avoid the trap? Could the vines withstand the beast's claws? Suddenly, a loud, fierce roar of a beast cut through the night, making everyone's hair stand on end. Could it be a tiger? Someone whispered, swallowing hard. From the deep, heavy sound, it was definitely a huge creature. But after a while, the beast's roar weakened. Everyone felt relieved, thinking the beast had fallen into the trap. Just as they relaxed, loud crashing sounds and rustling leaves and branches came from the trees. It was clear that some huge creature was smashing into the trees, making angry, painful roars. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats, gripping their weapons tightly. With such force, the vine walls wouldn't last long. Strangely, the crashing suddenly stopped after a while. But that night, no one dared to sleep again. They sat back to back around the fire, on guard. Everyone's heart was like a bowstring, tense one moment and loose the next. By dawn, everything finally calmed down. No one could stay awake anymore, and they leaned on each other, falling asleep by the fire.
Wow.
"Come out quickly and look," a surprised voice shouted, waking everyone up. They yawned and opened their eyes. It was already light outside, and they could see clearly that a bear's head was caught in the vine wall. 2 village guards are inside the wall checking if the wild animals are still alive. Everyone is alert. No one is sleepy anymore. They quickly grab their tools and go to look. The bear is dead. Looks like it was strangled by vines. No. Look at the bear's body. Through the gaps in the vines, everyone sees that the bear's body is covered with bloody wounds. Look. There's also an old tiger. The crowd becomes excited and presses against the wall to look outside. Wow. Not just a tiger. There are several colorful leopards too. They are all lying on the ground, lifeless. Some traps are also destroyed. After watching for a while and seeing no danger outside, everyone rushes out to collect the bodies. Yujuan Tian is also carried out by Jiang Fenghua. Worried that the plants might hurt the villagers, she quickly puts herself into her space. Oh my! These wild animals must have fought each other and killed one another. The villagers gasp and go forward to check the animal corpses. Almost every animal has bloody wounds, clearly caused by claws during a fight. Only Yujuan Tian knows that these animals were actually killed by the itchy grass plants, which caused unbearable itching they couldn't control. It's a bit cruel, but it was to keep everyone alive. Besides the animals on the ground, there is also a lion and several lynxes in the traps. All of them are pierced through the belly by sharp wooden arrows and are dead. Come look! There's water here. Everyone is happily preparing to pull out the bodies when suddenly a woman points excitedly at a trap and jumps up and down. When they go over to see, wow! One of the traps at the edge actually holds a full half-pit of water. Everyone immediately reacts the same way as the woman, cheering and jumping with joy. They aren't to blame for their excitement. These days, everyone has been hoping for rain because the hunting team has traveled far but found no water source, relying only on rainwater to survive. Unexpectedly, luck is on their side. Water can be found underground in the mountains. Everyone quiet down. Be careful so people outside the mountain don't hear us. Their cheers suddenly burst out loudly, breaking through the forest. Jiang Fenghua quickly steps forward to stop them. Everyone was just barely able to hold back their excitement. Now, they only have 2 words for Jiang Fenghua: respect. Last night, if she hadn't warned everyone to prepare defenses in advance, they might have been the ones lying on the ground this morning. The group happily carried the beast's body back to the cave entrance. Jiang Fenghua looked at the water in the trap and turned to Yu Tian. The little girl winked playfully at her. The old lady hugged her tightly, finally feeling that everything was real. It was another busy day. With water available, everyone was much more generous. All the animals were skinned, their stomachs cut open, and the meat was sliced into pieces and dried in the sun. Fortunately, it was almost winter, so there was no fear of the meat rotting. The meat was good, but the biggest gain this time was the many animal skins they collected. There were more than 50 skins. Not to mention that each skin was worth at least 10 silver coins, and with winter coming, these skins were the best items to keep warm. Some skins had tears, but they could be sewn up with needle and thread and still used. Everyone gathered the skins together, waiting quietly for Jiang Fenghua to distribute them. This time, the skins will be given to the villagers who sacrifice themselves. Each can choose 2. The rest will be divided among the hunters based on their contributions. The quality and size of the skins will be distributed according to how badly they were injured. Simple and fair. Jiang Fenghua didn't ask for everyone's opinion this time. She simply announced the method of distribution. Although some villagers who didn't participate in the hunt were eager for the skins, no one objected. After all, their families were safe, while the hunters risked their lives to bring back the meat and skins. Thanks to the hunters, they could eat meat every day now. Even in the past, they couldn't enjoy such good days in the village. Everyone felt content. The families of the hunters were overjoyed. Although some men were injured, they received prompt treatment, and their lives were not in danger. With the skins, they could make warm coats for the elders and children at home. The 2 families who had lost loved ones still felt some sadness, but they were also very grateful. In the face of benefits, everyone was selfish. Now they only had the elderly, women, and children left. Even if Jiang Fenghua didn't give them skins, they wouldn't dare argue about it. Jiang Fenghua's promise was trustworthy, and everyone believed in her wholeheartedly. After distributing the animal skins to the hunters' families, there were still 5 or 6 skins left. Carefully cut these skins and make small neck warmers for each child's family. If we get more skins in the future, we can gradually add more warm clothing for everyone. Jiang Fenghua looked at the number of children and the size of the skins, then quickly made a decision. The remaining villagers were very happy and agreed happily. For a while, the cave was filled with joy, like a festival. Su Xianyang was surrounded by women, and their chatter quickly overwhelmed her. A few days passed, and only half of the animal skins had been made into vests when the sound of iron horses approaching was heard from the road below. The people from the 2 villages felt nervous, knowing that the enemy had finally arrived. They hoped the enemy wouldn't discover their hiding place. Uncle Jiang, it was the Hu family army heading towards Zhengzhou City earlier. A villager on duty hurried over to report happily. When they heard it was the Hu family army, everyone relaxed a little. Only Jiang Fenghua's brow was still furrowed, lost in thought. After a long pause, she sighed and said, "If the Hu family army wins, they won't turn back to Zhengzhou. They will keep moving south to push the southern barbarians back to their own territory. So, does that mean the Hu family army has been defeated?" Jiang Fenghua hesitated for a moment and asked, "How many troops passed by just now?" The villager on duty thought for a moment. About 2,000 on horseback and on foot. Everyone looked nervously at Jiang Fenghua, unsure how serious the situation outside was and how they should respond. "Don't worry too much. Now we are in this cave, which is the safest place. The fighting outside hasn't reached us yet. Our job is to dig more traps, strengthen our defenses, and stockpile more food for the winter." Jiang Fenghua spoke calmly to reassure the villagers. But deep inside, she knew Zhengzhou City was likely to face a big change. Indeed, Zhengzhou City had changed. The city gate on the left was now a mass grave, with bodies piled up and rats and insects running everywhere. It was early winter, but the smell of decay was strong enough to spread for miles. "We are the Hua army. Quickly inform your governor to come immediately to the city gate." 2,000 Hua cavalry soldiers stood below the city gate. The deputy general, leading them, drew his sword and pointed at the commander on the wall. His deep voice carried uncontrollable anger. Half a month ago, Their army passed through Zhengzhou, which was lively and prosperous. Now it was full of destruction, Moreover, the scouts sent to Zhengzhou have not returned. It is certain that the Zhengzhou governor is afraid of death and disobeyed the military orders. Now, the scouts are still unknown whether they are alive or dead. When they first entered Huzhou City, the southern barbarians' cavalry attacked immediately. The Hua army fought the barbarians face-to-face for a day and a night. Both sides were exhausted, and the barbarians retreated 20 miles to rest and regroup. Governor Dinghua also raised his flag high, pretending to be calm, preparing to reorganize and fight again. But at night, Governor Dinghua unexpectedly led 500 elite soldiers to attack the enemy's rear. A rain of fire arrows burned half of their camps and destroyed their supplies. The barbarians kept advancing and encountered only exhausted soldiers and corrupt officers. They had fought too many easy battles before and had never faced such reckless generals and soldiers. That night, they retreated back to Qinzhou City. This gave the Hua army time to gather reinforcements. Currently, Huzhou City has 20,000 soldiers defending it, and it is temporarily safe. But 7 cities to the south have already fallen. To recover them all, they need the troops from the capital to come south and join forces. Before that, the issue of the Zhengzhou governor disobeying orders must be resolved early. Otherwise, if they need support later, neighboring prefectures might follow Zhengzhou's example, which would be disastrous. When they reached the city gate, they discovered that the Zhengzhou governor not only disobeyed orders but also slaughtered the civilians. These were the people of Xiaoyu, whom the army soldiers fought desperately to protect. The deputy general was furious. The soldiers tightened their swords, ready to execute the governor as soon as he stepped out of the city. In the center, Hui Yuangang, wearing a silver mask, showed no clear expression. But his hand, gripping the sword handle, was white with tension. He reached out and spread his hand behind him. Immediately, soldiers brought him a bow. Fire arrows draw the bow. With a sharp whistling sound, an arrow shot through the air. The commander on the wall was struck and fell from the wall. Strangely, the other city defenders remained unmoved. The deputy general saw something was wrong. "General, this Zhengzhou city may have changed." Hui Yuangang's eyes narrowed slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Break down the city gate." The deputy general waved his hand, and the soldiers carried their weapons and rushed forward to break down the city gate. When they broke through the gate, the guards on the wall remained motionless, like dead bodies. The city gate collapsed loudly, revealing a blue brick road wide enough for 8 horses to walk side by side. The street, which should have been lively and busy, was now empty of vendors and pedestrians, silent like a dead city. As the horses' hooves hit the ground, the army slowly entered the city. As soon as they stepped inside, they noticed something strange. The roads were covered with yellowish-white filth, and rats scurried everywhere. The air was filled with a sour, rotten smell that made people feel uncomfortable. Just as the horses' hooves were about to step on the filth, Hu Yuangang raised his hand to stop the army. "There is something unusual in the city. 100 elite soldiers will go with me to investigate first. The rest will stay outside 3 miles and wait for instructions." "Lord, I request to go with you." A soldier dressed as a captain of 1,000 households bowed to Hu Yuangang. Hu Yuangang looked at him and nodded.
Good.
"You are the commander of Huzhou City, so you should be familiar with Zhengzhou City. Lead the way." The deputy general stepped forward and asked, "Lord, how should we handle the bodies outside the city gate?" The constant smell of decay in the air made Hu Yuangang frown. "Don't move them yet. Wait until we investigate thoroughly. Don't get too close to the piles of bodies." Soon, the army split into 2 groups. Most of the troops withdrew through the city gate and set up camp in a farm field 3 miles away. Hu Yuangang took the captain of 1,000 households and 100 elite soldiers and headed deeper into the city. After walking 2 or 3 miles, they suddenly heard groans and cries for help. "Doctor, please open the door and save us. Doctor, save my child." Ugh. Hu Yuangang looked ahead and saw many villagers crowded around a medical clinic. Everyone was hunched over, looking very distressed, and some were vomiting. Some vomited on others, who didn't seem to notice because their pants were already torn and stained with yellowish water dripping to the ground. Others were so overwhelmed with pain that they fainted on the dirty ground. Ugh, even well-trained soldiers couldn't help but at the sight of such a horrible and disgusting scene. "Cover your mouths and noses," Huiyuan quickly ordered, and also took a triangular cloth to tightly cover his nose and mouth. Under the mask, a fierce-looking scarred face was visible, making him look very frightening.
It's
the Hua army. Some villagers saw the soldiers and, upon recognizing the banners, seemed to see a lifeline. They hurriedly rushed toward them. Behind Huiyuan, soldiers immediately stepped forward, holding spears to protect him from the villagers. "General Hua, help us. Lord, please, let the clinic help us." The villagers, afraid of the spears in the soldiers' hands, all knelt on the ground. Huiyuan also bowed his head. The leader of the 100 households asked in a deep voice, "Lord, you came just for us, but you must tell the truth. What happened in Zhengzhou? What kind of illness do you have? Why is the clinic closed?" These 3 questions made the villagers look at each other in confusion. "Lord, you don't know. I heard that Huzhou city fell, and the governor of Zhengzhou fled overnight. As for us,
we."
Ugh. A thin man hesitated and spoke halfway, then suddenly vomited, splattering onto a nearby soldier's face. The soldier was startled and took a few steps back, wiping his face quickly. Other villagers also vomited repeatedly. Suddenly, appeared in the clinic door ahead. An old man peeked out, looking around. When he saw the Hua army, he was shocked and hurriedly tried to retreat. The leader of the 100 households quickly stepped forward, blocking the clinic door with a spear. "So many villagers are sick. Why is the clinic closed?" The old man was so frightened that his legs trembled, and he hurriedly clasped his hands in explanation. "Sir, you don't know. They all have the plague. We really can't help them. General, please stay away from them, or you might catch the plague too. That is an incurable disease." All the soldiers instinctively took a few steps back, and the soldier with the on his face looked pale with fear. Huiyuan's face beneath the mask also showed a slight change in expression. He said to the old man, "Please lend me a basin of water, so my men can wash their faces. One of them was splattered with villagers earlier. Go now, wash his face thoroughly, and then come back." After receiving the order, the soldier hurriedly rushed to the medical clinic. Unexpectedly, the old man panicked and reached out to stop him.
You
stay there and don't come closer. I will go get some water for you." After saying that, the old man quickly went inside and brought out a basin of water, handing it to the captain.
take this to him.
"You'd better not touch him." The captain glanced at the old man, then carefully placed the basin on the ground and signaled the soldier to come and wash his face. The old man bowed from afar to Yuan. "General, please be careful not to step on any waste. Otherwise, you might catch the plague. You shouldn't stay exposed to these sick villagers for too long, or you could get infected too," he warned. "This plague is very fierce. If you catch it, it can take a person's life within 3 days." His words made all the soldiers feel cold. They had stepped on some waste while coming in. They never expected the plague to be so deadly. When did this plague start? Yuan tapped his saddle with the hilt of his sword, and the soldiers immediately quieted down. The old man quickly answered, "About 10 days ago. The most famous clinic in the city, Manhwa Hall, started seeing patients with the plague. In just 3 days, half the city was infected. All the clerks and doctors in Manhwa Hall caught the disease, and many have already died. The people you see here caught it later. Judging by their symptoms, they are in the most dangerous second day. They probably won't survive until tomorrow." If Yuan was worried before, now he was fully alert. "How did this disease start?" The old man thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "About half a month ago, there was a riot at the city gate.
Several hundred people died then.
The city magistrate ran away that same day, and the bodies at the gate were never dealt with. I think the plague might have started because of that." Then Yuan asked more questions, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. This was no longer just a local magistrate. He was clearly the ruler of Zhengzhou. He had exploited the people to this extent, ignoring the law, killing civilians, disobeying military orders, causing the plague, and fleeing the city. Any one of these acts would be enough to implicate his entire family. Yet he had committed all of them. His crimes were truly shocking. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his ancestors should be dug up and whipped for their sins. Although Huiyuan Gang really wanted to punish the governor of Zhengzhou severely, the current situation did not allow him to be distracted. Go back and inform the deputy general. Tell him the details of the situation here, so he can immediately arrange for people to block the city gates in all directions. Everyone must prepare for defense. If any soldiers have a high fever, isolate them immediately. Once Huiyuan Gang issued the order, soldiers quickly rode off to deliver the message. The most urgent task was to seal off Zhengzhou to prevent the plague from spreading to other regions. Otherwise, without an enemy attack from the southern barbarians, Xiaoyu would fall apart on its own. Old doctor, is there a large place in the city that can hold 10,000 people? After giving the military order, he asked the elder again. The elder thought for a moment and said, Zhengzhou doesn't have such a place, but the governor has a manor that can hold about 1,000 people. Huiyuan Gang clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and issued another order. Qianhu Chief, organize 4 teams to check every household for infected people. No matter who they are, anyone with the disease must be sent to the governor's manor. The Qianhu chief quickly bowed and accepted the order. Huiyuan Gang then paused. Wait! He looked at the elder and surveyed him carefully. The plague has been going on for 10 days. You are still safe. You must have some method of protection. Quickly tell me. The elder hesitated and said, Old man, the reason I am still safe is because I have maintained good health over the years. Besides staying indoors, I don't have any special protective methods. Huiyuan Gang's voice suddenly turned cold. His sword unsheathed with a swoosh, slicing past the elder's cheek and embedding into the wooden door. The elder was so frightened, he collapsed to the ground. From now on, I will take control of Zhengzhou. In the face of this natural disaster and human calamity, all supplies in Zhengzhou are under my command. You can register and keep records. After the plague ends, I will report to the court and compensate you accordingly. Zhengzhou is already sealed off. If the plague isn't contained, none of us will escape. His voice was not loud, but it sounded as sharp as a hanging blade, making people feel terrified. The elder instinctively knelt down. I will go now and prepare medicine to treat the plague. Soon, he brought out a basin of oily substance. General, smear this inside your nose. It can temporarily prevent the plague. But this method is not without danger. You must be very careful. Go, bring out more supplies, enough for the whole city. Also, how many doctors are in your clinic? Leave 1 to prepare medicines, and the rest follow me to the military camp. After the soldier brought the basin, Huiyuan Gang coldly ordered him again. The old man's heart tightened and he nervously asked, General, why are we going to the military camp? To study ways to treat the plague, Huiyuan Gang said firmly, not allowing the old man to argue. He then ordered the soldiers to check the clinic. Soon, Zhengzhou City was divided into 3 areas. One for isolating the sick, led by the governor's estate, a middle zone for suspected cases, and a safe zone for healthy people. Everyone, regardless of wealth or status, crowded under one roof, causing chaos and noise. But with soldiers watching, nothing serious happened. In the area with the seriously ill, only painful groans could be heard. When people are about to die, wealth and status don't matter. In the end, everyone is just dust. It's all about who can hold on a little longer and live a bit longer. All the doctors and assistants from the 5 clinics in the city were taken to the military camp outside the city walls. The clinics were heavily guarded to protect the medicines. After handling everything urgently, Huiyuan Gang led his troops back to the camp. As soon as he dismounted, the deputy commander brought over a nervous-looking villager. General, this is someone we caught on the official road just now. He doesn't look like a resident of Zhengzhou. Huiyuan Gang dismounted and faced the villager directly. His eyes behind the mask showed a sharp look. Which village are you from? Why are you at the city gate? His tone was calm, but carried an invisible pressure. The villager trembled and said, "I am from Xinghua village.
I was just coming into the city to buy things."
I didn't know there were so many soldiers and dead people at the gate. The deputy sneered, "Nonsense. Which villager rides a horse into the city to buy things? If you dare to lie to Lord Ho again, I'll cut you down as a spy. Please spare me, General." The villager knelt down with a thud. "I'm not a spy. I really was just coming into the city to buy things. I found this horse on the road." Before the deputy could say more, Hu Yuangang raised his hand to stop him. "Forget it. He doesn't seem to be lying. Let him go," the deputy general said impatiently. "Since the Lord has given the order, I won't pursue this matter today. Right now, the city is plagued with a serious illness. Stay at home and be careful. Do you understand?" The villager looked up in fear. A plague. His eyes fell on Hu Yuangang's mask, and he quickly bowed his head several times. "Thank you, Lord, for sparing me. Thank you, General, for your mercy." After bowing, as if chased by a ghost, the villager hurried to his horse. His legs were weak, and he struggled to climb up several times before succeeding. Once on the horse, it started to run, and the villager nearly fell off because he was unsteady. After the horse had run about 150 yards, Hu Yuangang signaled to the captain standing nearby. The captain understood immediately, mounted his horse, and chased after them. The villager was so frightened that his heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. When he finally reached the cave entrance and saw the villagers on duty, he felt relieved. "Brother Datai, why are you back so soon?" the guard asked as he dropped the rope, ready to help him and his horse. But Datai hesitated. "Pingzi, go ask the village chief to come. Tell him there's a plague in Zhengzhou City. I was just questioned by the Hu family army and might not be able to return to the cave." Pingzi and another villager looked shocked. They quickly went back to report the news. "The plague is a serious matter. If Datai catches the illness and brings it back to the cave, it could cost over 200 lives. The captain saw the villager stop halfway and could only hold his horse, waiting. He noticed the villager seemed to be talking to someone on the mountain but didn't go up. His suspicion grew. It was clear that this villager had accomplices stationed on the mountain. He wasn't from the villages around Zhengzhou. "Datai, where exactly were you caught by the Hu family army?" "The army is stationed 3 miles outside the city. I didn't even go into the city before they stopped me and asked questions. Did you see any soldiers showing signs of fever, vomiting, or weakness?" "No, those soldiers are all full of energy. They're healthy enough to fight or even kill a few enemies. Especially that deputy general. He's incredibly strong. He beat me so hard my back still hurts. Did you notice anything unusual?" Yes. I just saw many old doctors in the army complaining loudly. I heard that half the people in the city have caught the plague. They were forcibly taken into the army by General Hua to develop medicine to treat the plague. From what I heard, the plague in the city has become uncontrollable. Did you hear when the plague started?"
"Well,
I was so scared when I heard about the plague that when General Hua released the people, I turned and left. I didn't hear much after that." Above the entrance, Granny Ma and Jiang Fenghua exchanged a quiet look and whispered a few words. Then Granny Ma said to Datai, "Do you understand how serious the plague is?" Datai nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I understand." Granny Ma nodded. "Good. Datai, just in case, we need to find you a different place to stay for a couple of days. You just need to stay there for 2 days to see if you catch the plague. If you're fine, you can come back and live with us." The village man looked worried and scared, but he still nodded in agreement. Aside from the safety of the hundreds of people in the village, he didn't want his family to take any risks. "Don't worry. The place we found for you isn't far from the cave. If anything happens, just shout and we'll hear you. We'll also prepare medicine to prevent the plague and send it to you. Most likely, you'll be fine staying alone for 2 days and then come back. Nothing will happen. Since you brought such important news, we will also take good care of your family." Jiang Fenghua sincerely reassured the village man. After hearing her, Datai's face immediately looked calmer. The Yu family can be trusted. The captain waited a long time before seeing someone in the distance tie a horse to a rope and pull it up the mountain. Then they pulled the village man up too. His eyes widened in surprise. This village man really has a secret. Once he was up, the captain rode closer and tied the horse to a stone, then walked over to investigate. Sure enough, when he tiptoed closer, he saw two men hiding behind trees, guarding. This doesn't look like villagers, either bandits or enemies. Without hesitation, he picked up two stones and threw them at the men, knocking them down instantly. At the entrance, the captain's resolve grew even stronger. The entrance was somewhat hidden, and there was even a dirt staircase. The fresh footprints in the soil indicated that someone had temporarily camped there, not a bandit's hideout. Thinking this, the squad leader had already climbed up and carefully examined the two men. His confusion deepened. These two men didn't carry large swords. Instead, they had digging hoes. Who could be stationed in the mountains? They looked like villagers, but their behavior was exactly like soldiers. The squad leader felt uncertain, but after hesitating, he decided to find their hideout first before reporting back. Plague! When he heard this, everyone in the cave was shocked and stood up uncontrollably. Datai's family was especially upset, with tears in their eyes. Where is Datai? Has he caught the plague? Jiang Fenghua quickly comforted everyone and Datai's family. He learned that Datai was safe, but they needed to quarantine for 2 days to observe. Only then did his family feel relieved. Someone trembled and asked, "Will the plague spread to us?" Everyone looked at Grandma Ma. But Grandma Ma remained silent. Throughout history, whenever a plague appears, no city or country can escape. Death is only a matter of time. All the elders had no solution, so how could she? Auntie, as everyone's hope was fading into silence, a cheerful male voice came through the vine wall. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a soldier in armor, smiling happily at Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua recognized him and quickly stood up. June, his voice was full of surprise. A beautiful figure rushed over instantly. Brother June. Mother Zheng also excitedly followed, holding little Huayan. Outside the wall was Zheng Jun. Xia Danmei hurriedly opened the vine door. The couple looked at each other with deep affection. Zheng Jun stretched out his arm and embraced his tearful wife. Mother Zheng also wiped her tears and stepped forward. The little Huai-an in her arms babbled baby talk to Zheng Jun, a tall man, could no longer hold back. With red eyes, he took Huai-an into his arms. A family of 4 was crying uncontrollably. In just half a month, it felt like they had been separated for a lifetime. All their worries and longing were finally fulfilled at this moment of reunion. A group of people watched the scene and finally realized who the visitors were. They were the soldiers who had been forced to leave their wives, children, and mothers to protect them on the front lines. Zheng Jun saw Yu family and Yu Jiutian among the crowd at a glance. Jiang Fenghua and the 3rd and 4th brothers of the Yu family looked at him with happy and surprised faces. The little girl was also very excited but still restrained herself, quietly watching her family reunite. Auntie, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 2nd brother. It's so good that you're back. Zheng Jun greeted the Yu family and then looked kindly at Yu Jiutian, smiling. Tian Bao. Uncle Zheng. When Yu Jiutian saw their family having fun, she immediately ran forward, hugging Zheng Jun's leg. Uncle Zheng, it's so great that you're back. Auntie Danmei has been thinking about you every day. Grandma Zheng also misses you, and little Huai-en thinks about you all the time. Zheng Jun's eyes reddened from the girl's teasing. He lowered his head gently and asked, "Does Tianbao miss Uncle Zheng too?" With so many uncles around, surely Tianbao has forgotten about Uncle Zheng? Yu Jiutian shook her head like a rattledrum, looked at the tearful but smiling Xia Danmei and Zheng's mother, then carefully said, "Every uncle is special in Tianbao's heart. Uncle Zheng is also unique, but Tianbao only dares to think about Uncle Zheng in her heart. Otherwise, if she said it out loud, Grandma Zheng and Auntie Danmei would cry." Her obedient words moved Zheng's family deeply. Zheng Jun, with tears in his eyes, looked at Zheng's mother. "Mother, your son has worried you." Zheng's mother kept wiping her tears. "It's enough that you're safe and back. Seeing you today feels like a dream. Son also feels like a dream." Before I followed you here, I thought this was the enemy's hideout. But I never expected it would be you here. Zheng Jun finally looked around at the environment inside, stunned instantly. This is all built by you? Zheng's mother proudly said, this was all Auntie Zhang's idea. You don't know what we've been through these past 2 weeks. Quick, call Ah Jun inside to talk. Family members gather together, talking non-stop. Jiang Fenghua quickly asks Mother Zheng to bring Zheng Jun to the cave entrance. Second brother Zheng Jun. As soon as they arrive at the cave, Yu Chuanzhong's excited voice rings out from inside. Zheng Jun is surprised and quickly enters the cave. He sees Yu Chuanzhong lying on a bed, his face tense. Zheng Jun rushes over and asks, Brother, how did you get hurt? Without hesitation, he lifts Yu Chuanzhong's clothes and is shocked by the terrible wounds. How did you get so badly injured? Could it have been an attack by bandits? General, you don't know the full story. The head of the Yu family was saved thanks to Sister Tianbao. He almost lost his life. Yes, nearly 50 wolves attacked. He alone killed more than 10. Everyone starts talking at once, sharing what happened during this time. Zheng Jun gasps in shock after hearing it all. On the first day of fleeing, they encountered ruthless bandits. They also faced wolf packs and wild animals attacking at night. Soldiers fought over grain. 2 villages merged, Xinghua village escaped, and Lai Guohua lost her life. In just half a month, so many things happened. Zheng Jun looks at Jiang Fenghua with deep admiration and amazement. He knew that trusting his family to the Yu family was the right choice. Without the Yu family, he might not have seen his wife and mother again. Without thinking much, Zheng Jun kneels suddenly in front of Jiang Fenghua and bows his head loudly. Auntie, thank you for taking care of my family. I don't know how to repay you. In my next life, I will work as a cow or horse to thank you. Jiang Fenghua kneels down to support him, her eyes slightly red. Silly boy, you risked your life on the front lines to help us common people. What does all this matter? Don't wait for the next life. I can't wait. To repay me, you must stay alive and well. When the time comes, I'll treat you like my own son. Her words make Zheng Jun, a grown man, shed tears. All right, I will remember your words, Auntie. I will protect myself and wait to honor my mother and you. Xia Danmei hugs Mother Zheng, crying and laughing at the same time. Child, you came just in time. We're about to have dinner. Come on, let's eat and talk. Jiang Fenghua held Zheng Jun's hand and walked toward the outside of the cave. Zheng Jun finally smelled the strong aroma of meat in the air, and he was both surprised and envious. If I had known, I wouldn't have come up here. Now I don't even want to leave. Zheng's mother felt a pang of sadness. Then don't go. The army can fight even if you're not there, but if we lose you, our home won't feel like a home anymore. Zheng Jun sighed softly, then looked serious. Mother, if the country is not well governed, how can our family be safe? Ajun also wants to stay with you, but if everyone in the army goes back to their families, who will protect the country and the people? General Hor fought for the people of Xiaoyu, bearing many scars and even disfiguring his face. He risked his life to make a promise to the court. Ajun believes that with such a hero, Xiaoyu will surely defeat the southern barbarians. After that, Ajun can stay with you for a long time. Everyone's eyes turned red after hearing this. The men clenched their fists. Yu Chuanzhong, inside the cave, was filled with passion. Second brother, when my wounds heal, I want to join the army too. I want to follow General Hua and drive the southern barbarians back to their homeland. Zheng Jun was moved and said to the cave, Big brother, the rear also needs you. Killing wolves makes you a hero too. Ajun will fight hard for you. When the war is over and if I survive, I will share half of the credit with you. Annie, mother, the general is waiting for me to go back and deliver messages. I can't stay long.
Please don't go down the mountain.
Take good care of yourselves. Zheng Jun was about to leave. Uncle Zheng wait, smelling the meat and seeing his wife, children and mother, Zheng Jun was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would feel too sad to leave. He stood up to go. Yu Jiutian stepped forward and grabbed his sleeve, anxiously saying, Uncle Zheng, there's a plague in the city. Why are you still willing to go? If facing enemies, you can fight bravely, but catching the plague means there's no chance to struggle. Zheng's mother also held Jun and cried, "Son, don't talk so much about family and country. I only have you. If I lose you, I won't be able to live. Stay here with us. As long as we're together, living one more day is worth it." Okay? Xia Danmei was already crying uncontrollably. Zheng Jun wiped away the tears that hadn't yet fallen, choking as he said, "Mother, I have been a son who is unfilial in this life. In the next life, I will be a parent and you will be a child. I will worry for you." As he spoke, he forcibly pulled Zheng's mother's hand away from his arm and turned decisively to leave. This scene made everyone feel as if their hearts were stuffed with cotton, making it hard to breathe. Yu Tian's eyelashes flickered. She quickly grabbed Granny Ma's sleeve and loudly said, "Master, Tianbao remembers now." Master taught Tianbao how to treat the plague. Everyone was shocked. Zheng Jun's determined steps paused, and he turned to look at Yu Tian in disbelief. Granny Ma was even more surprised, her mouth opening wide. When did I teach you that?" Zheng Jun quickly turned around, looking at Granny Ma with excitement. "Granny Ma, do you really have a way to treat the plague?" Granny Ma. The old lady saw a way to treat the plague in a medical book before, but since plague is rare, I've never treated it. Those methods are long forgotten. Granny Ma, being lifted high by her apprentice, couldn't get down and had to come up with a quick excuse to cover herself. Yu Tian kept saying, "Master, you read it to Tianbao once." Tianbao remembers. Zheng Jun's eyes darkened as he looked at Tianbao, a hint of struggle on his face. Tianbao was still so young. Could she really believe what she said? "Uncle Zheng, Tianbao really remembers. Tianbao has many plague remedies in her head, like for big head plague and cholera. Big head plague needs 1 xian each of atractylodes and alum, mashed with white scallions, with the left hand for males and the right for females, covering the Shinkei point with a hand cupped, then applying medicine to the front of the external kidney and the anterior genital area, boiling mung bean soup to induce sweating, and once sweating occurs, the patient will recover. Cholera requires mahuang, dried, bright trembling grass, and other ingredients." Yu Tian anxiously clung to Zheng Jun's sleeve, reciting several plague remedies fluently, as if she had memorized them from a medical book, just like Granny Ma had read to her. Granny Ma's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Could she really have read cholera remedies to this little girl?
Sing Eunice as shown Peitzli.
"Tianbao, what are the symptoms of cholera?" Yu Tian saw that he was starting to believe her, so she quickly added, "After catching cholera, symptoms usually appear within 1 to 3 days. The main signs are vomiting and diarrhea. The vomiting is forceful, and the stool looks like rice water. Because of dehydration, the patient's eyes sink in, the voice becomes hoarse, and often there is a high fever." "Uncle Zheng, did I remember correctly?" Yes. Exactly as you said, not a single mistake." Zheng Jun was overwhelmed with excitement. He lifted Yu Tian into his arms and said earnestly, "Sweetie, would you be willing to share the prescription to save the people of Zhengzhou?" Yu Tian nodded firmly.
I'm willing.
"If I don't say it, Uncle Zheng might also get sick. I don't want you to be in danger." Madame Zheng and Xia Danmei exchanged a glance, their hearts deeply moved. The little girl didn't really understand what it meant to save lives. She only cared because of her love for those she cherished. The Yu family had always shown great kindness to the Zheng family. Zheng Jun was so happy that tears filled his eyes. Good. I'll report this to the Marquis right away and let him decide." He gently set Yu Tian down and was about to leave, but she tugged at him again. She pulled something from her small bag and pressed it into his hand. "Speaking seriously, Uncle Zheng, my teacher's medical books also said that prevention is more important than treatment. You must cover your mouth and nose, and after every contact with patients, remember to wash your hands and use what I gave you." Zheng Jun nodded again and again. Kneeling on one knee, he hugged Yu Tian tightly, then waved to both the Yu and Zheng families before hurrying out of the cave. As soon as he left, everyone's eyes turned to Yu Tian, filled with admiration, amazement, and disbelief. Especially the young members of the medical team. Their gazes were so intense it was as if they might set the little fire. Granny Ma had only taught it once, yet the little girl could recite it perfectly. How could her small head hold so much knowledge? Granny Ma stepped forward, scooped Yu Jiutian into her arms, and said, "Come, repeat the prescription for me again so I can write it down. The medical team, follow along and learn from your little senior sister." She was now certain that the little girl's mind held far more than all her medical books combined. Yu Jiutian's heart skipped a beat. She had a feeling that life from now on was not going to be easy. "Marquis, I have read medical books all my life, but I have never seen a cure for the plague in any of them. How much skill can a rural woman have? Can we really trust her words?" "Exactly. She hasn't even been brought here to look at the patient, and now you want us to use her method to treat people? If someone dies, who will be responsible? Military officer, you can't just praise her medical skills because you know her. Could a rural woman really be better than all of us doctors combined?" In the tent set up temporarily for the doctors, everyone was arguing loudly. Of course, they were attacking Officer Zheng Jun, the head of the household, while General Huayuan Gang sat quietly at the main seat, watching them. "Your Excellency, I swear I don't believe her just because I know Ma Papa. The doctors haven't found a good cure yet, so why not try her method? If it works, it could save Zhengzhou City." Zheng Jun looked calm but anxious. He bowed and earnestly asked Huayuan Gang for support. He also felt a bit guilty. To gain the doctor's trust, he claimed that Ma Papa was the one who came up with the remedy. If they found out it was actually a 3-year-old child who suggested it, they might accuse him of lying. Huayuan Gang tapped his fingers lightly on the table but said nothing for a moment. Dr. Huang, the most skilled healer, looked at Zheng Jun with a mocking smile. "Military officer, I know you're eager to make a contribution, but we can't joke about people's lives. Doctors must be very careful. If we casually use this rural woman's remedy today, how can people trust us in the future?" "Exactly. We must not misuse medicine. If someone dies because of it, no one will blame a rural woman. Only us doctors, for being unskilled and misusing remedies." "Yes. Marquis, you must not believe what this woman says." More than a dozen doctors agreed, eager to bring Ma Papa in front of them so they could scold her harshly and feel better. They had originally kept their distance and taken precautions, hoping to stay safe. Now, being forced by the army to develop a cure for the plague, they would inevitably come into contact with infected patients and risk losing their lives at any moment. They finally convinced themselves to accept the situation. For their own safety, they were determined to find a way to develop a medicine to treat the plague. Now, things are not going well. They haven't even started developing the medicine, and some people are trying to take the lead. They definitely won't allow that. Zheng Jun's face turned red as he was scolded by several doctors. He desperately tried to remember the remedies that Tian Bao mentioned, hoping to convince the doctors, but he couldn't recall a single medicine name. He felt very regretful. At that moment, he was so happy that he forgot to write down the prescriptions. These old doctors, who are usually praised by patients, would never accept being overshadowed by women. He should have guessed that long ago. "Since you look down on others' prescriptions, you must be confident. I give you 1 day to develop a cure for the plague. If not, you will face military punishment." The Lord of Dingwa pounded his hand on the table, his deep voice full of authority and no room for refusal. The doctors, who had been arguing with Zheng Jun, immediately shrank back nervously, all looking shocked. "Lord, a cure for the plague is hard to find. Giving us only 1 day is impossible to achieve. Lord, we understand your urgency, but the plague has always been a destructive force that can't be stopped easily. Even if the imperial doctors from the capital are called here, it might not help. 1 day is too short. Yes, Lord. Aside from our roles as doctors, we are also citizens of Xiaoyu. What you should do now is abandon those already sick and hopeless, and protect those of us who are healthy." A group of doctors protested against Lord Huayuan Gang's demand. Huayuan Gang coldly replied, "All these years, you have relied on your status as doctors, enjoying wealth, honor, and respect from others. Now, in this crisis, do you think you can just give up your doctor identity and become ordinary citizens again? Then, can our soldiers also take off their armor and let the enemies trample on Xiaoyu's land, killing its people? The doctor's eyes flickered, speechless. Zheng Jun and the soldiers inside the tent clenched their fists tightly, their eyes reddening. The Lord is right. In times of national crisis, capable people should take the lead. Only when the country is safe and the people are at peace can they truly enjoy the honors and respect from the court and the people. No matter what methods you use, I want results within one day. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Huiyuan Gang finished speaking and waved his hand. The plague waits for no one. Hurry up and develop the medicine. Don't waste time. The doctors looked at each other and had no choice but to step back. Not to mention that now the power to control life and death in Zhengzhou City was in the hands of the Hu family army, which could shake Xiaoyu's position. Even if they felt reluctant inside, they could only obediently follow orders at this moment. After the doctors left, Zheng Jun also prepared to bow and retreat. He planned to go again and ask for the prescription from Tian Bao. Huiyuan Gang stopped Zheng Jun, saying, "Take me to see that Granny Ma." This captain was personally promoted by him. He was brave, clever, loyal, and patriotic. His words were much more trustworthy than that cunning old man. Zheng Jun was surprised but then overjoyed. "Yes, sir, I obey." He was so excited that he forgot to bring back the prescription. Now was a good chance to get it. He knew that the Lord's decision was wise. After giving some instructions to the deputy general, Zheng Jun took 2 soldiers and 4 people in total rode their horses toward Qixing village. Before reaching the foot of the mountain, they smelled a faint scent of smoke and medicine. When they arrived at the entrance, the smell grew stronger. It was getting dark, and it was hard to see clearly. The village guard was eating the food sent by the villagers. When he heard the horse hooves, he immediately raised his weapon in alert. "Big brother, I am Zheng Jun." Zheng Jun quickly stepped forward to help the villager recognize him. The villager heard the name and relaxed instantly. "So it's General Zheng. I'll let down the rope now." Zheng Jun looked at Huiyuan Gang beside him and quickly explained to the villager, "Big brother, I'm not a general. The person next to me is the general. He is the Lord Hua, who is here to ask Granny Ma about treating the plague." The villager's weapon dropped to the ground in surprise. "Hua General? He came in person?"
Zheng Yun nodded repeatedly.
"Yes, General Hua came specifically to ask Granny Ma about curing the plague." "Hua General, please come in." The villager's tongue was tied, and he quickly lowered the rope. They left a soldier at the foot of the mountain to watch the horses. Huiyuan Gang and Zheng Jun went up the mountain together. At the cave, the firelight flickered through the vine gaps, casting a warm, yellow glow. Inside, children were making noise and adults were laughing, creating a joyful and peaceful scene. Huiyuan Gang was a bit stunned. "I just saw a villager on guard, and I already think that the leader of this village is very careful and thorough. They even used vines to build a wall around the cave. I couldn't help but look forward to meeting the village chief. Separated by a wall, they have created a home in the wild mountains. Even before meeting them, I already feel a lot of respect." The villager at the vine door called out, "Aunt Jiang, Lord Zheng and General Hua are here." Immediately, the people inside quieted down, and someone came to open the door. When Huiyuan Gang stepped inside, everyone stood up and looked at him with respect. "This is the hero that Qin Jinji and Zheng Jun mentioned. I didn't expect the Duke of Dinghua to come personally to their mountain cave." Not knowing what to do, someone was so excited they knelt down right away, and soon everyone followed and knelt. "Hello, General. Hello, Marquis." The uneven chorus of greetings showed their admiration and respect for the higher-ranking person. Huiyuan Gang took a step forward. "No need for formalities, everyone. Please get up." Everyone looked at each other nervously, unsure whether to stand up or not. Zheng Jun quickly stepped forward and helped the first villager to their feet, and then everyone slowly stood up. You can't blame them. They've never even seen a prefect before, and now they've met a marquis. Of course they are cautious. Just as the Duke of Dinghua was about to speak to comfort the nervous crowd, a small figure happily bounced out of the cave. "Uncle Zheng, you're here." The firelight made her chubby little face look very clear, and Huiyuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. This little girl's face looked strangely familiar. Huayuan Gang seemed to remember something, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Yuzhou Tian wanted to run straight over and hug Jingjun's leg, but she saw a tall man wearing a mask standing in front of Jingjun. She was so surprised she froze in place, but she couldn't stop herself and suddenly lunged forward. It looked like she was about to fall flat on her face, so Yuzhou Tian quickly turned her head. Falling on her face was better than falling on her nose. Suddenly, Yuzhou Tian felt her face warm up as she was caught in a big hand, and her small body was lifted up and set back on her feet. She stared blankly at the masked man who had saved her, touched her face which was sore from the calluses, and softly said, "Thank you, uncle, for saving little Sweet." Her sweet voice made Huayuan Gang's heart tremble slightly. "You should walk more carefully." Yuzhou Tian happily showed her 2 small teeth and said, "Okay." Little Sweet remembers what uncle said. Then she quickly ran to Jingjun behind Huayuan Gang, hugging his leg like a koala. "Uncle Zheng, Little Sweet guessed right. You really came back today, Huayuan Gang." Jingjun smiled and picked up Yuzhou Tian, gently pinching her nose. "How did you know I would definitely come back?" Yuzhou Tian giggled. "Master said that the plague doesn't wait, and since uncle didn't bring the medicine back, Little Sweet guessed that uncle would come back." While they were talking, Jiang Fenghua and his group came out. They had heard some sounds from inside the cave and were about to kneel and pay their respects to Huayuan Gang. Like the little girl said, time is really tight. No need for so many formalities. "May I ask who is Granny Ma?" Huayuan Gang raised his hand to stop everyone from kneeling and asked directly. Granny Ma quickly stepped forward. "Old woman greets General Hua." She glanced briefly at her young disciple, her brow twitching. Clearly, this General Hua was here to test her strength. Although she was prepared to be a shield for her young apprentice, this situation was beyond her expectations.
Huayuan Gang nodded.
"I believe Granny Ma also knows why I am here." Granny Ma's face tightened slightly. "Old woman understands. The plague is raging in Zhengzhou now. Since the general has come here, it must be to ask for a remedy for the plague for the people." As she spoke, she took out a prescription from her. "The remedy has been prepared long ago," but she added, "I must be honest. This prescription is from an obscure book. Since the plague is rare in 100 years, no one has ever used it, so I don't know how effective it really is. However, since the prescription came from her, if anything went wrong, she would be the one to blame." Hearing that the general had already asked the city's doctors to develop a cure, Granny Ma thought it would be best to have these doctors review the prescription first. Only after everyone agreed would it be safe to use. She had just carefully examined Yuzhou Tian's prescription. It was indeed suitable for the disease, but she still felt a bit uncertain. After all, she had never treated this kind of illness before, so she needed to be cautious. If this prescription was tested and approved by the city doctor, and if something went wrong, there would still be a backup plan. Huayuan Gang frowned, but said nothing. That group of old men already looked down on Granny Ma and would definitely nitpick the prescription. They would never agree to use her formula. Seeing that Huayuan Gang remained silent, everyone was worried. They wondered if the general thought Granny Ma was trying to avoid responsibility by being vague. "What's boiling in your pot?" Huayuan Gang asked calmly after a long pause. Granny Ma hesitated for a moment before honestly replying, "Some medicinal herbs for preventing the plague. The steam from boiling them is inhaled, which can also help prevent illness." This idea was also from the young girl. Although the plague hadn't spread here yet, taking precautions was wise. Huayuan Gang stepped a few paces toward the pot, and everyone moved aside. But he only glanced briefly at the pot before turning his gaze into the cave. The injured people, including Yu Chuanzhong, couldn't leave. They sat or lay, watching the outside of Shandong. When Huayuan Gang arrived at the cave entrance, everyone stood up and saluted him politely. Huayuan Gang was about to nod when he suddenly noticed the ceiling of the cave was covered with meat. His pupils slightly dilated. Although it was all dismembered flesh, it was clear they were the bodies of fierce beasts. And the man in front of him was obviously injured. He immediately guessed that these people had fought a fierce battle with the beasts, and in the end, they had won, turning the beasts into their food. Despite so many injuries, Huiyuan Gang was still shocked because the amount of meat hanging from the ceiling was beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. "May I see your injuries?" Huiyuan Gang asked as he approached Yu Chuanzhong. He instinctively felt that the burly man in front of him was the leader among the injured. Jiang Fenghua and Granny Ma exchanged a brief look, their eyes tightening slightly. It was clear that General Hua wanted to verify Granny Ma's medical skills. Yu Chuanzhong and Huiyuan Gang looked at each other for a moment. Although he couldn't see the expression behind the mask, he could sense that the other was not trying to dominate or threaten. "Good, I just hope I haven't spoiled the general's eyesight." After Yu Chuanzhong nodded, all the women instinctively turned away. He slowly lifted his clothes. His shocking wounds were exposed, with stitches still intact, looking like dark red centipedes winding over his body. Huiyuan Gang's eyes showed surprise. Such serious injuries, yet he was still alive. Either the man in front of him had extraordinary resilience, or the doctor's skills were very high. Zheng Jun had already seen Yu Chuanzhong's wounds. Looking again now made him feel upset inside. He had never been wounded so badly in battle. His older brother protected so many villagers and civilians, putting in much more effort than him. Yu Tian seemed to notice his feelings and whispered, "Uncle Zheng, don't worry. In a couple of days, once the stitches are removed, Uncle will be fine." Zheng Jun's eyes welled with tears. "Uncle Zheng isn't worried. I just feel sad." Huiyuan Gang listened to the conversation of the big and small, then reached out to tidy up Yu Chuanzhong's clothes. He also looked at the wounds of the others. All of them had been sewn up with stitches. He asked steadily, "Grandma Ma, did you treat these wounds?" Most soldiers on the front line died from blood loss due to cuts. If they could receive such treatment, perhaps they could survive. Grandma Ma instinctively glanced at Yu Tian. "The stitching method was developed by me, but I can't treat so many people at once. It's my children who helped with the treatment. So your medical apprentices also handle these wounds?" Huiyuan Gang was surprised, and his voice was full of shock. He wondered what those proud old men would think if they saw the scene.
Grandmama nodded.
"My apprentices just learned how to sew wounds. Their technique isn't perfect, but it can save lives." Huiyuan Gang was silent. After a long while, he clasped his fists and said, "Grandma Ma, I mean no disrespect. I am just worried about the people of Zhengzhou City, so I wanted to see your true skills." Grandma Ma felt warm inside. "General, you're the leader. Even if you force us to show our skills, it's understandable. Moreover, you are so sincere to us common folk, so there's no offense." Shortly after Zheng Jun left, General Hua arrived personally to investigate. This showed that he truly cared about the people and was a wise decision-maker. General Hua sincerely said, "Madam Ma, I have a humble request. I hope you'll agree." Even behind the mask, you could see the sincerity and seriousness in his eyes. Madam Ma felt a little heavy-hearted. "Are you asking me to go down the mountain to help with the plague victims?" Hua's words faltered, and he didn't know how to respond. "All right, I will go," Madam Ma decided without hesitation after just a moment of hesitation. "Madam Ma." Everyone was shocked. Madam Ma, like Jiang Fenghua, was their pillar of support and a source of reassurance. The thought of her going down the mountain to face the plague at her age was frightening. Jiang Fenghua looked conflicted and worried as she looked at Yu Tian. She didn't doubt the plague remedy the young girl had given, but now one remedy alone couldn't solve the entire problem. A few doctors trying to save a whole city was simply wishful thinking. Huiyuan Gang looked determined. "Madam Ma, your bravery for the people impresses me. I will do my best to protect your safety." Then I thank General Hua in advance. Although I've never met him before, I've heard of his noble spirit. Madam Ma, who had spent her life practicing medicine, felt she had enjoyed respect and comfort. She never thought she'd have a chance to serve her country in old age. Refusing out of fear would dishonor her ancestors' teachings. Moreover, she was alone with no attachments. If she could save some villagers, it would be a good deed. Madame Ma smiled brightly, her usually serious aura gone. Under the flickering firelight, she seemed to glow faintly. Everyone fell silent. "Master, Tianbao should go too. Let Tianbao help you." Yu Tian's eyes were already moist. Her master's unwavering resolve reminded her of her grandmother from her past life. During the epidemic, most frontline workers returned safely, but her grandmother couldn't hold on. Although she had given the remedy, it still needed to be adjusted based on the patient's condition. Her master needed her. The crisp sound startled everyone, and they all looked at the little girl. Hua Yuangang's eyes showed a slight surprise. Although she was only 3 years old, he somehow saw determination and kindness in her eyes. He quickly reassured himself that it was just the deep bond between the little girl and Granny Ma, and her impulsiveness shouldn't be taken seriously. Jiang Fenghua immediately scolded, "Sweetie, don't cause trouble." Granny Ma's eyes brightened briefly, but after hearing Jiang Fenghua's voice, she shook her head and smiled at the little girl, saying, "Sweetie, listen to Grandma. Kids should stay honestly with their family." She actually hoped Yu Tian would go because she knew that with this little girl around, the chances would be better. But she also knew that Yu Tian was the apple of the Yu family's eye and also her own, so no one would want to let her take risks. Yu Tian immediately pressed her lips tightly, but tears started to fall, making everyone's hearts ache. Jiang Fenghua silently stepped forward, gently taking her from Zheng Jun's arms, showing a look of struggle in his eyes. Yu Tian obediently leaned on her grandmother's shoulder, but her tears kept falling. If she didn't go, her master, Uncle Zheng, and the loyal General Hua, who cared for the people, might really not survive the plague. She knew her grandmother loved her dearly and would never let her take such risks. But if a hero like General Hua were to fall, who would protect the people of Xiaoyu?
The Yu family might cease to exist.
She couldn't say any of this out loud. At just 3.5 years old, having thoughts about the greater good of the country was shocking. From Hua Yuangang's perspective, he could see the little girl quietly crying, her small face showing a sadness beyond her age. His heart suddenly ached inexplicably. This strange, heavy feeling made him feel uneasy. When he was drafted into the army, his little girl was less than half a year old. If she was still alive, she would probably be about the same size as this little girl now. Hua Yuangang thought of his daughter, who had never had the chance to call him Dad. Seeing the tears in the little girl's eyes, he felt a wave of sadness. "Master, I want to go with you." Qin Jinji stepped forward, her face showing unwavering determination and resolve. Grandma Ma looked at Qin Jinji in surprise. "My wife is alone and old. I don't mind risking myself, but you're so young. Aren't you afraid of catching the plague?" Qin Jinji smiled gently. "Yes, I am afraid. I fear too. But General Hua is also in Zhengzhou City. I believe as long as there is one person alive in Zhengzhou, General Hua won't abandon the city. Think about it, if we don't go and the soldiers catch the plague when the enemy arrives, who will stop their fierce charge? Good child, I've taught you well. If we all manage to survive this trip, I will teach you everything I know." Grandma Ma looked at Qin Jinji with a touched expression. Qin Jinji's calm face showed excitement. "If that day comes, I will not let my master down." Good, good, good. Hua Yuangang finally couldn't hide his trembling voice. A 3-year-old child, a fragile girl, an old man. Everyone cares about the safety of the people. Xiaoyu, will never let our country fall." His voice echoed through the cave, touching everyone's hearts. Everyone's blood was stirred by his words. Yes, if the army isn't protected, how can Xiaoyu be safe? The general in front of them, Grandma Ma, and Qin Jinji, regardless of their status, were just ordinary people of Xiaoyu. Yet they were willing to risk everything for justice. Even if they hid in the cave like scared turtles, escaping Zhengzhou's plague, they couldn't escape the enemy's swords. So, they might as well fight with all their might. "Master, I want to go too." "I'm going too. Count me in." Suddenly, many young members of the medical team stepped forward. Their elders behind them didn't want their children to take such risks, but they felt proud of their children's bravery. They remembered how the children used to be timid and shy, but now they were braver than the adults. However, some parents still felt worried and quickly pulled their children back, scolding them. "It's the plague. Going out might mean death." Nothing is more important than their children's lives, not even the country's safety. The children, eager to convince their parents, tried to speak. The crowd became a little restless. Are you all Grandma Ma's medical apprentices? General Hua was stunned. This cave held only a few hundred people, yet so many knew how to heal. Stopping children from taking risks is a normal parental reaction, and he didn't think it was excessive. The boys proudly said, yes. Grandma Ma looked over these children, who were usually scolded as hopeless, with a hint of moisture in her eyes.
Good.
Although your talents are modest, your sincere desire to help others makes you worthy of being my disciple, Ma Jianlan. If you manage to control the plague, even if you're just ordinary, I will shape you into fine people. The boys were filled with joy, their hearts pounding with excitement. The more open-minded adults also felt very pleased. With Grandma Ma's promise, as long as they survive this plague, the children will have a bright future. Sometimes taking risks is necessary to gain great rewards. The adults who tried to stop the children fell silent, their faces showing hesitation and struggle. Underneath his mask, Huiyuan Gang's lips curved into a slight smile. His trip had truly been worthwhile. Grandma Ma, I will go with you, Yu Chuanli said firmly, glancing subtly at Qin Jinji. Then he looked at Jiang Fenghua. Mother, fifth brother wanted to become a doctor who helps people from the very first day of learning medicine. Now is the time when the common people need help, and fifth brother doesn't want to fall behind in front of the children. Everyone looked at Jiang Fenghua, knowing her children were well educated. But she loved her children deeply and was very protective. Since the eldest and second eldest were injured, she probably wouldn't agree to fifth brother risking himself again. Sure enough, Jiang Fenghua hesitated and didn't speak. Mother, let fifth brother go. More help is better. We have enough brothers at home. Yu Chuanren stepped forward and patted his brother's shoulder proudly. Yu Chuanyi and Yu Chuanxiao nodded in agreement. Yu Chuanzhong said loudly, fifth brother should go out and train. When he comes back as a capable man, he might even get married. His words were unintentional, but everyone listened carefully. Yu Chuanli secretly glanced at Qin Jinji, and both of them blushed. Jiang Fenghua said nothing, walking up to Yu Chuanli and placing Yu Jutian into his arms. Take good care of your niece. If anything happens to her, I won't forgive you. After speaking, the old lady turned and left the cave. Yu Jutian opened her eyes in surprise, watching her grandmother wipe tears with her sleeve as she walked away. Her eyes also became misty. Madame Ma was also very shocked. Big sister, you're willing to send Tianbao into danger. Grandma, Tianbao is lucky. Having her here might bring some hope. But you must protect her. Jiang Fenghua's voice came from outside the cave, full of choking emotion. The parents trying to stop their children let go of their kids. They knew how important Yu Jiotian was to the old lady. Even 3-year-olds rushed to the front. They forcibly kept the children close, wondering how they could later say the kids belonged to Madame Ma. Yu Chuanli tightened his small body around Yu Jiotian and shouted outside, Mom, don't worry. I will protect Tianbao. Qin Jinji also came over and gently pinched Yu Jiotian's small hand. Tianbao, don't be afraid. Sister Jinji will protect you too. The young boys eagerly stepped forward to show their support. Little senior sister, and me, we will also protect you. Yes, little senior sister only needs to use her brain. We'll go ahead. Tears still clung to Yu Jutian's eyelashes, but she grinned and said, with brothers and sisters here, Tianbao isn't afraid. Huiyuan Gang was stunned. Maybe little girl, you shouldn't go. What's going on? A group of teenagers calling a 3-year-old girl, little senior sister? General, you don't know. The recipe for curing the plague was memorized by our little sister. The master only read it to her once, and even he almost forgot it. Yes, and little sister is very lucky. With her here, we'll be fine. Little sister isn't an ordinary child. Her medical skills are much better than ours. She can even do suturing. What? Huiyuan Gang's shock was so great it almost cracked his mask. She's so young, and she already knows medicine, Yu Chuanli proudly said. My little niece is the only disciple of Madame Ma. Not only Huiyuan Gang. Zheng Jun also gasped in surprise. He had long known Tianbao was smarter than most children, but he never expected her to be so extraordinary. General, the plague has been spreading for several days. Zhengzhou City is surely in chaos now, and I wonder if other regions might also be affected. The young disciple was able to go with them, which made Granny Ma feel much more at ease. She quickly asked about the situation in Zhengzhou. The plague was caused by the city governor. If it spread to other areas, it could become uncontrollable. The governor deserved to face the consequences, but the common people of Xiaoyu should not suffer without reason. Rest assured, Granny. The general made a very wise decision. When we entered the city today and learned about the plague, he ordered the city gates to be sealed. The city has been divided into 3 parts, and now those infected and healthy people are kept separate. Before Huiyuan Gang could speak, Zheng Jun couldn't help but step forward, full of admiration for Huiyuan Gang. Granny Ma nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of praise. This way, the spread of the plague is controlled in time, and treatment is organized properly. The general is truly brave and clever. Everyone's eyes met, filled with deep respect. Having such a leader is a blessing for the people of Xiaoyu. Huiyuan Gang looked at the young girl, who was like a star surrounded by admiration, then bowed to Granny Ma. Granny, there's no time to lose. Please come with us down the mountain, so we can treat the plague quickly. All right, the general. We will pack up a little first. Granny Ma quickly told the boys to gather their things. Huiyuan Gang said they only needed to bring medical supplies. If they needed anything else, he could send soldiers to fetch it at any time. After a simple packing, 2 medical apprentices stayed in the cave to care for the injured, and the rest of them headed down the mountain. Yuzhou Tian leaned on Yu Quan Li's shoulder, her big eyes anxiously searching the crowd for Jiang Fenghua's figure, wanting to say goodbye to her grandmother, but she heard no response. At the moment the villagers closed the vine door, Jiang Fenghua staggered out of the cave and shouted, "Tian Bao, listen carefully to your master and uncle. Grandma is waiting for you to come back." "Okay, Tian Bao will be obedient." "Grandma, don't cry." Yuzhou Tian waved her little hand desperately at Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua looked at the little girl disappearing into the darkness and finally couldn't hold back her tears. Su Xiaonyang helped her grandmother, her heart also tightening with worry. "The last time my mother-in-law was so sad was when baby Tian was thrown into the deep mountains by Zhao Yumei. It seemed like the family had suddenly grown stronger." They hugged Jiang Fenghua's legs from both sides to comfort the elderly, saying, "Grandma, don't be sad. Sister isn't here, but Jiahe and Jiaheng are with you. Little sister, baby Tian is very lucky and prosperous. She will be safe and sound. Yes, we're not far from the city gate." The general also said he would send people back every day to pass on news. Mother Zheng and Grandma Zheng also wiped their tears and comforted her, helping Jiang Fenghua into the cave. After descending the mountain, the young soldiers rode ahead on horseback to arrange the medical team's stay at the camp. Zheng Jun handed the horses to Granny Ma, letting her and Huiyuan Gang ride side by side, while he held the reins and walked with everyone. "Let the little girl ride with me." After walking a bit, Huiyuan Gang saw Yu Chuanli start switching the little one, Yu Tian, from left to right hand and spoke calmly. Yu Chuanli hugged the small person tightly and stubbornly said, "Thank you, General, for understanding. I can still carry her." He then leaned close to Tian Bao's ear and muttered, "Tian Bao, you've gained weight following Uncle Fourth around. You're as heavy as a small stone." Yu Tian's face darkened instantly and looked unhappy. "Tian Bao isn't fat. It's because Uncle Fifth is too weak. If Uncle Fifth can't carry Tian Bao can get down and walk." After saying this proudly, she tried to twist herself free and walk on her own. "How can you say little sister is fat? I'll carry her. I have more strength. I'll do it. With your thin arms and legs, you won't be able to carry her for long, just like Brother Chuanli." A few boys quickly gathered around, fighting to carry Yu Tian. Yu Chuanli's face darkened, and he reached out to hand Yu Tian to Huiyuan Gang. "I think it's better for Tian Bao to ride the general's horse. These kids won't get a chance to steal Tian Bao's favor." Yu Tian's body suddenly shifted and was lifted onto the horse. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise, then felt her view rise high, and this majestic feeling made her happy instantly. The armor behind her was very hard, but Yu Tian felt very safe. She happily spread her arms and shouted, "Giddy up, horsey. Run fast. Didi. Uncle Hua, ride faster, please." A small bundle curled up in her arms, excitedly waving her little hands. Hua Yuangang felt a strange, full sensation in his chest. His hand unconsciously trembled slightly on the reins, and the horse indeed started to trot. Suddenly, they pulled ahead of the others. Yu Tian became even more excited, but after speeding up, a sudden cold wind blew fiercely, making her shiver. Seeing this, Huiyuan pulled his cloak around the little girl, wrapping her tightly, leaving only her small head visible. He whipped the horses, and the horse shot forward like an arrow. "We go ahead first. You take them and follow later." Zheng Jun responded immediately, and Yu Chuanli's hurried shouts were left behind. Worried that the little girl might be too bumpy, Huiyuang's speed was not very fast, but in just a short time, they reached the camp. Inside the camp, each tent had a bonfire in front, lighting up the whole area brightly. Soldiers patrolled back and forth, and the serious atmosphere made people feel awe. At the camp gate, there was a wooden curtain guarded by soldiers. When Huiyuang's horse approached, a soldier hurried over to lead the horse. Huiyuan dismounted with Yu Tian in his arms. She was so frightened she clung tightly to his armor, her big eyes shining with nervousness. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Huiyuang's lips behind his mask. He carried the little girl into his tent with one arm. Seeing the general bring back a child, the soldiers were all curious. Throughout the journey, Yu Tian was under their probing gazes. They were men used to danger, so their eyes were sharp and scrutinizing. But Yu Tian kept reminding herself that they were protectors of the people, so she wasn't as nervous. Inside the tent, Yu Tian finally relaxed. Huiyuan noticed her faint, breathless eye. His smile grew wider, and his tone softened a little. "Stay here for now. When Granny Ma and the others arrive, you can go with them to the resting place they've arranged." As he spoke, he gently set Yu Tian down on the ground. She obediently responded with a small nod, her legs touching the uneven ground. Her big eyes curiously looked around. So this was the real military tent. In TV dramas, generals' tents are very luxurious, with carpets or marble floors and all kinds of fine furnishings. But now, her feet were on real dirt, and the straw on top was roughly gathered. Bending down to look closely, she could even see ants carrying their loads. The setup was quite simple, with a pile of hay in the corner covered by a basic military cot. In the middle of the tent, there was only a rectangular table, a chair, and a wooden rack holding armor and a large sword. Nothing else. Yu Tian's gaze fell on Huiyuan. He was standing in front of the table, drinking tea directly from the teapot. He was strong and healthy, with clear, sharp features. He was truly a loyal patriot, holding great power in his hands, yet he didn't show off or boast. When Huiyuan turned around, he saw the young girl looking at him with deep admiration, as if he were a legendary ancient hero, with a hint of concern in her eyes.
Do
you want some water?"
she asked.
Huiyuan was surprised to hear himself stammer. He was just a 3-year-old child, and this was his own place. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, he felt a little shy. Yu Tian withdrew her gaze and looked at the teapot spout. She was indeed thirsty. But when she looked at the table, she realized there were no cups. Huiyuan felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "Bring a cup of water." He usually wore a mask and hadn't used a teacup for a long time for convenience. The soldier not only brought water, but also delivered some food onto the table. Curious about what the general was eating, Yu Tian hurried over and saw only 2 dry bread pieces and a bowl of rice soup that was clear enough to see through. Huiyuan thought she was hungry and handed her a piece of bread. "Eat this. It's fresh from the pot and smells very good." Yu Tian's eyes widened. "Uncle Hua, you're the general. How can you eat such simple food?" While feeling a bit sad, she admired the general even more. Military life was usually tough, but she didn't expect a nobleman like him to eat worse than she did. It was easy to imagine that the soldiers outside ate even less. Huayuan Gang paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. So, what kind of food do you think a general should eat? Just as Yu Tian was about to answer 1, 2, 3, the tent was suddenly pulled open. A soldier entered to announce, General, Commander Zheng, and the others have arrived. Also, Dr. Huang and his team want to see you. Huayuan Gang's smile beneath his mask faded. Let them all come in. After saying that, he walked to the back of the table and sat down, waving for Yu Tian to come closer. She quickly stood by the table, curious, and looked toward the door. Soon, Zheng Jun led Grandma Ma and a few others inside. Because space was limited, only Qin Jinji, Yu Chuanli, and Hua Qing followed. The others waited outside the tent. Then Dr. Huang and his team also came in, and their faces looked very unhappy. After everyone bowed to Huayuan Gang, a middle-aged doctor couldn't help but mock. Captain Zheng, it seems you hold a grudge against us. Otherwise, how could a group of villagers walk ahead of us? Zheng Jun's face changed slightly. Dr. Liu, I am a simple man. I only know that whoever arrives first should go in first. I didn't mean to offend you. Dr. Liu snorted coldly. Ordinary people believe in taking turns, but do we need to worry about that with these villagers? Even when meeting important people from Zhengzhou City, we should get priority. He looked at Zheng Jun with suspicion. It seems you just want to settle personal scores. We refused your medicine earlier, and now you've brought these villagers here just to embarrass us. Don't forget, the people of Zhengzhou City are waiting for us to save them. If we're in a bad mood and something goes wrong while making the plague medicine, who will take responsibility? Before Zheng Jun could reply, Huayuan Gang suddenly slammed the table, knocking over teacups. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Dr. Liu quickly shut his mouth in fear. Yu Tian was so startled she jumped back several steps. The kind and gentle uncle, he just now seemed like a different person. Uncle, he looked very scary now. Seeing the frightened expression on the girl's face, Huayuan Gang's dark eyes softened a little. He reached out and gently pulled her onto his lap, calming her softly. Don't be afraid, I'm not hitting you. Yu Tian nodded blankly, sitting upright and not daring to move. Grandma Xia and the others, new here, held back their anger, lowered their heads, and stood properly. Take him away and give him 5 military lashes. Huayuan Gang looked coldly at Dr. Liu. Immediately, soldiers stepped forward to take Dr. Liu away. Dr. Huang stepped in to stop them, then cupped his hands toward Huayuan Gang. General, although Dr. Liu's words and actions were inappropriate, Xiaoyu's laws. As long as a doctor doesn't harm lives, they shouldn't be punished with private violence. Please, General, stay calm and don't violate Xiaoyu's laws. Not only that, even if a doctor causes harm, they do not have to take responsibility. They can serve only 6 months in prison and then return to practice medicine. Even in prison, there are special cells, and apart from losing freedom, daily life remains much the same. The soldier's hand froze in midair, unable to move. Dr. Liu looked proud but nervous. Take him away and give him 10 military lashes. I will bear any consequences, ordered General Huayuan Gang calmly. Dr. Liu was shocked and was dragged away by soldiers. The other doctors also panicked. Dr. Huang, full of anger, said, General Hua, are you ignoring the law? Huayuan Gang looked at him sharply. Right now, I am the law in Zhengzhou. If you dare to speak again, I will punish you too. Dr. Huang was speechless, but knew that this general meant what he said. Seeing that Huayuan Gang wouldn't listen, Dr. Liu was terrified and begged for mercy. But the soldiers were well trained and quickly tied him to a bench. Then they struck him with a long stick. As Liu's screams echoed, all the doctors felt frustrated and angry inside. Soon, the soldiers came back and announced that the beating was enough. Huayuan Gang calmly told them to carry Liu to their tent to rest. Finally, Dr. Huang couldn't hold back. General Hua, we came to report that the medicine for the plague is close to being developed. We just need more time. But now, with Dr. Liu beaten like this, it's unlikely we can finish the medicine soon. Madame Ma's eyes moved slightly. It was clear she was threatening Huayuan Gang. No wonder the general came personally to find them. Such doctors who only pretend to help the people are not sincere. Qin Jinji and Yu Qianli exchanged silent glances, both secretly despising these proud but inactive doctors. All right, since your medical skills are SOSO from now on, Madame Ma will be in charge of treating the plague. She has the recipe for the medicine. You just follow her arrangements, Hu Yuangang said calmly, then took a sip from his teapot.
What?
Letting a rural woman decide, the doctors thought they heard wrong and were furious. Dr. Huang's beard trembled with anger. General, I have practiced medicine all my life. Although I am not as famous as the imperial doctors, I am still respected by many people. Now, you want me to follow the orders of a rural woman, and I might as well be killed instead. I am confident. No matter how many battles General Huiyuan has won, he would never dare to kill me. I am just refusing to obey his commands and being controlled by a woman. Doctor, I have been watching the general for a long time. I've tolerated your disrespectful words, calling us common folk and rural women, just because you know a little medicine. But tell me, how skilled are you really? How come you can act so arrogantly in front of the general? Madame Ma, who has been practicing medicine for many years, stepped forward with a cold face. She originally thought everyone was here to treat the plague, and as long as they didn't go too far, a little patience would be enough. But now she sees that if she doesn't speak up, General Hu might be seen as someone who uses his power to bully others. Dr. Huang glanced at Madame Ma with a cold sneer, showing he had no intention of talking to her further. His attitude was proud and dismissive. However, someone was praising him behind his back. Immediately, a doctor stepped forward proudly and said, Dr. Huang is the most famous doctor in Zhengzhou. He is especially good at pulse diagnosis. Many noble families in Zhengzhou come to him for their children's health. You could line up several streets just to see him. Other doctors nodded in agreement, looking proud. Madame Ma sneered and curled her lips. He only knows a little about pulse diagnosis and still acts so arrogant. He's just asking to be laughed at. You. Dr. Huang pointed at Madame Ma, angry. You're just a rural healer, and you dare to criticize us? Where do you get your confidence? Because I am skilled in all types of pulse diagnosis, and I understand women's health about 80%. That's why I have the confidence to point out your mistakes. Madame Ma refused to back down. She put her hands on her hips and pointed sharply at Dr. Huang's nose. No way. You're just a woman. How can you be an expert in 3 fields at once? Do you think a few lies can suppress us? That's just wishful thinking. The doctors were both surprised and angry. No one believed Madame Ma's wild words. If she truly knew all 3 fields, she would be famous throughout Summer Crossing. How could they not have heard of such a powerful female doctor?
Grandmama snorted softly.
Do you think everyone is like you? Learning a bit of medicine and then showing off everywhere, expecting everyone to worship and admire you. Ask yourself honestly, do you still have any medical ethics or kindness in your heart? Grandma Ma moved to the village to avoid the greed of city doctors who only care about money. Now, seeing these people's arrogance again, she couldn't hold back her words. A group of doctors, their faces exposed, were furious. They pointed at Grandma Ma and shouted, "You're just a lowly countrywoman. You talk big but don't think you can trick us. We are respected because of our medical skills. We talk about ethics and kindness, but do you even charge for your treatments? Oh, I see. You're just a rural healer with average skills, naturally earning less than us, so you're jealous." Grandma Ma knew well the bad habits of these old men. Over the years, the common people and Xia Yu's medical laws had used them so much that they became accustomed to it. But she didn't expect city doctors in Zhengzhou to be even worse than those in Huzhou. It seemed that in Xia Yu, there wasn't a single doctor with a true heart for medicine anymore. It was truly a sad situation. She looked at General Hu Yuangang. "General, the plague waits for no one. Please find some patients willing to try the medicine so I can examine their symptoms and see if the prescriptions need adjusting. Rather than wasting words with these people, it was better to use real skill to make them shut up." Whenever she mentioned the plague, these people would never easily let her treat patients. Sure enough, Dr. Huang stopped her before General Hu Yuangang could speak. "General, no. Human lives are at stake. We can't let this woman do as she pleases. Who knows if she might cause more deaths? It seems you already have a way to treat the plague. Grandmama challenged. Dr. Huang hesitated. Not yet, but we are close to developing one. The longer you delay, the more people will die. Inability is also a form of killing. Grandmama clasped her fists. Please, General, make a wise decision. Don't let these old men delay saving the people. Hui Yuangang nodded and ordered Jingjun, quickly prepare a testing tent and find some patients with severe symptoms willing to try the treatment. Jingjun cupped his fists and was about to leave. Yu Jiutian quickly called out, Uncle Zheng, remember to tell the uncles to take proper precautions and to wash their hands with the medicine from Sweet Treasure. After responding, Jingjun hurriedly left. A group of doctors looked at Yu Jiutian with surprise and suspicion. A 3-year-old child, yet she understood about protection. They thought she must have been taught these words in advance by her wife, just to outsmart them. General, the plague is indeed urgent, but we can't risk using the people's lives as test subjects. If news gets out, it will ruin the reputation of our doctors in Zhengzhou. Here's an idea. Let's have this wife compare her medical skills with any one of us. If she wins, we will believe her medicine is effective. If she loses, then we won't trust her again. Otherwise, they would risk their own lives and refuse to be deceived by this woman. Dr. Huang saw that Hui Yuangang was about to listen to this wife, and he felt unwilling. He restrained his temper and proposed a medical contest. Hui Yuangang really wanted to sew their mouths shut with needles and thread and chase them out. But he thought about the many patients in Zhengzhou. The team led by Granny Ma was definitely too busy. If they could use Granny Ma's medical skills to silence these old men, it might be useful for now. Thinking of this, he looked at Granny Ma. What do you think, Granny? Good. If this can make these old rascals shut up, I have no objection. Although Granny Ma didn't want to argue with these old men, transporting patients took time. If they could be silenced during this gap, it would save trouble during future plague treatments. The doctors were furious. You arrogant old woman. If you lose the contest, you must immediately leave the camp. Do you dare? Granny Ma raised her chin. That's right. Since it's a contest, there should be a bet. But no matter the outcome, everyone must work together to fight the plague. How can you chase us out just because of a moment of pride? You're only thinking of your own happiness, not caring about the general or the people. A few doctors looked at each other nervously, their eyes flickering. We won't make you leave the camp, but you must kneel and apologize to us. During the treatment of the plague, we will be the only ones giving orders, and you cannot oppose any of our demands. Deal, Granny Ma sneered. These doctors were eager to humiliate them, and their behavior was truly ugly. She smiled and said, Of course, if you win, we will follow everything you say. But what if you lose? Dr. Huang snorted. We can't possibly lose. Even if the old woman in front of us is skilled in 3 fields, what about the 13 medical specialties? Our group has over 10 doctors, almost each with their own expertise. How could she possibly beat all of us? Hearing this, Granny Ma's face suddenly changed. She turned to quietly whisper a few words to Qin Jinji and Yu Chuanli. Seeing this, the doctors felt even more confident, thinking Granny Ma was probably afraid of their skills, or maybe trying to find an excuse to back out. But they all exchanged glances, determined not to let her find a reason to refuse. This kind of naive old woman should be taught a lesson to remember. To prevent her from really backing out, Dr. Huang stepped forward first and said, General, if we lose, we will kneel and call you master.
How about that?
You wouldn't be afraid, right? Anyway, losing was impossible. The conditions were tempting enough to motivate them. Granny Ma looked at him without speaking. Master, this isn't fair. If they lose, they only call you master, but we have to listen to everything they say. Where is justice? They have so many people, our chances of winning are too small. It's not fair, Yu Chuanli said with a dissatisfied look. This young man is quite self-aware. I think you're right. We'll listen to you. If we lose, we'll follow your arrangements. Is that okay now? Dr. Huang proudly stroked his beard. Qin Jinji smiled faintly. All of you doctors are well known. Comparing with us, who are just ordinary people, the conditions shouldn't be the same. Otherwise, it wouldn't show your status as famous doctors. Since you just called us arrogant, Let's be even more arrogant. If we happen to win, besides the 2 conditions above, each of you doctors must give the general an extra 1,000 taels of silver as military pay. Also, from now on, every time you treat a patient, you must admit that your skills are not as good as Granny Ma's. What do you say? Still dare to compete? When she finished speaking, all the doctors' faces changed color. Yujio Tian couldn't hold back her excitement. She happily moved her small body, and if General Huiyuan Gang hadn't quickly grabbed her, she would have fallen to the ground. Big Sister Jean Ji is truly amazing. The trap she set is really satisfying. These doctors must have made a lot of money with their medical skills. The small fee of 1,000 taels of silver is really cheap for them, but it's also a way to reward the soldiers' stomachs. If some doctors refuse, they would be reluctant to pay the money for military supplies publicly, which would offend General Huiyuan Gang. Privately, they just can't afford to lose. No matter what they choose, it's good for their side. Sure enough, the faces of the doctors instantly looked longer than donkeys. They clearly knew that Qin Jinji was using reverse psychology, but they thought Madame Ma was too scared to compete, so she exaggerated the conditions to make things difficult for them. If they refused, they would lose face and offend the general. They couldn't let Madame Ma and her group's tricks succeed. After some discussion, Dr. Huang agreed repeatedly, saying, "All right, even though your demands are unreasonable, we won't argue with you. We'll follow your plan for the contest." Qin Jinji added softly, "Wait a moment. Before the contest, please the general write down our conditions, and both sides should sign with their fingerprints. Otherwise, if we lose by mistake, it will be hard to explain later if the doctors hold a grudge." Her words clearly suggested that they expected to win, making the other side relax their guard. This tactic of retreating to advance made Yu Tian's little finger happily tap along. Sure enough, the doctors snorted coldly. "That's best, so you won't deny it if you lose." Huiyuan Gang looked at Qin Jinji and ordered his subordinates to get ink and brushes. Soon, the bet was agreed upon, and both sides pressed their fingerprints on the document. When they heard that the doctors inside would compete in medical skills, everyone outside couldn't stay calm. The military tent was pulled aside, and all the people gathered around, stretching their necks to look inside. Except for the medical team and 5 or 6 doctors from Dr. Huang's side, the generals also crowded around. Huiyuan Gang didn't stop everyone from watching the fun. After some discussion, Huiyuan Gang finalized the rules of the contest. The contest would have 3 rounds. The first round was simple. Each side would send one person to recite the names of medicines. The side that could name the most medicines would win. This move was devised by Dr. Huang and his team, and it carried a hint of insult because they believed that Granny Ma and her group had never studied medical books, maybe not even knowing the names of medicines. If they lost the first round, there was no need to continue to the next, aiming for a quick knockout. Soon, Dr. Huang chose Dr. Wang to compete. Dr. Wang was short and small, with a few clever features in his face, but his sharp features were hidden behind a look of cunning. He arrogantly said to Granny Ma, "I think you should stop choosing people. You might as well compete with me yourself, so you won't be too embarrassed." Granny Ma shot him a sharp look and gently said to Yu Tian, "Girl, you come and compete with him." Yu Tian was surprised. As a young child, she couldn't even watch quietly. Everyone gasped in shock. Was Granny Ma confused? She was letting a young child compete against a well-read middle-aged doctor. It was almost a joke. Huiyuan Gang also looked stunned. He didn't think highly of these doctors and secretly hoped Granny Ma and her team could win, but was her move too childish? Dr. Wang's face turned pale. He glared at Granny Ma angrily. "What do you mean? Do you think you can't win and are insulting us with a child?" Granny Ma sneered coldly. "She is my top disciple. For her to compete with you is already giving you too much credit." Then she looked at Yu Tian and said, "All right, stop hesitating. Come on, get up." The medical team exchanged glances secretly, their eyes shining with excitement. Dr. Wang's face turned red with anger. The other doctors looked just as upset, all fuming with anger. This old woman was simply too overbearing. But there was no rule against children participating, so even if they were angry, they had to hold back. After winning, they would make these arrogant people suffer even more. Yu Tian reluctantly jumped down from Hui Yuangang's lap, nearly stumbling and almost hitting her forehead on the table. In the eyes of the medical team, her innocent and confused look was adorable. But the doctors were even angrier. Comparing their medical skills with a child who couldn't walk steadily was unfair. Even if they won, outsiders would say they bullied a kid, and rural folks were truly sneaky and cunning. Although there were a few small problems, Yu Tian quickly regained her composure. She patted her small bag confidently and proudly stepped in front of Dr. Wang. She reached into her bag and handed him a piece of dried meat, saying, "Grandpa Doctor, Tianbao brought you some dried meat to eat." Dr. Wang's face twitched and twisted for a moment. He had just turned 30. This little girl actually called him Grandpa right away. Looking at Yu Tian's innocent face, he swallowed his anger and said coldly, "Thank you. I don't want to eat. Let's start now. You go first." Yu Tian sighed, put the dried meat in her mouth, and mumbled, "Grandpa should go first. Tianbao is a little scared, so I'll eat some dried meat to calm down." The other doctors looked at her with different expressions, some with smoke coming out of their noses and mouths. This was a clear insult, an outright insult. Dr. Wang took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. "If I go first and you say the names of the medicines I mentioned, you can't use them again. If you can't say any of them, doesn't that mean I'm bullying a child?" Yu Tian timidly said. Then Tianbao will go first. "If I can memorize all the medicine names later, will everyone blame Tianbao for bullying the elders?" Dr. Wang's face instantly fell. The other doctors couldn't help but get angry and started to lose their temper. "We told you to go first, so go. No one will blame you for bullying the elders." Seeing Qin Jinji and Yu Chuanli almost laughing, Granny Ma quickly said, "Tianbao, you go first. He's older than you, so it's right to let him go first." "All right then, Tianbao will start." Yu Tian hurriedly swallowed the dried meat, shook her head, and began reciting confidently, "Chongqing, Yunsini, Qingdai, Bankxia, Jianqiu, Qinxiang, Hick, Zhengqianzi, Jingjie, Jisi, Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang." Everyone outside the medical team. Yu Tian just opened her mouth, and the young members of the medical team trembled all over. Little senior sister is amazing. I really want to keep little senior sister's little head for myself. Hua Yuangang's teapot suddenly fell onto the table with a bang. Yu Tian choked and looked at him in shock. "Keep going." Hua Yuangang swallowed hard, hiding the shock in his eyes.
Belch.
Asparagus, sandalwood, cinnabar, fonghai, sky blue, jade bamboo, chuanlian, stone bamboo, dragon bone, deadly nightshade. After burning one stick of incense, Yu Tian kept burping occasionally, and her smooth voice sounded like a gentle stream, flowing steadily without pause. Another incense stick burned, and seeing that Yu Tian's little mouth still hadn't stopped, Hui Yuangang finally couldn't hold back and called a halt. Dr. Wang's face turned as green as moss, and his mouth was as wide as a bowl. Yu Tian looked at Dr. Wang's open mouth and couldn't help but stuff a dried meat into it. "Grandpa Doctor, have a dried meat to calm your nerves." Her big eyes blinked innocently. Dr. Wang finally snapped out of his daze, hurriedly pressed his lips together, and pointed at Yu Tian, but he couldn't say a word. Two soldiers who were recording the medicine names scratched their heads and handed a list to Hui Yuangang. "General, there are so many medicine names I've never heard of, and I can't write them. I only wrote down similar pronunciations." Hui Yuangang suppressed his inner storm and nodded calmly. "It's okay." "How many medicine names did she mention in total?" 1,235. The soldier wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had only been a soldier for a few years, and he never thought children nowadays could be so impressive. The medical team was buzzing with excitement. "Little sister is so amazing. Little sister is mighty." Yu Tian smiled at the medical team, showing her small tiger teeth, and her chubby face dimples appeared. "With Master here, my brothers and sisters will only get better and better than me in the future." The medical team instantly erupted into excited screams. Soft, adorable, and powerful, with such a sweet little mouth. Everyone wanted to take little sister home as a little sister. Grandma Ma saw her little disciple casually making everyone lose their composure and couldn't help but shake her head. Unbelievable. She's grown up, and even more incredible, she would never admit that her proud temper was now on top. Under everyone's excited gazes, Yu Quinli proudly stepped forward, hugged Yu Tian, and laughed so brightly that her teeth showed. My little niece is truly amazing. Tian Bao is the best. This was her little niece. No one could take her away. Qin Jinji hit her surprise and took a step forward, smiling as she spoke to Dr. Wang, who was still dazed. Dr. Wang, it's your turn now. Dr. Wang's beliefs had already shattered into pieces. He hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a word. 1,235 herbs in just 2 incense sticks. Not to mention avoiding the names of the medicines already mentioned. Even if he repeated the names of Yu Tian's medicines at this speed, it would be very difficult. Yu Tian was worried that Dr. Wang might get so angry that he would have a heart attack, so she quickly comforted him. Grandpa Doctor, you can also say the names of the medicines that Tian Bao has memorized. Tian Bao is very generous. Dr. Wang's eyes rolled back, and he suddenly collapsed backward. At this moment, only fainting could save his last bit of dignity. Several doctors hurriedly helped him up, all feeling deeply embarrassed. He fainted, and that was the end of it. How would they clean up the mess afterward? No one could recall so many medicine names on the spot. Would they all pretend to faint? Grandma Ma smiled and asked, "What's wrong with Dr. Wang? Do you need me to check his pulse?" "No need. He's just too angry. He'll be fine after resting a while." Huang Doctor loudly refused. He had secretly checked Dr. Wang's pulse earlier, pretending to faint. If Grandma Ma found out, he would be even more embarrassed. Hua Yuangang coldly said, "Time is limited. I don't have time to waste with you. Either admit defeat or send someone else to compete." Seeing this group of proud old men being crushed by a young child, Hua Yuangang felt very pleased. It seemed Grandma Ma was too modest. If a 3-year-old apprentice could do so well, her medical skills must be extraordinary. Moreover, she was completely different from these selfish, arrogant old men. She was a rare and excellent doctor. This girl is just a bit better at memorizing. But knowing only the names of medicines doesn't mean much. If she can't explain the medicine's effects, she's just memorizing blindly, Huang Doctor said, feeling dissatisfied, though his tone was a bit strained. Everyone was stunned. "Since you have a good memory, why don't you try to recite them? Is it so hard to admit defeat?" Of course it's hard. Losing to a child, how can they save face? The young members of the medical team couldn't hide their disdain, and they all spoke to defend their young sister. The doctors still wanted to argue, but when Hua Yuangang cast a cold glance at them, they shrank back in silence. Hua Yuangang spoke calmly, making the final decision. The first round goes to Granny Ma's side. Now, the second round begins. Although the doctors were very unwilling to admit this, they knew that if they kept arguing, they would lose not only the contest but also their dignity. So, they had no choice but to focus on the second round. Having learned their lesson, they no longer dared to underestimate Granny Ma's skills. They immediately sent Dr. Huang to compete. Even though they had lost the first round, Dr. Huang believed it was only luck on the other side. With a disdainful look, he said, "Granny Ma, I admit it is impressive for such a young child to remember so many medicine names. But surely, you must have forced the child to practice endlessly just to show off. As doctors, our duty is to heal and save lives. What you are doing goes against that principle. The second round is about diagnosing and prescribing. I want to see how much real skill a teacher has when she trains a student only to put on a show." His words clearly meant that Granny Ma herself should step forward. Granny Ma gave a short snort and looked at Yu Tian. "Sweetie, go ahead and amaze them again." The young members of the medical team squeezed each other's hands in excitement. "Our master is so bold. Go, little sister. These arrogant old men deserve this." Dr. Huang. All the doctors. This was outrageous. Could a 3-year-old child really understand diagnosis and prescriptions? Even Hua Yuangang, who had seen many storms, felt unsettled. His eyes stayed fixed on Yu Jiutian, filled with doubt and uncertainty. Yu Jiutian pouted. Master, this isn't right. You always teach me to be humble and modest.
Granny Ma.
Granny Ma forced a gentle smile. My dear, it depends on the situation. If you meet humble and modest people, you should treat them the same way. But if you meet people who are arrogant and full of themselves and you don't put them in their place, they'll think they're unbeatable. That could lead them to harm others. So, what you're doing is teaching them a lesson. Do you understand?
Oh,
I get it now. We have to show them there are always people stronger than them so they won't become too proud. Yu Jiutian's eyes widened, as if she had just realized something important. The master and apprentice had a serious conversation that made everyone burst into laughter. The doctors in the military tent were so angry they almost fainted. Huo Gang's eyes showed a smile as he watched the little girl with a gentle expression. This child is very clever and understands him well. Dr. Huang's face was as dark as a pot, and he glared at Granny Ma with eyes that seemed about to pop out. What a sharp-tongued pair of master and apprentice. I want to see what skills you have to teach us how to behave. Yu Jiutian stepped forward, puffing out her little chest, and said, Grandpa Doctor, Tianbao wanted to be nice to you, but if you keep glaring at Tianbao's teacher so fiercely, Tianbao won't be polite anymore. Her soft cheeks puffed up angrily, looking fierce but cute. The medical team cheered and stomped their feet, encouraging her. Little senior sister, don't be polite to him. Dr. Huang pinched his palm hard, barely holding back his anger, and said through gritted teeth, I don't need a little girl like you to tell me what to do. Listen carefully, I will give a question. A woman eats a lot but gradually becomes thin. Her tongue is red with little saliva, and her tongue coating is thin and yellow. What illness is this? As soon as he finished speaking, the place fell silent. The doctors' faces flickered with guilt. Granny Ma's face changed immediately. You old scoundrel. Using an incurable disease as a question? You're shameless. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. An incurable disease means a condition that cannot be cured. Dr. Huang was openly making things difficult for others. Shameless. Using a child to make things difficult? Do you know how to treat this disease? This is too much. They are just afraid of losing and are deliberately making things hard for little senior sister. The medical team was furious and scolded Dr. Huang without holding back. Dr. Huang felt a bit guilty, but kept a serious face. Didn't you all say that the little girl is so talented? Naturally, the question I give must match her ability. The team members were so angry they itched to bite, and even the generals cursed Huang openly. But Dr. Huang remained calm and confident. Since he had already lost face, no matter what others said, he wanted the little girl to lose this round. Yu Jiutian frowned, and her small legs moved anxiously. Huo Gang watched the young girl being teased and felt a surge of frustration in his heart. His sharp eyes beneath the mask glared at Dr. Huang. Grandma Ma was about to step forward to comfort Yu Jiutian, but Dr. Huang sneered and stopped her, saying, Grandma Ma, if you want to tell your little apprentice the answer, then you all lose this round. He was unsure inside. The girl didn't know, but that didn't mean Grandma Ma didn't. They definitely couldn't let them win. Grandma Ma ignored him. She took 2 steps forward, ready to pick up the girl and comfort her. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly lifted her head happily and said, Oh, Tianbao knows. Everyone quickly looked at Yu Jiutian. Dr. Huang's face suddenly changed, and he stared at Yu Jiutian with a fierce look. This is a terminal illness. Don't try to fool us. Yu Jiutian nodded repeatedly. Grandpa Doctor, my teacher taught me that the most important thing for a doctor is not to say things you can't be sure of and not to treat diseases you are unsure about. Tianbao would never dare to fool Grandpa Doctor and everyone. Grandma Ma's hand froze in midair. Did she say that before? Tianbao said her teacher taught her, so she must have been taught. Dr. Huang was angry and snorted. Then tell me, what is this disease and how do you treat it? The doctor said this disease is called diabetes insipidus. It can be treated with Rehmannia glutinosa, Angelica sinensis, Chinese yam, Cornus officinalis, Z-maize, and Poria cocos, made into Lu Wei Di Huangwan. Patients can recover after taking it for over a month. Grandpa Doctor, This is recorded in my teacher's precious prescription for the daughter of a noble family. My teacher also used this method to cure several people. Tianbao just now almost forgot the names of the herbs, almost couldn't say them. Yujio Tian said this while patting her small chest, looking worried as if she almost caused trouble. Grandma Ma twitched her mouth, silently reciting the prescription and that precious formula in her mind. That must be Tianbao's treasured medical book. Her little girl, who was her free shield, was so handy with this book. It wouldn't be too much to ask for a copy, right? Not only her, but Yu Qian Li, Qin Jinji, and the medical team were all frantically memorizing the formulas. Dr. Huang muttered to himself for a long time. After his face changed countless times, he finally fainted with a roll of his eyes. The doctors hurriedly caught him. One doctor checked his pulse and found that Dr. Huang had truly fainted. It seemed that what the girl said was not unfounded. A few people looked at each other, and in the next moment, they silently carried Dr. Wang and Dr. Huang, preparing to escape back to their tents. Huiyuan Gang coldly spoke, and the soldiers quickly surrounded and blocked the doctors. The doctors broke out in cold sweat and dared not move anymore. It seems there's no need for a third round of competition. I declare that Grandma Ma's side has won. Do you have any objections? Huiyuan Gang appeared to be asking, but his tone carried strong authority. The outcome was clear to everyone, but if these old men still tried to argue, he wouldn't hesitate to use military force to make them see the truth. The doctor's eyes flickered with hesitation. They couldn't bring themselves to admit defeat, but under the pressure of the general, they also dared not argue. They were stuck in a difficult position, feeling very uncomfortable. I admit defeat. A sincere and loud voice came from outside the tent. Everyone looked over and saw an elderly doctor with a white beard, about 60 years old, looking passionately at Yujio Tian and Grandma Ma. The young medical team member had been watching these doctors outside. The others inside were no different from those outside, but this old man had always kept a cold face with no expression. Now, he suddenly spoke out. Everyone found this old man very likable. They hadn't expected that there was a good person among the bad ones. One doctor inside was angry and said, "Old Jew, you're too unprincipled. How can you easily admit defeat to women and children?" The old man called Old Jew stepped into the tent and sneered at the doctor speaking to him. "You signed the bet but refused to admit defeat. Is that being brave? What's wrong with women and children? Your medical skills are no match for them." After Old Jew finished speaking, the other doctor's face turned pale like pickled vegetables. Old Jew was famous in Zhengzhou's medical circle for being very stubborn. He never interacted with other doctors. If it weren't for the general bringing him to the camp this time, he wouldn't have mixed with them. I advise you not to embarrass Zhengzhou doctors. Just admit defeat quickly. At least that way, you can keep your dignity and reputation. Otherwise, if the general soldiers come down you, you'll lose face and honor. Old Master Zhu finished speaking and took a step closer to Yujio Tian. His cold face suddenly blossomed into a smile like a chrysanthemum. "Little master, I really admire you. I wonder if I could ask you for some guidance." Yujio Tian widened her eyes. "Wow, you, the doctor grandpa, are so modest. And you call me sweet treasure little master. With such a good doctor grandpa, I can tell you everything I know." Old Master Zhu's eyes lit up. "Really?" Then he seemed to remember something and quickly looked at Grandma Ma. "Old sister, may I ask if I can apprentice under this little girl?" Everyone was stunned. A 60-year-old man wanting to take a 3-year-old as his apprentice? Is this the first time in Xiaoyu's story? Grandma Ma was about to speak when the soldiers in the camp suddenly stirred. A soldier hurriedly pushed in. The soldier entered, clasped his fists, and reported to General Huiyuan Gang. "General, the plague patients have been brought over. They are being kept in the military tent 50 yards away." Huiyuan Gang nodded. "Tell the guards to take precautions. I will go there soon." The soldier received the order and left. Since the main matter was urgent, Old Master Zhu had to temporarily set aside his idea of asking Yujio Tian to be his apprentice. "Grandma Ma, please follow me to the plague tent to treat the people." Huiyuan Gang stood up, walked to Grandma Ma, and handed her the bet. "You can use these doctors as you wish. I will ensure they do not dare to break the agreement." He then shot a sharp glance at the discontented doctors. Grandmama nodded. Please, General, lead the way. Huiyuan Gang's eyes showed emotion as he left the tent. Splash cold water on Dr. Huang and Dr. Wang to wake them up. Everyone, follow me to the plague tent. Grandmama didn't even look at the two fainted doctors on the ground and quickly followed Huiyuan Gang. Yu Quanli held Yu Jiotian, while Qin Jinji and the medical team followed loudly behind. Soon, the two doctors who had been splashed with cold water were helped by soldiers and moved along with them. When they were still several yards from the tent, everyone stopped and began covering their mouths and noses for protection. Looking over, the plague tent looked like a house hiding a fierce beast, and no one dared to come close. Even the soldiers guarding the tent kept their faces covered tightly, staying far away, about 2 yards apart. Soldiers who have seen life and death often feel fear, and ordinary people feel even more afraid. Everyone behind Huiyuan Gang was overwhelmed with panic, as if they were frozen in place and couldn't move. Madame Ma looked deeply at the military tent, steadied her slightly trembling heart, then turned around and looked at the medical team. The plague is dangerous. You all stay here and wait. After I check the situation, I will arrange the next steps. Qin Jinji worriedly said, Master, I will go with you, so we can watch out for each other. Madame Ma shook her head and looked at the doctors. Choose 2 of you to go with me and check the people's symptoms inside the tent. The doctors all avoided her gaze. None of them wanted to go into the tent. Old Zhu stepped forward. I'll go. Madame Ma raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid? Dr. Zhu stroked his beard. I'm already half gone, so what is there to fear? If I can learn how to treat the plague, even catching it would be worth it. Yu Jutian blinked with big eyes, feeling admiration. He could have shown off in front of Huiyuan Gang, but he didn't say anything boastful. Instead, he distinguished himself from the other doctors. Madame Ma smiled. I didn't expect one of these old men to have such a kind heart and skill. If we can control the plague this time, I will allow you to join us. Dr. Zhu's face lit up and he laughed loudly. Good, good, good. I couldn't ask for more. Go inside with Madame Ma. While Madame Ma and Dr. Zhu spoke, Huiyuan Gang was not idle. He casually grabbed a doctor and brought him forward. Dr. Liu was so scared his legs trembled, but he knew he couldn't escape, so he braced himself and followed behind Madame Ma and Dr. Zhu. Huiyuan Gang also wanted to go, but Madame Ma stopped him. General, your country needs you. You absolutely cannot go in and take risks. I will report to you if anything happens. Huiyuan Gang paused, then nodded. Thank you, Madame Ma. He stared at her back, then turned to look at Yu Jutian, who was holding Yu Jutian in his arms. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Xia Yu, there is still hope. When they entered the military tent, even through the thick cloth, Madame Ma and the others could smell a sour, rotten odor. On both sides of the military tent, thick thatch mats were spread out, and it was filled with patients. Roughly, there were 10 people on each side. The patients wore clothes that ranged from rich and fancy to tattered and worn, but at this moment, all their clothes were messy and dirty. These people were all critically ill on the 3rd day. Each one was deeply unconscious, but sometimes their lips would move as if they were vomiting, and the area beneath them was wet and stained. Ugh! Dr. Liu ran out of the tent and vomited. Grandma Ma and Dr. Zhu didn't look much better, with furrowed brows and stomachs churning. A female patient who was unconscious choked on her and started coughing violently. During her cough, yellow fluid seeped out from her pants. Grandma Ma's heart tightened. She wanted to go forward and turn her head. Master, wait. Yu Jiotian shouted nervously, twisting her small body and slipping out of Yu Chuanli's arms, then ran quickly toward the tent. Tianbao, what are you doing? Yu Chuanli hurried after her and caught her in his arms. Yu Jiotian quickly took something from her bag and waved it at Grandma Ma. Master, come out quickly and take this with you. She was holding a pair of silicone gloves. She was hesitant to take them out, but seeing Dr. Liu's uncontrollable vomiting, she could imagine what kind of hellish scene was inside. Seeing her master about to touch the patients with bare hands, she couldn't think about anything else. Now that she was close, she saw the scene inside the tent clearly. Just one glance, and Yu Tian was overwhelmed with fear. This was even more terrible than the pandemic in her previous life. Hundreds of times worse. What is this? Grandmama and Dr. Zhu came out after hearing the noise. Dr. Zhu took the gloves from Yu Tian and looked at them curiously. Grandmama looked at Yu Tian's frightened and worried face and gently comforted her. Why are you here? Master will be careful. Yu Tian shivered and said, Master, you forgot to bring gloves. Grandmama quickly hid her shock at seeing the silicone gloves, took them and smiled. Master is getting forgetful. Luckily you, my little disciple, are here to watch out for me. Yu Tian earnestly warned, Master, you must be very careful. Wear the gloves before touching the patients. Master understands. Chuanli quickly moved Tian Bao away. Grandmama nodded and pushed Yu Quanli to walk faster. When the big and small figures were far enough away, Grandmama examined the situation and began to put on gloves. She couldn't tell what material the gloves were made of, but they fit her hands tightly without affecting her finger movements. Even though Grandmama was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How many more treasures does her little apprentice have that she hasn't seen yet? Dr. Zhu also quickly imitated Grandmama's example and clumsily put on gloves. He stared obsessively at the gloves that seemed to merge with his hands, trembling with excitement, his beard quivering. I've lived so long and have never seen such a delicate item. With this little thing on, I can confidently touch patients. Wonderful. Wonderful. Grandmama didn't spend much time admiring the gloves and turned to enter the military tent. The military tent, already cramped, was in a terrible state, which showed how badly Zhengzhou City had fallen. Time was running out. Dr. Zhu quickly retracted his thoughts and followed behind. Dr. Liu went in once but felt sick and scared, so he dared not go further. He quickly turned to escape, but was caught and thrown back into the military tent by a quick soldier. Watching this from afar, everyone felt very heavy-hearted. After a stick of incense burned, Grandmama came out with a frown. Dr. Zhu, following her, sighed and shook his head. Dr. Liu's eyes were blank, muttering, We're doomed, we're doomed. Huiyuan Gang hurried forward, asking, Grandmama, how is it? Grandmama frowned and said, General, the old woman's diagnosis is cholera, but the situation is much worse than expected. We must act immediately to treat it. Huiyuan Gang nodded. Grandmama, you do your best and I will fully support you, General inside some patients said. Said they don't want women doctors to treat them. Only doctors from Zhengzhou City. A soldier from a nearby tent ran over, stammering as he reported. Huiyuan Gang's eyes sharpened. They don't get to decide. But Grandmama coldly replied, General, I am not a saint, and I have my own principles. I usually only help those who are destined to receive my aid. Since they do not trust me, I do not insist on treating them. Please, General, separate the patients who are willing to accept my treatment from those who are not. Trust me, I will do my best to help. For those who doubt me, they can only hope for good luck. Huiyuan Gang's words caught in his throat. Grandma Ma's sincere desire to help others was clear, but she did not expect these patients to be so ungrateful. No wonder she made her decision. He did not want to force Grandma Ma, so he quickly walked to the military tent and ordered the soldiers to pull back all the curtains. He also forced the doctors from Zhengzhou City to come to the tent. You're about to die, yet you still hold prejudices. Look carefully. The doctors you trust from Zhengzhou are afraid to step into the tent. But Grandma Ma, who you look down on, risks infection to treat you up close. Who truly cares about saving you? You should know by now. Huiyuan Gang's tone was full of anger. It was their foolish stubbornness that created this group of doctors who only care about their own safety and lack compassion. Dr. Huang, please, save us. Dr. Liu, my family's illnesses are all treated by you. I pay a lot for your services, even spending a lot to have a statue made in your honor. Please, remember my sincerity and help me. Save me. Any patient still able to speak was begging the Zhengzhou doctors. They didn't listen to Huiyuan Gang's words at all, ignoring him completely, trusting only the Zhengzhou doctors. Hua Yuan-gang's angry, disappointed gaze slowly softened and grew indifferent. Grandma Ma had her reasons for not helping them. Although the Zhengzhou doctors were also afraid of the plague, the patients' trust made them feel they had regained some face. They responded stubbornly, "We are working on a cure for you. We won't abandon you." Since General Hu wouldn't let them leave, it was better to agree quickly and gain the people's goodwill. Hearing the doctor's words, the patient's desperate desire to live grew stronger. Hua Yuan-gang's eyes turned cold. He decided not to force them anymore. No matter how much he tried to persuade them, these people's lives and deaths were their own choice. He coldly asked, "I will ask again, are all of you being treated by doctors from Zhengzhou? My body can't handle the inexperienced doctors anymore. I won't be treated unless it's by Dr. Liu and his team. I'm the same." Ugh. Although the patients were weak, they all resolutely chose the doctors from Zhengzhou. I want this Mrs. Ma to treat me." After everyone's voices had quieted, a faint voice was heard. Mrs. Ma looked over. It was the woman she had just helped clear the dirt from her mouth. She was holding a child about 5 or 6 years old. The child was unconscious, and the woman was barely alive. Hua Yuan-gang nodded and ordered the soldiers, "Quickly prepare a new tent, carry them over, and have Mrs. Ma treat them." The soldiers hurried to make arrangements. The nearby patients didn't understand the woman's choice and urged her to be careful and not seek treatment from just anyone in a hurry. After speaking, the woman closed her eyes weakly. No matter how others tried to persuade her, she didn't open them again. Soon, the woman and her child were carried into the next tent. Mrs. Ma hadn't yet arranged anything, but the young medical team members started working quickly. They fetched water, prepared the medicine stove, and gathered herbs. Mrs. Ma didn't allow anyone into the tent herself. She went inside to gently clean the dirt from the woman and child's bodies. At the entrance of another tent, Hua Yuan-gang coldly told a group of doctors, "Since the patients trust you so much, you shouldn't let them down. Go get water and bring the medicine stove." Hua Yuan-gang first ordered the soldiers to fetch water, then continued giving instructions to the doctors. "Half of you help clean the patients, and the other half prepare medicines and decoctions quickly." "What? How can we do such rough work?" "Exactly, our hands are for prescribing medicine, not for serving others." The doctors looked shocked and instinctively refused. Mrs. Ma is also a doctor. Even at 70, she personally helps clean her patients. If she can do it, why can't you? Hua Yuan-gang's voice deliberately grew louder, full of sarcasm. "I think you just dislike the dirt and are afraid of catching the plague." Inside, the patients looked at the doctors with sad expressions. "Doctor, we don't expect you to clean us, but please, save us quickly. It's too painful. Since you refuse to humble yourselves, then quickly come up with a cure for the plague and save people." Hua Yuan-gang immediately scolded coldly after hearing the patients. The doctors' eyes flickered as they whispered among themselves, feeling anxious. They couldn't think of a cure for the plague at that moment. Without allowing them to hesitate, Hua Yuan-gang ordered the soldiers to herd them all into the military tents. "I don't want to waste time with you. Starting today, you will eat and sleep with these patients. When they recover, you will be released." "Impossible, General. If we stay here, we might catch the plague too. Please, General, let us go. If we catch the illness, how can we save the people or the city?" A dozen doctors entered, and the tent instantly became crowded. Just a small step could cause them to step on filth. Everyone panicked immediately. But the soldiers at the door pointed their spears at them, making escape impossible. They could only beg Hua Yuan-gang to let them go. "If you catch it, maybe that will help you think of a cure for the plague." Hua Yuan-gang coldly said this, and turned to walk to the neighboring tent. Around the tent, bonfires were burning, with large pots boiling over them. The strong medicinal smell was oddly calming. Yu Jiutian was cheerfully directing a few young medical team members. "Brother Ping, sprinkle more disinfectant powder in the corners of the tent. Miss Huaqing, add more powder inside the tent." The boys happily responded, holding wooden basins filled with white powder. Even from afar, the pungent smell was noticeable. Some boys were carefully guarding a medicine stove, where a pot was steaming with medicinal aroma. Inside the tent, Granny Ma had finished washing 2 women. She didn't put clothes on them, only covering them with a thin blanket. Because they kept vomiting and having diarrhea, putting on clothes would just dirty them again. The tent was warm, thanks to the bonfires burning around it. Qianli Yu and Qin Jinji took turns changing the water in the military tents. They carried out buckets of dirty water and soiled clothes, burying them in a deep new pit. To be safe, they had already sprinkled thick disinfectant powder into the pit. Everything was arranged carefully. Everyone was busy but organized, calm, and orderly. Seeing how smoothly everything was going, Hu Yuangang suddenly felt more at ease. He was good at leading troops and fighting, but he had no way to deal with the plague. The old men were unreliable, and he almost decided to bury Zhengzhou City. But now, because Granny Ma and her group arrived, Zhengzhou City seemed to have new life. General, we need to disinfect the plague points in Zhengzhou City. Everyone entering or leaving these points must be disinfected to prevent the disease from spreading further. All waste must be cleaned up and gathered for disinfection. Most of this plague was caused by rats, so we also need to catch and kill them. We can spread rat poison around and then collect the rat carcasses to be disposed of together. As for the military tents, as long as the medicine is suitable, tonight they can stop the diarrhea. You might want to arrange a place in the city to prepare the medicine. Once the symptoms improve here, the city can also start making medicine to save people. Granny Ma quickly finished organizing the mother and child inside and came out to suggest to Hu Yuangang. Hu Yuangang had no doubts and quickly arranged everything efficiently. It was impossible to produce so much medicinal powder out of thin air, but burning calamus to fumigate and kill germs was also an option. Yu Jiutian also suggested several other disinfecting methods like vinegar fumigation and mugwort smoke, making full use of everything available. Hu Yuangang asked his subordinates to record everything. Soon, most of the soldiers rushed into the city overnight to start cleaning and disinfecting. The medicine is ready. Half an hour later, a young medic carefully carried a bowl of medicine to the entrance of the military tent. Granny Ma took the medicine and approached the woman, softly saying, "Drink this and you'll get better." The woman had already woken up after hearing the news. Fear flickered in her eyes as she instinctively held her nearly lifeless child close. After a moment, she nodded and resolutely sat up. Granny Ma quickly brought the medicine to her lips. The woman closed her eyes and drank it all in one gulp. Next, it was time to feed the child. The child was in a deep coma and wouldn't cooperate at all. Grandma Ma worked hard to get a bowl of food into him. After feeding him, the woman looked at Grandma Ma, then held the child tightly and closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. This 70-year-old stranger had been busy helping them all night. Even if she died, she had no complaints. In contrast, another military tent was a complete mess. The doctors had never done caregiving work before, let alone deal with a group of dirty, unrecognizable patients. None of the doctors wanted to help clean the patients. They were worried that General Hua Yuangang might come for an inspection. They argued and pushed each other, and eventually they started fighting among themselves. The patients realized that these doctors wouldn't save them. Maybe the fighting would even put them in danger. Though they were too weak to move, the patients still managed to crawl to the tent door, huddling together and watching in fear as doctors fell into the haystacks they had just lain on, getting dirty, but refusing to give up. These doctors were no longer the respected healers they once admired. They seemed more like a bunch of crazy old men. "General, we want to see General Hua." One weak patient, who still looked somewhat noble from better days, begged the soldiers at the door. "Please get these crazy old men out. Otherwise, even if we don't die from illness, they'll crush us." The soldiers, initially feeling satisfied, were afraid things might get out of control. They quickly went to report to General Hua. Hua Yuangang, who was in the medicine tent, coldly said, "Just keep the tent sealed. Don't let anyone out. Let them fend for themselves inside." The soldiers, hearing the order, felt relieved. After informing their comrades, they watched contentedly as the crazy old men continued to mess around in the filth. When the patients heard that the soldiers told them to fend for themselves, they felt heartbroken. "Stop the diarrhea. Stop the diarrhea." Late at night, Grandma Ma suddenly rushed out of the tent in excitement. The young medical team, who had been dozing around the fire, immediately woke up. They stood up instinctively, looking toward Grandma Ma at the tent door, eager to hear about the mother and son inside. Their pulse was steady now, no more vomiting or diarrhea. Yu Tian was originally sleeping in Yu Chuanli's arms. When Grandma Ma came out, she immediately stretched her neck and, upon hearing the great news, excitedly hugged her second uncle's neck and twisted her body happily. That's wonderful. We're saved. The good news spread quickly to all the military tents, and soon many soldiers gathered to confirm the message. Hearing that the medicine quickly controlled the illness, the camp was filled with excitement. No wonder the soldiers were so thrilled. The plague, an invisible threat, was more frightening than enemies with swords. From the moment they learned about it, everyone's hearts were heavy with worry. At this moment, Grandma Ma was like a skilled healer clearing away the clouds of doubt, allowing everyone to see the light. Hua Yuangang stood behind his subordinates, his calm eyes showing relief and happiness. Zhengzhou City was saved. The patients in the neighboring tents, who had been ready to bite their tongues in despair, became excited and frantic upon hearing the news.